9 Sun God King Chapter 1579 to Chapter 1633. Long Tianwen Grandma, sit down first. Qin said with smile. Then he took out the pastries and juice made by Xiaoying and placed them on the table beside her. Red Sun Dragon Mother suppressed the shock in her heart and slowly sat down. She kept looking at Qin. My past life was immortal King Fuyun, but I don't have any memories of my past life. I don't know much about my past life. Qin sighed lightly. I don't know much about my past life. Red Sun Dragon Mother nodded. I see. No wonder you are so unfamiliar with me. Qin said with a smile. Grandma, a few days ago, I saw you call me Brat Fuyun, so I thought you were easy to talk to, so I decided to meet you. So, you were the one who set up the 9th Heaven Dragon scare array? Red Sun Dragon Mother asked. Yes. Originally, I only wanted to lure over a few dragons to deal with evil Sun Holy Dragon. I didn't expect the result to be so strong. I even lured over 2 dragon race clans. Why do you have so many passes? Red Sun Dragon Mother said, and they are so expensive. Qin did not reply. Instead he took out a storage pouch and handed it over to Red Sun Dragon Mother. He said with smile, Grandma, this is the Instant Space Immortal Iron and Saint Mysterious Silver Crystal I will return to you. Since we are on the same side, I don't want yours. How about this? I'll give you the Instant Space Celestial Iron, but I'll take back the Sacred Mystery Silver Crystal. Red Sun Dragon Mother said, we are also lacking resources recently. Instant Space Immortal Iron is not very useful to us. It is mainly used to make altars. We don't need to build the altar anymore. Qin took out 5,000 gene of Sacred Mysterious Silver Crystals and handed it over to Scarlet Sun Dragon Mother. Then he asked, Grandmother, what happened between me and your dragon race back then? Does that immortal desolate dragon emperor want to kill me? Don't be afraid of him. Back then, he clearly lost to you and promised to give you the heavenly dragon deity sculpture, but he didn't do it in the end. The Red Sun Dragon Mother waved her hand and said, he said that he had to consider the big picture of the dragon race and wouldn't give it to you no matter what. I felt bad, so I conspired with your past life to help you take away the heavenly dragon god statue. So that's how it is. Qin now knows that the heavenly dragon god statue is the third part of the floating cloud heavenly seal. That old man doesn't know that you and I are working together, and I didn't tell him. Red Sun Dragon Mother said. Can't the conflict between the two of you be resolved? Qin can see that Red Sun Dragon Mother and Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor were originally very loving. Regarding this matter, Qin secretly felt guilty. Red Sun Dragon Matriarch laughed. You little brat, although you don't have the memory of your previous life, you still feel very guilty about this matter, just like you did in your previous life. Qin sat down and said, Grandma, I am very apologetic. After all, you husband and wife have been fighting for so many years. Red Sun Dragon Mother laughed and said, nothing much, we just separated for a period of time. Our juniors often communicate with each other in private. That's good. Qin nodded. Kid Fuyun, you have provoked the Xiaoyang race this time. I heard that you destroyed one of their Xiaoyang. Red Sun Dragon Mother said, and you have enmity with the Immortal Desolate Great Emperor and Demon Immortal Great Emperor in your previous life. My old man is also stubborn. Maybe he wants to teach you a lesson. Don't worry, I can handle it. Qin very calmly said with smile. In this life, you are even more troublesome than in your previous life. In your previous life, you were an immortal king, now you are just a little gold immortal, yet you dare to mess around like this. You must be careful, don't get killed again. Red Sun Dragon Mother said with great concern. Grandma, can you do me a favor? Qin suddenly asked. Say it, I will definitely help you. In your previous life, my dragon race is indebted to you, it's just that old man is ungrateful. I am not that kind of person. Red Sun Dragon Mother said. I will need some time to enter the ancient garden. I am worried that during this time, Xiaoyang will attack the Guanghan Palace. Xiaoyang will attack the Guanghan Palace. Qin said, if the Guanghan Palace is surrounded, can you go and help? Red Sun Dragon Mother nodded and said, I will definitely help, I will definitely help. The Guanghan Palace was destroyed before, at that time we were not able to go and help. This time, we cannot let the tragedy happen again. Qin relaxed a lot. He asked with smile, Grandma, how did I help the dragon race in my previous life? Red Sun Dragon Mother let out a long sigh and said, you helped us restore the very precious 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. And the 9-heaven dragon frightening formation was modified from the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. Therefore, the fluctuation released by the 9-heaven dragon frightening formation is very attractive to us dragons. Qin asked doubtfully, why were you all alarmed together? Why is the 9-heaven dragon frightening formation so attractive? Because our 9-dragon heavenly origin formation suddenly broke many years ago, so when we sensed the fluctuation, we immediately came to take a look. I thought it was the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation, I did not expect it to be the 9-heaven dragon frightening formation. Red Sun Dragon Mother said. As far as I know, the 9-heaven dragon frightening formation was created by my previous life. Why do you believe that the Xianxia race also has this kind of formation? Qin cannot understand this point. He asked, could it be that immortal desolate dragon emperor did not discover it? So he is now going to find the Xianxia race and ask them how they obtained the 9-heaven dragon frightening formation. Red Sun Dragon Mother said with smile. Qin got up, walked back and forth a few steps and said, Grandma, if I can help you create a 9-dragon heavenly origin, will immortal desolate dragon emperor forgive me? Can you really create it now? Red Sun Dragon Mother is somewhat doubtful. She shook her head and said, you can't create it, no one can. The 9-dragon heavenly origin formation we need needs dragon heavenly rune as the core, that is the true 9-dragon heavenly origin. Dragon heavenly rune, this is the first time Qin has heard of this kind of thing. Indeed. It was passed down by our dragon race ancestors but then it mysteriously disappeared. From then on, we completely lost the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. If you can truly create it, this old man will definitely not pursue this matter anymore. Red Sun Dragon Mother said. Qin said with frown, it might take a bit of time but I will definitely help you. I hope you can succeed. Red Sun Dragon Mother nodded and then looked towards a corner. Grandma, what is it? Qin asked. There seems to be someone over there. Red Sun Dragon Mother said. Xiaoyueme immediately appeared and said in low voice, Grandma, it's me. Yueme? Red Sun Dragon Mother abruptly got up and very excitedly said, you are also alive? I have also been reincarnated but I still have my past life's memories. Xiaoyueme said with smile. You little girl, you swindled me of so many things back then. Red Sun Dragon Mother scolded with smile. Qin secretly curled his lips. Xiaoyueme pretended to not know Red Sun Dragon Mother before but now it seems like she has done many shameful things. Grandma, is your 9-dragon heavenly origin formation very important? Xiaoyueme asked. Very important. If 9 suns exterminate the world, our dragon race will have to go to the outer space. Without the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation, we will be looked down upon by other dragon race. Red Sun Dragon Mother said with sigh, before, some races from the outer space came to find us, they had the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation and made us unable to raise our heads. 9-dragon heavenly origin formation can make dragon race's dragons even stronger. Qin said, I saw Long Family's 9-dragon heavenly origin formation before. Long Family and dragon race's relationship should be very good, right? Their 9-dragon heavenly origin formation is not complete, it doesn't have dragon heavenly rune. Moreover, Long Family's dragons don't get along with us, we are not on the same side. Red Sun Dragon Mother said. Grandma, you should go back first. I will surely help you complete the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. Qin said very confidently. I hope so. Red Sun Dragon Mother did not place any hope on Qin. She took out a red token and handed it over to Qin and said, enter the ancient garden. If you need any help, use this Red Sun Dragon scale to contact our race's dragons and ask them to help you. Many thanks, Grandma. Qin took the Red Sun Dragon scale that looks like a token. He and Xiaoyueme sent off Red Sun Dragon Mother and then returned to Divine Inscription Mountain. Xiaohua entered Heavenly Austere City to gather all kinds of information. Qin is very interested in the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation, especially that dragon heavenly rune. Xiao Bai, Xiao Hei, have you heard of dragon heavenly rune? Xiao Yuemei asked after returning. He Shu Baizai is refining a passage token. I have heard that dragon heavenly rune beasts have this kind of heavenly rune. But they are very rare, I don't know if there are any in Immortal Desolate. Baizai said. Immortal Desolate is so big, there should be some, right? Qin Yan asked. Even if there are, it will be very difficult to find. Moreover, this kind of inscription beast is very strong. He Shu said. Qin Yan said, no matter what, I must find it. Baizai said with smile, Sect Master, we will do our best to help you find it. We inscription beasts are all connected. Really? How come I have never seen you contact other inscription beasts? Xiao Yuemei asked. Big sis, you don't understand this. The inscription beast can send messages in all directions using an invisible mental wave. And we have special perception power, we can receive this kind of mental wave and obtain information. He Shu said. So it's like this. It seems like I am ignorant and ill-informed. Xiao Yuemei said with smile. At this time, Xiao Hua sent sound transmission through magic mirror, Sect Master, the entrance to the ancient garden has been repaired. They are preparing to open it, do you want to go take a look? Of course, where is it? I will let Old Mountain move the entire mountain there. Qin Yan asked. I will go back and lead the way for you. Xiao Hua said. Xiao Yuemei excitedly jumped up and said with smile, we are finally going to open the entrance to the ancient garden. What exactly is inside the ancient garden? I don't know, but we will be able to enter very soon. Qin Yan is also very much looking forward to it. After obtaining the Sun Soul, he set off to find the last part of the floating cloud heavenly seal. Under the control of the mountain god, the inscription divine mountain began moving. Xiao Hua flew in front and led the way, guiding the inscription divine mountain towards the entrance of the ancient garden. Ancient Era's Gate Chapter 1580. Ancient Era's Gate. The prairie where heavenly desolate city is located has been destroyed beyond recognition by the two big shots of the dragon race. The Xiao family and the others have now arranged for people to reorganize this prairie. When the divine inscription mountain moved, it alarmed many people in the prairie. They all moved out of the way. Not long after, the divine inscription mountain rushed out of the prairie. It is like a huge ship moving, very stable and very quiet. The divine inscription mountain seems to be floating on the ground. This is the mountain god's special ability. It can make a mountain move on the ground as if it is moving in water. Because they want to enter a group of mountains, the divine inscription mountain is blocked by many large mountains. This is not difficult for the mountain god. Along the way, as long as they are blocked by a large mountain, the mountain god will control the divine inscription mountain to swallow the mountain that is blocking their way. In less than half a day, Qin Yun and the others saw the entrance to the ancient garden from the top of the mountain. It is a very large arch bridge, only half of it. From afar, it looks like a huge broken bridge. This bridge is several thousand meters long and over 100 meters wide. It looks like it was built with light golden bricks. After approaching, they can see that there are many runes on the bridge. Originally, this bridge was pressed down by several huge mountains and could not be seen. Now, those huge mountains have been moved away. This bridge was damaged before, especially the runes on it, the damage is rather serious. Fortunately, the Li and Wang families of the inscription world led a team over, so it can be repaired very quickly. Xiao Hua, who was flying in front, also landed on the ground. Qin Yan walked out of the divine inscription mountain and saw Wei Zhongxing flying over. Grandpa Wei, when will it begin? Qin Yan asked. We still have to wait for the inscription world's inscription masters to discuss the specifics. We still don't know, but it will definitely be soon. It will be in the next few days. Wei Zhongxing said. In any case, we won't have to do anything when the time comes. We just have to wait here patiently. Qin Yan said with a smile. The arrival of the divine inscription mountain is very eye-catching. Although many people have seen that huge mountain before, now that they see it, they still yearn to obtain the divine fruit of that huge mountain. Li Xingqi, who was wearing a white robe, suddenly flew over and said to Qin Yan with a smile, Brother Qin, you have fished up a lot of instant space immortal iron. Elder Li, roughly when can we enter the ancient garden? Qin Yan asked. Maybe 3 days later. Li Xingqi said, we are currently inspecting the overall runes. We will work through the night and make the best use of the time to complete it so that everyone can enter early. You guys have worked hard. Qin Yan said with smile. Li Xingqi said with a smile, Brother Qin, there don't seem to be many people in your inscription gate. Don't tell me that only a few of you are going in? We are just going in to join in the fun. We don't plan to get anything. Qin Yan said with a faint smile. That's right. Anyway, you guys have already earned a lot by relying on the passage pass. Of course, you don't care about the resources inside. Li Xingqi nodded and smiled. Qin Yan looked around and secretly transmitted his voice to Li Xingqi, Brother Li, I'll tell you a piece of information. You must make good use of it. Oh? Please speak. Li Xingqi heard Qin Yan's voice transmission and is very curious about the news. After entering the ancient garden, I can't use any spatial storage artifacts. Before you go in, take out your commonly used things or equipment. Otherwise, once you go in, you won't be able to take things out from the storage magic treasure. Qin Yan said. He also informed Wei Zhongxing and Bing Xing about this matter. After Li Xingqi finished listening, his face revealed a trace of smile and nodded. If those major powers entered the ancient garden without any equipment, they would be a lot weaker. After entering the ancient garden and coming out, the passage pass will become useless. If you want to enter again, you can only use a new passage pass. Qin Yan said. I understand. I will make arrangements in advance. Li Xingqi said with smile, I will return first. Qin Yan returned to the divine inscription mountain and properly rested. He is waiting for the gate of the ancient garden to open. 3 days passed by very quickly. Qin Yan originally wanted to bring He Shu and Bai Zai in, but they suddenly decided not to go in. They want to stay outside and send a message to contact the dragon heavenly rune beast. Furthermore, they want to look after the divine inscription mountain from outside. Lu Jiayan and Xiao Hua are not sure if they can enter or not because they are only going to take a look inside. Many formidable immortal emperors and immortal kings are standing on the huge broken bridge. Following Li Xingqi's shout, they released formidable immortal power together. The arch bridge suddenly absorbed the immortal power and a golden door suddenly appeared on the broken bridge. It looks like an illusion, but after a careful look, it seems that the door is real. This is different from what I have seen before. Qin Yan is secretly startled. At this time, the immortal emperors and immortal kings standing on the bridge sensed that more than half of their immortal power has been sucked out. Did it succeed? Someone asked. It should be, the door has appeared. Li Xingqi said with smile. The huge door suddenly appeared on the broken bridge, it is standing there like a gate of heaven. After the door opened, a dense spatial wave accompanied by an ancient aura shook out. Who wants to go in and take a look? Xiao Kongjian somewhat excitedly said, the door is open but we don't know what the situation inside is, if there is danger, I'll send a puppet in. An old man from the Qi clan took out a puppet giant that was more than 2 meters tall. The puppet giant madly rushed on the bridge, its speed is very fast. After arriving at the broken bridge, it jumped and rushed into the huge door, entering another space. The bridge is more than 100 meters wide, the door is even wider than the bridge, it can allow many people to rush in at the same time. There are only several thousand people on the bridge and among these several thousand people, only 2,000 have passed. Everyone is looking at the old man from Qi family, waiting for the result of his investigation. Qi family old man frowned and shook his head, lost contact, maybe it is because of the difference in space. Qin Yan brought Xiao Yuemei and Xiao Hua, walked over with smile and said, that puppet has no pass, it directly went in, it will definitely be taken to some damned place. Everyone also thinks so. How about this, I have a lot of pass, my inscription gate will go in and take a look, then come out and inform everyone about the situation inside. Qin Yan said. Just as he was about to walk towards the door, he was stopped by an old man from Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate. Wait, what if you go in and don't come out? Then wouldn't we have to wait for you? The old man said. The immortal family old man coldly snorted and said, Qin Yan, if you find something good inside, maybe you will fish it up yourself. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so eager to take the risk and rush to the front. Many people nodded, they are also thinking the same thing. They believe that Qin Yun is rushing to the front to fish up the good stuff first. Hey, I am testing the danger with my own body, why do you all think so? Qin Yun curled his lips and said. There is definitely no danger inside, how about we go in together? Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate looked at their alliance. Don't make wild guesses, the ancient garden is very dangerous. Qin Yun shouted, if you don't believe me, you will regret it. Let me go in and check it out first. Long Family Old Man said with smile, the more Qin Yun says there is danger inside, the safer it is. Everyone, don't believe his nonsense, my Long Family will go first. We have so many immortal emperors, what are we afraid of? Long Family also have more than 100 pass. When they rushed towards the gate, Xiao Family, Qi Family, Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate, Xian Family, and Heavenly Tiger Star also rushed over. Nether Sect and Guanghan Palace did not move, Shiman Family and Qin Family are also not in a hurry. Dragon Race's humanoid dragons are also watching from outside. Li Xingqi said, they have been inside for a long time, it is time for us to go in and take a look. Xiao Kongjian is Xiao Family's patriarch, he and a few elders have not gone out because they are afraid that something unexpected might happen. The people from the other factions had left a few people outside, but none of them had a pass. Xiao Kongjian looked at Nether Sect's people and said, it should be very safe, you can also go in. At this time, some people suddenly ran out, all of them are immortal kings. 2 people from each faction ran out, there are more than 10 of them, all of them are carrying bags. After they came out, their expression became somewhat unsightly. What happened? Could it be that they were all wiped out? Xiao Hua said in shock. After Xiao Family's immortal king came out, he cursed in low voice, inside an ancient garden, you can't take things out of storage magic tools, you can't even put things inside storage magic tools. Then what should we do? Xiao Kongjian is very shocked. This news also caused the people outside to be extremely shocked. Wei Zhongxing and the others already knew about this but now they are pretending to be shocked. Xiao Family's immortal king opened the bags on his back, those are the storage magic tools they brought with them. He said, we need to take out all the equipment inside and carry them inside, otherwise our people won't have any equipment to use. But we don't have pass. Xiao Family's immortal king looked at Qin Yun and said, Patriarch, do you still have pass? No, I gave them all to you. Xiao Kongjian cursed in low voice, we were too careless, we should have sent some people in first. Qin Yun also did not expect these people to be so stupid. It must be because they are too greedy, they wanted to be the first to enter, so they rushed in like a swarm of bees. Pass? I have it. Qin Yun said with smile. Seeing Qin Yun smile, Xiao Kongjian feels as if his flesh is being cut off. How did the 2 of you get so much equipment? Qin Yun said, if you take too much in one go, you might not even be able to enter. I think at least 5 people should go in with equipment. At this time, Wei Zhongxing and Bing Xing also brought people and rushed in. Nether Sect and Guanghan Palace's people also took out their equipment. Dragon Race and other factions people are all wearing equipment, they are holding weapons and rushing towards the large door. Originally, Long Family and Xiao Family wanted other people to help them bring in equipment but since everyone is rushing in so bluntly, it is clear that they don't want to help them. In other words, if they want to bring in equipment, they can only go through Qin Yun. Master Qin, we don't have that much instant space immortal iron. Xiao Kongjian said with bitter expression, can we owe them first? Immortal King Divine Mountain though there were quite a few heavenly mountains in Tianzhou, none of them were occupied by the major forces. Most of the divine mountains in Heaven Province are Immortal King or Heaven Immortal level, they are all occupied by inscription beasts. And the rarer Immortal Emperor level divine mountains also have powerful inscription beasts on them, moreover there are more than one. It is not easy for major powers to occupy a few divine mountains, some of them even have to pay a great price to occupy. Heaven Province's divine mountains are very precious to major powers. Xiao Family people heard that Qin Yun wants those divine mountains and immediately felt heartache. I know that you don't have many instant space immortal iron and mysterious saint silver crystals, that is why I asked you to use divine mountains to exchange. Qin Yun said with smile. No. Xiao Kongjian yelled. Xiao Family elders shook their heads one after another. Then forget it. If you don't want it, I won't force you, Qin Yun said. They all know that Qin Yun wants those divine mountains to feed his own divine mountain with inscription. Inscription Divine Mountain came from Earth Province and ate all the edible divine mountains in Earth Province. Now, only Heaven Province's divine mountains can satisfy Inscription Divine Mountain's appetite. But Qin Yun's group's strength is limited. It is not easy to obtain divine mountains from Heaven Province. Because there are many powerful inscription beasts guarding them, even if it is a Heaven Immortal level divine mountain, it will be very difficult to devour them. Qin Yun feels that as long as he can get a few good divine mountains for Inscription Divine Mountain to eat, it will increase the strength of Inscription Divine Mountain by a lot. Maybe it will evolve into a Heaven Immortal level divine mountain. At that time, attacking Heaven Immortal level divine mountains will be very easy. Your Xiao family promised me that as long as the gate of the ancient garden is opened, you will let old Xiao contact the space god. Now that the gate of the ancient garden is open, you should fulfill your promise, Qin Yun said. Xiao Kongjian is now gnashing his teeth. Other major powers elders are also gnashing their teeth while looking at Qin Yun. They are in a hurry to enter the ancient garden and hand over the equipment to the people inside. Inside the ancient garden, they can't use storage magic tools. Without equipment, it will be very difficult to move an inch. Now, only major powers like them don't have equipment. Powerful factions like Nether Sect, Shaman Family, and Dragon Race have all brought their equipment with them. If they encountered powerful beasts or other powerful creatures inside, they would suffer heavy casualties if they weren't prepared to deal with them. In that case, their efforts to enter the ancient garden would have been in vain. They would have bought so many passes for nothing, but in the end, it would be like drawing water with a wicker basket. Xiao Kongjian, hurry up and bring me to the front of the divine altar of the god of space, Xiao Hua said. You guys have to keep your word. You guys signed a contract with me back then. Xiao Kongjian clenched his teeth, stomped his feet, and said, fine, my Xiao clan is willing to give you a divine mountain. Celestial Immortal level, okay? I want an Immortal King level divine mountain, Qin Yun said. No. An elder of the Xiao family said. If you can't, then forget it. Qin Yun curled his lips and said, anyway, it's up to you to give or not, I won't lose anything. My Qi family is willing to give you an Immortal King level God mountain. An Immortal Emperor elder of the Qi family walked over and said, then how many passage tokens will you give us? 10. Is that enough? Qin Yun asked. Enough, enough. Qi family still has 2 Immortal Emperors outside, their status is very high, they can make the decision on this matter. Alright, then sign a soul contract with old Xiao, Qin Yun said with smile, then took out 10 passage tokens. Those powers secretly calculated, Qin Yun has exchanged more than 1,000 passage tokens. They are very puzzled as to why Qin Yun has so many passage tokens. We are also willing to exchange, an elder from Heavenly Tiger Star shouted. Soon after, Xian family, Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate and Long family also agreed to exchange. They are willing to use an Immortal King level divine mountain to exchange for 10 passage tokens. These 10 passage tokens are incomparably precious because they can bring important equipment inside. If they don't, the people inside will be crippled. Inside. Xiao family is very unwilling, but they have no choice but to agree. They can only agree to exchange and sign a soul contract with Xiao Hua. Qin Yun only gave out 60 passage tokens, but the harvest is incomparably great. Alright, you guys arrange people to bring the equipment inside. After a period of time, old Xiao will go and get your divine mountain. When the time comes, you must send people to properly receive old Xiao, Qin Yun said with smile. Those few immortal emperors cursed Qin Yun 1,000 times in their hearts, they wish they could pinch Qin Yun to death on the spot. However, they don't dare to act recklessly because there are many people from various powers here who are secretly protecting Qin Yun. Soon after, Qin Yun and Xiao Hua followed Xiao Kongjian and flew towards the Great Prairie. Xiao Yuemei brought Xiao Yingying back to the Divine Inscription Mountain. Many people are inquiring about the situation inside the Heavenly Desolate City. They also want to enter the Ancient Garden, but they don't have passage tokens. Qin Yun and Xiao Hua finally arrived at the mountain inside the Xiao family manor. Space God's divine altar is inside the mountain. Xiao Kongjian brought Qin Yun and Xiao Hua into a cave and arrived at a large dusky stone room. Don't destroy the space god's divine altar. Also, you can only stay inside for 10 days. If you can't contact the space god within 10 days, that's your problem. Xiao Kongjian said in cold voice. He also doesn't know why Xiao Hua wants to contact the space god. He only suspects that Xiao Hua wants the space god to help him take back the position of family master. Xiao Kongjian walked out of the stone room, closed the door and waited outside. Qin Yan is not in a hurry to enter the ancient garden because it is very important for him to meet the space god. He wants the space god's help to remove the restriction on the star god's transportation of resources to the lower realms. This way, the star god won't need to be sneaky when transporting things. Every time they transport things, they won't lose a lot of things. Furthermore, he wants to ask about the heaven-leaping shuttle and other secret information. Xiao Hua took out a large illuminating stone and illuminated the dusky stone room. Qin Yan looked at the space god's divine altar. It is silvery white, it looks like a three-legged table. The top is also triangular, it looks very strange. That's it? Qin Yan said with frown, this is the space god's divine altar? That's right. Xiao Hua nodded. Qin Yan walked over and looked at the divine altar's surface. There are no runes at all. It is silvery white and very smooth to the touch. There is nothing special about it. How can I contact the space god? Qin Yan said with a frown, this divine altar is very special. Sect Master, for many years, the space god has been cold and indifferent to us. We don't know how to contact him. We can only communicate with him by chance. Xiao Hua said. Qin Yan walked around the table, trying to think of a solution. Originally, he wanted to take out the star god altar, but after thinking about it, it might not be of much use. Because the space god doesn't seem to need an altar, he only has a very simple divine altar. After thinking for a while, Qin Yan took out a small statue, it is his divine seat. He gripped his deity position tightly and injected his mind power into it. The small statue suddenly trembled slightly and released a kind of golden aura. This is a rarely seen movement. In the past, when he poured his mental power into the small statue, it never happened like this. Could it be because of that divine altar? Qin Yan is secretly alarmed. Xiao Yun, concentrate your mental power and give it a try. Ling Yun'er said, there should be a spatial formation inside the divine altar that can communicate with the space god. Qin Yan also concentrated his mental power. Through his divine seat, he released a very strong mental power into the divine altar. Xiao Hua watched from the side, he did not know what Qin Yun was doing. Just as he was feeling puzzled, the divine altar suddenly moved. Sect Master, the divine altar moved. Xiao Hua said in surprise, how did you do it? Xiao Hua is very clear that once the divine altar moves, it means that there is hope. I'm not too sure either. Should I contact the space god? Qin Yan asked. This is the sign of the space god's manifestation. Sect Master, continue. Xiao Hua said with a face full of pleasant surprise, I won't disturb you anymore. Qin Yan continued to use his mind to sense the divine altar. The divine altar that had been trembling suddenly stopped moving. Xiao Hua sighed softly, he felt that he did not succeed. However, in Qin Yan's mind, he heard a voice. Who are you? Why do you have the sun god's divine seat? It was the old man's voice, filled with bewilderment. I am Qin Yan. In my previous life, I was the sun god. Qin Yan answered truthfully, you should be the space god, right? You reincarnated again? The space god is somewhat surprised, why did you die again? I don't know. I don't have the memories of my previous life. Qin Yan sighed, brother, my situation is rather complicated. You don't have 8 souls and 9 spirits. It is already extremely difficult for you to be able to reincarnate again. Furthermore, you can also find your divine seat. This is a good thing. The space god said with a smile, I hope that you can return to the divine desolate in this life and return to your position. Brother, I want to know some things about me back then. Can you tell me? Qin Yan asked. You will know when you need to know. Even if you know now, it's useless. The space god laughed heartily, don't be too obsessed with finding the memories of your previous life. This kind of thing should take its course. After all, this life is a new beginning for you. Otherwise, you won't be able to live a new life in this life. If you go back to your previous life's memories, wouldn't that be very boring? It makes sense. Xianxia curled his lips and said. Now that you have been reborn, you are like a new bottle. Don't use a new bottle to contain the old wine. The space god said. All right. Xianxia felt relieved and said, then can you help me with a small matter? Speak. If you encounter any difficulties in this life and can contact me, it means that the debt I owe you has not been repaid, the space god said with smile. Xianxia told the space god about him dismantling and refining the sun altar. After he finished speaking, the space god did not respond. Hey, brother, why aren't you talking? Xianxia asked. He and the space god are communicating through thought. Bright Moon in the garden. Xianxia called out a few times, but the god of space did not respond. Brother, are you afraid? Is that why you don't dare to answer me? Asked Xianxia. Ahem, that's not it. I was just making sure that there were altars that had been torn down. The god of space finally spoke. You really know how to cause trouble. You're still in the immortal desolate, yet you're already causing so much trouble? The god of space did not know about the matters of the divine wilderness. Clearly, he did not know much about it. This surprised Xianxia. He thought that the god of space was omniscient. Xianxia curled his lips and said, it can't be helped, they provoked me. Am I supposed to hide? The god of space smiled and said, your personality is quite similar to before. Looks like the wine in your new bottle still tastes the same as before. I am now cooperating with Star God. She is restricted in divine desolate, she can't give me too many things through the altar. I have 18-layer altar but the restriction is too great, can you help us? Xianxia said. Xianxia's intentions were clear. He wanted the god of space to control the spatial laws that transported items to the lower realms. This is a bit difficult. Moreover, I still have to take a huge risk. The god of space said. Risk? What kind of risk would result in the punishment of the heavenly Tao? Asked Xianxia. If the 9-yang divine palace finds out, I will be punished. The space god said, of course, the reason the star god is restricted is also because the 9 Suns sect does not allow her to use those spatial tunnels. This is the fault of those fellows. Brother, open a passage for the star god. Xianxia said. All right, who asked me to owe you? The god of space sighed and smiled. I will help you. However, the passageway that the star god gave you isn't the best. In short, it's much better than before. That's fine. Xianxia didn't want to make things too difficult for the space god. He asked, when will it be completed? About a month. The god of space said, I'm breaking the rules. I have to do it secretly. Try to be as secretive as possible. It doesn't matter if it takes a long time. Xianxia said with a smile, you just said that the 9-yang divine palace will discover it? Is the 9-yang divine palace still in the 9 wastelands? I don't know. The space god said, I have also been searching for the 9-yang divine palace but I haven't found it. But I feel that the divine wilderness still has the power of the 9-yang divine palace. So you also don't know where the 9-yang divine palace is? Xianxia is somewhat surprised. He thought that the space god knew many things. I really don't know. However, I have some clues. Let's talk about it when you come to the divine wilderness. The space god said. Xianxia added, brother, you gave me a heaven-leaping shuttle in the past. Can you sense where it is now? The space god said, I can't sense it because it's already yours. I only know that it is still in the immortal desolate. I asked the Xiao family to look for it. Xianxia was somewhat disappointed. He had planned on getting the god of space to help him search. The space god smiled, do you have any other questions? Xianxia thought of the ancient gardens and told the spatial god about the ancient gardens in the immortal desolate. He also asked about the restrictions on storage magic treasures in the ancient gardens. The reason why there are restrictions on storage magic treasures in the ancient gardens is because the rune laws are different. There is another set of spatial rune laws inside the ancient gardens. If you want to use storage magic treasures inside, you have to figure out that set of rune laws, the space god said. There are other different rune laws? What kind of laws are they? Xianxia asked. My guess is that you need the sun space rune. I have this kind of rune, I can pass it to you. The space god said, how about this, I will pass you a few spatial runes and totems. You can study them yourself. Alright. Qin Yan is very happy. Not long after, several sets of runes and totems appeared in his mind. Thank you, brother. Qin Yan said with smile. Do you have anything else? If not, I will help the star god open a passage, the space god said with smile. Brother, wait, I still have something. Qin Yan told the space god about the Sun Emperor inscription spirit. You actually obtained that thing. The space god is very surprised and said, if you want to break it, it will be very difficult. Why? Qin Yan asked. Whether it is Xiaqiru, the star god or the immortal desolate sacred master, they all said that it is very difficult to open the thing that sealed the Sun Emperor inscription spirit. Even if there is a way, it is only theoretically feasible. I heard that it is sealed by the Nine-Yang Divine Palace and only the Nine-Yang Divine Palace can open it. The space god said, strange, why did the Nine-Yang Divine Palace leave behind such a precious inscription spirit? That inscription spirit should have had an owner long ago. Qin Yan heard before that the Sun Emperor inscription spirit is unique. It is not like other inscription spirits that can be refined by others. Is that so? I heard from the divine arrow spirit that the Sun Emperor inscription spirit is sealed by the power of nature. Qin Yan said, moreover, no one has ever possessed it. Divine arrow spirit? What he said might not be accurate. The space god said, the Sun Emperor inscription spirit must have been possessed by someone for a period of time. Later on, they must have been unable to adapt to it and sealed it. Qin Yan is also very puzzled. He can only think of a way to open it later. Soon after, he told the space god about the Xiao family. The space god said that he will no longer have contact with the Xiao family in the future. It is a kind of punishment. There is also the matter of Xiao Yingying. The space god said that it is a kind of innate power that Xiao Yingying has awakened. She can control space and so on. In short, it is a good thing. Alright, I will go busy with your matter now. If I succeed, the star god will feel it. You can ask her at that time and you will know. The space god said, we should not contact each other in the future. I am also being watched very closely. And, it has been hard on you, brother. Qin Yan said. Xiao Hua saw that Qin Yan is in a daze and did not call out to him. Instead, he quietly watched from the side. Qin Yan and the space god have ended their contact. It will not be easy for him to contact the space god again in the future. He now understood that in the divine wilderness, the god of space had no choice but to be monitored by others. Seeing Qin Yan open his eyes, Xiao Hua asked, Sect Master, how is it? Qin Yan said with a smile, success. Success? That's great. Xiao Hua is very happy. The space god said that he will cut off all contact with Xiao family from now on. He also said that Sister Yingying's situation is a good thing. That is Sister Yingying's innate ability. You must properly nurture Sister Yingying. Qin Yan said. Xiao Hua found out that Xiao Yingying has a special spatial innate ability and became even more happy and excited. Qin Yan and Xiao Hua walked out of the stone room. Xiao Kongjian said with sneer, why did you come out so quickly? Did you not have any harvest at all? Qin Yan said with smile, you just need to prepare to hand over the divine mountain. Xiao Kongjian's expression became gloomy as he thought about giving Qin Yan an immortal king-level divine mountain. He cursed in his heart. Xiao Hua went to find the immortal emperors of the major powers and discuss the handover of the divine mountain with them. Qin Yan returned to the divine inscription divine mountain. Xiao Yuemei and Xiao Yingying are waiting for Qin Yan at the top of the mountain. After Qin Yan returned, Xiao Yuemei ran over and asked, brother, how is it? It went very smoothly. Qin Yan laughed and said, Yuemei, Sister Yingying, let's prepare to enter the ancient garden. Xiao Yingying said in low voice, Brother Xia Yun, I don't want to go. I am too weak, I don't want to implicate you. I will stay here and wait for you. I want to learn inscription and tool refining from Brother Baizhe and Brother Qin Yun. He Shu and Baizhe also don't want to enter the ancient garden because they have learned many things from Qin Yun and want to quickly digest them. Mountain God said, Sister Yingying will be very safe here, don't worry. He Shu said with smile, Sect Master, we will definitely take good care of Sister Ying. Bai Zai and He Shu are very happy to be together with this little human sister, they treat her like their own little sister. Even a fool like Mountain God is very protective of Xiao Ying. Alright. Qinyan nodded his head, then said to Mountain God, Old Mountain, I will help you get 6 immortal king-level divine mountains. After you eat them, you should be able to evolve very quickly, right? That's for sure. Mountain God said with smile. Soon after, Qinyan gave Mountain God a storage bag filled with 500 to 600,000 genes of instant space immortal iron. Qinyan only left 50,000 genes with him, he feels that it is enough to use in the ancient garden. Xiao Yuemei hugged Xiao Ying and said with smile, Sister Ying, I am going to the ancient garden. Wait until I come out, I will tell you some stories. Sister Yuemei, I will wait for you to come back. Xiao Ying charmingly smiled and kissed Xiao Yuemei's cheek. Soon after, Qinyan brought Xiao Yuemei towards the ancient garden's gate. On the way there, Qinyan contacted Xiao Hua through the devil mirror and warned him to be careful of the evil sun race. If he sees something wrong, he must immediately run away. Xiao Hua still has many passage tokens, he left them to exchange later depending on the situation. Because the gate of the ancient garden will be open for a period of time. During this period of time, many people will surely be interested. After Qinyan finished instructing, he brought Xiao Yuemei and flew towards the large arch bridge. Brother, there must be many good things in the ancient garden, let's see if we have the ability to get them or not. Xiao Yuemei said with smile. Her equipment are all inside Qinyan's 9-sun divine soul. Yuemei, after you go in, you must be a bit obedient. Yuelan told me to take good care of you. Qinyan said. Xiao Yuemei stuck out her tongue at Qinyan and said with smile, Big sister also told me to take care of you. Qinyan is not worried at all because inside the ancient garden, he has many powerful friends, for example, Wei Zhongxing, Bing Xing and Shiman Taigan. Back then, when Xiao Hua and Shiman Taigan made a deal, he gave them many preferential treatment to rope in Shiman family. Qinyan and Xiao Yuemei entered the gate and arrived inside the ancient garden. After entering the ancient garden, Qinyan and Xiao Yuemei are somewhat astonished. They appeared on a broken bridge inside the ancient garden, it is the other half of the large arch bridge outside. They stood on the bridge and can see a very large moon in the blue sky. Moon and Beautiful Night Chapter 1583, Moon and Beautiful Night. Xiao Yuemei has been in Guanhan Palace for many years, especially in her past life, she is very familiar with the moon. Yuemei, is the moon here the same as the one in Immortal Desolate? Qinyan asked. I am not sure, it doesn't feel like Immortal Desolate's moon. Xiao Yuemei said, I heard that there are several moons. In different spaces, one can see different moons. Qinyan actually heard that Divine Desolate's moon is very special. During the day, it is nether moon and during the night, it is normal moon. Why are there different moons? Qinyan asked in low voice. Can't we just go up and take a look? Xiao Yuemei said with smile, then soared into the sky and flew towards the azure sky towards the huge moon. Wait for me. Qinyan hastily chased after her. Their flying speed is very fast and in a short while they reached high in the sky. Qinyan estimated that they have flown more than 10,000 meters high and the moon is getting bigger and bigger. However, he is still unable to clearly see what is on the moon's surface. Aya! Xiao Yuemei is flying at the very front, she suddenly bumped into something and shouted loudly. Qinyan also sensed a very strong aura just now. Xiao Yuemei bumped into an invisible energy. There is a barrier. Xiao Yuemei delicately groaned and said, it has been blocked, I can't go over. She covered her head, her forehead turned red because of the collision just now. Qinyan touched the place where she was hit and said with smile, does it hurt? It hurt a lot but it doesn't hurt anymore. Xiao Yuemei looked at the huge moon and said, why does this moon give people a feeling of lifelessness? Don't worry about it, let's go find Sister Bing Xing first. Qinyan said, then took out the devil mirror to contact Bing Xing. However, the devil mirror did not react at all. Qinyan recalled that the space law inside this ancient garden is different. Therefore, these space magic tools have lost their effectiveness. Xiao Yuemei took out a talisman and said, the soul-chasing talisman can still be used. The soul-chasing talisman is indeed effective, it can sense Bingxing's location. The first batch from the Guanghan Palace only has 100 or so people. Qinyan said, they are coming in batches. This way, the other powers won't be disgusted. Nether sect also sent 100 people in the first batch and 100 people in the second batch. Let's go. Xiao Yuemei said. She held the soul-chasing talisman and flew towards Bingxing's location with Qinyan. I wonder if Sister Bingxing and the others figured out the situation here after coming in. Xiao Yuemei said. Qinyan learned from the immortal desolate sacred master that this ancient garden has a restriction on cultivation. He and Xiao Yuemei are not restricted, it is clear that they have not reached the highest cultivation level of the ancient garden. Some spaces and regions could not be entered if one's cultivation exceeded a certain level. This was relatively common. For example, the Great Dragon Desolate Domain or the Immortal Desolate Divine Mountains and Holy Lands were all like this. The main purpose was to protect the region from being destroyed by experts. There was another type of space that allowed people with extremely high cultivations to enter, but there was a very powerful divine power that restricted the power of those with high cultivations. For example, when a powerful immortal emperor was restricted, the immortal energy he released might only be at the level of an immortal king, or a heaven immortal, or even a golden immortal. This kind of spatial world was relatively rare, and even if there was one, it would be a very powerful one. If this ancient garden can truly restrict cultivation, then it is far more formidable than I imagined. Xiao Yuemei said. N. Qinyan nodded. There are many forests inside the ancient garden but there are not many tall mountains. Qinyan and Xiao Yuemei flew for a while but did not see any huge mountains. They only saw those 100-meter tall small hills that occasionally appeared in some small forests. There are many huge trees in this ancient garden, especially those that are more than 1,000 meters tall, they are very common. 100-meter tall trees can only be considered small trees here. Some of the small hills are not as tall as those huge trees. These trees are really big. Xiao Yuemei exclaimed in admiration. Far away in the direction they are flying, there is a very large blurry shadow. Qinyan and Xiao Yuemei subconsciously believe that it is an incomparably large tree. It might be as tall as 10,000 meters. Because it is very far away, they can see a very large shadow. After flying for a while, they can still see many trees. There is no flat land, no mountains, or grassland. Sister Bingxing and the others ran really far away. Xiao Yuemei's eyebrows are wrinkled, she is somewhat doubtful, why are they running so fast? Could it be that they encountered danger? I also don't know where Grandpa Wei and the others are. Qinyan said, I did not make a soul-chasing talisman related to him. I was too careless. He originally thought that with the magic mirror, he could directly contact them at close range, so he did not make a soul-chasing talisman. And the soul-chasing talisman can not only sense space, it can also follow remnant immortal power aura or soul wave to probe and find the target. Is it Dazhuang? Xiao Yuemei said. N. Qinyan nodded, then took out the soul-chasing talisman used to track Shiman Dazhuang. The direction it is pointing in is different from Bingxing's direction. It seems like they are not together. Xiao Yuemei said. Let's go find Sister Bingxing first. Qinyan said. Don't tell me they are on that giant tree in front? Xiao Yuemei took out the soul-chasing talisman and saw that the direction it is pointing in is precisely that giant tree. Qinyan said, Yuemei, let's stop. Xiao Yuemei immediately stopped, floated in the sky and asked, Brother, what's wrong? Qinyan closed his eyes and released his formidable nether moon mental power, covering a large area around him. Not long after, he sensed a remnant fluctuation. Earlier, there was a very large thing flying over here, its speed is very fast. Qinyan said, I suspect that it is a huge flying magic tool. Could it be something like a flying ship? Xiao Yuemei said in astonishment, Sister Bingxing and the others are riding on that huge flying magic tool? And maybe someone invited them. Qinyan looked at the giant tree in the distance and said with frown, I wonder if it is one of the 9 sun sects. Xiao Yuemei said, Brother, I suspect that there are not only 9 sun sects here, there are also other powerful sects. It is possible. Qinyan nodded. There is also another possibility, that the 9 sun sects have already merged with other powers and are not the original 9 sun sects. Xiao Yuemei said with smile, after all, they have been sent to this place for so long and their cultivation has been restricted. They must have lost their loyalty long ago. Qin Yan said again, Yuemei, we need to be careful. This place is not safe. He took out a short sword and handed it over to Xiao Yuemei. Then he took out a set of red gown and made her put it on. Those are all her equipment. Now Qin Yan is flying in front and Xiao Yuemei is following behind. Moreover, her speed has slowed down a lot. What made them feel somewhat vexed is that even in the evening, they are still very far away from the giant tree. They thought that they would be able to reach it at night. What kind of ghost tree is this? Xiao Yuemei lightly groaned and said, we can clearly see it, why can't we get there? It's like we are not moving at all, no matter how much we fly, we can't get close. As night fell, the bright moon in the sky became even bigger, emitting a faint golden light. Although it is not as intense as the sun's light, it made the ancient garden become much warmer at night. Golden moon. Qin Yan said, it is indeed a very strange moon. Xiao Yuemei suddenly shouted, brother, look at that giant tree. Qin Yan saw that the giant tree in the distance is actually emitting a kind of cold white light. The entire tree's branches and leaves are shining. They floated high in the sky and looked down at the forest below. They only felt that the trees here suddenly woke up, releasing all kinds of different kinds of light, as if they are in a bustling market with red flowers and green wine. The night of the ancient garden is actually filled with vitality compared to the day. The world seems to be jubilant at night, the flowers, plants, and trees are all emitting a faint light. Especially those flowers, they are dispirited and listless during the day but at night, they are blooming very beautifully and brilliantly, even emitting a multicolored light. So beautiful. What exactly is going on with this ancient garden? Xiao Yuemei floated in the sky, looking at the gorgeous earth, her beautiful eyes flickered with an intoxicated expression, she repeatedly praised. At night, all kinds of beautiful butterflies are flying here and there. There is also something that looks like a jellyfish, its transparent body is emitting a faint light as it floated in the air. Some butterflies are very big, they look like people and their wings are also shining. Xiao Yuemei pulled Qin Yan and flew through the forest. It is as if they have arrived at a multicolored sea of flowers forest. All kinds of strange flowers and plants are competing with each other in beauty. This ancient garden belongs to the night. Qin Yan said, this is truly a mystical world. Is it a world created by people or is it naturally formed? Of course it's the uncanny workmanship of nature. Xiao Yuemei said with smile, brother, let's continue on our way. Quickly contact Sister Bingxing. Qin Yan nodded, then flew through the sky with Xiao Yuemei towards the huge tree in the distance. After flying for 4 hours, they felt that the tree is getting closer and closer. And during the day, no matter how they fly, it is like they are flying in the same place, they are unable to shorten the distance. Why can we only get close at night and not during the day? Xiao Yuemei also sensed it. This might be related to space, at night, space is normal. During the day, there is a certain amount of space resistance, causing it to be very difficult for us to get close to the tree. Qin Yan said, this is only my speculation. It seems like the space laws here are really different. Not long after, they saw many white eagles flying all around in front of them. When Qin Yan saw those eagles, he immediately pulled Xiao Yuemei and landed in the forest. What's wrong? Xiao Yuemei asked. Divine Tree Palace Chapter 1584, Divine Tree Palace. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei are in the forest, following the guidance of the soul-chasing talisman. They want to find Bingxing and ask her about the situation here. Brother, do you think Sister Bingxing and the others will encounter any danger? Xiao Yuemei asked. I don't think so. The overall strength of the Guanhan Palace is still very strong. Qin Yan said, furthermore, they have made ample preparations in advance. They have all kinds of equipment, immortal talismans, and formations in their hands. They will be very safe. Xiao Yuemei walked in the forest and patted the glowing flowers and plants. The flowers and plants that she patted would release a burst of light mist. It is very fun. Along the way, Xiao Yuemei's hand did not stop at all. Whenever she saw something glowing, she would want to pat it. Qin Yan ran at the front and released his nether moon mental power to cover a large area. If there was any movement, he would be able to sense it immediately. The forest is very quiet. Only a slight breeze would occasionally blow, causing the flowers and leaves to rustle faintly. Other than some butterflies and small birds, there are no other beasts here. Qin Yan did not sense the aura of any powerful beasts. However, he could sense that from time to time, a large eagle would fly over the forest. Just as Qin Yan had guessed, those eagles were in charge of scouting. He suspected that those white eagles might have been sent by the giant tree that could support the heavens. Because they have already arrived at the territory of the giant tree, those eagles came over to scout. It seems like there are many disputes in this ancient garden. Qin Yan said, the power that controls that tree must be hostile to other powers, that's why they are so vigilant, right? Brother, can you sense the sun soul here? Xiao Yuemei asked. I can't sense it. Qin Yan shook his head. Yang is asleep and the situation of the 9-sun divine hammer is very unstable. I don't know how long it will take to sense the location of the sun soul. Xiao Yuemei smiled and said, even you can't sense it, it won't be easy for others to find it. Qin Yan nodded and said softly, Yuemei, on the way here, did you sense any soul bodies? Xiao Yuemei held a small mirror in her hand. Her small mirror can sense nearby soul bodies. It's all those big birds in the sky. There are no formidable spirit bodies nearby. Xiao Yuemei said. That's right, it's impossible for the young soul to be in such a place. Qin Yan said, although this place looks beautiful, it doesn't seem to have any resources. Even if there is, Xiao Yuemei said with smile, this is that big tree's territory. Although Qin Yan does not know much about this ancient garden, he is certain that there are many rich resources in this ancient garden. However, those resources must have been monopolized by some major forces. No matter what, now that we are here, we must fish something out. Xiao Yuemei shook the small mirror in her hand and said with smile. Suddenly, a spot of light appeared on her little mirror. She said in a low voice, brother, there is a powerful soul body approaching us, it seems like something very strong is coming, there are several of them. Qin Yan promptly pulled Xiao Yuemei, used mysterious penetration divine ability power and cooperated with tree totem immortal power to enter a large tree, completely concealing their aura. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei are inside the thick tree trunk. They can see the situation outside but the outside can't see the tree trunk. Not long after, several people ran over and stopped at the place where they just disappeared. These people are all young men. After they arrived, a large white eagle with a wingspan of several meters followed them. Ninth White Eagle said that there are 2 people here, a young white-clothed man said. Why did they suddenly disappear? Could it be that they discovered us? That's impossible. Our concealment ability is very strong. Even if they have very strong mental power, they won't be able to detect us. Qin Yan secretly agrees with this point. Because they were unable to sense these people just now, it can be seen that these people are very skilled in concealment. If not for Xiao Yuemei's small mirror, they wouldn't have been able to detect these people. Moreover, these people's speed is very fast. Xiao Yuemei only discovered them just now and then immediately rushed over. They should have discovered us and are hiding. A long-haired youth with face filled with cold arrogance looked all around and said with cold groan, the people who were here just now, quickly come out. As long as you don't have any other purpose, we won't harm you. You are trespassing on our divine tree palace's territory. If you don't come out, once we find you, you will be punished. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei discussed through sound transmission and decided to go out and chat with these people. They suddenly rushed out from a large tree. Those few youths sensed them but they didn't know that they were hiding inside the tree. They only saw them suddenly appear. We are from Immortal Desolate. Qin Yan directly explained his origin. We didn't know that this is Divine Tree Palace's territory. We only saw that mystical tree and flew over. Xiao Yuemei is standing behind Qin Yan, she is tightly holding her small mirror. She did not say anything, she only opened her eyes wide and looked at those Divine Tree Palace youths. Many people came from Immortal Desolate but they are all from major powers. Why are you not with them? A youth asked. I am Inscription Gate's sect master. Qin Yan said with smile. I am Inscription Gate's Grand Elder. Xiao Yuemei also shouted, my Inscription Gate is a very powerful sect. These few youths are only golden immortal, Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei are not afraid of them. Those few youths are startled and then burst into loud laughter. Captain Liang, did you hear? They don't seem to be as old as us, their cultivation is also not as high as ours. Yet one of them is sect master and the other little girl says that she is grand elder. Ha ha ha, this is too funny. Do they think we are idiots? Do we look so easy to fool? Are all the sects in Immortal desolate like this? That long-haired youth said with smile. He is Captain Liang Yupeng. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei's expression is indifferent because this is within their expectations. Although their inscription gates people are few, they are quite capable in Immortal Desolate. Because they can obtain many passage tokens and Inscription Divine Mountain can also swallow other Inscription Divine Mountain. Captain Liang, right? We want to pay a visit to your Divine Tree Palace, I wonder if it is possible? Xiao Yuemei asked. Ha ha ha, visit? Only you two? Liang Yupeng laughed loudly and said. Indeed, only us. Qin Yan indifferently said. Alright, follow us. Liang Yupeng said with smile, I can't guarantee whether or not you can go to Divine Tree Palace but I can guarantee that you can follow us to the Divine Tree and broaden your horizons. Xiao Yuemei and Qin Yan can see that these few youths don't have any evil intentions, they just don't have much experience. Many thanks everyone. Qin Yan cupped his hands and said with smile. In your Immortal Desolate, do you think that anyone can become a sect master? Liang Yupeng waved his hand and said. Indeed. Xiao Yuemei said with smile, as long as you have enough strength, you can establish your own sect. Liang Yupeng chuckled and said, so that's how it is, if it was in our immortal ancient garden, it would not be possible. To establish a sect here, you need permission, if you call yourself sect master, you will provoke a great deal of trouble. Let's go. Follow us. Liang Yupeng and others soared into the sky and flew above the forest. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei also followed behind them. Captain Liang, there should be 9 sun sects in the ancient garden, right? Qin Yan asked. Originally there were 8 but now there are only 3. Moreover, they are all huddling together. In this immortal ancient garden, the strongest sects are the 3 palaces and 6 sects. Our Divine Tree Palace is one of them, and then there are some small sects and families. Liang Yupeng also patiently explained. Xiao Yuemei asked, are the 9 sun sects among the 3 palaces and 6 sects? They are but they are not 3, rather they have merged into one called Sun and I sect. Liang Yupeng said. Qin Yan thought that the ancient garden has already been occupied by the 8-9 sun sects. He did not expect that the 8-9 sun sects would actually be in such dire straits. From this, he realized that there were many other powers that entered the ancient garden, not just the 8-9 sun sects. Captain Liang, why are you so vigilant? This place is still very far from the Divine Tree. Xiao Yuemei curiously asked, could it be that your Divine Tree Palace has very strong enemies? Little girl elder, you don't know but our Divine Tree Palace has many regenerative ores nearby, many thieves are eyeing them. In short, those big and small sects would come and steal our ores from time to time. Liang Yupeng said with smile. Xiao Yuemei doesn't like being addressed as little girl elder but she did not say anything. Regenerative ores? Qin Yan is somewhat amazed. When he was in Great Dragon Desolate Domain, he already knew that the instant space immortal iron can be regenerated. Indeed. They are all crystal ores, all kinds of crystals. Don't have any idea about those crystal ores, you will die. Liang Yupeng solemnly warned. Got it. Xiao Yuemei curled her lips and said. She truly has that kind of idea. Petty theft and such is what she likes to do the most. Qin Yan now understands why Divine Tree Palace sent out so many big white eagles. Moreover, their reaction is very fast. Not long after they entered this area, they were discovered. While flying, the large sword on Liang Yupeng's back suddenly flew out of its sheath and floated in the air. The other few youths' expression also suddenly changed, they all unsheathed their swords one after another. What's wrong? Qin Yan asked. There are enemies nearby. Liang Yupeng said with frown, or thieves. Let's go, we will kill them, a youth shouted. Liang Yupeng immediately flew towards a certain direction. His speed is very fast, those few team members are unable to keep up. After all, he is the captain, he is very strong in all aspects. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei are also following behind, they want to see the strength of Divine Tree Palace disciples. Brother, their strength is very good, Xiao Yuemei said in low voice. Other entrances Chapter 1585, Other entrances Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei followed behind and discovered that there is a very small mountain below the forest in front of them. This mountain is covered by dense trees, it can only be seen when approaching. After entering the dense forest, they can clearly see the situation of this small mountain. This small mountain is completely bare, there are many gray stones on its surface. If one looks carefully, they can see that these gray stones are flickering with sparkling and translucent light. It is an ore mine. Ling Yuner said, those silver light should be crystal particles, could it be an ore mine of sacred Xian silver crystals? Very likely. Qin Yan is secretly amazed. If this ore mine is refined, it will surely produce a large amount of sacred Xian silver crystals. Before he blindly guessed that there are many sacred Xian silver crystals and instant space immortal iron here. Now it seems like there are truly many resources here. Liang Yupeng led his team and flew to the top of the hill. Then, he looked around. Near the hill, there were many small red flowers, and on the large patch of flowers, there were many little glowing butterflies flying back and forth. Suddenly, those butterflies flew towards a tree. Over there! Liang Yupeng yelled. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei are now on top of a large tree, looking at the situation below. They now understand that those butterflies are Divine Tree Palace's spies. Butterflies are flying towards that tree, it means that there are people hiding in the vicinity of that tree. After Liang Yupeng rushed over, the tree suddenly exploded. Rumble, with a loud explosion, the tree's trunk shattered. The energy wave rushed out and killed all the glowing flowers and plants in the vicinity. What caused Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei to be amazed is that those butterflies just floated around along with the energy wave, they were not killed. It can be seen that these butterflies are special species, they are not that easy to kill. Liang Yupeng rushed over and was forced back by the explosion's energy wave. After the tree was destroyed, a figure jumped out from inside. That person very nimbly jumped into the tree, he wanted to escape but Divine Tree Palace's disciples are not to be trifled with. They immediately chased after him and sent flying swords stabbing towards him. Xiao xiao xiao, the flying sword stabbed forward with sharp whistling sound, it looks like several light beams shot out. The thief suddenly waved his hand and cast out a black net, trapping the flying swords in it. At the same time, more than 10 men in black suddenly appeared on the surrounding trees, holding black bows and arrows in their hands. Liang Yupeng and the others were surrounded, and only Liang Yupeng had a weapon. Be careful! Liang Yupeng anxiously shouted, then rushed towards those few team members. The arrows suddenly shot out. Although there were only a dozen or so black-clothed people holding bows and arrows, they shot out many arrows. A large number of black arrows densely covered the sky. After Liang Yupeng went over, he brandished the great sword in his hand and released powerful golden immortal power with the others to form a barrier to defend against the terrifying rain of arrows. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei can now see that these bandits are very professional and well prepared. They have already anticipated that they would deal with this small team. That was a mine of profound Saint Silver crystals, enough for those bandits to pay such a huge price. Which sect are you from? Liang Yupeng asked angrily, the equipment in your hands is so refined, it's definitely not from an ordinary sect. Those black-clothed people did not say a word and continued shooting crazily. The earth suddenly trembled, the ground beside the small mountain suddenly split open and a crocodile head the size of a house popped out. This is a huge crocodile, it drilled out from the ground, opened its mouth and began gnawing on the profound Saint Silver crystal mine. Brother, attack! Xiao Yuemei said in low voice. Qin Yan nodded, took out his 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon and shot a cannon arrow at the crocodile's head. Although the crocodile has very tough and thick armor, Qin Yan's cannon arrow has been mixed with a great amount of Saint Tier materials and a small amount of divine iron powder. It is also carved with arrow totems, it has absorbed formidable golden immortal power and has very strong penetrating power. The cannon arrow is like a golden light, it is very dazzling in the dusky forest and pierced through the crocodile's head. The cannon arrow contains formidable mental power, after piercing through the crocodile's head, the mental power burst out and attacked the crocodile, causing it to let out a burst of roar and spit out all the ores it just ate. Liang Yuping and others are extremely startled. They did not expect that this puny sect master would have such good equipment. Who? A black-cloaked person shouted in alarm. They don't know that Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei are in the vicinity. That black-cloaked person is the one who took away the flying swords. Qin Yan's eyes flickered. He used light transformation sacred pupil and rushed towards that black-cloaked person. He fiercely chopped down with his ninth heaven mysterious king saber. And Xiao Yuemei is now secretly dealing with other black-cloaked people. In just a short while, she stabbed one to death with her short sword. Those who came to steal ores are all second or third level golden immortal. Although Qin Yan is only first level golden immortal, his immortal power is very fierce and tyrannical, especially when released through the heavenly Tao's fierce power. It can increase even more. Boom! Qin Yan's saber chopped down. The black-cloaked person did not have enough time to dodge. He could only release an immortal power barrier, but it was chopped apart by the saber. The black-cloaked person was jolted back and leaned against a large tree. Qin Yan closely chased after him, unleashed the heavenly Tao's fierce power with all his strength and unleashed 6-style Wind Slayer. In a split second, wind and clouds surged in the forest, lightning flashed and thunder rolled. One saber power after another is like raging waves and stormy seas, fierce and tyrannical. The saber wind is like swallowing mountains and rivers. The saber power is like riding the wind and breaking the waves. This kind of imposing manner is like it can cut the heavens and break the rivers. 6 consecutive saber slashes, without any sloppiness, each slash is filled with boundless ferocity. This kind of mental pressure causes people to feel fear. That black-cloaked person only managed to block 3 slashes before his saber was chopped apart. His body was chopped off by the last 3 slashes, one of his arms was chopped off, his body was also chopped into several pieces. And the rain of arrows are all shooting towards Qin Yan, but it didn't last long before it was cut off. Because Xiao Yuemei has already killed several black-cloaked people who shot the arrows. Liang Yuping and others also attacked one after another, furiously pouncing towards those black-cloaked people. After their flying swords broke free from the net, they can control them again. Under their control, the flying swords rapidly stabbed and killed several black-cloaked people in a short while. Now Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei stopped attacking. They are standing on the trunk of a large tree and looking at the Divine Tree Palace disciples killing the remaining black-cloaked people. Liang Yuping is very apprehensive while fighting. He is very clear about the critical situation just now. If Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei did not take action, they would have been finished. Earlier they laughed at Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei for calling themselves Sect Master and Grand Elder, but now they don't think so anymore. Especially Qin Yan's 6-style Wind Slayer. It looks like a very ordinary saber technique. Its ability to excavate immortal power is not outstanding, but it is still very strong. From this, it can be seen that Qin Yan's foundation in all aspects is very good. The battle ended very quickly. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei slowly landed on the ground. Many thanks for your help. Liang Yuping promptly said to Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei. His eyes are filled with gratitude. Soon after, other young men walked over and thanked Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei. Moreover, they repeatedly praised their formidable strength. They even felt that Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei could easily kill them. If Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei were those kind of heinous and unforgivable people, they would have already taken action and seized the sacred mysterious silver crystal or mine. But they did not do so because they know that this Divine Tree Palace is very good. Moreover, it even took in Bingxing and the others. No need to be polite. Qin Yan faintly smiled and said, "You should be more careful in the future. Investigate the situation clearly and then take action. There were so many people just now, it was very dangerous. We will definitely be more careful in the future." Liang Yuping looked at the messy ground and said, "I really did not expect that they would use so much power this time. Their losses are not small. That giant crocodile has already been killed. There are many fragments on the ground, all of them are sacred mysterious silver crystal ore. Ores need to be refined, and the amount of sacred mysterious silver crystal produced after refining is not much." The battle here attracted the attention of the nearby teams. Not long after, they arrived. Liang Yuping left this place to those teams to deal with. Then he brought Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei towards the Divine Tree. Now, only Liang Yupeng is bringing Qin Yun and Xiao Yuemei towards the divine tree. The other team members are busy cleaning up the ore mine. Why is there no one guarding such a big ore mine? Xiao Yuemei very curiously asked. That ore mine is not big, it is rather small. We don't plan to dig it, we want to wait for it to grow a bit bigger and the quality of the sacred mysterious silver crystal to increase, then we will start mining. There are many such small ore mines near our territory. If we set up formations to protect them, our inscription masters will be very busy. Liang Yupeng said. Qin Yun is secretly startled, the resources inside this ancient garden are very rich, there are actually many ore mines here. Liang Yupeng said again, those sacred mysterious silver crystals are not for us to absorb, they are for the divine tree to absorb. After the divine tree absorbs the energy inside, it will bear fruits, we will eat the fruits and become stronger. Qin Yun asked, Captain Liang, what is your position in the divine tree palace? It can only be considered average. Liang Yupeng said, in this ancient garden, although cultivation is restricted to heavenly immortal realm, it is still possible to break through unceasingly. Heavenly immortal is above golden immortal, Liang Yupeng is only second-level golden immortal, his position can be imagined. Although you are the sect master and elder of a sect in Immortal Desolate, you are only golden immortal, it is not enough for you to be valued by the divine tree palace. Liang Yupeng said again. It doesn't matter, just take us to the divine tree. Qin Yun said. He and Xiao Yuemei only want to see Bing Xing. No problem, you are my benefactors, although the divine tree palace will not entertain you, I will. Liang Yupeng said with smile, there are many people gathered under the divine tree, there are several cities. If you go there, you will be able to quickly understand the situation of the ancient garden. Xiao Yuemei curiously asked, why are there so many people in the ancient garden? Could it be that people have been entering the ancient garden for so many years? Liang Yupeng said, originally, only people from Immortal Desolate could enter the ancient garden but then more and more passages appeared, a total of more than 10 of those broken bridges appeared. Apart from people from Immortal Desolate, there are also people from other spaces who can enter. Over time, more and more people came. How can this be? Qin Yun is very surprised. Chapter 1586, Divine Tree Star City. Qin Yun feels more and more that this Immortal Desolate ancient garden is not simple, it is actually connected to other spatial worlds. Why is it like this? Doesn't ancient garden belong to the Nine Sun world? Why are there people from other worlds coming here? Qin Yun asked. I don't know about that, there are several spatial worlds that can be connected to each other. Liang Yupeng said, don't worry about these things, since you people from Immortal Desolate came here, you should properly adapt to the situation here and then bring back as many resources as possible. Qin Yun doesn't lack instant space immortal iron, he only lacks sacred Xian silver crystals. Since there are so many sacred Xian silver crystals in the ancient garden, he is very concerned about them. Captain Liang, how many cities are there under the divine tree? Did your divine tree palace receive a group of people from Immortal Desolate before? Xiao Yuemei asked. Liang Yupeng nodded and said, Divine Tree Palace indeed received a group of people from Immortal Desolate, I heard they are from Guanghan Palace. I don't know the specifics, I am just a small team captain patrolling outside, I don't know anything about the upper echelons of Divine Tree Palace. Xiao Yuemei and Qin Yun are heading to Divine Tree to meet up with Bing Xing, but now they are met with great resistance. Captain Liang, do you have any way to let us enter Divine Tree Palace? Xiao Yuemei asked. Divine Tree Palace? It is very difficult to enter. Disciples like us fight to the death to enter the Divine Tree. Do you know how difficult it is? Liang Yupeng said. He said before that his position is very ordinary, he belongs to the outer circle of disciples. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to patrol outside all day. Xiao Yuemei lightly sighed and asked, then how can we enter Divine Tree? Liang Yupeng looked at the incomparably huge sky-supporting tree and said, there are 5 cities under the Divine Tree, from 1-star city to 5-star city. The root of the Divine Tree is in that 5-star city. Then are we going to that 5-star city now? Qin Yun asked. Of course not, you and I can only enter 1-star, 2-star and 3-star cities. You need to meet certain requirements to enter 4-star and 5-star cities. Liang Yupeng shook his head and said, some of the descendants of the Divine Tree Palace's elders can't even step into Five-Star City because they can't reach the standard. Thus, they've become a laughingstock and are mocked by others. So strict. Qin Yan thought that as long as one has a certain amount of wealth, they could enter the city. It's that strict. Liang Yupeng said, only by entering a five-star city can one become a core disciple of the Divine Tree Palace. What about the people from the Immortal Desolate? They were invited to Divine Tree Palace, where are they now? Xiao Yuemei asked. I heard that they boarded a large ship and flew directly to the top of the Divine Tree. This is a special treatment. Liang Yupeng pointed ahead and said, Five-Star City is very big. There aren't many people inside, but only those with status in the ancient gardens can enter. People from other sects can also enter the Divine Tree Palace's five-star city? Qin Yan thought that only with the Divine Tree Palace's permission could one enter the city. There are quite a few five-star cities in ancient gardens, and a few powerful sects have built them. The outstanding disciples of the various sects or those who have obtained the qualifications to enter the city can all enter those five-star cities. Liang Yupeng said. How can I obtain the qualifications? Xiao Yuemei suddenly felt that it will be very difficult to find Bing Xing and others, unless they leave the Divine Tree. Obtain contribution points. That is to help the Divine Tree Palace do all kinds of things, then accumulate contribution points. When they reach a certain amount, they can obtain the qualifications to enter a four-star city, then help the Divine Tree Palace do even more difficult things in the four-star city and continue to accumulate contribution points. Finally, they can obtain the qualifications to enter a five-star city. Liang Yupeng said, I lead a team to patrol outside to earn contribution points. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei looked at each other and said, so troublesome. They are people who don't follow the rules very much, so now they only have one thought, that is to think of a way to sneak into a five-star city. Liang Yupeng said, to enter the five-star cities of other sects, it is the same, you have to do all kinds of trivial things for them. Qin Yan asked, what are the benefits of entering a five-star city? Is it worth it? Of course it's worth it. The five-star cities under the Divine Tree are connected to the roots of the tree. The roots are very mystical, they can produce some special spring water or flame, they are very good for refining pills and tools. Liang Yupeng said, in short, by relying on the Divine Tree in a five-star city, one can obtain all kinds of conveniences, cultivation can advance by leaps and bounds, especially for us golden immortals. Hearing this, Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei became even more curious. Furthermore, when the Divine Tree blooms, many petals will fall, those are also very useful things. Not to mention divine fruits and such. Liang Yupeng said again. Xiao Yuemei suddenly felt that there might be many delicious things inside the five-star city. Her beautiful eyes flickered with light and she licked her lips. At night, the night scenery around the Divine Tree is very beautiful and gorgeous. Qin Yan learned from Liang Yupeng that the reason why the ancient garden is like this at night is mainly because of the golden moon in the sky. Liang Yupeng doesn't know much about the golden moon, he only knows that it appeared a long time ago. Liang Yupeng also said that once the 9 suns fall, as long as the golden moon is still there, the ancient garden will operate normally and will not be affected at all. Qin Yan originally thought that the ancient garden is only a place to preserve Sun's soul, but now it seems that it is not that simple. Living beings from many spatial worlds can enter this place and there is also a mysterious golden moon. Not long after, Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei followed Liang Yupeng to the Divine Tree one-star city. This one-star city doesn't have any great city protection formation or city walls, anyone can enter as they please. Therefore, this kind of one-star city is filled with crooks and honest folk. Spies from various large sects and all kinds of villains are gathered here. Apart from this, there are also some bullies and gangs. There is no flight restriction in the sky above the city, people can fly as they please. All kinds of large and small flying tools can be seen flying around in the sky in a disorderly manner. There are also many collisions that lead to disputes. After all, this is a big city under the Divine Tree. If a big fight broke out here, the consequences would be very serious. Generally, it would only be a big quarrel or a small fight. If a city extermination battle broke out, both sides involved in the battle would be hunted down by the Divine Tree Palace. On the way, Liang Yupeng told Qin Yun and Xiao Yuemei all kinds of things they need to pay attention to. Xiao Yuemei is somewhat disappointed in her heart. She originally thought that Liang Yupeng would be able to bring them to the bottom of the divine tree. Although they are now under the divine tree, there is still some distance between them and the divine tree. They are now very close to the divine tree. Qin Yun is also disappointed, but he wants to go to the vicinity of the divine tree even more. The divine tree is incomparably sacred, ordinary people cannot approach it. If they approach it, they will be mercilessly killed by the divine tree palace's people. Liang Yupeng warned Qin Yun and Xiao Yuemei not to approach the divine tree casually or they will die without knowing why. Qin Yun and Xiao Yuemei have arrived at this strange place. They don't dare to act recklessly before they understand the situation. They are now at Liang Yupeng's residence. It is located in the southeast region of the one-star city. It is very quiet and not very chaotic. It is the 8th floor of a building. There are many rooms and a spacious hall inside. In ancient times gardens, people use sacred mysterious silver crystal coins to trade. Liang Yupeng took out a crystal coin and said, "This is also called silver crystal coin." Qin Yun took it and said in amazement, "One crystal coin weighs 1 jin." Sacred mysterious silver crystal is very heavy, but Qin Yun did not expect that the crystal coin would weigh 1 jin. He has several thousand jin of sacred mysterious silver crystal in his hand, that is only 5,000 crystal coins. In Immortal Desolate, this is a great amount of wealth. The main reason is because sacred mysterious silver crystal is very rare in Immortal Desolate. Moreover, the main purpose of trade is to trade other things. Qin Yun carefully looked at the sacred mysterious silver crystal again and discovered that there are special runes on it. He asked, "Can't we refine sacred mysterious silver crystal coins ourselves?" "Of course not, only sects with 5-star cities can refine them." Liang Yupeng said, "Sacred mysterious silver crystal has saint power inside. After refining it into crystal coins, we must seal the saint power so that people don't use it for cultivation or other things. This will lead to a shortage of crystal coins." Qin Yun feels that it will not be difficult for him to refine these crystal coins. Xiao Yuemei asked, "Captain Liang, we have sacred mysterious silver crystal, how do we exchange them for crystal coins?" "Go to a bank and exchange them. 5 jin of sacred mysterious silver crystal for 1 silver crystal coin." Liang Yupeng said. "So shady." Qin Yun curled his lips and said, "There is no way around it. Without silver crystal coins, you won't be able to survive in an ancient garden." Liang Yupeng said with smile, "Of course you can also exchange in private, 2 jin for 1 silver crystal coin. But by all means, don't get caught because there is a rule that you can only exchange in a bank." Qin Yun took out 50 jin of sacred mysterious silver crystal and said, "Can I exchange them for 50 silver crystal coins?" "No, I don't want sacred mysterious silver crystal, I also don't dare to act recklessly. If you want, I can give you some." Liang Yupeng said. He ran into a room and took out a small box from inside. It was filled with shiny silver crystal coins. Qin Yun is secretly startled when he saw the silver crystal coins. Because each one of them weighs 10 jin. This silver crystal coin is equivalent to 10 silver crystal coins. Liang Yupeng said again. There is indeed a 10 character carved on it. So many things, aren't they heavy? Xiao Yuemei curled her lips and said, "So troublesome." Qin Yun put them away and said, "Many thanks, Captain Liang." "You are welcome, I will be patrolling, you can stay here temporarily." Liang Yupeng said. "Remember my words, don't act recklessly." Before Liang Yupeng left, he warned them again and again, then left feeling relieved. Xiao Yuemei arrived beside Qin Yun and said with smile, "Brother, we are from Inscription Gate, it should be very easy to refine these silver crystal coins, right?" "Not easy." Qin Yun shook his head and said, "The refining technique is very brilliant, moreover there are special marks on them, it will be very difficult to imitate." Xiao Yuemei said with sigh, "Then won't we have to dig up sacred mysterious silver crystals to exchange for silver crystal coins? Our cultivation is very low here, it will be very difficult to go to 5-star city." Chapter 1587, War Immortal Academy. Xiao Yuemei looked at the box of silver crystal coins, puffed up her cheeks and said, "Brother, I want to go out and have some fun. This is not too good, right? We don't know much about this place." Qin lightly patted her cheeks and said with smile. This is my plan. You stay here and think of a way to make a fortune. I will go outside and see if there is any way to sneak in. Xiao Yuemei arrived behind Qin, leaned on his back and said with smile, Brother, just let me go. I am not a child anymore. All right. Qin can only agree. He laughed, then pinched Xiao Yuemei's cheeks and warned, Then you must be careful. I know, there are not many people who can deal with me. Xiao Yuemei said with smile. You can take these silver crystal coins. Qin said. How can I do that? Xiao Yuemei said. Then let's split it in half. Qin said. There are a total of 60 silver crystal coins in the box. Each one is worth 10, it is equivalent to 600. Qin and Xiao Yuemei each have 30. Brother, you don't need to look for me, I will go look for you. You must quickly think of a way to make a fortune in the Divine Tree City. Wait for my good news. Xiao Yuemei said with smile. Qin kissed her forehead and said with smile, Be careful on the way, I will wait for your good news. Xiao Yuemei very happily skipped and ran out. She has not acted alone for a very long time. Before, she often came and went alone. Ling Yin'er said with smile, Xiao Yun, don't worry about this little girl. She has mastered a very high level of swindling technique. Anyone who meets her and doesn't fall into her trap is already very lucky. Qin shook his head with smile, then sat down and continued studying the silver crystal coins. Is it really impossible to make a copy? Ling Yin'er asked. It is very difficult. Silver crystal coins have a unique mental wave, it is very easy to detect its authenticity. Qin said, Even if I make a copy, it is meaningless because these coins need sacred Xian silver crystals to be refined. I don't have many sacred Xian silver crystals on hand. There is sacred power inside the silver crystal coins, they have been sealed. Can you undo the seal? Ling Yin'er asked. That is not a problem. Maybe I can collect a large amount of silver crystal coins and use them as sacred Xian silver crystals. Qin said with smile. How can there be so many of these things in this ancient garden? Ling Yin'er is very puzzled. Logically speaking, the ancient era's garden and the immortal desolate are on the same level of space, or even inferior to the immortal desolate. Qin also found it odd as he said with a frown, Could it be because of that golden moon? Ling Yin said with smile, Xian silver crystal coins. If you want to go to the moon, I think you have to ask Sister Kiru. She is the moon god. Yun, Ling, spirit Xian moon, Tian don't worry. Shui Tian spirit, moon Tian Xian Yin Xiao Yu Dan. Yu Xiao Yu, Ling Yu Yun, Long Yu Shui and Yin. Ling Yuner chuckled and said, What you should be worried about is whether or not they will bully Sister Kiru, especially Yu Xiaoling and Yu Lan, they are very bad. If they want to bully Sister Kiru, especially Yu Xiaoling and Yu Lan, they are very bad. Qin curled his lips and said. Yuner, you also have the potential to be a female rogue. You little rogue fairy, always trying to lead me astray. Humph. I am only helping you, you truly don't know how to appreciate my good intentions. Ling Yin'er said with slight anger. Qin took out a beast skin and floating cloud divine needle. He wants to test the spatial runes that Space God gave him. According to Space God, there are other spatial laws in this ancient garden. He needs to use sun space runes to activate spatial magic tools. Captain Liang and the others' weapons are all on their backs. Furthermore, when they took out these silver crystal coins, they took them out from bags or boxes. It can be seen that they don't have any spatial storage magic tools. Qin carved the sun space runes on the beast skin. Ling Yin'er said with smile, If you can make a large amount of spatial storage magic tools, you will surely obtain a very high position. At that time I will be able to fish up a fortune. Qin chuckled and said, As long as I have enough wealth, searching for Sun Soul will become simple. After practicing for half a day, Qin discovered that the sun space runes are rather difficult. In fact, it can also be considered a type of sun rune. There are several kinds of runes given to him by Space God. He doesn't know what they are used for, so he needs to try them out. They are all sun runes. Qin sighed and said, From the looks of it, they might even be Saint Tier runes. It was not easy for him to carve the simplest kind. He let Momo come out. Momo came out to take a look and said, "Big brother, these runes are indeed Saint-tier runes. No wonder it is so difficult." Qin said with smile, "Momo, do you think there is anything special about these runes? They are all sun runes." Momo said again, "Big brother, these runes are very powerful. They should be able to release very strong spatial power." Qin is secretly excited. He placed Momo back into the 9-sun divine soul and told her to pay attention to Yang Yang's movements. Once Yang Yang wakes up, she will immediately inform him. He put away the beast skin and was about to rest when he heard movement outside. He quickly walked out. Liang Yupeng returned. "Brother Qin, where is your little sister?" Liang Yupeng asked. "She said she wanted to take a walk." Qin said with smile, "Are you done?" "That's right, it's daybreak, I can rest now." Liang Yupeng sat down and said, "That group of bandits is a rather large gang. They also suffered heavy losses this time." Qin asked, "Captain Liang, do you have any spatial storage magic tools here?" Liang Yupeng shook his head and said, "We don't, only those big shots have them. In short, they are very extravagant things, small fries like us can't afford to use them." He looked at Qin and asked in low voice, "Brother Qin, you seem to have this kind of thing, right?" "As far as I know, immortal desolate storage magic tools can't be used here, but yours can be used." "Truly awesome." Liang Yupeng saw Qin take out the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion Cannon and Floating Cloud Rod. "I do." Qin nodded. Liang Yupeng did not ask how he got them. He knows that Qin is very capable and he is also the sect master of the inscription gate. Even in ancient gardens, the status of an inscription master is very high. "Brother Qin, as the sect master of the inscription gate, your level of inscription must be very high, right?" Liang Yupeng asked again. "Not bad, I'm from the inscription profound sect." Qin said. "Amazing!" Liang Yupeng exclaimed. Liang Yupeng was handsome and had long straight hair. He felt that he was about the same age as Qin, but Qin's strength was stronger than his. Furthermore, he was from the inscription profound sect. This immediately dealt him a heavy blow. "Captain Liang, have you heard of the Sun Soul?" Qin asked. "I've heard of it. Most of you entered the ancient gardens for the Sun Soul." Liang Yupeng said with a smile, "Not only you, we are the same. We have been searching for the Sun Soul." "It's been so many years and you still haven't found it?" Qin was somewhat alarmed. "I don't know. Even if we find it, no one knows who has it. In short, we are all randomly searching." Liang Yupeng shook his head. Qin stood up and walked to the window. Looking outside, he could see the towering tree in the distance. He looked at the tree and asked, "Can the Sun Soul really not be found?" There are many legends. Some people say that the Sun Soul has been split into pieces and is in the hands of the leaders of the various sections. Some people also say that the Sun Soul is hidden inside the Golden Moon and no one can go to the Golden Moon. Liang Yupeng poured a cup of tea and said, "There are also people who say that the Sun Soul has turned into a person and no one can find him." When Qin heard these legends, he was secretly amazed. Then, he returned to his seat and drank his tea. Just as they were drinking tea, someone suddenly knocked on the door. Liang Yupeng walked over to open the door. It was an old granny. "Granny Liang, what's the matter?" Liang Yupeng hurriedly opened the door wider and said, "Please come in." Granny Liang was very tall and wore blue clothes. She said with a cold voice, "I won't be going in. Our Liang family needs someone trustworthy to accompany Qin to the War Immortal Academy." "Someone trustworthy? Is there a cultivation requirement?" Liang Yupeng asked. "No, I just want company." "Are you willing to go? If you are not willing, then find someone to replace you." "That's it, give me an answer tomorrow." Granny Liang finished speaking and left. Liang Yupeng closed the door and sat down with a bitter expression. He said, "That girl Liang Qin actually passed the War Immortal Academy's assessment. This is too shocking. Moreover, she wants me to accompany her to the War Immortal Academy. Isn't this deliberately provoking me? I can't go." why can't I go? Qin Yan said with a smile, is Liang Qin your little sister? She is my cousin, third layer golden immortal realm, but she is stronger than me. Liang Yupeng shook his head and laughed self-deprecatingly. Those who can enter the War Immortal Academy have great potential. I tried several times but failed. Then I was blacklisted by the War Immortal Academy and they didn't let me take the test. What are the benefits of going to the War Immortal Academy? Liang Yupeng said with yearning, the benefits are great. You can have the opportunity to become a core disciple of the Divine Tree Palace. In short, the War Immortal Academy is used to select outstanding core disciples. She wants you to accompany her to give you a chance to come into contact with the War Immortal Academy. This is a good thing. Qin Yan said with a smile. I know she is doing this for my own good, but I am thin-skinned. If I go with her, I will definitely be laughed at by many people. You should know that there are many people in the War Immortal Academy who know me. They all passed the test, but I can't. I can only enter through this kind of method. I will definitely be laughed at by them. Liang Yupeng shook his head. You would rather die than suffer. Qin Yan chuckled and said. Brother Qin, if you are interested, then help me take this job. I trust you, you are my savior. Liang Yupeng said with a smile, the reward is not bad. And with your ability, you will definitely make my cousin very satisfied. 1588 Chapter 1588 Queen Liang. During the day, the city is very quiet. The people here rest during the day and only become lively at night. Qin Yan also returned to his room to rest. The sky darkened, and the streets outside began to bustle with noise and excitement. After washing up, Qin Yan changed into a set of rough black beast skin clothes and walked out of his room. Outside, Qin Yan saw Grandma Liang and Liang Yupeng sitting in the living room. Grandma Liang, this is Brother Qin. You can call him Little Qin. Liang Yupeng said with smile, he saved my life before, he is trustworthy. I also heard that your team was almost exterminated. Luckily someone intervened. Grandma Liang's ice-cold old eyes examined Qin Yan and then nodded, your appearance is not bad, Qin should be satisfied. Hello Grandma Liang. Qin Yan said with smile. 20 silver coins a day, how about it? Grandma Liang asked. All right. Qin Yan feels that this is a lot, after all, it is equivalent to 20 gene of sacred mysterious silver crystals. Follow me. Grandma Liang said, War Immortal Academy is in 2-Star City, you must accompany Qin there. Qin Yan nodded and said, all right. Liang Yupeng said to Qin Yan, Brother Qin, I wish you good luck. Qin Yan followed Grandma Liang out of the building and flew towards the Liang family. He learned that Liang Yupeng's Liang family is quite powerful in this 1-Star City. Of course, it is not the case in 2-Star City. Qin Yan followed Grandma Liang and arrived at the Liang family's villa. It is located at the center of 1-Star City and occupies a large area. He followed Grandma Liang and directly flew to the Liang family and landed in a small courtyard. In the small courtyard, there is a 10-meter-long flying ship filled with all kinds of big and small boxes. At the entrance of the cabin, there is a cold woman wearing a red dress with a long braid. The woman crossed her arms in front of her chest, her cold and beautiful face is filled with hidden bitterness. She said in low voice, that brat Liang Yupeng actually refused to go with me. I gave him a chance to sneak into the War Immortal Academy but he didn't appreciate it. He is thin-skinned. Grandma Liang said. Qin Yan also saw Liang Qin, she is a very good beautiful woman. Liang Qin looked at Qin Yan and sighed gently. She said, Granny Liang, give him some silver crystal coins and let him go. If that bastard Liang Yupeng doesn't come, it's meaningless. Qin he's Liang Yupeng's friend. His strength is not bad. You can bring a helper to the War Immortal Academy, and it will be more convenient for him to help you deal with all kinds of things. Moreover, you will only give him 20 silver coins a day. Grandma Liang said. All right. Liang Qin sighed lightly, then smiled at Qin Yan and said, Dear brother, seeing that you are not bad-looking, I will bring you to the War Immortal Academy. Quickly board the ship. Just call me Xiao Qin. Qin Yan said with smile and walked up. Little Qin, call me Queen Liang. Liang Qin said. Yes, Queen Liang. Qin Yan nodded and walked into the cabin. There was a small hall in the cabin. The small hall was filled with things, all of which were Liang Qin's bags of various sizes. Let's set sail. Liang Qin controlled the boat to float slowly. This boat is loaded with a lot of things, so it is very heavy and its speed is relatively slow. Liang Qin controlled the flying boat to fly to Two-Star City, then sat down and crossed her legs. She sat opposite Qin Yun, looked at Qin Yun's eyes and said with smile, "Little Qin, have you seen many beauties before?" N. Qin Yun nodded. "No wonder when you looked at me, it was as if you were looking at an ordinary person." Liang Qin said with slight anger, "You have seen many beauties, don't you think I am very ordinary?" "Queen Liang, you are very beautiful." Qin Yun said with smile. "How beautiful? Among the beauties you have seen, what level are you?" Liang Qin is very interested, she squinted her eyes and smiled charmingly. "First rate." Qin Yun said with smile, "You are the same as the beauties I have seen, you are all first rate." After Liang Qin heard this, she very happily and tenderly laughed. Then she took out 2 silver coins and handed them to Qin Yun. She said with smile, "This is for you." "Thank you." Qin Yun took it and said, "Little Qin, you are only at the first level of the Golden Immortal stage. If you follow me to the War Immortal Academy, you will learn a lot. Don't worry, even if you follow me in, I guarantee that no one will bully you. If anyone dares to bully my, Queen Liang's, people, I will definitely take care of him." Liang Qin suddenly said very boldly. This seemingly gentle, charming and somewhat cold and arrogant woman is actually so forthright, causing Qin Yun to admire her very much. Qin Yun also understood a bit about Two-Star City. Two-Star City is not as chaotic as One-Star City. You can't fly in the sky. Moreover, there are city walls but there is no city protection formation. There are only people patrolling in the sky. In the city, there are some powerful people who can be quite tyrannical and do whatever they want. This mainly depends on strength. After half a day, Liang Qin's boat arrived outside the city. She complained, "This Two-Star City is also a broken city. Why can't we fly? We can only crawl on the ground, it's so slow." Liang Qin sat in the cabin and controlled her wooden boat to slowly pass through the city gate. She even paid 50 silver coins as entrance fee. "Queen Liang, what are the chests on the boat?" Qin Yun is somewhat curious because there are many chests piled up on the deck outside. They are all silver crystal coins, entrance fee of War Immortal Academy. Liang Qin leaned back on the chair, her long legs placed on the table, she curled her lips and said, "War Immortal Academy is so shady, it costs 20,000 silver crystal coins a year." Qin Yun is dumbfounded. 20,000 silver crystal coins is 20,000 genes of sacred mysterious silver crystals. It was not easy for him to squeeze out several thousand genes from the hands of the big powers in the Immortal Desolate. But in the Immortal Desolate, it is completely worthless. Qin Yun suddenly felt that this ancient garden must have very strong sacred power, otherwise it would be impossible for there to be so many sacred mysterious silver crystals. "Xiao Qin, how can you see so many beauties? Tell elder sister honestly, did you become their boy toy?" Liang Qin suddenly laughed mischievously and said, "You look very honest, your eyes are not randomly glancing at other people's bodies, your eyes are very clear and you look very good. There are not many good-looking honest people like you. It makes people suspect that you were trained." Qin Yun shook his head and laughed, he only felt that he has fallen into the hands of a female rogue. "I am just lucky." Qin Yun said with smile, "Aren't I just lucky to meet a beauty like Queen Liang?" "That's right, you brat, your mouth is quite sweet." Liang Qin giggled and said, "I really want to take you in as a boy toy, ha ha ha." Qin Yun speechlessly laughed, this Queen Liang is truly very open. Liang Qin is now wholeheartedly controlling her ship to fly towards War Immortal Academy. Advancing in the city is very slow because it is very crowded. Now there are many large and small ships traveling on the main road. Many people are complaining that they can't fly and they have to carry a lot of things. Qin Yun observed for a while and realized that it is not that they can't fly above the Two-Star City, they need a flight order. That is a very expensive thing, it requires a lot of silver crystal coins to buy. This is one of the methods to earn silver crystal coins in Two-Star City. Along the way, because of the congestion, Liang Qin cursed non-stop. They spent an entire day to reach War Immortal Academy's gate. What made her most angry is that they still can't enter War Immortal Academy. Fortunately, War Immortal Academy's gate is the place to pay fees. Liang Qin was able to hand over the silver crystal coins in the chests. And that ship can only be docked in one place. Moreover, you have to pay the docking fee and so on. If you randomly park here, you will be punished. If you don't accept the punishment, your ship will be detained. Liang Qin has many large and small bags, all of them are her clothes. Qin Yan is now helping her carry a lot of clothes. He didn't reveal his storage magic tool because he is worried that he will be targeted and cause a lot of trouble. Before entering the city, Liang Qin's mood was extremely good. But not long after entering the city, she started cursing non-stop. Liang Qin brought Qin Yan and followed the receptionist to her residence. It is a 3-story small building. After entering, she became even angrier. Because this small building is very dirty, very messy, and also very dilapidated. This old lady is so angry. What kind of bullshit War Immortal Academy is this? It is really tormenting people. How can a student's residence be such a dilapidated place? Liang Qin stomped her feet in anger. She really wanted to smash this small building with a palm strike. Queen Liang, let me tidy up. You rest at the side. Qin Yan said. Let's do it together. Liang Qin took a few deep breaths and said, Little Qin, you are so good. Big sister will not treat you unfairly. Liang Qin is not used to doing this kind of work. She tidied up and cursed at the same time. Qin Yan can only persuade Liang Qin to go out and walk around, leaving everything to him. After Liang Qin left, Qin Yan took out the puppet and quickly tidied up. Then he took out many pieces of furniture and placed them in the small hall on the first floor. Although it took half a day, it made the small building look brand new. Ling Yun'er said, Little Yun, this War Immortal Academy is very special. There is a branch of a divine tree facing us. And, I saw it too. On the road, Qin Yan carefully observed and discovered that the huge divine tree not far away has a very large branch extending towards this direction. If it is at night, that branch might shine, maybe it will illuminate the entire War Immortal Academy. Ling Yun'er said. The War Immortal Academy occupies a very large area, tens of thousands of mu in size. There are many empty areas, it is unknown what those areas are used for. It's almost night, we'll know when we take a look. After Qin Yan arrived at 2-Star City, he got even closer to the huge divine tree. He can feel a very strange energy fluctuation. Liang Qin returned. She entered the small hall and let out a soft cry. Her gorgeous face is filled with pleasant surprise. Little Qin, you are really good. You made this place so clean, even the tables and chairs have been changed. Liang Qin said with a smile, Liang Yupeng actually has a good friend like you and he even introduced you to me. At least this little demon didn't cheat this cousin of his. Qin Yan said with a smile, Queen Liang, you are also tired. Hurry up and go rest. I'm not going to rest. It's going to be dark soon, I want to take a stroll around. Liang Qin said with a smile, but you, hurry up and go rest. Just as Qin Yan was about to return to his room to rest, a few people suddenly came in. With a glance, it is obvious that they are young people who just entered the War Immortal Academy. The expression on Liang Qin's pretty face changed instantly. Only now did she realize that she is not the only one living in this small building, there are other people living in it. Magic Needle assist. When Liang Qin heard such arrogant words, she immediately couldn't hold it in and shouted angrily, F***ck off. We were the ones who cleaned up this place, so we should be the ones to choose first. The tall young man cast a few glances at Liang Qin and sneered, where did this fierce bitch come from? Is there any place for you to speak here? Since you've followed your master here, you should behave yourself. Your master hasn't even said anything, so why are you yelling? Liang Qin and Qin Yan were taken aback. So the tall youth had mistaken Liang Qin for a maidservant. Qin Yan never expected that the War Immortal Academy would arrange for male and female students to live together. You're courting death. Liang Qin abruptly pulled out a long saber from her waist and shouted, I passed the assessment and paid the tuition fees to get in. What are you talking about? The tall young man laughed and said, so that's how it is. Then go back and have a baby. What are you doing here? Did you see that? Everyone here is men. You're the only woman. How dare you choose a room? Who do you think you are? Women like you are meant to be played with. If you continue to stay here, do you want us to play with you? I'll chop you into pieces, you bastard. The furious Liang Qin charged forward. However, a middle-aged man suddenly walked in and quickly snatched the saber from Liang Qin's hand. The middle-aged man heard Liang Qin's cursing just now, so he hurried over. What's going on? The middle-aged man shouted coldly. Other than Qin Yan and Liang Qin, there were 3 other well-dressed young men. They were probably going to stay in this small building, and each of them brought a follower with them. That middle-aged man's cultivation was extremely high. He was at the 5th stage of the Golden Celestial stage. He was wearing the white soft armor of the Warring Immortal Academy. One look was enough to tell that he was from the Warring Immortal Academy. Liang Qin gritted her teeth and shouted, that guy was rude first, and we were responsible for cleaning this building, but he actually wants to choose a room first. Also, what's up with your War Immortal Academy? I'm obviously a woman, why did you arrange for me to live with these men? The tall young man immediately said respectfully to the middle-aged man, Big brother, I'm from the Ma family of 3-Star City. My name is Ma Deting. My grandfather is Ma Laifu. Ma Laifu? The head of the Ma family? So it's the young elites of the Ma family. The middle-aged man smiled and said, since you are a disciple of the Ma family, you can choose your room first. Ma Deting smiled proudly at Qin Yan and Liang Qin and said, they said that they were the ones who cleaned this place. They refused and even wanted to kill me. What should I do? War Immortal Academy doesn't allow private fights. That woman was going to chop me with a knife just now. The middle-aged man looked at Liang Qin and said sternly, since you're a new student, I won't argue with you. I'm confiscating this saber. You. Return the blade to me, that's a king-grade immortal blade. Liang Qin shouted angrily. She was so angry that her blood was boiling and her eyes were filled with sharp killing intent. Qin Yan suddenly said, just now, these people wanted to humiliate this young lady, so she had no choice but to take action. The War Immortal Academy is actually protecting such scum students? You bastard, what did you say? Ma Deting said angrily, don't slander me. Qin Yan said to Liang Qin, Sister Qin, let's go. If you continue to stay here, sooner or later your body will be defiled. Liang Qin immediately understood Qin Yan's meaning and said angrily, that's right, we will leave now. I want to spread this matter, I want all 5 Divine Tree cities to know about this. My Liang family still has some power in 1-Star City, just you wait and see. Wait. The middle-aged man is a bit afraid. The War Immortal Academy is very strict. If this matter really becomes big, he will definitely have to bear the responsibility. He promptly returned the saber to Liang Qin and said, I'll return this saber to you. This matter is settled, none of you are allowed to cause trouble in the future. Liang Qin took back her saber but she still looked at Ma Deting fiercely and said, why did you arrange for men and women to live together? If you want to live well, you have to pay more silver crystal coins. The middle-aged man said in low voice, you don't have extra silver crystal coins to pay, so you can only live in our standard accommodation. How much extra silver crystal coins do we have to pay? Liang Qin asked. 5,000 per month, the middle-aged man said. Ma Deting, you come from 3-Star City's Ma family, you can't even afford this bit of accommodation? You actually want to squeeze into this kind of broken-down place with a poor person like me? Liang Qin ridiculed in her heart. She is also cursing the War Immortal Academy in her heart, they are actually so black-hearted, asking for 5,000 per month. Humph, I like to live in this kind of place, so what? Ma Deting said angrily. Liang Qin looked at the other youngsters and said, looking at your clothes, you should be from big aristocratic families. You actually live in this kind of broken-down house. How is this place broken down? Ma Deting shouted, don't talk nonsense, 2nd floor is mine, downstairs is yours. The middle-aged man also felt a headache and said, you guys properly discuss the distribution, I'll leave first. After the middle-aged man slipped away, Ma Deting became even more arrogant. He and the other youngsters surrounded Qin Yan and Liang Qin. There are only 2 rooms on the 1st floor. Qin Yan said. You can put up a shed in the courtyard. Ma Deting laughed loudly and said, "You lowly people from one-star city, why don't you take a look at our status? I am from 3-star city, they are all from 2-star city, what confidence do you have to challenge us?" A youngster said with sneer, "The person this woman brought is actually a man, moreover he is so handsome, most likely he is her little boy toy." Ma Deting laughed nastily and said, "This guy is indeed very handsome, it makes me very jealous, I really want to smash his face. Big brother Ma, this guy just slandered us, saying that we want to rape this woman, his mouth is really cheap. Indeed, this kind of guy might even speak ill of us in the future, let's smash his face." Immediately, killing intent spread out. Ma Deting laughed sinisterly and said, "This guy is just a follower, if we injure a follower, War Immortal Academy won't pursue this matter. War Immortal Academy only forbids private fights between students, they didn't say that we can't beat this kind of servant." They immediately took out their weapons. Those youngsters' movements are very fast, they immediately rushed to the door and closed it. Then they surrounded Liang Qin. Liang Qin clenched her saber tightly, seeing those youngsters' eyes filled with lust, she couldn't help but be horrified. "Didn't that kid say we want to rape her? If that's the case, then we, ha ha ha," a youngster laughed lewdly and said, "This woman is really not bad." Ma Deting and those 3 youngsters are all in the 3rd level of the Golden Celestial stage, their followers are all in the 2nd level of the Golden Celestial stage. And Liang Qin is only in the 3rd level of the Golden Celestial stage, although Qin Yun is a Golden Celestial, in her eyes, a 1st-level Golden Celestial stage is basically useless. Now she is surrounded by several 3rd-level Golden Celestials, there are also a few 2nd-level Golden Celestials, moreover they are all from 2-star city and 3-star city, this suddenly made her very nervous. She is most worried about Qin Yun because Qin Yun will have to face Ma Deting. "Ma Deting, this is War Immortal Academy, what are you doing?" Liang Qin said angrily. "War Immortal Academy didn't say that we are not allowed to teach servants a lesson." Ma Deting said with a smile, "As for you, when the time comes, we will say that you are a slut, you willingly gave yourself to me, ha ha ha." After saying that, Ma Deting put his hand on Qin Yun's head and said, "Kid, you obediently crawl under my crotch, then beg me to spare your life, I promise to spare your dog life." Qin Yun stood perfectly straight, not saying a word, his calm eyes suddenly became as sharp as a knife, he looked at Ma Deting with a faint anger. "Kid, I told you to crawl under my crotch, didn't you hear me?" Ma Deting shouted in a deep voice, increased his strength, he wanted to press Qin Yun's head down. Qin Yun's 2 fingers are holding a long needle, it is the floating cloud divine needle. When Ma Deting pressed his head down, he suddenly stabbed the long needle, piercing Ma Deting's heart, directly penetrating his body, at the same time, the exploding heaven finger power condensed in his 2 fingers also exploded in Ma Deting's body, making a muffled sound. Boom, Ma Deting's body suddenly exploded, the charred pieces of his body that were burned by the fire immortal power splattered all around the small hall. Qin Yun killed Ma Deting, the group of people surrounding Liang Qin did not react at all. When they saw Ma Deting's upper body explode into pieces, their minds immediately went blank, their hearts filled with incomparable fear, Liang Qin is also dumbstruck. This sudden impact made her feel as if her heart is about to stop. They knew that Ma Deting came from the 3-star city's Ma family, he was definitely very strong. But now he was instantly killed, this made them immediately feel that Qin Yun's strength is extremely terrifying. In addition, if Qin Yun dared to kill Ma Deting, then he definitely dared to kill them. "Run," a youth shouted. Just as they were about to run, Qin Yun released a supergravity. The supergravity enveloped those few people, causing them to feel as heavy as a mountain. Their movements became sluggish and it was difficult for them to even move. Liang Qin was not pressed down by the supergravity. After she reacted, she tightly gripped the saber in her hand, gritted her teeth and swept out. Swish! The saber slashed horizontally in a circle, the 7 youths surrounding Liang Qin were all cut in half at the waist by the sharp saber. Blood containing the power of a golden immortal lingered around with a faint golden light, violently splashing everywhere. Qin Yun suddenly took out the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron and used his formidable mental power to lock onto all the fragments around him. Then, he quickly controlled them to fly into the cauldron. With a whoosh, the cauldron ignited with a fierce flame, burning those fragments, Qin Yan stored the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron and took out 2 talismans to absorb all the remaining energy fluctuations and quickly removed all the bloodstains. Liang Qin is now gasping for breath. She tightly gripped her saber and leaned against the back of the door, then sat paralyzed on the ground. Although she is usually very fierce, she has now killed people in the War Immortal Academy. Moreover, she killed many people, including people from the Ma family. She opened her eyes wide as she watched Qin Yan quickly clean up the scene. She is even more astonished in her heart. She knew that Qin Yan saved Liang Yupeng, but she felt that it was the kind of thing that happened when he was passing by. And now, Liang Qin knows that Qin Yan is very strong. He spent a lot of effort to save Liang Yupeng. What made her apprehensive is that after Qin Yan killed people and destroyed the corpses, he is also very familiar with the road. He is incomparably professional. Queen Liang, it's fine. Just act as if nothing happened. From now on, this small building will be ours to live in. Qin Yan said with a mischievous smile. Little Qin, you are still laughing, let's hurry up and run. Liang Qin hastily jumped over and pulled Qin Yan. She rushed to the door and after opening it, she saw the middle-aged man from before standing outside. Divide the harvest equally because Liang Qin had killed many people, she was already very flustered. When she opened the door and saw the middle-aged man, she screamed as if she had seen a ghost. The middle-aged man frowned. Do I look that scary? Liang Qin was nervous and flustered. She was worried that the middle-aged man would know that she and Qin Yan had killed Ma Dating and company. One had to know that Ma Dating came from a 3-star city, and the others came from a 2-star city. All of them had solid backgrounds. If they knew that Liang Qin was the culprit, then the Liang clan might suffer as well, or they might have to pay a huge price to settle this matter. When Qin Yan saw how terrified Liang Qin was, he secretly despised her. With Liang Qin's state of mind, she actually had the nerve to call herself a queen. Uncle, your sudden appearance is indeed very frightening. Qin Yan walked over with a smile and stood in front of Liang Qin. He said to the middle-aged man with a smile, Uncle, you came at the right time. We have something to ask you. The middle-aged man asked, what is it? Qin Yan said, Ma Dating and the others said they wanted to visit a brothel or something. Does this count as violating the rules of the War Immortal Academy? The middle-aged man was startled for a moment before he smiled and said, of course not, this is their freedom. So that's how it is. No wonder they asked you to come with them. Didn't they invite you? Qin Yan asked, they are too outrageous, they didn't even ask you to go with them, they actually bragged to us. What? They asked me to go. I'm a dutiful person. I won't go. The middle-aged man laughed and said, I heard some movement here, so I came over to take a look. Qin Yan said with smile, it's nothing, it's just that this big sister has a bad temper, she is smashing things. The middle-aged man walked in and saw the broken furniture. Qin Yan said again, those furniture are ours, Ma Dating and the others wanted to occupy them, so big sister destroyed them. You youngsters are full of youthful vigor. You'll get used to it in the future. The middle-aged man said, you guys rest well for 2 days. The students are about to start their training. They are very tired. Got it. Liang Qin calmed down and said. The middle-aged man left to look around the other buildings, asking the students if they needed any help or advice. Qin Yan sent the middle-aged man outside. After returning, he saw 4 large carriages in the courtyard. They belonged to Ma Dating and the others. He suddenly realized that Ma Dating and the others did not have any storage magic treasures, so the things they brought with them must be in the 4 carriages. Qin Yan was in no hurry to plunder. Instead, he calmly closed the yard's door and entered the building. As soon as he entered, he saw Liang Qingshan sitting weakly on a chair, drenched in sweat. She kept panting, and her towering chest heaved up and down. After Qin Yan closed the door, he said with a grin, Queen Liang, you don't look like a queen at all. Little Qin, we've killed someone. Moreover, the people we killed are all descendants of aristocratic families. If we are discovered, we will definitely be finished. Liang Qin said with a face full of worry. That uncle just came in and looked, he didn't find anything. Qin Yan said with smile, don't worry, as long as you don't admit it even if you die. Besides, that uncle just admitted that Ma Detang asked him to go to a brothel. Liang Qin pointed at Qin Yun, speechless. After a long while, she calmed down and said lightly, "The human heart is truly sinister. You look like an honest person, but I didn't expect you to be such a ruthless person. I really misjudged you before. I thought you were someone else's boy toy or something." "Queen Liang, there are still 4 carriages outside. I'll bring them in later and we'll split them evenly," Qin Yun said with a smile. "Little Qin, do you have a storage magic treasure?" Liang Qin also recalled that Qin Yun had suddenly conjured a very large cauldron. "N. You have to help me keep this a secret. I don't want anyone to covet this thing." Qin Yun nodded. "What exactly is your background? You actually have a storage magic treasure and you're also very strong. You're willing to be my follower. Do you have some ulterior motives?" Liang Qin muttered, "You can't be plotting against me, right? Queen Liang, do you think I'm that kind of person?" Qin Yun laughed involuntarily. "You weren't before but now you are." Liang Qin lightly groaned and said, "You are too scheming, I'm afraid." "Don't worry, I won't harm you," Qin Yun said with smile. "I just don't have a place to go for the time being, so Captain Liang recommended me to accompany you to War Immortal Academy and understand the situation here." Liang Qin bit her lips and said worriedly, "Little Qin, let's go. I'm worried that we'll be found out that we killed someone." Qin Yun said, "Nothing will happen. You stay here, think of a way to become stronger and then become a core disciple of Divine Tree Palace. As for me, I'll go out now and see what kind of good things those guys have." After speaking, he opened the door and went out. Then he began moving boxes into the hall. Not long after, the hall was filled with many large boxes. After Qin Yun closed the door, he said with smile, "They've all been moved in, let's see what's inside." There are 4 weapons, all long swords, all keen-grade immortal tools. And inside the boxes, there are actually silver crystal coins. That's a lot, about 40,000. Liang Qin opened the boxes and estimated, then exclaimed in admiration, as expected of children of aristocratic families, after paying tuition fees, each person still has more than 10,000 crystal coins. "We'll split it evenly, 20,000 each," Qin Yun said. Then he chose half of the boxes and stored them in his 9-sun divine soul. "Little Qin, then help me store them. It's safer to keep them with you, no one will find out." Liang Qin looked at Qin Yun with envy and said in low voice, "Storage magic tool is really good, it can store so many things so casually." Qin Yun said with smile, "I'll think of a way to get one for you in the future." Liang Qin's small mouth slightly opened, she said in astonishment, "Can you get one?" "Little Qin, why do you want to help me get one? Do you have some kind of purpose?" "I know you don't want to sleep with me, then why?" "Nothing, don't you want one?" "I just want to give it to you." Qin Yun shook his head with smile and said, "Alright, I just saw that you are very good looking, so I want to treat you a bit better." "Who told you to be so good looking?" "This reason is so sweet, then I'll reluctantly accept it." Liang Qin smiled sweetly. Qin Yun took out 4 command tokens and said, "I found these from those 4 large carriages, what are they?" "They control the large ships. Each of those large ships is worth 10 to 20,000. Liang Qin said. "Very good, I remember that they all stopped at the same place, right? I'll go get them, then I'll think of a way to sell them and then we'll split them," Qin Yun said with smile. "Alright." Liang Qin was originally very afraid, but since it has already happened and she can still make a big profit, she felt a lot more at ease. Moreover, she is also a bit happy. Qin Yun became even more excited in his heart because he has obtained a large amount of sacred Xian silver crystals in a short while. When sacred Xian silver crystals are used together with sacred tools, they can erupt with very strong power. Because he had very few sacred Xian silver crystals before, he was not willing to use them. It seems like there are more sacred Xian silver crystals than instant space immortal iron in this ancient garden. Qin Yun is even more curious as to why this ancient garden can produce so many sacred Xian silver crystals. Liang Qin said in low voice, "Xiao Qin, don't call me Queen Liang from now on. I'm too weak, I don't dare to act in front of you. You can just call me Sister Qin." Qin Yan held the 4 command tokens and said with smile, Sister Qin, if I can get those 4 ships, where should I go? I'm not familiar with 2-star city. Xiao Qin, don't take action in 2-star city. Those guys are originally from 2-star city and 3-star city. If you take action locally, it will be very easy to find out. Liang Qin is quite knowledgeable about this, after all, it is common sense. How about we find Captain Liang and ask him to take action? Qin Yan said with chuckle, you know how to contact him, right? I know. Liang Qin nodded and said, I'll ask someone to send him a letter and ask him to come over. Alright, then I'll go out for a bit and store the ships. Qin Yan said. Your storage magic tool can store 4 ships. Liang Qin is startled again, she thought that the space inside Qin Yan's storage magic tool is not very big. Of course I can. Qin Yan said with a smile. His 9 Sun Divine Spirit's 5th pearl only has a pill transformation heavenly furnace. There is still a lot of space inside. Then I'll go with you. Liang Qin doesn't dare to stay here alone. She is worried that someone will come looking for her and she won't be able to handle it. Qin Yan and Liang Qin walked out of the small building and headed towards the place where the ships were parked outside the War Immortal Academy. Through the token, they found the 4 ships and when no one was paying attention, they secretly stored them inside the 9 Sun Divine Spirit. Liang Qin said to Qin Yan, Xiao Qin, you should also load my ship. Parking here requires a fee. It costs quite a lot of silver crystal coins every day. Alright. Qin Yan nodded and followed Liang Qin to look for her ship. Liang Qin led Qin Yan to the underground plaza where the ships were parked and found her ship. Qin Yan stored Liang Qin's ship into his 9 Sun Divine Spirit. Their ships are much better than yours. How much can they sell for? Qin Yan asked. They are all illegal goods. Even if they are valuable, they will have to be sold at half price. Liang Qin is also secretly envious of those beautiful large ships. They are much better than her broken ship. Qin Yan said with smile, once we sell them, we will have more silver crystal coins. Xiao Qin, you are so awesome, how come you are also so poor? Liang Qin and Qin Yan are walking on the road. She somewhat doubtfully said, could it be that you are not someone from the ancient era's garden? I am an outsider. Qin Yan nodded and said. So that's how it is. Liang Qin also knows that a passage has been opened recently and many people from Immortal Desolate have come in. Outside, sacred Xian silver crystals are very rare. Qin Yan said. Then why do you need so many sacred Xian silver crystals? These things are not very useful to us. Liang Qin asked. You think it's useless? Qin Yan is somewhat puzzled. There is Saint Force inside but we are unable to refine that Saint Force. We need Saint Tier cultivation techniques to be able to refine Saint Force. Liang Qin curled her lips and said, Saint Tier cultivation techniques can only be learned by the core disciples of the 3 palaces and 6 sects. Qin Yan immediately understood. Cultivation methods to cultivate Saint power are tightly controlled by the major powers. Refining immortal martial spirit Qin Yan doesn't know how he can sneak into the core of Divine Tree Palace. He is only following Liang Qin to War Immortal Academy, he is not an official student. But Liang Qin is different, she entered through assessment. If her performance is excellent and outstanding, she will definitely be selected as a core. He felt that he might be able to sneak in with Liang Qin. It is hard to say whether Xiao Yuemei will succeed or not. He has to make 2 preparations. If Xiao Yuemei doesn't succeed, he will have another way. Xiao Yun, the students of War Immortal Academy are definitely not much different. Because they can't absorb Saint power. There is such a large amount of Saint power inside the mysterious Saint Silver Crystal but they don't know how to use it. This is too wasteful. Ling Yin'er said. Ling Yin'er knows what Qin Yan is thinking and said again, you guide Liang Qin to absorb Saint power and make her stronger. This way, she can quickly become a core. Alright. Qin Yan also planned to do so. Liang Qin sent someone to contact Liang Yupeng and then returned to War Immortal Academy with Qin Yan. It's dark. Night is the most lively time. Liang Qin originally planned to go out and have fun at night but because she and Qin Yan killed Ma Deting's group, she felt very nervous and didn't dare to run around. She sat alone on the bed in her room, fidgeting and pacing back and forth. Liang Qin hesitated for a moment, then walked out of her room and knocked on Qin Yan's door. After Qin Yan opened the door, he said with smile, "Sister Qin, I was just about to go find you." Liang Qin's long hair draped over her shoulders, she is wearing loose white clothes and white shorts, revealing a pair of crystal-clear slender jade legs. "Xiao Qin, I'm scared." Liang Qin promptly entered Qin Yan's room and sat on his bed. She lowered her head and swung her long legs. Qin Yan walked over and sat beside her. He said with smile, "What are you afraid of?" "When I saw you, I thought you were a queen who was not afraid of heaven or earth. Who knew that you would be so decisive? You didn't even say hello and beat up that damned Ma Ting." Liang Qin puffed up her face and said with hidden bitterness, "Xiao Qin, I don't blame you. I blame myself for being too afraid. I have never experienced this kind of thing before." Qin Yan laughed and said, "I only killed Ma Ting. How about you, Queen Liang? He killed 7 guys with 1 slash. You're still talking, you're still talking." Liang Qin gently hammered Qin Yan's shoulders with her jade-like fists and said coquettishly, "I was in a moment of desperation, so I killed them all." At that time, Liang Qin's mind was in a mess, and she really killed those people in a panic. That's why you have the potential to be a queen. You are decisive in killing. If it were any other delicate flower vase, they would have been crying for their parents in that situation. Qin Yan didn't know what was wrong with him, but he unconsciously patted Liang Qin's beautiful jade legs. After he was done, he smiled awkwardly and said, "Sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. I couldn't help it." Liang Qin chuckled and said, "Little Qin, it seems like you still like to touch thighs. Do my legs look nice?" "Of course it is." Qin Yan said with smile. He secretly cursed Xian Rujing for leading him astray. Liang Qin also touched her legs and sighed. "Sigh, I want to be a queen. But today, my true colors were revealed in front of Ma Teng and the others, I am truly lacking." "You are not lacking, you have this foundation." Qin Yan said with smile, "You are not afraid when facing them, you even directly scolded them. If I was a bit more afraid, I would not have clashed with them." Liang Qin sighed again. "Sister Qin, do you want to become stronger?" Qin Yan suddenly said with stern expression. "Of course I want to." "Little Qin, don't tell me you have some method?" Liang Qin saw Qin Yan is so serious and also became serious. Qin Yan nodded. Liang Qin thought of something, she lowered her head and said, "Don't tell me that you want me to devote myself to you to make me stronger? Or do you want to cultivate some shameful cultivation technique with me?" Qin Yan rolled his eyes and said with smile, "What are you talking about? Even if you want to. I am willing, who told you to be so handsome?" Liang Qin giggled and said, then touched Qin Yan's face. Qin Yan shook his head and said with smile, "Sister Qin, I can let you absorb saint power to cultivate. But I am not too sure about the specific situation. Later, you will need to comprehend it yourself." "Really?" Liang Qin abruptly stood up and said excitedly. She did not doubt Qin Yan's words at all because she knew that Qin Yan has true ability. Qin Yan said, "My method is to carve a saint-tier totem on your immortal martial spirit." Ever since he became an immortal, he rarely refined his soul. He did not carve runes or totems on his immortal martial spirit because the people in the immortal desolate protected their immortal martial spirit very well. It was not easy to obtain them. Normally, no one would expose their immortal martial spirit. Because of some reason, no one talked about it. The main reason was that they were afraid that if others found out, they would be destroyed. When Liang Qin heard Qin Yan mention immortal martial spirit, her expression became grave. She quietly sat down and swung her legs. She is seriously considering whether or not she should let Qin Yan torment her immortal martial spirit. Qin Yan did not have much research on immortal martial spirits. It could even be said that he did not understand them at all. His own cultivation situation is rather special. There is no such thing as an immortal martial spirit. "Sister Qin, is it not possible?" Qin Yan asked. "It's not that, my immortal martial spirit is very, very important. Once it is injured, it will affect my soul. If it is serious, it will cause my soul to scatter." Liang Qin said in low voice, "Little Qin, it's not that I don't believe you but it's too risky. I have to think about it carefully. As long as an immortal soul is not destroyed, there is a way to be reborn. Immortal martial spirit and soul are extremely close. Once the immortal martial spirit is destroyed, the soul would most likely die, causing it to be unable to reconstruct the body. Xianxia nodded, he can understand. Liang Qin quietly thought for more than an hour and suddenly said, "Come, I am willing to torment my immortal martial spirit for you." "How can it be tormented?" Xianxia cannot help but laugh. "I have never heard of anyone carving runes on an immortal martial spirit." Liang Qin said with a frown, "Little Qin, are you really confident that you can succeed?" "Of course I'm confident," Xianxia said. Liang Qin also knows that once she can absorb sacred power, she will become very strong. Maybe she will be able to achieve her queen's dream. Liang Qin closed her eyes. She slightly pulled open the loose collar of her upper body, revealing the location of her heart. A faint fragrance also faintly wafted out. A ball of flame slowly surged out from her chest along with the heartbeat. Xianxia sensed earlier that the immortal power within Liang Qin's body is fire attribute. Immortal martial spirit and martial spirit are different. When it comes to martial spirit, you can distinguish the rank by color. But immortal martial spirit is not, you cannot determine the rank by color. Xianxia said in his heart. Liang Qin opened her eyes and looked at her immortal martial spirit. She said softly, "Little Qin, can you begin?" Xianxia nodded and said, "Relax as much as possible, don't have any conflicting thoughts, nothing will happen." He took out the floating cloud divine needle, released blood spirit power, used soul refining technique and began carving sacred fire totem. If a formation made of sacred fire totem absorbs sacred mysterious silver crystal, it can release a very strong sacred fire. Xianxia had previously planned to use the sacred fire totem to set up a large formation on the divine inscription mountain. It would be convenient for him to release sacred fire to refine things. Xianxia has wild fire inscription spirit and totem inscription spirit, so carving sacred fire totem is very easy for him. Moreover, he used the mysterious fusion heavenly rune inside the Gemini treasure mirror to release fusion power. The sacred fire totem can very easily fuse with Liang Qin's immortal martial spirit. Immortal martial spirit is very strong. This is the first time Xianxia has come into contact with an immortal martial spirit like this. It is very mystical. It looks like a ball of flame, but when touched, it is like gently caressing a soft object. Because this is related to the safety of the immortal martial spirit, Xianxia's progress is very slow. It took him several hours to finish carving the sacred fire totem. If he was carving the sacred fire totem on beast skin, he would be able to complete it in a short period of time. Sacred fire totem and immortal martial spirit fused perfectly. It is as if Liang Qin was born with it. Liang Qin doesn't know that soul-refining inscription masters are heaven-defying existences, so she doesn't know what Xianxia is doing. She only trusts Xianxia and is willing to let him toss and turn. "It's done." Xianxia laughed and said, "You can take it back." Liang Qin took off her clothes and let the immortal martial spirit return to her body through her heart. "Xiao Qin, what's next? How can I absorb the sacred power inside the sacred Xian silver crystal?" Liang Qin doesn't feel anything different. Xianxia took out a small piece of sacred Xian silver crystal. It is not the silver crystal coins sealed with sacred power. Liang Qin took the sacred Xian silver crystal. "Grab the sacred Xian silver crystal and follow my mnemonic chant." Xianxia began chanting the mnemonic chant and guided Liang Qin to absorb the sacred power inside the sacred Xian silver crystal. Not long after, Liang Qin became wild with joy and excitement. I absorbed sacred power, it is very helpful to me, it can make me even stronger." N. Xianxia said with smile, "You must remember the mnemonic chant I just read to you. Also, don't tell anyone about this. If someone discovers the runes of your immortal martial spirit, you must say that it is innate, understand?" Liang Qin very happily nodded, then hugged Xianxia and said with smile, "Thank you Xiao Qin, I will go back to cultivate." "All right," Xianxia said with smile. Liang Qin's perception is not bad, she can quickly understand the difficulty of cultivating sacred power. Next she will have to participate in the new student training, she will be gone for several days. Liang Yupeng arrived, he is waiting for Xianxia at the entrance of War Immortal Academy. Qin Yan walked out of War Immortal Academy. On the road, he found out that people are asking about the whereabouts of Ma Deteng and others. Now there is a rumor that Ma Deteng invited a middle-aged man from War Immortal Academy to visit a brothel. That middle-aged man did not go, Ma Deteng and others went and then disappeared. Therefore, now Ma family and other aristocratic families are going to various brothel to look for people. Qin Yan arrived at the entrance of War Immortal Academy and said with smile, "Hello Captain Liang. Xiao Qin, are you getting along well with that queen?" Liang Yupeng asked. "Not bad. I need your help with a small matter," Qin Yan said. Delving into space, Liang Yupeng received Liang Qin's letter. It said that Qin Yan had something to discuss, but it did not specify what it was. Liang Yupeng was more familiar with Two-Star City. He brought Qin Yan into the city and arrived at an ordinary-looking restaurant. The restaurant looked ordinary, but the food and wine were pretty good. Qin Yan ate with relish. "Little Qin, what do you want to talk to me about?" Liang Yupeng asked. "I have a boat in my hand, I want to make a move." Qin Yan smiled and said, "The boat I obtained is not too righteous, so I have to find a place to leave. It's best if it's safe, so I won't be found out." Liang Yupeng immediately understood. He was secretly alarmed. Qin Yan had just entered the city not long ago, yet he was already doing such a shady business. "Did you get it from a two-star city?" Liang Yupeng asked. "There are ships from both two-star and three-star cities," Qin Yan said. "They are all the ships of some aristocratic families." "Damn, how much did you get?" Liang Yupeng was shocked and asked in a deep voice. He knew that Qin Yan had a storage Dharma treasure, so it was extremely easy to steal the ship. For ships, all of them are very good, relatively luxurious. Qin Yan said with a smile, "Sister Qin asked me to get your help." That last Liang Qin is actually doing this kind of shady business. Liang Yupeng was a little surprised. He smiled and said, "Did you lead her astray?" "No problem." Qin Yan smiled and said, "Is there a way to get out? If everything goes well, I'll give you some silver crystal coins as a reward." "Of course there's a way." Liang Yupeng thought for a moment and said, "Let's go to One-Star City. I'll bring you to a shipbuilding place and sell it there. They'll modify it before selling it." Qin Yan nodded before quickly sweeping the delicacies on the table. He followed Liang Yupeng out of the city and flew towards One-Star City. The distance between the One-Star City and the Two-Star City was not very far, and many people often traveled between the two cities. One-Star City was the most chaotic place, so the illegal goods obtained in 2- or 3-star cities were usually sold in One-Star City. After being modified, people from 2- and 3-star cities would buy them, or other sects would come to buy them and sell them. Qin Yan and Liang Yupeng flew in the air and quickly arrived above One-Star City. They flew towards an empty area in the east district of One-Star City. There were many large and small ships in that area. Many of them were rather old and some were black goods. Qin Yan and Liang Yupeng had changed their appearances. They entered the shipyard and chatted with an old man for a while before being brought to a very spacious hall for a secret discussion. After entering, Yun took out 4 ships from the 9-yang divine spirit. When the elder saw that Qin Yan had a storage Dharma treasure, he was alarmed and became a lot more polite. That was because those who possessed storage magic treasures were not ordinary people, let alone a storage magic treasure with such a large capacity. After some haggling, Qin Yan finally sold it for 130,000 silver crystal coins. Qin Yan Tian, Jin Xiao Sha Not. Yun Yin Xiao Xiao Qing. Yun Tian, 1-inch damn, there's such a big silver crystal coin. Qin Yan flew in the air and said in shock, "Why didn't Sister Qin use such a big one before? Why did she get so many boxes? There are 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. Liang Yupeng said with a smile, 10 and 1 are the most common. The family usually earns small coins for the younger generation to spend. There is such a rule?" Qin Yan took out a large one and handed it to Liang Yupeng. He said with a smile, "Brother Liang, this is for you. I just made a casual trip and earned so much. This is not good, right?" Liang Yupeng is not very rich, but he is not lacking in silver crystal coins. However, he is still tempted by this large silver crystal coin. Qin Yan gave Liang Yupeng so much because he planned to cooperate with him more readily in the future. In addition, Liang Yupeng gave him and Xiao Yuemei 600 genes, which can be considered quite generous. In the end, Liang Yupeng accepted it. He has no choice but to carry a 10,000 genes flatbread. To a golden immortal, this kind of weight is nothing. After Qin Yan sold the large ships, he returned to the two-star city's War Immortal Academy. Liang Yupeng also returned to store his large coins. Xiao Yun, storage magic tools are very important to this ancient garden. If you can take them out, you will definitely become a very popular big shot. Ling Yin'er said with smile, at that time maybe you can directly contact the upper echelons of Divine Tree Palace and find Sister Bingxing and the others. I will start researching now. Qin Yan has the runes and totems given by the space god. He can adapt to the space law of this ancient garden. If he can truly take them out, he will become extremely rich. Xiao Yun, I have an idea. Ling Yin'er suddenly said, what if you put a large amount of sacred mysterious silver crystals into the small black bottle? Qin Yan's small black bottle is filled with a large amount of flood dragon blood and some flood dragon blood spring. Adding the energy source of the evil dragon mountain, all kinds of energy are converging and the situation inside is very violent. All kinds of energy are frantically fusing. Qin Yan is worried that the small black bottle will explode. If he put in a large amount of sacred mysterious silver crystals, the small black bottle might not be able to withstand it. We must prepare to enter the sacred desolate. Ling Yin'er said again, if the liquid inside the small black bottle evolves, it will become a huge energy source in the future. Adding the divine inscription mountain, once we enter the sacred desolate, we will have a foothold. Let's wait for the situation inside the small black bottle to stabilize first. Qin Yan said, I don't have that many sacred mysterious silver crystals right now. The reason why those powerful immortal emperors and great emperors haven't entered the sacred desolate yet is because they want to gather resources in the immortal desolate and prepare to enter the sacred desolate. Qin Yan has more or less finished refining the sun space runes and totems given by the space god. Next, he will start refining teleportation talismans, storage magic tools, as well as spatial communication tools. Although there aren't many instant space immortal iron in the ancient garden, there are still a lot of them. I can collect a lot of them here. Qin Yan said in his heart. If he uses a large amount of instant space immortal iron and uses the Dan transformation heavenly furnace, he can refine extremely high-quality instant space sacred iron. With a large amount of instant space sacred iron, he can make teleportation magic tools or magic mirrors for long-distance communication. Qin Yan fiddled with it for 2 days and discovered that the space in the ancient garden is different from the immortal desolate because the space here is extremely sturdy. Other than that, there are many other aspects that are different. For the space to be so sturdy, it must be very difficult to tear it apart. Could it be that it is to protect the things hidden inside? Qin Yan is secretly amazed. Xiao Yun, maybe the ancient garden not only has Sun Soul but also something else. Ling Yin'er said with a smile. Qin Yan needs 10 gene of instant space immortal iron to make a teleportation talisman here. Furthermore, it has to be forged very thinly so that the quality can be raised even higher. If it was in the immortal desolate, there would be no need to go through so much trouble. The amount of instant space immortal iron required would not exceed 1 gene. From this, it can be seen how special the space in the ancient garden is. Furthermore, the teleportation talisman requires the sun space totem to be carved. Moreover, it requires several sets of them to be carved. It consumes a lot of blood soul power. After Qin Yan finished making one, he is about to die from exhaustion. Even if I have the Gemini treasure mirror to record the totem runes, it still consumes a lot of blood soul power. Qin Yan held the instant space sacred pearl in his hand and began infusing spatial power into it. It took 2 days to make a talisman. Ling Yin'er exclaimed in surprise, what if I were to refine a storage magic tool? I don't know. A storage magic tool needs a sun space totem and 3 types of runes to be stable. Maybe, I even need instant space sacred iron. Qin Yan looked at the golden teleportation talisman and shook his head with a sigh. It's very hard to make a teleportation talisman that can adapt to this place. I can't make it in bulk. Ling Yin'er laughed, it's already very fast. If it were any other inscription master, they wouldn't even know how to make it. Liang Qin hasn't returned yet. She went to participate in some new student training. She will be gone for a few days and she still has to go out to train. After Qin Yan finished making the teleportation talisman, he did not try it out. Because according to his experience, he can be sure that he will succeed. Therefore, he did not want to waste teleportation times. And next, he began to refine a storage magic tool. Because the difficulty of refining is rather high, he did not plan to make it very exquisite. Instead, he refined it into the shape of a palm-sized jade pendant that can be hung on his waist. Instant space immortal iron combined with the corresponding spatial runes and totems can open up a space inside. Of course, other than instant space immortal iron, other materials with spatial characteristics can also be used. But instant space immortal iron is the most stable and best to use. Qin Yan used more than 1,000 genes of instant space immortal iron to forge it into the shape of a light blue jade pendant. Then, he released his blood soul power and painstakingly carved runes and totems. However, he discovered that the space inside can only fit a bun. What the F***K is this? What exactly went wrong? More than 1,000 genes of instant space immortal iron, the space inside is actually only the size of a bowl. Qin Yan cursed in a low voice. Be content, other people's storage magic tools can't be used here. It's impossible to see the space inside. Ling Yan'er said with a smile, if we go to Immortal Desolate, the space inside this jade pendant should be very big, right? No. It's also that big in Immortal Desolate. Qin Yan shook his head and said, the spatial runes and totems I used combined with this instant space immortal iron can only create such a big space. Could it be that there isn't enough instant space immortal iron? Ling Yan'er said. I need to use instant space sacred iron. Qin Yan curled his lips and said, I'm just a golden immortal, using the pill transformation heavenly furnace is too slow and also very tiring. I can't make much instant space sacred iron. Xiao Yun, don't you have a lot of silver crystal coins? You can use the saint power inside the silver crystal coins to refine inside the pill transformation heavenly furnace. Ling Yan'er said. That's right. Qin Yan took out a large box of silver crystal coins. He looked at the silver crystal coins and said, the saint power inside these silver crystal coins has been sealed. Unsealing them one by one is too troublesome. Liang Yupeng said that one silver crystal coin can be exchanged for 2 genes of sacred Xian silver crystal in the black market. He plans to exchange it, it is more worthwhile this way. Successfully refined in the past few days, Liang Yupeng was called over by Qin Yan again. He guessed that Qin Yan must have something to ask him for help. Just like before, Qin Yan and Liang Yupeng arrived at a very ordinary restaurant and began eating and drinking in a private room. Xiao Qin, if you have something to say, just say it. Also, don't give me silver crystal coins this time, I still haven't used the 10,000 you gave me. Liang Yupeng said with smile. Liang Yupeng is very handsome, he is a very easy person to deal with. Plus he is a squad leader, he can come in contact with many people, so his connections are very wide. I want to exchange for some sacred Xian silver crystals. I will give you 10,000 silver crystal coins, then you help me exchange for 20,000 sacred Xian silver crystals. Qin Yan said. This? Liang Yupeng said before that if he is caught using sacred Xian silver crystals, the consequences will be very severe. The normal way to exchange is to go to the banks of the various great sections. In the bank, one can only exchange 1 gene of sacred Xian silver crystals for 1 silver crystal coin. But on the other hand, 1 silver crystal coin can only exchange for half a gene of sacred Xian silver crystals. In other words, 2 silver crystal coins can be exchanged for half a gene of sacred Xian silver crystals. Therefore, the banks of the various great sects are very shady. Only by going to the black market can one exchange for equal value. Therefore, the banks of the various great sects are very strict with the black market. Since Xiaoqin wants me to help, I can only go. Liang Yupeng originally didn't want to go because if he was caught, not only would he suffer heavy punishment, his future would also be ruined. It must be known that he is now a disciple of Divine Tree Palace. Liang Yupeng took the 10,000 silver crystal coins from Qin Yan, it is a disc-shaped sacred Xian silver crystal. If the sacred Xian silver crystal is put together, the volume will be reduced but the weight and sacred power inside will not be reduced. This is also the most miraculous aspect of sacred Xian silver crystal. Qin Yan took out a jade pendant, handed it over to Liang Yupeng and said with smile, "Brother Liang, permeate your mental power inside and take a look." Liang Yupeng probed with his mental power and saw that there is a very small space inside the jade pendant. He said in shock, "Is this a storage magic tool?" I refined it but it was not successful, it is very small. I need a large amount of sacred Xian silver crystals to make it bigger. Wait until I finish refining it, I will give you one. Qin Yan said with smile. Really? Liang Yupeng immediately beamed with joy and said, "That's great. If I can get a storage magic treasure, I'll do it even if I have to risk my life. I will definitely succeed." Qin Yan said with smile. "There's a black market in Two-Star City. Little Qin, wait for me here. I'll get it done soon." Liang Yupeng didn't even bother eating. He put the silver crystal coin into his bag and hurriedly walked out of the room. "Be careful," Qin Yan hurriedly warned. Liang Yupeng was very efficient and returned in just over an hour with 2 disc-shaped profound saint silver crystals on his back, weighing a total of 10,000 kilograms. "Brother Liang, you've worked hard. Wait until I make a storage magic tool, I will immediately give it to you," Qin Yan said with a smile. "Little Qin, I won't take your storage artifact for nothing. I'll exchange all the silver crystal coins I've saved up for many years for Saint Profound silver crystals." Liang Yupeng laughed. At this moment, he was also very excited, because this gave him hope of obtaining a storage magic treasure. One had to know that storage magic treasures were rare goods. It was something that had a price but no supply. "We'll talk about it when the time comes," Qin Yan said with smile. "Little Qin, roughly when will you be able to make it?" Liang Yupeng rubbed his hands and said with smile. "Brother Liang, even if I make it for you, it's best to be low-key. Don't let people know that you have this thing." Qin Yan said with mischievous smile, "I will make it very soon." "I know, I will definitely be low-key." Liang Yupeng did not ask how much it can hold. "As long as it is not very small, it is fine." Qin Yan said, "Then I will go back first. Sister Qin should be back from training." Liang Yupeng said with smile, "Little Qin, I will think of a way to have the chief captain transfer me here. If you have something to do, you can let me do it immediately." "All right." Qin Yan feels that he will need Liang Yupeng's help in many things in the future. If Liang Yupeng is in Two-Star City, it will indeed be a lot more convenient. Qin Yan rushed back to the War Immortal Academy and arrived at the small building. He did not see Liang Qin return. In the past few days, people occasionally came here and asked him about some things, they are all about Ma Deteng and others. Qin Yan is very polite towards those people's questions but he doesn't know anything. There is no such thing as the life pearl in the ancient garden, so no one knows that Ma Deteng and others are dead. They only think that they are missing. Ma Deteng came from Three-Star City's Ma family. Now that he went missing while visiting a brothel, this matter caused quite a commotion. Although the Ma family is very powerful, they do not dare to act recklessly against the War Immortal Academy. After all, the War Immortal Academy is under the banner of the Divine Tree Palace, it is specially used to nurture disciples with great potential. Qin Yan has already dug a secret room under the small building. He began refining the instant space sacred iron in the secret room. I wonder how Queen Liang is doing. Qin Yan is always worried. Her immortal martial spirit was just carved into the sacred fire totem by you, it shouldn't have become stronger that quickly, right? But with her strength, there shouldn't be any mistakes. Ling Yin'er said. Qin Yan took out the pill transformation heavenly furnace and placed 500 genes of instant space immortal iron inside. Previously, he used 1,000 genes of instant space immortal iron to refine a storage jade pendant and opened up a very small space. He felt that if he refined 500 genes of instant space immortal iron into instant space sacred iron, he might be able to open up a relatively large space. Qin Yan closed the lid of the pill transformation heavenly furnace, then took out a piece of sacred mysterious silver crystal cake and placed it on top of the lid. He placed his hand on the lid and controlled the release of the energy inside the sacred mysterious silver crystal. I wonder if it's enough. Qin Yan is also uncertain in his heart. After it began, the pale transformation heavenly furnace frantically absorbed the sacred power inside the sacred mysterious silver crystal. After Qinyan sensed it, his heart jumped. He is worried that this 10,000 genes is not enough. Xiaoyun, even if you consume a large amount of sacred mysterious silver crystal, don't feel heartache. Storage magic tools are very valuable here. Ling Yin'er said with a smile. The ancient garden has a large amount of sacred mysterious silver crystals and they are the kind that can be regenerated. Therefore, over the years, they have accumulated a large amount of them. Qinyan nodded his head. Actually, he planned to find an immortal emperor to help him refine more instant space sacred iron. This way, he wouldn't need to waste so many sacred mysterious silver crystals. The problem is that he doesn't know where to find an immortal emperor. Unless he goes out of the immortal desolate. But after he goes out, if the door closes, it will be very troublesome to come in again. The speed at which the pale transformation heavenly furnace absorbs sacred power is very fast. After absorbing no less than 20,000 genes of sacred mysterious silver crystal, only one instant space sacred pearl was formed. He is secretly rejoicing that he only put in 500 genes of instant space immortal iron. Otherwise, he would need even more sacred mysterious silver crystals to provide sacred power. Although Qinyan's heart is aching, after he saw the instant space sacred pearl, he is very surprised. Because the quality of the instant space sacred pearl is extremely high, it is much better than the ones in his and Xiao Yuemei's hands. After all, this is the sacred power inside the sacred mysterious silver crystal. Qinyan exclaimed in admiration in his heart, my and Yuemei's instant space sacred pearl added together is not as good as this. This instant space saint pearl was smaller than the two he had made previously. Hence, its quality was higher. Could it be that by absorbing sacred power, the pearl can be compressed even smaller and the quality increase? Even more, the pearl in Qinyan's hand is only the size of a longan. Ling Yin'er said with smile, Xiaoyun, how about we directly carve runes on it? Qinyan shook his head and said, it's too small. It will be very difficult to carve runes and totems on it. Next, he used flame to burn the instant space sacred pearl. After burning it for more than half a day, he finally softened it. Then he used a hammer to flatten it into a round jade pendant and began carving runes and totems. The jade pendant is the size of a palm and has two sides. It is very easy to carve runes and totems on it. It is also very convenient to use Gemini treasure mirror to illuminate it. This time, it is rather smooth. Very quickly, he finished carving runes and totems. Moreover, it is very perfect. He used his mental power to probe the space inside. It is rather spacious. It is about an acre wide and it is also very tall. He can put many things inside. Qinyan used his mental power to control the jade pendant to release spatial power. Then he locked onto the things he wants to put inside and moved them inside. This requires a certain amount of mental power and immortal power. It's big enough, Brother Liang should be satisfied, right? Qinyan thought in his heart. He stayed in the basement for 2 days before coming up. He still did not see Liang Qin. No one has been here. Could something have happened to this Queen Liang? Qinyan is secretly worried. He is worried that someone will discover Liang Qinxian's sacred fire totem and have ill intentions towards her. Just as Qinyan came up, he received a letter. It is a letter from Liang Yupeng. What made him happy is that Liang Yupeng really came to this 2-star city and is now waiting for him outside. Qinyan immediately went out. After Liang Yupeng saw Qinyan, he said with smile, Little Qin, let me tell you some good news. Oh? What good news? Qinyan asked. It's about that little girl Liang Qin. Liang Yupeng said with mischievous smile. Brother Liang, Sister Qin is your cousin. Why do you always call her little girl? Qinyan said with smile. Who told her to always call herself queen? I just call her little girl. Liang Yupeng said with smile, I received news that the upper echelons of the War Immortal Academy went to our Liang family to report the good news and congratulate our Liang family. They said that little girl Liang Qin has been chosen as an inner sect disciple of the War Immortal Academy and she is even an outstanding genius. Qinyan said with smile, this is a good thing. He has been worried for so many days, now he can finally relax. He guessed that Liang Qin must have been chosen by the War Immortal Academy because she can absorb sacred power. Liang Yupeng sighed and said, "The upper echelons of the War Immortal Academy also said that little girl Liang Qin has half a foot in the core of the Divine Tree Palace. As long as she passes the final assessment, she can directly become a core disciple of the Divine Tree Palace." "Very good," Qin Yun said. "I am very jealous of her." Liang Yupeng sighed and said, "Let's go, you treat me to a big meal and I will also tell you some good news," Qin Yun said. Liang Yupeng's eyes immediately lit up. He is secretly excited. He guessed that the good news Qin Yun wants to tell him is most likely about the storage magic tool. However, after thinking about it, he felt that it is impossible. Queen's counterattack. Liang Yupeng believed that it had only been 2 days since he handed the sacred profound silver crystal to Qin Yun. It was impossible for Qin Yun to refine a storage magic treasure in such a short period of time, so he quickly calmed down. Of course, he wanted to get a storage Dharma treasure as soon as possible, but he felt that it would take some time. "Let's go," Liang Yupeng said with smile, then brought Qin Yun and quickly walked on the street. After entering the private room, Liang Yupeng immediately ordered the dishes. Qin Yun sat down and asked, "Brother Liang, Sister Qin hasn't returned yet. Could she be abandoning me?" "Don't worry, even if she abandons you, I will persuade her to invite you back," Liang Yupeng said with a smile. "Little Qin, you are a heavenly inscription master who can refine storage magic tools." Qin Yun smiled and asked again, "If Sister Qin can become a core disciple of the Divine Tree Palace, can she bring me into a 5-star city and enter the Divine Tree Palace?" "I'm afraid that's a little difficult." Liang Yupeng shook his head. "It's still very difficult for you to enter." This was because the rules of the Divine Tree Palace were very strict. Only those who had contributed could enter. Even that last Liang Qin would need to accumulate enough contribution points to enter a 5-star city. "Is that so? Then what kind of core disciple is she?" Qin Yun thought that Liang Qin could directly enter. "She is considered a core disciple and can enjoy the treatment of a core disciple. However, she still has to accept all kinds of work and accumulate enough contribution points to enter." Liang Yupeng said, "This is a dead rule, no one can break it." Qin Yun curled his lips and said, "Didn't the Divine Tree Palace receive a large number of people from Moon Palace into the Divine Tree? The people of Guanghan Palace are special guests, that's different." Liang Yupeng shook his head and said, "Besides, the people of Guanghan Palace won't stay here forever. Qin Yun doesn't know what's going on with Bing Xing and the others, so he wants to contact them even more." "Little Qin, what was the good news you mentioned just now?" Liang Yupeng asked. Qin Yun chuckled, took out a blue jade pendant and handed it to Liang Yupeng. Liang Yupeng sat on the chair and suddenly froze. He looked at the jade pendant with astonishment and excitement, and then stood up. It's done?" Liang Yupeng stretched out both of his hands. He was so excited that his hands were trembling. He was extremely shocked. He could not believe that Qin Yun had managed to create a storage Dharma treasure in 2 days. "Success. Look at the space inside and see if you are satisfied," Qin Yun said with a smile and then began eating. Liang Yupeng's hands trembled as he held it in his hands, as if he was holding his own heart. He released his spiritual force and could see the space inside. "Wow!" Liang Yupeng exclaimed. His mouth was round, and his eyes were wide open. The space inside was so big that Liang Yupeng was so excited that he wanted to roar and jump around like an idiot. But he quickly restrained himself. "You bind it with blood, this way others won't be able to use mental power to peek inside," Qin Yun said with a smile. Liang Yupeng was also a person who had seen the wind and waves. He was so excited that he quickly calmed down and sat down, but he was still laughing foolishly. "Xiao Qin, I have 50,000 silver crystal coins. I will go to the black market to exchange for 100,000 Saint Profound silver crystals," Liang Yupeng said with a smile. "You must be careful," Qin Yun exhorted. "Don't worry, I will pay attention. I just obtained such a good thing, I don't want to die, I want to preserve my little life and properly enjoy it," Liang Yupeng said with a laugh. Qin Yun said with a smile, "Brother Liang, if Divine Tree Palace knows that I can refine this kind of thing, do you think they will treat me as a distinguished guest?" Liang Yupeng's expression suddenly became grave. He shook his head and said, I don't know. There are two possibilities. One is that they will treat you as a distinguished guest. The other possibility is that they will capture you and force you to hand over the secret method to refine storage magic tool. Will Divine Tree Palace be that ruthless? Qin Yan said with frown. It's hard to say. Liang Yupeng shook his head and said, these past 2 days I have read many books about storage magic tools. I learned that it is very difficult for 3 palaces and 6 sects to refine storage magic tools. Moreover, the storage magic tools they refine have very small space, only the size of a small private room. Qin Yan now understands why Liang Yupeng is so excited. Because the storage jade pendant he obtained has a space equivalent to a large mansion that occupies an acre of land. Little Qin, I will definitely keep the matter of you being able to refine storage magic tools a secret. I won't tell anyone. Liang Yupeng said seriously, after all, our current cultivation is very low. To tell you the truth, even if my Liang family knew about this, they might have crooked ideas about you. After all, this kind of secret technique is best in my own hands. Qin Yan trusts Liang Yupeng. He has always been very accurate in judging people. Brother Liang, I need a large amount of sacred Xian silver crystals and instant space sacred iron. Qin Yan said, these are the key to refining storage magic tools. Liang Yupeng said, sacred iron is rare but I do have immortal iron. Instant space immortal iron is also fine. Qin Yan said. Alright, I'll think of a way to help you get more. Liang Yupeng said with smile, I also don't plan to become a disciple of Divine Tree Palace, it's better to follow you. Qin Yan said, Sister Qin shouldn't need me anymore, right? Liang Yupeng shook his head and said, it's hard to say. She is still in War Immortal Academy, she needs someone to accompany her. Let's wait until she appears. Qin Yan still has 150,000 silver crystal coins. It can be considered a relatively large amount of wealth, but he feels that it is not enough. Because to him, the more the better. After all, it contains pure 9 sun sacred power. After Qin Yan and Liang Yupeng finished eating and drinking, they walked out of the restaurant. On the road, someone shouted Divine Tree Express. Liang Yupeng immediately bought a newspaper and looked at the content. Damn, isn't this Liang Qin girl? Liang Yupeng handed it over to Qin Yan and said. On the first page of the Divine Tree Express, there is a tall and slender long-legged beauty with a long braid. She is precisely Liang Qin. Her face is elegant and aloof, the corner of her mouth is curled into a slightly arrogant smile. She is wearing a white tight-fitting outfit, she is holding a saber hilt with one hand and carrying the long saber on her back. There are many words below. When Qin Yan and Liang Yupeng saw those words, they are secretly astonished. Liang Qin was bestowed the title of War Immortal Academy's 4th beauty. Moreover, she is the strongest among the new students. She was directly promoted to inner sect disciple and was praised by an elder of Divine Tree Palace. He even said that she is a genius rarely seen in thousands of years. Good thing. Qin Yan said with smile. Little Qin, you should quickly go back. That girl Liang Qin has made a meteoric rise. If you follow her, you will be able to mix well. Liang Yupeng finished speaking, patted his head and said with smile, you can mix well. It's fine, I will follow Sister Qin, she will let me understand the situation here better. Qin Yan said with smile, besides, with her protection, I might be a lot safer. Indeed. Liang Yupeng laughed and then told Qin Yan that he lives in that ordinary restaurant. If there is anything, he can go find him directly. Liang Yupeng wants to exchange his 50,000 silver crystal coins for 100,000 genes of sacred Xian silver crystals and give it to Qin Yan. Qin Yan returned to the small restaurant but did not see Liang Qin. No one came back. Qin Yan sighed lightly, could it be that Sister Qin won't come back to this kind of place? Probably not. This Queen Liang is a very forthright and loyal woman. It is impossible for her to kick you away after making a meteoric rise. Ling Yan'er said with smile, what's more, you said that you would give her storage magic tool. She will definitely come back to ask you for it. Qin Yan laughed and said, that's true. He has been busy for the past few days, now it is time for him to have a good rest. It is daytime now, he rested until nightfall but still did not wait for Liang Qin. He went to that ordinary restaurant to look for Liang Yupeng. Liang Yupeng indeed exchanged 100,000 genes of sacred Xian silver crystals and placed them in his storage jade pendant. Brother Liang, are King Great Immortal tools valuable? Qin Yan asked. He has some in his hands. Not very valuable because there are many inscription masters here who can refine them. Liang Yupeng shook his head and said. Qin Yan is not surprised. He has seen Liang Qin's King Great Immortal tool and it is indeed very good. He suspects that the inscription masters of ancient gardens used sacred mysterious silver crystals to condense sacred flame to refine them. Therefore, the quality is very good. Xiao Qin, what do you lack now? Liang Yupeng asked. Qin Yan said with smile, Brother Liang, help me pay attention. If there are any precious refining materials, you must tell me. I will think of a way to get them. All right. I will go get silver crystal coins now. Liang Yupeng said with mischievous smile. How? Qin Yan asked. Of course I will buy and sell. I have a storage jade pendant, it will be very convenient. I can even sell off many black market goods. Liang Yupeng said with smile. Liang Yupeng was very resistant to these things before, but now that he has a storage magic tool, he can't wait to become a big profiteer. All right, we will contact you again. Qin Yan hastily returned after obtaining 100,000 genes of sacred Xian silver crystals. He wants to continue refining storage magic tools, after all, they are very popular. Nighttime, Two-Star City is very lively. War Immortal Academy is even more lively. After Qin Yan returned, he hastily ran back to the small building. Just as he was about to enter the basement, someone suddenly opened the door and came in. He hastily walked out of the room and saw the tall and slender Liang Qin has returned. She is wearing simple white clothes. She is rather shrewish, but now she has a kind of faint elegant temperament. Sister Qin, you are finally back. Qin Yan said with smile. Xiao Qin, I missed you to death. As soon as Liang Qin saw Qin Yan, she threw herself at him with smile and hugged him. Qin Yan used mental power to close the door and said with smile, War Immortal Academy's 4th-ranked beauty, it is not good for you to be like this. Don't say any more, what bullshit 4th-ranked beauty. I don't accept this ranking, I am the first beauty. Liang Qin scolded and stamped her feet. Sister Qin, those ships have been sold, 130,000. I gave Brother Liang 10,000. We will split the rest evenly. Qin Yan said. I will give it all to you. I don't need it for now. Liang Qin sat down and said with smile, Xiao Qin, thank you so much. It was you who allowed me to soar to the sky in one step, directly becoming an elite of the inner sect, making a group of red-eyed rabbits from 3-star cities and even 4-star cities envious, ha ha ha. Qin Yan also sat down and asked, did the people from Divine Tree Palace discover your situation? Riverside Exclusion Zone. Qin Yan sat down and looked at the happy Liang Qin. He said with a smile, what happened next? Who did you acknowledge as your master? I didn't worship them. They are not worthy to be my master. Liang Qin said, compared to you, little Qin, they are far worse. Even if it's that elder of the Divine Tree Palace, I don't like him. Find a reliable master, it will bring you a lot of convenience. Qin Yan said. Of course I know. But the problem is, those guys accepted me as a disciple with ulterior motives. They definitely want to study how I can absorb saint energy. Liang Qin said. Can't they absorb it directly? Qin Yan asked in puzzlement. They need to use techniques to absorb saint power. Liang Qin pursed her lips and said, in short, they said that I absorb holy power very quickly and asked me what secret I have. Liang Qin's lips were tightly sealed. She did not say that Qin Yan had helped her. She only said that it was her innate ability. Sister Qin, will you still live here in the future? Qin Yan said with smile, you are now a very famous person, moreover you are an elite inner sect student of War Immortal Academy. Of course I live here. You don't know how shady the War Immortal Academy is. If you want to live in the inner courtyard, you have to pay 10,000 silver crystal coins every year. I'm not going. Liang Qin snorted. It is indeed very dark. Qin Yan shook his head and said with a smile, I thought that after you became an inner sect disciple, you would receive a lot of preferential treatment. I didn't expect it to be the same. Liang Qin sat on a chair beside Qin Yun and played with the braid hanging in front of her chest. She said, there are some preferential treatment, but I think it's better to stay here. With little Qin guiding me, it's free. Little Qin, you won't find me annoying, right? Of course not. Qin Yun said with smile, if I found you annoying, I would have run away long ago. Don't worry, I will definitely not let you down. After I become stronger, I will definitely repay you. Liang Qin laughed. Alright, I'm going to get busy now. Qin Yun stood up, stretched himself and smiled mysteriously. In a few days, I'll give you a surprise. Alright, I'm waiting for your surprise. Liang Qin smiled and said, I'm going out to play. Liang Qin ran out of the building as Qin Yun returned to the underground chamber to refine the instant void holy metal. Brother Liang gave me 100,000 gene of sacred mysterious silver crystal, it's only enough to refine 5 instant space sacred pearls. Qin Yun took out 250 gene of instant space immortal iron and placed it inside the pill transformation heavenly furnace. After that, he took out 2 disc-shaped profound saint silver crystals and infused the saint energy within them into the pill melting heavenly furnace. After Qin Yun refined 5 instant space sacred pearls, he went to rest. He recuperated and began to draw the runes again. Even carving totems and runes through the Gemini treasure mirror consumes a lot of blood soul power. Such precious instant space sacred pearls are used to refine those small storage magic treasures. What a waste. Qin Yun looked at the 5 instant space sacred pearls and sighed. Ling Yun'er laughed, but the storage magic treasures you refine can be exchanged for more instant space immortal iron and saint profound silver crystals. Qin Yun lied on the bed in the basement and said with a smile, that's right. Wait for me to make it, then I'll think of a way to sell it at a high price. Selling this kind of precious thing will definitely cause a great commotion. Therefore, he plans to sell it in secret or find a reliable auction house to auction it off. After resting, Qin Yun immediately began to refine storage magic treasure. In order to distinguish the difference, he did not make the storage magic treasure into a jade pendant because it would easily expose Liang Yupeng. Let's make it into a belt buckle. He thought about it and decided to make it into a golden tiger head belt buckle. After all, this is going to be auctioned. If he makes it look a bit better, he can sell it at a higher price. After the instant space sacred pearls were melted, Qin Yun hammered it flat and began to shape it. Very quickly, he made a domineering golden tiger head belt buckle and began carving runes and totems. He is also very tired from making runes and totems. After resting for a while, he recovered and continued to refine. This time, he made a purple storage jade pendant, it is for Liang Qin. Liang Qin will be able to enter the Divine Tree Palace in the future. If Qin Yun wants to understand the internal situation of the Divine Tree Palace, he will have to rely on Liang Qin. After Qin Yun finished refining 2 storage magic treasures, he ran out of the basement. It is broad daylight outside. In the ancient garden, daytime is the time to rest. He sniffed the remnant fragrance in the hall and knew that Liang Qin had come back in the past 3 days. Qin Yun used his mental power to probe the room on the 2nd floor and sensed Liang Qin's aura. This Queen Liang didn't go out to play? Qin Yun immediately went upstairs and gently knocked on the door of a room. Liang Qin quickly came out and opened the door. She was wearing a simple white bathrobe. She said with a smile, Little Qin, I'm taking a bath. What's the matter? Then let's talk after you finish taking a bath. Qin Yun said with a smile, it's nothing important. Alright. Liang Qin saw that Qin Yun's expression is filled with fatigue and said, you seem very tired. You should go rest as well. Alright. Qin Yun nodded. Little Qin, wait a moment. You should have rested well tomorrow night, right? Liang Qin suddenly asked. Of course. Qin Yun said with a smile, what's the matter? I want to treat you to a big meal tomorrow night with a friend I just met. Liang Qin said, are you free? I am. Qin Yun nodded. Alright, when you wake up, if you don't see me, I'll leave you a letter in the living room. Liang Qin said again. Qin Yun went back to rest, Liang Qin continued taking a bath. At night, Qin Yun completely recovered. He originally wanted to go find Liang Qin, but he discovered that she is not in the small building. Tomorrow night's big meal? I'm looking forward to it. Qin Yan said with a smile. These past few days, Qin Yan often hid in the underground secret room to refine tools and did not go out for a stroll. There is also a rather lively place in War Immortal Academy. At night, War Immortal Academy is very lively, everywhere is decorated with lanterns and colored banners. War Immortal Academy is very big, the flowers, plants and trees inside can all shine at night. Therefore, at night, War Immortal Academy is not dark at all. Inside War Immortal Academy, one can walk around as they please. If they see the Forbidden Area sign, then don't enter. Qin Yan is now on a grassy slope filled with purple-red flowers. There are many small stalls here, all of them are poor students selling all kinds of things. There are a lot of food and drinks, there are also some other small things. The grass on the grassy slope is emitting a faint green light, the purple-red flowers are also flickering with purple-red light. The bright golden moon hanging in the sky seems to be nourishing the glowing plants on the earth. Qin Yan passed through the grassy slope and arrived at the side of a large river. There are many glowing water plants at the bottom of the river, causing the entire river to be sprinkled with silver light. It looks like the Milky Way in the sky. There are trees planted on the riverside, their drooping branches and leaves emitting a faint yellow light. Many people are strolling along the riverside, enjoying the beautiful river scenery. Qin Yan walked along the riverside and walked forward. The people in front of him are getting fewer and fewer. There is a small building on the riverside in front of him. In front of the small building, there is a very large garden. Qin Yan originally wanted to go over and take a look, but he saw a sign on the road. On the sign, the word Forbidden Area is written. I can't go over, no wonder there are so few people here. Qin Yan frowned. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, a woman suddenly walked out of the small building. Who are you? The woman lightly shouted at Qin Yan from far away. I am a passerby, I did not enter the Forbidden Area. Qin Yan promptly explained, he is dozens of meters away from the woman. The woman is wearing a simple and elegant white dress, her appearance is delicate and pretty, her beautiful eyes are bright like two pearls. She lightly pursed her small mouth, holding a silver stone in her hand, she looked at Qin Yan. Then you definitely want to come in, the woman lightly shouted again. I was just about to leave. Qin Yan smiled, Miss, I'll leave now. Qin Yan turned around and took a few steps, a faint fragrant wind suddenly assaulted him. The white-dressed woman appeared in front of Qin Yan in the blink of an eye. I don't want to go in, I'll leave immediately. Qin Yan is somewhat surprised, why did this woman stop him? Humph, I see you are sneaky, of course I have to figure it out, the woman lightly snorted and said, what's your name? Little Qin. Qin Yan said. Just called Little Qin, the woman said with a frown, this isn't a name, right? That's what people call me since I was young. Qin Yan fabricated a reason and said with a smile. Did you not have a father or a mother since you were young? The woman's ice-cold expression suddenly softened a lot and her eyes flashed with sympathy. My mother passed away early and my father is not by my side. Qin Yan said, this is the truth. An old man's shout came from the small building, Yao Sisi, hurry up and come back. You have to seize the time to cultivate. Otherwise, at tomorrow night's gathering, you will be defeated by that girl called Liang Qin. I will lose a lot of face. Grandfather, Sister Qin and I are good friends, what's there to compete with? Yao Sisi shouted softly, I'll go back now. Yao Sisi looked at Qin Yan and said, Little Qin, you kept looking at that small building just now. What are you looking at? I'm looking at those flowers, I think they are very beautiful. Qin Yan said with a smile. I allow you to go and take a look. Yao Sisi smiled slightly, let's go, follow me, nothing will happen. Qin Yan suspected that Yao Sisi was forced by his grandfather to cultivate, so she had been absent-mindedly looking out the window. Only then did she discover that he had come over, so she found an excuse to run out to take a breather. Miss Yao, did you run out on purpose? Qin Yan asked in a low voice. Shoo. Yao Sisi looked at Qin Yan reproachfully and said in a low voice, my cultivation is too annoying, I need to find something to do. Yao Sisi was absent-minded. She brought Qin Yan to the large garden and said, these flowers were planted by me. It's so beautiful. Can I take some back and plant them? Qinyan asked. Of course you can. Xianxia said with a smile, let me help you choose. Suddenly, a gray-robed elder walked out and sighed, Xianxia, oh Xianxia, you little girl, you're always so restless to cultivate. Look at you, whenever you see Jun Lang, you jump out and even say that he's sneakily going to take a look, humph. Xianxia bent down and dug out the flowers for Qinyan. She stuck out her tongue and pretended not to hear her grandfather's words. Qinyan was also somewhat speechless. This Xianxia was indeed very worrisome. Greetings, senior. Qinyan hurriedly bowed. Little brother, do you know Cici? The old man asked. I don't know her. Qinyan said. Really? This little girl has never been so enthusiastic towards a strange man. The gray-robed old man looked at Qinyan and said doubtfully. Grandfather, little Qin doesn't even have a name. He hasn't received the love and care of his parents since he was young. It's very pitiful. I want to give him some flowers. Xianxia said. To give advice on becoming a sage, Xianxia is still immersed in digging out those beautiful shining flowers from the soil. She really wants to give some to Qinyan to plant. Grandpa, stop it. I don't want to cultivate now. Besides, what's the use of cultivating for a day? Xianxia muttered. Whether it's useful or not is one thing, but at this time, whether you cultivate or not, whether you are serious or not, this is a problem of attitude. The old man was exasperated and sighed, Cici, you can't go on like this. Xianxia said lightly, why not? I'm also very outstanding. It's just that your expectations of me are too high. Haven't you seen the hard work I put in over the years? The old man clasped his hands behind his back, shaking his head and sighing. Qinyan secretly probed the aura of immortal power on Xiaoxi's body. It has a bit of saint power aura. It means that Xiaoxi is definitely cultivating sacred spirit, sacred body, and can absorb saint power from sacred mysterious silver crystal. Since Xiaoxi knew Liang Qin, it meant that she was also an elite student of Warring Immortal Academy. Qinyan looked around. The reason this place could become a forbidden zone was probably because of this elder. This large area was a forbidden zone, yet this old man had built a small building here. He was definitely someone with great power in War Immortal Academy. Xiaoxi picked a lot of flowers from the garden and carefully placed them in a large bag. She handed it to Qinyan with a smile and said, Little Qin, here. Thank you, Monsieur. Qinyan said. Little Qin, I'll send you out now. Xiaoxi smiled. The old man was right. This was indeed her way of finding an excuse to run away. This little brother has hands and feet. He is also a golden immortal. He can go out by himself. The old man smiled and said, Cici, you should just focus on your cultivation. No, what if he meets a bully and gets bullied? Xiaoxi said seriously, Grandpa, it's not like you don't know that there are many tyrannical disciples in War Immortal Academy. Little Qin has no background and no parents. How pitiful. If he gets bullied again, who will help him? On the one hand, Xiaoxi wanted to take this opportunity to escape. On the other hand, she was really worried that Qinyan would be bullied. The old man said, Cici, how about this? You stay here and cultivate. When you're done, you can send him out. With that said, he smiled at Qinyan and said, Little brother, you shouldn't have any urgent matters, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have wandered here. Cici gave you so many flowers, stay here for a while longer. All right. Qinyan nodded with a smile on his back. Grandpa, it's so boring to let little Qin stay here by himself. Xiaoxi pouted unhappily. You can cultivate in this garden. I will guide you from the side. Little Qin will watch from the side. You won't feel bored. The old man pointed to a stone table and said with a smile, Little girl, quickly go and cultivate. Xiaoxi rolled her eyes and said, Grandfather, I am absorbing the saint energy inside the sacred mysterious silver crystal. This is our secret, we can't let outsiders see it, that's not good. The old man said, I don't care. Why do you care? What's more, little Qin definitely won't be able to understand it. Hurry up and cultivate. Absorb all the saint energy within the saint profound silver crystals in your hands. Qin Yan already realized that the silver stone in Yao Xixi's hand is a sacred mysterious silver crystal. However, he did not expect that she would absorb the saint energy inside to cultivate. Yao Xixi pouted and stamped her feet. She can only obediently walk to the side of the stone table and sit down. She grabbed the sacred mysterious silver crystal with both hands, closed her eyes, tightly creased her brows, pursed her lips and began absorbing the saint energy inside. The gray-clothed old man lightly sighed and said to Qin Yan, "Little Qin, wait patiently. This old man is tall and thin, there are not many wrinkles on his face. He looks very spirited but there is a trace of worry between his brows. It can be seen that he is very worried about his willful and naughty little granddaughter." "Senior. What is this forbidden area?" Qin Yan asked. "My residence. I retired and came to this place to cultivate in peace and nurture my descendants," the old man said. "Then Senior must have been a great expert. May I know Senior's great name?" Qin Yan immediately felt deep veneration and asked. "Yao Daxiong." "How is this name?" the old man said with smile. "It doesn't sound like Senior's name." Qin Yan said with smile. "My name is Yao Daxiong," the old man said with mischievous smile. It can be seen that he is a very naughty old man, no wonder Yao Xixi is so naughty. Yao Xixi pursed her lips and suddenly said, "Grandpa, it is too slow. I cannot absorb saint energy quickly. Sister Qin's innate ability is innate, I cannot compare to her." Yao Daxiong walked over and said with frown, "It is really strange, you were absorbing saint energy very quickly before, why did you suddenly become so slow?" Qin Yan also walked over. "I really don't know, I have been doing it according to the previous method, it is also the mnemonic chant grandfather taught me." Yao Xixi's exquisite jade-like face is filled with bitterness. "Grandpa, I really don't know what is going on. I am not being lazy, I am doing my best." Yao Daxiong placed his hand on Yao Xixi's wrist and said, "Xixi, continue absorbing saint energy inside the sacred mysterious silver crystal. I will carefully inspect it." "All right." Yao Xixi is also very cooperative. Yao Xixi is holding some sacred mysterious silver crystal in her hands and continuing to absorb saint energy, she is very serious and diligent. Qin Yan is now at a close distance, using extinction spirit eye, he can see that the saint energy is like silk thread, slowly entering Yao Xixi's body through her hands. Some of the saint energy enters the head through the neck, some enters the heart through the neck and then flows to the rest of the body along with the beating of the heart and blood circulation. There is no problem with all of this. The problem is that the saint energy entering Yao Xixi's body is very weak, like a silk thread. Qin Yan can only see that thread of saint energy after concentrating. She is already at the third level of golden immortal stage, her meridians are definitely not blocked. Ling Yin'er said. "Could it be that there is a problem with the cultivation method?" Qin Yan said in his heart, but she said that she could absorb a lot of saint energy before. Maybe it is a problem with the cultivation method. Some poor cultivation methods have good effect in the early stage but become weak later on. Ling Yin'er said, "The endurance is not strong." After Yao Daxiong finished inspecting, he said with frown, "How can it become so weak?" Yao Xixi said with slight anger, "Grandpa, this cultivation method was created by you, there is still a big problem with it, yet you let me cultivate it. You are harming me. You obviously have the secret method of Divine Tree Palace, why don't you pass it on to me? If I pass it on to you, I will be dead for sure." Yao Daxiong shook his head and said. "Little Qin, you are watching so attentively from the side, did you discover anything?" Yao Xixi asked. Yao Daxiong waved his hand and said with smile, "This little guy, what can he see?" Qin Yan said, "When Miss Yao is cultivating, the saint energy is divided into her soul and heart. In other words, when she absorbs the saint energy, her soul and heart are competing for the saint energy. She should be able to absorb more saint energy." Hearing Qin Yan's words, Yao Daxiong is shocked and shouted, "That's what happened, how did you know?" Qin Yan said with smile, "I can see it." Yao Daxiong's sharp old eyes opened very wide, he is incomparably shocked and said, "I can't see so many things, yet you can see so many things, awesome." Yao Xixi is also startled, she also said in amazement, "Little Qin, so you are actually an expert? Then quickly tell me, how do you want to solve this problem?" Yao Daxiong promptly nodded, He is very suspicious about Qin Yan's identity. How can he see all these things? I am only very sensitive towards energy. Qin Yan said with smile, if you want to solve it, it is very simple, just don't be greedy. Either absorb saint energy with soul or absorb saint energy with heart. Yao Daxiong nodded and said, and? Qin Yan continued, Miss Yao's soul and heart are not strong enough and she has to simultaneously control soul and heart to absorb saint energy. This is a great burden on her, causing her to be distracted. When absorbing saint energy, it will cause her body and mind to be exhausted. Over time, she will become tired of it. Without a good mentality and state of mind, the absorption of saint energy will be even less. Yao Daxiong repeatedly nodded and muttered, you are right, mentality is very important. Old Yao, there should be no problem with your cultivation technique, but for the current Miss Yao, it is not suitable. Because you have defeated her mentality in an instant, her mentality has collapsed, so a mistake has occurred. Qin Yan said again, you should properly adjust the cultivation technique, let her absorb saint energy through her heart, first refine saint body, then refine saint soul, step by step. Good, not bad, very right. Yao Daxiong nodded and praised while thinking about how to adjust. Little Qin, are you a core disciple of Divine Tree Palace? How do you know so much? Yao Cici very happily said, you are much more awesome than Grandpa. Grandpa is always messing around, he doesn't know anything, he even said that I am lazy. Qin Yan said with smile, I learned this from books. I am not a core disciple of Divine Tree Palace, I followed other students to enter War Immortal Academy, I am just a small follower. Yao Daxiong frowned and said, how is this possible? You can see so many problems, it means that your perception is very high. Your cultivation should not only be in the first layer of Golden Immortal Realm. Yao Cici said, Grandpa, little Qin comes from a poor family, it is already very good for him to reach this stage at such a young age. That's true, that's true. Yao Daxiong said, little Qin, this time I really have to thank you, otherwise Cici would have walked the wrong path. Miss Yao gave me flowers and let me coincidentally observe her cultivation. Then I just happened to see some problems, this is the opportunity brought by her kindness. Qin Yan said with smile. Yes, this is indeed an opportunity. Yao Daxiong sighed again and said with smile, Cici, send little Qin out and then come back to cultivate, I will guide you in cultivating again. Alright. Yao Cici sent Qin Yan out and warned him to come here often to find her when he has time. Qin Yan carried a bag of flowers and arrived at a place where there are many people and said goodbye to Yao Cici. Willow Moon Pavilion. Qin Yan hurriedly returned to the student's residence. On the way, Ling Yuner said, Xiao Yun, did you find anything special about that forbidden zone? No. Qin Yan thought about it and felt that there was nothing special there. There is a very weak energy shrouding that place. Don't you feel it? Ling Yuner said again. I don't sense it. What kind of energy is it? Asked Qin Yun. I'm guessing it's the energy of that divine tree. The divine tree has a branch that points towards the War Immortal Academy, and the restricted area can absorb that energy. Ling Yuner said, that's why the flowers inside are so beautiful. Qin Yun thought carefully and said, if that's the case, could it be that there's some special array formation that can absorb the divine tree's energy? Yes. The energy released by the divine tree must have a great effect. Ling Yuner said, otherwise, that place would not have become a forbidden area. On the way, Qin Yun pondered over this problem. He knew too little about the divine tree. Ling Yuner said with a smile, Yao Daxiong must have been a core disciple of the Divine Tree Palace, maybe he even had a high position. Didn't he say that he retired? Then Yao Cici must know a lot. You can ask Yao Cici in the future. Yao Daxiong's position in the Divine Tree Palace must be extremely high, but even with his relationship, he can't let Cici directly enter the Divine Tree Palace. It seems like it will be very difficult to enter the Divine Tree Palace. Qin Yan exclaimed in his heart. That's right. That's why Yao Daxiong is very concerned about Yao Cici's growth. If Yao Cici can't become a core disciple, then he will lose face. Ling Yuner said with a smile. Not long after, Qin Yan returned to the small building. Liang Qin did not return. Qin Yan sat in the living room of the small building and took out the soul-chasing talisman. It is Xiao Yume's soul-chasing talisman. Yumei is not in Two-Star City. Qin Yan came to the top of the building and looked at the direction the soul-chasing talisman was pointing in. It was not pointing at the towering tree but in another direction. Over there, it seems to be Three-Star City. Qin Yan said with a frown, this little girl went to Three-Star City? Then, he took out Bingxing's soul-chasing talisman. Bingxing is still in the direction of the giant tree. Is Sister Bingxing still in the Divine Tree Palace? What is she doing inside? Qin Yan was very curious. I wonder where Grandpa Wei and Zhuang are. The Nether sect led by Wei Zhongjing, the Shiman family led by Shiman Taidan and the Li family led by Li Xingqi must be facing all kinds of problems in this ancient garden. Although there were people from various major powers who had entered the ancient garden, Qin Yan was not worried that the Sun Soul would be obtained by them. As for the Sun Soul, he was relatively open-minded. If it truly belonged to him, then no one would be able to find it. If it didn't belong to him, even if others couldn't find it, he definitely wouldn't be able to obtain it. After all, the Sun Soul was a rather intelligent thing. If the Sun Soul was unwilling to be subdued, even if Qin Yan possessed the Nine-Yang Divine Spirit, he did not have the confidence to subdue the Sun Soul. Qin Yan walked down from the rooftop and sat in the living room, deep in thought. Liang Qin suddenly returned, and her face was full of anger. The moment she returned, she sat on a chair and cursed in a low voice, "How unlucky, to meet some bastards." "What bastard did you encounter?" asked Qin Yan. "Don't mention it. I get angry when I talk about them." Liang Qin took a few deep breaths before her face looked better. She revealed a smile and said, "Little Qin, you're much more pleasing to the eye." Sigh, some men are clearly very handsome but they're not as good-looking as Little Qin, nor are they as calm as Little Qin. That's right, Little Qin, you're an inscription master, you're not someone those tender meats can compare to. Qin Yan said with a smile, Sister Qin, didn't I say before that I would give you a surprise? Liang Qin sighed bitterly, don't give it to me now, I'm not in a good mood. I'm afraid that I won't be able to be pleasantly surprised and waste your good intentions. Qin Yan took out a blue jade pendant and handed it to Liang Qin. He said with a smile, didn't I promise you before that I would give you a storage treasure? Here, I'll keep my word. What? Liang Qin was stunned as she looked at the blue jade pendant that Qin Yan handed over. This was a storage treasure. Liang Qin, who was sitting on a chair, jumped up in shock. Her mouth was agape as she looked at the jade pendant, then at Qin Yan and then at the jade pendant. She found it hard to believe that this was true. Of course, she remembered that Qin Yan had previously said that he would give her a storage treasure. However, she only thought that it was because she was obedient and did not take it to heart. After all, storage treasures were very expensive. Even if they were father and son, they would not casually give such a thing. Liang Qin, who had dreamed of obtaining a storage treasure since she was young, was very clear about the value of these storage treasures. It was impossible for them to be casually given away. What's wrong? Qin Yan asked. Is this true? Liang Qin said with a look of disbelief, you can't be joking with me, right? Storage treasure. How could it be so beautiful? I heard that it's a very simple bag or a square box. The blue jade pendant that Qin Yan had produced was indeed very beautiful. There was a flower carved on it. No matter how one looked at it, it looked like a beautiful accessory. You know how to use a storage treasure, right? Qin Yan said with a smile. Of course I know. Liang Qin took the jade pendant and used her mental energy to look at it. She was immediately stunned. She was pleasantly surprised, causing her mind to go blank for a moment. Oh yeah. After being in a daze for a moment, Liang Qin shouted loudly. She jumped up and down in the hall, stepping on tables and chairs, laughing and shouting. Qin Yan said with a smile, Queen Liang, I think you should change your name to Crazy Granny Liang. After feeling happy, Liang Qin quickly calmed down. She looked at Qin Yan, bit her lips and said, Little Qin, tell me honestly, is this a very precious thing to you? Did you reluctantly part with it in order to fulfill your promise? Of course not. I even gave one to Brother Liang. Qin Yan said. What? You even gave one to Liang Yupeng? Is this thing that worthless to you? Liang Qin is very surprised. She thought that Qin Yan might have given her such a precious thing because he wanted to pursue her. However, Qin Yan also gave one to Liang Yupeng. This made her feel even more shocked. She thought that Qin Yan liked her a lot. In order to repay me, Brother Liang helped me do many dangerous things. For example, he helped me exchange silver crystal coins for many sacred Xian silver crystals. Qin Yan said with a smile, I still need his help a lot in the future. Giving him a storage magic tool will make things much more convenient for him. Liang Qin sat on the chair and fondled the jade pendant lovingly. She sighed and said, Little Qin, you are so good. You said you would give it to me just like that. Those few young masters I met tonight wanted to chase after me, but they didn't show any expression at all. They were so stingy and even said that I am virtuous. Sister Qin, you are a genius that is rarely seen in thousands of years. So what if you are virtuous? Qin Yan said with a smile, in the future, if you don't have a certain level of skill, don't talk to them. This will make you lower your status. Liang Qin nodded, she very much agreed with Qin Yan's words. Qin Yan said again, you are no longer that poor girl from One-Star City. You will soon become a core disciple of Divine Tree Palace. You must have a kind of aloof attitude, you must have a kind of cold and arrogant temperament. Don't pay attention to those cats and dogs. I know, I am a woman who wants to become queen. Liang Qin's arrogance immediately rose as she said boldly. That's right. Qin Yan said with a smile, drip blood on the jade pendant. This kind of jade pendant won't be easy to lose. You can use your mental power to control the jade pendant. Liang Qin said with a smile, Little Qin, the space inside this jade pendant is really big. It is much bigger than the one passed down in my Liang family, ha ha ha. After recognizing her as master, Liang Qin put all the tables and chairs inside, then let them out again. She also put all of her big and small bags inside. She played very happily. After playing enough, Liang Qin very obediently poured water for Qin Yan and said with a smile, Little Qin, you gave me such a precious thing. How can I repay you? Sister Qin, I need your help with something. Qin Yan said, I have an important friend inside Divine Tree Palace but I can't go in, so I don't know how to contact her. After you enter Divine Tree Palace, think of a way to contact her for me. No problem. Leave it to me. Liang Qin agreed very straightforwardly and said, Little Qin, do you want me to help you exchange for sacred Xian silver crystals or something? I also have some connections in this area. Not for now. Qin Yan warned repeatedly, remember, don't ever reveal that you have a storage jade pendant. I know. Liang Qin nodded and said, I won't speak carelessly, so as not to be targeted by others. Since I can absorb sacred power, I've been targeted by many people. Qin Yan stretched his waist and legs and said, I'm going to refine something. Wait until tomorrow night, I'm going to eat your feast. Little Qin, I'll introduce you to my friends tomorrow. I know quite a few good girls. When the time comes, tell me which one you like, I'll help you hook up with them. Liang Qin said with smile. With Sister Qin, the #1 beauty of War Immortal Academy with me, I'm very satisfied. Qin Yan said with smile and then walked into the room. Liang Qin smiled happily. She also knows that Qin Yan is a hidden expert. Although he calls her Sister Qin, he might be an old demon. Qin Yan entered the room and ran to the basement. This time, he wants to refine a communication-type spatial magic tool. This way, he can contact Liang Yupeng at any time. If he can find Xiao Yuemei, he can also give this magic tool to her and keep in touch with her. He quickly made it. It's a type of communication talisman. The difficulty of refining it is not very high, but when sending messages, it consumes a lot of immortal power and mental power. He made a few and rested for a while. Just like that, a day passed. The night of the second day. Xiao Yun, it's time to eat a big meal. Ling Yuner said with smile, among Queen Liang's friends, there must be Yao Sisi. Tonight, go ask her about Divine Tree Palace and Yao Daxiong. Qin Yan immediately took a bath and changed into a set of very good white clothes. Although they are not luxurious, they do not look too tacky. For a man as handsome as me, too much dressing is superfluous. Qin Yan looked at the mirror and said with a narcissistic smile. He walked out of the room and saw a note left on the table. It was left behind by Liang Qin, telling him to go to 2-Star City's Willow Moon Pavilion. Elite students. The Willow Moon Pavilion has 5 floors. Each floor is very wide and tall. At the top of the building, there is a light blue crescent moon statue. At night, it is especially eye-catching. The Willow Moon Pavilion is very lively tonight. Every floor is filled with noise. On the 3rd floor of the Willow Moon Pavilion, there is a very spacious hall with thousands of tables and chairs. However, only half of them are occupied. And on the side of the street that can be seen by the window, there are 3 beautiful women sitting. Liang Qin sat there, waiting for Qin Yan's arrival. She was dressed in a luxurious purple dress, making her look noble and cold. She was no longer as boisterous as she used to be. From afar, she exuded an oppressive cold arrogance, as though she was a high and mighty queen. Beside Liang Qin is a beautiful and charming woman with a light smile on her face. Although she does not have Liang Qin's cold and elegant temperament, she has a unique, elegant and moving aura. It is Xianxia. At this table, there is also a beautiful woman wearing a bright red dress. She is very beautiful and her head ornament is a crystal that emits red light, making her even more eye-catching. This beautiful woman is one of Liang Qin's good friends, Qing Yueshan. She is also an elite student of the War Immortal Academy. Qing Yueshan said to Liang Qin in a low voice, "Sister Qin, who are you waiting for?" "In order to wait for that guy, we are going to miss the gathering downstairs. The War Immortal Academy's 4 beauties, the first beauty is participating in the gathering downstairs. If we 3 beauties don't go, people will laugh at us for having stage fright. Yueshan, I want to wait a bit longer. I want to treat him to a big meal." Liang Qin said, "If you want to participate in the gathering downstairs, then hurry up and go. I will wait here." Yao Sisi said with a mischievous smile, "Sister Qin, a very important person, could it be your boyfriend? Don't talk nonsense." Liang Qin laughed and gently pinched Yao Sisi's face. "Is it a man or a woman?" Qing Yueshan said, "If you are waiting for a man, then I will also wait and see. Is there any relationship between a man and a woman?" Liang Qin faintly smiled, "Yueshan, you and Sisi go down to participate in that gathering. I have no interest." Qing Yueshan combed her long hair and said, "Sister Qin, tell us honestly, are you waiting for a man?" "I'm a man, okay?" Liang Qin said. "Then I'll wait and see. When he comes, we'll go down together. Anyway, the night is still long, and the party won't end until dawn." Qing Yueshan looked at Yao Sisi and said, "Sisi, what about you?" Yao Sisi said while eating, "I don't care. Anyway, I don't like to attend those kinds of gatherings. It's all a bunch of arrogant and immature young people pretending." Liang Qin said with a smile, "That's right. I can't be bothered to go. I heard that there's going to be a competition between elite students. It's too boring." Qing Yueshan chuckled, "Sister Qin, tell me about the man you're waiting for. What is his background? Was he a disciple of an aristocratic family in a 4-star city or a 5-star city? Is he a core disciple of the Divine Tree Palace?" "Neither. He's just a relatively ordinary man. He's very good-looking, warm and calm." Liang Qin chuckled and said, "A woman like me doesn't like those aristocratic children. I like those who are self-reliant." Yao Sisi smiled. "Me too." Qing Yueshan snorted lightly, "What's so bad about being a disciple of an aristocratic family? If he's outstanding enough, he'll be the head of a family in the future. Even if his talent is extremely high, it'll be difficult to rise without a deep background. Besides, is the man you're waiting for as good-looking as Leng Chaojie? You should have seen my Leng Chaojie before. He's the most handsome man in the War Immortal Academy." At the end, Qing Yueshan's face was full of pride and she smiled proudly. "He's not as good-looking as your Leng Chaojie, okay?" Liang Qin curled her lips and said, "Yueshan, your Leng Chaojie might be chasing the #1 beauty of the War Immortal Academy down there." Yao Sisi said with a look of disdain, "Leng Chaojie, this guy, does have a pretty good body, but when he looks at me, he always gives me a kind of lecherous feeling." Qing Yueshan said somewhat angrily, "Sisi, don't say bad things about Chaojie. He said that I take up half of his heart, and other women can only take up half of his heart. I'm the biggest in his heart." Yao Sisi and Liang Qin looked at each other and rolled their eyes. "Sister Qin, did Chaojie chase after you?" Qing Yueshan asked. He wanted to ask me to be alone before, but I ignored him. Liang Qin very disdainfully snorted and said, "This bastard, he knows that Cici and I are your good friends, yet he still wants to make a move on us. Truly a bastard. Although Chao Jia is so outstanding, it's not a big deal for him to have more women around him. As long as I'm in his heart, it's fine." Qing Yushan's expression is indifferent. She said again, "Chao Jia is the young master of the five-star city's Lin family. In the future, the Lin family will be his. What's more, he has been fancied by an expert of the Divine Tree Palace. His future is limitless." Liang Qin looked out of the window from time to time. She suddenly saw Qin Yan get down from a car and said, "The person I'm waiting for is coming." Qing Yushan curled her lips and said, "I want to see what kind of man Sister Qin values so much as like. He's definitely not as good as my Chao Jia. He's not my man, he's my brother. He's a very righteous person. You'll know when you see him." "Oh right, don't randomly say that he's my man, he and I are very good friends," Liang Qin very seriously explained. Qin Yan took out the note Liang Qin left him and muttered, "Third floor, table number 30, he entered the Willow Moon Pavilion and found a waiter. He gave him a few silver crystal coins and asked the waiter to bring him to the third floor. After Qin Yan arrived, he saw Liang Qin and walked over with a smile. He also saw Yao Cici. Yao Cici and Qing Yushan did not look at the door. Instead, they are talking to Liang Qin. Qin Yan walked over and sat down. Seeing that the table is empty, he said with a smile, "Sister Qin, quickly order some dishes. I want to try what delicacies Willow Moon Pavilion has." When Yao Cici heard the familiar voice, she immediately looked at the man who just sat down and said in surprise, "Little Qin, it's you. Miss Yao, the flowers you gave me are very beautiful." "Thank you," Qin Yan said with a smile. He already picked up his chopsticks. Qing Yushan looked at Qin Yan. She admitted that this is a very good man, but compared to her Lin Chao Jia, he is too lacking. "Sister Qin, is this the man you've been waiting for? Coming to the Willow Moon Pavilion, he doesn't even know how to dress properly. Also, he only has a golden immortal power on his body. Is he a first-layer golden immortal?" Qing Yushan's eyes are filled with disdain as she said. She is still somewhat surprised in her heart because Yao Cici also knows this man. Qin Yan said with a smile without a care, "I'm just Sister Qin's attendant, why would I dress so well?" Yao Cici said in surprise, "Sister Qin, he entered the War Immortal Academy with you." "That's right? What's wrong? My cousin introduced him to me. He's a very reliable person who helped me a lot." "Cici, when did you meet him?" "Little girl, you have very high standards." "How did you know little Qin?" Liang Qin said with a smile. Qing Yushan did not say anything else. She thought that the person Liang Qin was waiting for was a boyfriend or something like that. She didn't expect that it was just a good-looking attendant. "Oh. He came to my grandfather's forbidden area for a stroll. He said that my flowers are very beautiful, so I gave some to him," Yao Cici said. She also felt that Qin Yan is a very reliable person because her grandfather said so. It must be known that after Qin Yan left the forbidden area, the more Yao Daxiong thought about it, the more he felt that Qin Yan was very powerful. He praised him the entire night, saying that he is some hidden expert and even said that he wanted to see Qin Yan again. Yao Cici also felt the same way, so she didn't say too much about how she met Qin Yan. She was worried that she would anger this hidden expert. She is very grateful to Qin Yan in her heart because Qin Yan allowed her to have quite a breakthrough in her cultivation of saint power. She is suddenly very sure that the reason why Liang Qin's cultivation is so powerful is most likely because of Qin Yan's guidance. The more Yao Cici thought about it, the more fearful she felt towards Qin Yan. Qing Yushan's face is filled with disdain. She doesn't even want to look at Qin Yan. She still feels that sitting at the same table as Qin Yan is beneath her status. I'm going to participate in the gathering below. You guys take your time to eat." After Qing Yushan finished speaking, she immediately stood up and left in a hurry. Yao Cici said lightly, "This Qing Yushan is really, that Ling Chaojie of hers is a very disgusting guy." "That's right, I'm so angry because of that guy," Liang Qin also said. "Serve the dishes," Qin Yan said with a smile. Little Qin, Yuashan was like that just now, don't mind her. Liang Qin said. It doesn't matter, I've seen this kind of woman many times. Qin Yan said with an indifferent smile. Not long after, the table was filled with dishes. Qin Yan did not stand on ceremony at all and ate in big mouthfuls. Furthermore, he ordered many delicious things to drink. Yao Sisi was not to be outdone. She was also very open. She did not have the slightest bit of restraint as a woman and ate until her mouth was full of sauce. It's better to be with little Qin. There's no need to be on guard. Liang Qin said with a smile, I hate those sanctimonious hypocrites the most. Me too. Yao Sisi said with a smile, I'm full. Suddenly, a commotion came from the third floor. Yao Sisi cursed in a low voice, damn it, Leng Chaojia is here. Yuashan is really something, why didn't she tie this guy up properly and even brought him here? Behind Leng Chaojia, there are 2 young men and 3 beautiful women. As for Qing Yushan, she is beside Leng Chaojia. Leng Chaojia is very famous. The moment he arrived, many people stood up to greet him. Qin Yan looked at Leng Chaojia. He is a man with a long face and fair skin. He is indeed quite handsome. At this moment, he smiled and returned the greeting before walking towards Qin Yan and company. Qin Yan and company have a table full of dishes but there are only 3 people. Furthermore, the table is very big and can seat more than 10 people. Leng Chaojia smiled as he watched Liang Qin and Yao Sisi walk over. Without asking him to sit down, he directly sat down. The people who followed him also sat down one after another. Sister Qin, Sisi, why didn't you call us when you were eating here? We are all elite students, we have to be united. Leng Chaojia said with a faint smile. I'm eating with my friends. Liang Qin's expression is slightly cold and her tone is cold. Her face is filled with unwelcome. Your friends are also my Leng Chaojia's friends. Leng Chaojia said with a smile, friend, you don't mind if I eat with you here, right? I mind. Liang Qin said coldly, I'm having a meal with my friends. I didn't invite you. All of you should leave quickly. 1599 Chapter 1599 Attack. The sudden arrival of Leng Chaojia's group interrupted the good mood of Qin Yan and company. Originally, the 3 of them were eating and chatting happily but now, they are secretly furious. They are all people with excellent self-restraint, so they did not flip out. Liang Qin also directly said that they are not welcome. Qing Yuashan said with a frown, Sister Qin, Chaojia is willing to sit here with you. This is giving you a lot of face. Why are you saying these words? I've said it before, I'm treating my friends to a big meal tonight. If they are my friends, then they can sit. If they are not my friends, then don't casually sit at my table. Liang Qin's voice rose by a lot. Leng Chaojia and the other 2 men's expressions changed because Liang Qin clearly did not give them any face. When Leng Chaojia came up, so many people greeted him. But after he sat down, he was chased away. Where would he put his face? Qing Yuashan is very angry, she pointed at Qin Yan and shouted, this guy is your follower. You would rather invite him than Chaojia? How is Chaojia inferior to this guy? Why are you targeting Chaojia? He is not my follower, he is my friend. Leng Chaojia, all of you quickly get up and leave my table. Liang Qin shouted coldly, I have never seen such a thick-skinned person like you. He didn't even invite you, yet you shamelessly sat down. Did you get my permission? Leng Chaojia's expression also became much colder because no one has ever not given him face. Furthermore, it is a woman. Usually, Leng Chaojia is always surrounded by many women. He has never encountered such a situation. This made him very angry. He looked at Qin Yan and felt even more annoyed in his heart. Because in Liang Qin's heart, he is actually not even comparable to a follower. Liang Qin, you really don't want face. I, Leng Chaojia, am giving face to you and sharing a meal, who wants your stinky face? I don't want it, hurry up and leave. Liang Qin is not afraid at all as she shouted. Liang Qin, that's enough. Aren't you jealous that Yuashan and I can become Chaojia's women? A foxy-looking woman sneered and said, you deliberately found a random person to vent your anger, right? Pfft, why would I be jealous of you? Liang Qin became even more furious and said, quickly scram. A man beside Leng Chaojie mocked, "Scram? Do you know the relationship between Brother Leng and the third-floor manager of the Willow Moon Pavilion? You're the ones who should get lost. Liang Qin, I really misjudged you. I didn't expect you to be so prejudiced against Chaojie just because you're jealous of me." Qing Yushan also sneered coldly. At this moment, the onlookers were all criticizing Liang Qin. They were also trying to please Leng Chaojie. Liang Qin is only the fourth most beautiful woman in the War Immortal Academy. Qing Yushan is ranked second. It's normal for her to be jealous. That's right. You're ranked fourth. Why are you challenging the second beauty? Young Master Leng is the most handsome man in the world, and he even gave face to someone like her to have a meal with him, but he actually chased her away because of jealousy. This Liang Qin really doesn't know how to appreciate favors. Qing Yushan, the number 2 beauty, is willing to make friends with her and even brought a man to eat with her. She's jealous of Qing Yushan, so she doesn't give her any face and makes things difficult for Qing Yushan. AI, this is the difference between number 4 and number 2. Did you see that? She actually invited a man to dinner. Ha ha ha, this is too funny. A dignified elite student, moreover the 4th-ranked beauty of the War Immortal Academy, actually wants to treat a man to a meal. Could it be that no man invited her? Look at the man she invited. He's at the first stage of the Golden Celestial stage, and he's really good-looking. He must be living off a woman. A group of people surrounded Liang Qin and pointed at her. They said all kinds of nasty things, which made Liang Qin very angry. With a group of people helping to speak up for him, Leng Chaojie's expression became much better. He sneered at Liang Qin. Everyone could see that Liang Qin was very embarrassed. She wanted to get angry, but she couldn't. Qing Yueshan's face was full of pride. She looked at Yao Sisi and said, "Sisi, don't mix around with Liang Qin. You should have seen clearly what kind of woman she is now, right? Maybe one day she'll give you a dirty look." Yao Sisi hated Leng Chaojie and Qing Yueshan. She immediately shouted, "It's Leng Chaojie's fault. Qing Yueshan, why didn't you tell us in advance that you invited him here?" Qing Yueshan was stunned. She didn't expect that Yao Sisi would still stand on Liang Qin's side in such a situation. Yao Sisi snorted coldly and said, "Leng Chaojie is a pervert. He harassed me and Sister Qin again and again. Only stupid women like you would like to be with him and be deceived by him. You even said that Sister Qin is jealous of you. Pfft, who would be jealous of you? If you want to fight, Leng Chaojie and you together might not be a match for Sister Qin." Everyone immediately fell silent. Leng Chaojie was a playboy. This was something many people knew, but everyone felt that it was normal. Leng Chaojie was very angry. He wanted to say something, but when he thought of Yao Sisi's identity, he didn't say anything. "Hurry up and scram," Liang Qin said angrily. Qin Yan also said slowly, "The 3 of us are eating here. You sat down without permission. We don't blame you. We told you to leave, but you didn't leave. You even slandered Sister Qin. This is your fault." A man beside Leng Chaojie immediately shouted, "You stinky follower, eat your soft rice. Is there any place for you to speak here?" Qin Yan's expression turned cold as he said, "You are occupying our table's chair. I told you to scram, yet you didn't. The one who doesn't have the qualifications to speak is a stinking dog like you." "What did you say?" the man furiously shouted. He suddenly stood up and slapped Qin Yan. Qin Yan held the chopsticks in his hand and casually jabbed them. The 2 chopsticks contained the ferocious might of the heavenly Tao as they stabbed into the man's palm. From the palm to the wrist, the 2 chopsticks sank into the palm. "Ah!" The man immediately screamed. The surrounding people were all astonished. The 2 wooden chopsticks actually pierced through his palm and even pierced into his bones. Everyone immediately dispersed. Qing Yueshan and Leng Chaojie also didn't expect Liang Qin's follower to be so powerful. "You injured someone in the Willow Moon Pavilion. You're dead." Leng Chaojie shouted, "Shopkeeper Zhao, something has happened. Someone is fighting here and they even injured someone." At this moment, a burly middle-aged man dressed in luxurious red clothes walked over aggressively. Beside him were 2 waiters, who hurriedly told him what had happened. Shopkeeper Zhao has a fiendish expression. After he arrived, he angrily roared at Qin Yun, "Brat, you injured people here. Are you tired of living? Don't even think about walking out of the Willow Moon Pavilion's door today." Liang Qin and Yao Sisi quickly stood in front of Qin Yun to protect him. Leng Chaojia said with sneer, "A big man actually needs 2 women to protect him. It's all because of you bastards." Yao Sisi lightly shouted, "Shopkeeper Zhao, I know you have a good relationship with Leng Chaojia, but you haven't figured out who is right and who is wrong. You are targeting us. You will regret it. Miss Yao, this has nothing to do with you. Step aside. I will teach whoever makes a move." Shopkeeper Zhao rolled up his sleeves and said angrily, "Everyone saw it just now. It was this kid who made a move. I want to beat him up." Liang Qin said coldly, "Manager Zhao, we were eating here, but this group of people sat down without saying a word. We asked them to leave, but they didn't. Tell me, are they causing trouble?" "Humph, young Master Leng wants to sit down and eat with you, but you don't appreciate his kindness. How is that considered causing trouble?" Shopkeeper Zhao shouted, "You are the ones causing trouble. Young Master Leng is giving you face, but you don't want it. You just want to chase him away." "That's right, they are the ones causing trouble, deliberately targeting young Master Leng," Qing Yueshan said. "The 3 of them are sitting at a table. We gave them face and sat down to eat with them. What's wrong?" Leng Chaojia said. "We were the ones who decided on the seats. The 3 of us will eat and we'll pay the bill. We don't welcome you." "What's wrong?" Liang Qin was furious. Leng Chaojia was twisting the facts around just because they had more people. Shopkeeper Zhao pointed at Qin Yun and said angrily, "Come out, I want to cripple you." Qin Yun pressed 2 fingers together and suddenly extended them forward. With a crisp sound, he struck out with the piercing mountain-splitting earth finger. An incredibly powerful piercing force slammed into Shopkeeper Zhao's shoulder, and a ferocious aura exploded out, tearing apart his shoulder. Shopkeeper Zhao's arm was broken and fell to the ground. He let out a painful scream. The 3rd floor was dead silent. Even Shopkeeper Zhao didn't dare to make a sound. Everyone was shocked as they stared dumbfoundedly at Qin Yun, who had suddenly attacked. Yao Sisi and Liang Qin were stunned as well. The reason why Qin Yun injured the man with chopsticks was because the man attacked him. They felt that it was nothing, but now, Qin Yun had taken the initiative to attack and injure a shopkeeper in the Willow Moon Pavilion. This was a huge matter. After Liang Qin recovered from her shock, she quickly calmed down. She had previously seen how Qin Yun had killed Ma Deteng. She had no doubt that Qin Yun already had the intention to kill Leng Chaojia. What was most shocking was that Qin Yun's expression was very calm, as if he had not done anything. He had injured a shopkeeper in the Willow Moon Pavilion and was still so calm. This kind of shrewdness really made people feel an indescribable fear. "Let the boss of the Willow Moon Pavilion see me," Qin Yun said indifferently. "Before I came to the Willow Moon Pavilion, I heard that the rules of the Willow Moon Pavilion are strict. They also said that those who come are guests and that we can guarantee that the guests will have a good time eating here. But now, our mood is extremely bad. If the boss of the Willow Moon Pavilion doesn't come out, I will tear down the Willow Moon Pavilion." You. Shopkeeper Zhao was furious, but he was secretly worried, because this matter was getting out of hand. The Willow Moon Pavilion indeed cared a lot about the feelings of the guests. Leng Chaojia and Qing Yueshan looked at each other, feeling a sense of schadenfreude. "Who do you think you are? You still want to see the boss of the Willow Moon Pavilion? You still want to talk to the boss of the Willow Moon Pavilion? You are not worthy." Leng Chaojia said with a sneer, "You have attacked twice here and you still want to attack Shopkeeper Zhao. If the boss of the Willow Moon Pavilion appears, I'm afraid you will only have a dead end." Lu Yushiyan. While everyone is waiting for Qin Yun to be taught a lesson, a graceful and pleasant woman's voice can be heard. "I am the boss of 2-Star City's Willow Moon Pavilion." Everyone immediately looked towards the direction of the voice and saw a woman with high ponytail walking over. She has an indescribably beautiful face. At first glance, her face is charming and enchanting, but also has a kind of indescribable innocence. She looks ice-cold but also somewhat gentle, as if she has a magical power. Lu Yushuyan. War Immortal Academy's #1 beauty, truly worthy of her reputation. The mysterious Liu family's disciples are spread throughout the entire ancient garden. I heard they are related to the mysterious golden moon. As soon as Liu Shuyan arrived, Leng Chaojie promptly went over and saluted. Even Qingyue Shan also very politely saluted Liu Shuyan. Sister Shuyan, when did you become the boss of Willow Moon Pavilion? Yao Cici asked. Since yesterday, I have been the boss here. Liu Shuyan faintly smiled. Yao Cici and Liu Shuyan's relationship is very good, many people know this. However, everyone also knows that Liang Qin and Liu Shuyan's relationship is not very good. Because during the new student training, Liang Qin and Liu Shuyan fought. During the fight, Liang Qin did not hold back at all, making it very difficult for Liu Shuyan to fight. Finally, Liang Qin and Liu Shuyan fought to a draw and Liu Shuyan seemed to have suffered some injuries. At that time, many people thought that Liang Qin should have let Liu Shuyan win. Now, Liang Qin's friend is causing trouble in Willow Moon Pavilion, one can imagine what will happen to Liu Shuyan. Everyone thinks that Liu Shuyan will definitely take revenge for the previous grievance. Qin Yan looked at Liu Shuyan's face and felt that it is a very dreamy feeling, very dreamy. War Immortal Academy's 4 great beauties are all here and the one who is dressed the most simply is Liu Shuyan. However, everyone is looking at her as if they are intoxicated by her dreamy and blurred appearance. Boss, it's this guy who broke my hand. Moreover, he just injured this young master. Shopkeeper Zhao has already stopped bleeding. Then he pointed at the man whose hand was pierced by chopsticks. Following that, the people in the vicinity began to criticize Qin Yun and Liang Qin in all sorts of ways. Liang Qin is very angry, she wants to pull Qin Yun and leave. She also knows the conflict between her and Liu Shuyan. Back then, in order to fight for first place, she fought with all her strength and accidentally injured Liu Shuyan. Liu Shuyan looked at Qin Yun, her eyes flowed and flickered with extraordinary splendor. She said softly, "Young master, you were shouting that you wanted to meet Willow Moon Pavilion's boss. I'm here now, may I ask what's the matter?" Everyone was secretly alarmed. They believed that Liu and Shuyan would directly attack Qin Yun. Qin Yun sat down and said slowly, "Sister Qin, Miss Yao and I were having a meal here but we were harassed by someone. We ate very unhappily. Not only did your Willow Moon Pavilion not deal with this matter, but your shopkeeper even caused trouble for us." "Shut up, it's clearly your fault," Shopkeeper Zhao said angrily. Liu Shuyan glanced at Shopkeeper Zhao and also sat down. She stared at Qin Yun and asked faintly, "Young master, why are you eating unhappily?" "Because we were harassed by them. Qin Yun pointed at Leng Chaojie and others and said, "Without our permission, they sat down. We told them to leave but they didn't. One of them even attacked me." Liu Shuyan looked at Leng Chaojie and Qingyue Shan and asked in a light tone, "Is that so? Answer me, yes or no." Her indifferent tone has a kind of power that people can't defy. Yes. Leng Chaojie, Qingyue Shan and others nodded. "It's you who made them eat unhappily, it's your fault. Moreover, you attacked first, this is a mistake on top of a mistake." Liu Shuyan's tone suddenly turned ice cold. This caused everyone to be alarmed. Liu Shuyan is actually helping Qin Yun and others. But when they thought about it, Qin Yun and others are indeed in the right. Liu Shuyan stood up and looked at Shopkeeper Zhao. Her expression suddenly turned cold and her tone also turned cold. "I only speak reason. Shopkeeper Zhao, the guests are clearly eating unhappily, yet you are not helping to drive away the harassing guests, instead you are speaking maliciously to them?" I. Shopkeeper Zhao looked at Leng Chaojie, his heart is filled with fear as he loudly cursed Leng Chaojie. "Sister Shuyan, this. We did nothing wrong, it's all Liang Qin making a big fuss over a minor issue, it's all her fault." Qingyue Shan defended herself. "This seat was decided by Liang Qin, whoever she doesn't allow to sit, can't sit. What did she do wrong? If it were me, I would be even more intense than her." Liu Shuyan said in cold voice, "Your fault, I will settle it with you later." Leng Chaojie and Qingyue Shan's heart turned cold. They have met Liu Shuyan before but they don't understand her at all. They thought that Liu Shuyan is very vengeful and will take this opportunity to teach Liang Qin a lesson. Even Liang Qin thought so too. Liu Shuyan said to Shopkeeper Zhao, "Shopkeeper Zhao, you didn't do your job well and affected my Luyu Pavilion's reputation. Leave behind 100,000 silver crystal coins as compensation for Luyu Pavilion's loss of reputation and then leave. Yes, boss, shopkeeper Zhao immediately agreed and said, I'll go back to my room to get the silver crystal coins. Everyone can see that shopkeeper Zhao is very afraid of this boss. Luyu Shuyan looked at Qin Yun, her ice-cold expression suddenly became gentle. She said with a smile, young master, are you satisfied with my actions? Not bad. Qin Yun nodded, then looked at Liang Qin and said, oh that's right, I was invited by Sister Qin to eat a feast, the one who paid the bill is also her. You should have asked her. Sister Qin, are you satisfied with how I handled shopkeeper Zhao? Liu Shuyan gently said to Liang Qin. All right. Liang Qin really did not expect that Liu Shuyan is actually this kind of person. She feels somewhat guilty in her heart, she should not have had a conflict with Liu Shuyan back then. She also admires Qin Yun very much. Facing a terrifying woman like Liu Shuyan whose heart is as deep as the sea, he can still be so calm. Liu Shuyan looked at Ling Chaojia and said again, you are bad guests, causing trouble in my Luyu pavilion and spoiling the mood of the guests. Each of you compensate the guests 20,000 silver crystal coins and then compensate my Luyu pavilion another 20,000, then you can leave. Qin Yun suddenly said, 20,000 is too little. Our mood was originally very good but it was ruined by them. Moreover, we were almost beaten up. Each of them compensate 50,000. Oh right, your Luyu pavilion also has to compensate us. Compensate us 50,000 each and then cancel the bill for this feast. Leng Chaojia and the others cursed in their hearts. The others also shook their heads. This is simply an exorbitant demand. Liu Shuyan told shopkeeper Zhao to scram and make him compensate 100,000 silver crystal coins, that is already very good. Everyone felt that no matter how good Liu Shuyan's self-restraint is, she would definitely flip out at this moment. However, Liu Shuyan said indifferently, fine. Qin Yun smiled in satisfaction. Liu Shuyan looked at Ling Chaojia and the others and asked, you don't have that many silver crystal coins on you, right? Send someone to deliver it and then leave. At this time, shopkeeper Zhao also took out 10 disc-shaped silver crystal coins. That is 100,000, he placed it on the ground and said, boss, please count. Enough, you can leave. Liu Shuyan said. Boss, I was wrong. I want to apologize to them. Shopkeeper Zhao said. You leave. Let me, the boss, do the apologizing. Liu Shuyan said softly. Shopkeeper Zhao no longer spoke, he turned around and left. Liu Shuyan sat down at Qin Yun's table. Then she looked at Liang Qin and asked, can I sit? Yes. Liang Qin now feels that Liu Shuyan is very special. She has a very special charm. Liu Shuyan said with a light smile, Cici, you should also sit down. I'm really sorry, I didn't let you eat happily. Leng Chaojia and Qin Yuashan gnashed their teeth as they looked at Qin Yun. If not for Qin Yun, they would not have had to pay so many silver crystal coins. At this moment, they all sent people back to get silver crystal coins. Even if it wasn't enough, they had to think of a way to gather enough. In front of Liu Shuyan, they didn't even dare to say half a word. Because Liu Shuyan's every frown and smile seemed to be filled with dense ice-cold killing intent. Since it's free, we should eat more. Continue serving the dishes. Qin Yun chuckled and said, Sister Qin, now the boss of Luyu Pavilion is treating us to a big meal. Just now, we were reluctant to order all the dishes, now let's order them all. Everyone watched from the side and exclaimed in admiration. Even Leng Chaojia and Qin Yuashan are convinced by Qin Yun. He actually wants a foot after taking an inch. Everyone can see that Qin Yun is acting like a hooligan. Because everyone can see that Liu Shuyan is constantly enduring in order to take care of the strict rules of Luyu Pavilion. Liu Shuyan, who is as gentle as water, now gives people a very terrifying feeling, as if she could explode at any time. You don't need to be polite. Just order whatever you want and eat happily. Liu Shuyan pursed her lips into a smile and said, this young master is really interesting. No wonder Sister Qin is treating him to a big meal. Seeing Liu Shuyan's gentle smile, everyone is alarmed in their hearts. Because she is not angry at Qin Yun at all. She even said that Qin Yun is interesting. Leng Chaojie is about to explode with jealousy. When he was downstairs, no matter what kind of good words he said, Liu Shuyan ignored him, not to mention revealing such a smile. Qing Yuashan's mood is complicated. Other than her, 3 of the 4 beauties of the War Immortal Academy are actually sharing a table with this mysterious lackey. It made her feel as if she was being left out. Even Yao Sisi and Liang Qin feel very uncomfortable at this moment. One must know that the 2 of them are usually very open people. As expected, Qin Yun ordered all the most expensive dishes in Luyu Pavilion, especially all kinds of fruits. Moreover, he had people wrap them up. It seems like he is going to take them away. Liang Qin and Yao Sisi constantly gave Qin Yun a meaningful look, telling him to stop. Qin Yun felt that it was about time and stopped ordering fruits and juices. And the table is piled with all kinds of delicious dishes. The people watching from the side all secretly swallowed their saliva. Exchanging Stories Chapter 1601, Exchange Stories. Qin Yun is very calm as he eats. Liang Qin and Yao Sisi who are beside him are very nervous. They don't know why Liu Shuyan is so patient with Qin Yun. They are also worried that Liu Shuyan is stalling for time and sending thugs to teach Qin Yun a lesson. Liu Shuyan said, "How about this, you guys go to the private room on the 4th floor to eat. There are even more delicious food there." "All right." Qin Yun said with smile, "Bring this table's food up as well." "All right." Liu Shuyan lightly smiled and then took out a very small and exquisite dagger. Seeing her take out her weapon, everyone immediately sucked in a mouthful of cold air. They are all looking with anticipation. They feel that the temperamental Liu Shuyan is ready to attack. Everyone now feels that Liu Shuyan has been deliberately accommodating Qin Yun all along. She wants to see how long Qin Yun can behave atrociously. Even Liang Qin and Yao Sisi almost cried out in alarm. Leng Chaojie and others who are watching from the side are secretly happy. They are planning to help Liu Shuyan deal with Qin Yun later. Liu Shuyan seems to have noticed everyone's reaction. She can't help but sweetly smile and said to Qin Yun, "Young master, everyone else is very concerned about you. When they saw me take out my weapon, it was as if they thought that I would attack you." Yao Sisi promptly arrived beside Liu Shuyan and said in low voice, "Sister Shuyan, please let little Qin go." Liu Shuyan pointed her dagger at Qin Yun again. Her dreamlike beautiful face has a charming and gentle smile hanging on it. She said softly, "Little young master Qin, guess what I'm going to do next?" Liang Qin has already arrived in front of Qin Yun. She is already prepared for a great battle. Qin Yun patted Liang Qin's shoulder and said with smile, "Sister Qin, Miss Shuyan's dagger is a storage magic tool. She wants to help us bring the food up to eat." Liu Shuyan smiled and gently waved the dagger, producing a faint spatial fluctuation. The table disappeared in a moment. It has indeed been stored into the storage magic tool. This caused everyone to cry out in alarm and exclaim in admiration, "This is truly a storage magic tool, moreover, it can store a table. This is a very precious thing." And for a young person like Liu Shuyan to possess one, it is the envy of many young disciples from famous sections. Even Leng Chaojie was extremely jealous at this moment. Qing Yuashan was so jealous that she gritted her teeth. She couldn't help but admire the number 1 beauty of War Immortal Academy. She was indeed brilliant in all aspects. What was even more surprising was that Qin Yun could actually tell that it was a storage magic treasure. This made people believe that Qin Yun might know Liu Shuyan, so he knew that it was a storage magic tool. Because even Yao Sisi didn't know that the dagger was a storage artifact. Liu Shuyan took the 100,000 silver crystal coins from shopkeeper Zhao, then said to Leng Chaojie and the rest, "You guys are causing trouble. Send the silver crystal coins here before you leave. I will be upstairs. When your people send the silver crystal coins, come up and find me." Qing Yuashan, Leng Chaojie and the others each had to pay 70,000 silver crystal coins. For their families, this was something they could afford, but after they returned, they would definitely be punished. Leng Chaojie did not dare to clash with Liu Shuyan. Otherwise, he could forget about staying in War Immortal Academy. Leng Chaojie's Leng family headquarters is in 5-star city, but Leng Chaojie himself cannot enter 5-star city. Just like this, everyone's hearts are filled with doubt and astonishment as they watched Liu Shuyan leave with Qin Yun and the other 2. Many people now feel that Liu Shuyan will most likely attack Qin Yun in the private room. Leng Chaojie sat down and cursed, "That damned woman Liang Qin, when did she get to know such a powerful guy? I didn't expect Cici to also know him, and their relationship is not bad. Could it be that he is a hidden expert?" Qing Yuashan suddenly regretted not understanding Qin Yun. "Expert my ass, he is just a weakling who relies on women. What is Liu Shuyan thinking? If it were me, I would have already beaten that bastard to the ground," that foxy woman tenderly cursed. "I will settle this debt with that guy." Leng Chaojie clenched his fists. "I can't make a move in Liu Pavilion. Once I leave Liu Pavilion, I will teach him a lesson." Qin Yun, Liang Qin, and Yao Cici followed Liu Shuyan to a very elegant private room. There is a very large floor-to-ceiling window. They can directly see the beautiful night scenery outside. After arriving here, Liu Shuyan took out the delicious food on the table and let him continue eating. Qin Yun is also not polite, he also likes to eat these delicious food. "Sister Shuyan, are you waiting for little Qin to eat his fill before teaching him a lesson?" Seeing that there is no one else here, Yao Cici walked over and pulled Liu Shuyan's lily-white hand. "Cici, look at little Qin Yun, he is not worried at all. What are you worried about?" Liu Shuyan lightly patted Yao Cici's hand, leisurely smiled, then walked over and sat down. Liang Qin, who is wearing a purple skirt, has her arms crossed over her chest and is looking at Liu Shuyan with vigilance. She is also worried that Liu Shuyan will wait for Qin Yun to eat his fill before attacking. "Sister Qin, Cici, don't worry. Even if she wants to teach me a lesson, she might not be able to defeat me." Qin Yun picked up a piece of meat and said with a faint smile. "You are a first-layer golden immortal and Sister Shuyan is a third-layer golden immortal, how can you defeat her?" Yao Cici is still very worried. Qin Yun said with smile, "Sister Qin can defeat her. When Sister Qin is fighting with her, I can take the opportunity to attack." Yao Cici became anxious and said again, "This is Willow Moon Pavilion, it is Sister Shuyan's territory. When it comes to numbers, we can't compete with Sister Shuyan." Qin Yun said with smile, "I say, you too, why do you always think that Sister Shuyan wants to beat me up?" "I don't even think that way." Because you are really asking for a beating." Yao Cici stuck out her tongue and said, "If I was Sister Shuyan, I would have already beaten you up." Liu Shuyan giggled and said, "Cici, sit down and eat properly, I won't beat him up." Qin Yun said, "Sister Shuyan is trying to redeem Willow Moon Pavilion's reputation, at the same time she is making an example to others, letting those troublemakers know Willow Moon Pavilion's rules." Liu Shuyan lightly nodded and said, "That's right, it's all thanks to young Master Qin for giving me such a good opportunity to teach a few War Immortal Academy good-for-nothings a lesson. Otherwise, in War Immortal Academy, they would always think that I am easy to bully. Furthermore, I just took charge of 2-star city's Willow Moon Pavilion, I need to establish my might." Liang Qin carefully thought about it. It is not hard to see that Liu Shuyan did not give Leng Chaojie and others any face just now. Moreover, she very decisively told shopkeeper Zhao to scram. On the surface, it looks like she is enforcing the strict rules, but she is also displaying her prestige, intimidating those aristocratic family juniors who want to do whatever they want in Willow Moon Pavilion. Liang Qin and Yao Cici looked at each other and felt relieved. They are not as vigilant as before. "Young Master Qin, your eyesight is really good, you can see through my storage magic tool." Liu Shuyan laughed, looked at Liang Qin and asked, "Sister Qin, how do you know young Master Qin?" My cousin introduced him to me." Liang Qin said, "I didn't know he was so awesome before." Liu Shuyan looked at the few large bags and said with a smile, "Young Master Qin, do you want to take them home to eat?" "Sister Qin, help me put them away." Qin Yun said with a smile, "I'm worried that the boss will go back on his word and want to go back." "Ah. Got it." Liang Qin controlled her storage magic tool and stored the few large bags into her storage jade pendant. Yao Cici cried out in alarm, "Sister Qin, you have a storage magic tool?" Liu Shuyan's beautiful eyes also flickered with astonishment as she looked at the beautiful purple jade pendant on Liang Qin's waist. Liang Qin is secretly pleased with herself because in the aspect of storage magic tools, she is not inferior to Liu Shuyan. Qin Yan also deliberately let her show off a little bit. Liang Qin said with a faint smile. "You all have it, only I don't." Yao Sisi said with a face full of envy. Sigh, I'm too weak. Sisi, don't tell anyone. Liang Qin's expression is solemn. She looked at Liu Shuyan and said, Number 1 beauty, you are also not allowed to say it. I don't have a good background like you, I'm afraid of being targeted by others. Liu Shuyan nodded, then looked at Qin Yun and asked softly, Young Master Qin, when you attacked downstairs, the power aura you left behind was not weak. In addition, I can feel a strong saint power aura from your body. I suspect that you have cultivated a sacred body. Liang Qin and Yao Sisi looked at Qin Yun in shock. They knew that Qin Yun is very powerful in the aspect of sacred cultivation, but they never expected him to have cultivated a sacred body. Liu Shuyan can also see this point, that's why she is very polite to Qin Yun. Qin Yun nodded and said, In the immortal desolate, cultivating a sacred spirit sacred body is not a big deal. You can also cultivate it when you go out. But we can't go out. Liu Shuyan is not at all surprised that Qin Yun came from immortal desolate. She sighed and said, We don't have a pass, so we can't go out. We can't use the pass that others use to come in. Qin Yun is very clear that the pass used to come in can only be used by one person. It can only be used by one person. After going out, it will become invalid. Therefore, the people inside the ancient garden can't go to the immortal desolate, only a few can go out. A3. We are birds trapped in an ancient garden. Yao Sisi now knows that Qin Yun came from immortal desolate. During this period of time, many people came from immortal desolate, so they also know about this matter. Liu Shuyan and Yao Sisi are now very certain that Qin Yun is guiding Liang Qin in sacred cultivation, that is why Liang Qin advanced by leaps and bounds. I came to the ancient garden to fish up some good stuff. The resources here are very rich, especially the sacred Xian silver crystals. Qin Yun said with smile, Miss Shuyan, since you are a boss, you are also a businessman. I don't need you to guide me in cultivation. Our family has a special cultivation method. Liu Shuyan said with smile, Young Master Qin, I only want to hear stories about the outside of immortal desolate. I also want to hear. Yao Sisi shouted. Alright, I will tell you when I have time. Qin Yun said, I don't have time right now, I want to eat all the food on this table. Tell us tonight, tomorrow we will have training or something, it's so annoying. Yao Sisi acted like a spoiled child and implored. Qin Yun said with smile, I am also very curious about the story of the ancient garden. How about this, you guys tell me about the things here first, I will eat and listen. After you are done, I will tell you. What kind of story do you want to hear? Liu Shuyan asked. Golden Moon Clan Qin Yun heard someone say before that the family behind Liu Shuyan is related to the mysterious golden moon in the sky. Therefore, he wanted to ask Liu Shuyan to talk about the matter regarding the golden moon. I don't know much about Sun Soul and Divine Tree Palace. The things I heard about it are all rumors. Liu Shuyan said. Then what about the golden moon? Qin Yun asked. Liang Qin and Yao Sisi are also very curious about the golden moon. The things they heard about the golden moon are all legends. There is a clan on the golden moon and it is very strong. Liu Shuyan said, and I am a member of that clan. I can't say much more. There are actually people up there. Liang Qin said in astonishment. Sister Shuyan, how long have those people been up there? Yao Sisi asked. A very, very long time. In short, before the ancient garden was built, they were already here. Liu Shuyan sighed lightly. I really can't say much about that clan. Qin Yun nodded. This is indeed a very important matter. Sisi, it's your turn. Qin Yun said with a smile, what is the relationship between your grandfather Yao Daxiong and the Divine Tree Palace? My grandfather is an old core disciple of the Divine Tree Palace. He retired and cultivated in the War Immortal Academy. Yao Sisi said, my grandfather said that he made a mistake in the Divine Tree Palace, so he doesn't want to go back. As for anything else, I don't know. So that's how it is. Qin Yun feels that it is not that simple. Yao Daxiong is unfathomable. Oh right, I can feel that the divine tree is releasing a mysterious power, especially in your grandfather's residence, it is especially obvious. Qin Yun said again. Actually, this is what Ling Yuner sensed. Qin Yin himself did not sense it. Liu Shuyan said, I will answer this. The place where Grandfather Yao is staying has a formation set up by the divine tree, so he can absorb the divine tree's energy to cultivate. Yao Sisi nodded, that's right. How much do you know about the Sun Soul? Qin Yin asked again. My grandfather said that the Sun Soul has not been discovered yet. However, the 3 palaces and 6 sects have all grasped the secret method to sense the Sun Soul. Although they can sense the existence of the Sun Soul, they do not know the direction of the Sun Soul. Yao Sisi said. My clan said that the Sun Soul is divided into 2 parts. These 2 parts of the Sun Soul are very powerful and can unleash a very strong power on their own. There are powerful seniors in my clan who accidentally came near the location of a part of the Sun Soul and were injured. Liu Shuyan said. Her words shocked both Yao Sisi and Liang Qin, because this was something they had never heard of before. 2 parts, said Qin Yin with a frown. It might not necessarily be 2 parts. These are all guesses of the elders. Liu Shuyan shook her head. This ancient garden's Sun Soul is very special and very powerful. No one has seen it with their own eyes for many years. Xiao Qin, it's time for you to talk about the Immortal Desolate. Yao Sisi very curiously said. All right. Qin Yin ate, then talked about many things related to Immortal Desolate. For example, the recent changes in the Immortal Desolate, the descent of many Sun Divine Stones and so on. Then he talked about the other matters of the Great Desolate. This caused Liang Qin and the other 2 women to listen attentively. After all, the ancient garden is too small for them. Moreover, this place is very sealed and they are unable to fly into the starry sky. This made them yearn for the grand world outside. The night passed, Qin Yin stayed in the private room. He talked about many things in the Immortal Desolate, letting Liang Qin and the others know what powers have entered the Immortal Desolate this time. The Guanghan Palace was taken away by the Divine Tree Palace. Qin Yin said, how much do you know about this? Liu Shuyan shook her head, I don't know much. The Guanghan Palace has always been on the moon of the Immortal Desolate, they might have some understanding of the Golden Moon here. Qin Yin also thought so, that's why he wanted to find Bing Xing. Not just anyone can enter the Divine Tree Palace's Divine Tree. Yao Sisi sighed and said, if you want to figure out what's going on inside, it's very difficult. Grandfather said that the most mysterious thing about the Divine Tree Palace is the inside of the Divine Tree. Normally, even the core disciples of the Divine Tree Palace can only linger around the tree roots after entering the 5-star city. It's very difficult to climb the tree. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Liu Shuyan went to open the door and found out that it was to deliver silver crystal coins. She went out for a while and quickly returned. She took out a total of 50 silver crystal coins from her storage magic tool. They are all the kind that are as big as a disc, 10,000 each. They will compensate you a total of 350,000. My Liu Pavilion will compensate you a total of 150,000. You can split it. Liu Shuyan said with a gentle smile. It's little Qin who wants to come. Little Qin should take the most, 200,000 for him, 150 for me and Sister Qin. Yao Sisi said with a smile. All right. Liang Qin also agreed. Actually, she planned to give it all to Qin Yun because Qin Yun gave her a storage magic tool. I didn't expect that I would suddenly become so rich. Yao Sisi said with a happy smile. You guys have to be careful, Leng Chaojia and the others won't let you off just like that. Liu Shuyan said solemnly, little Qin, especially you have to pay attention to them. They don't dare to touch Sisi and Sister Qin, but your origin is unknown and you don't have any backer here. As long as they find an opportunity, they will definitely attack you. I understand. Qin Yin nodded and said. Liang Qin stored away the silver crystal coins. Then Liu Shuyan used her own boat to personally send Qin Yun and others back to War Immortal Academy. There are many spies in War Immortal Academy. As soon as Qin Yun and others entered, they discovered that they were being watched. Yao Sisi placed her share of silver crystal coins with Liang Qin and then hastily returned to her grandfather's small building. Liang Qin and Qin Yun returned to their residence. After returning, Liang Qin took out 350,000 silver crystal coins and said with smile, little Qin, I'll give you my share, I don't want it. why don't you want it? Isn't it better to keep a bit by your side? Qin said. Alright, I'll keep 50,000 and give the rest to you. Liang Qin said with smile, if it weren't for you last night, we might have suffered a loss. We wouldn't have been able to earn so much. Qin also accepted Liang Qin's silver crystal coins. He now has a total of 400,000. Little Qin, aren't you being a bit excessive with Xu Yan? I feel that we shouldn't have asked her to compensate that 150,000. Liang Qin said. I can't see through Liu Xuyan, her scheming is extremely deep. Qin said. Ah? What aspect? Why can't I see it? Liang Qin doubtfully said, didn't you already say? She wants to establish her might, that's why she is deliberately being very good to us. Qin shook his head and said, this is only one of the reasons, she must have other motives. This is his intuition. Qin has seen countless people over the years. Generally, he can see through a person very quickly, but only Liu Xuyan makes him unable to see through her. Liu Xuyan seems to be very friendly towards them, but Qin has a very strong intuition that makes him feel that Liu Xuyan is extremely dangerous. Let's not talk about it. Anyways, I quite like her now. Liang Qin said with smile, I also acknowledge her title of #1 beauty. Qin shook his head and said, Sister Qin, you must be on guard against her. Liang Qin said with frown, Little Qin, what's going on with you? Didn't you see Ling Chaojia and his group of idiots, each and every one of them wants to curry favor with Xu Yan? She is such a beautiful person, why are you so wary of her? There is no harm in being vigilant. Qin waved his hand and said, I am going to rest. He returned to his room, laid down on his bed and closed his eyes. He wanted to picture Liu Xuyan's appearance in his mind, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't recall her appearance. He felt that she is a very beautiful person. This made him even more vigilant against Liu Xuyan. Liang Qin and Yao Sisi were both very straightforward people. Qin was able to get along with them in an instant and understand their character and character. But Liu Xuyan can't. That woman is very dangerous. Qin said in his heart. The sky turned dark, Liang Qin and Qin greeted each other and said that they will begin the trial for a few days. Then they left. Qin also went out to find Liang Yupeng. He arrived at the ordinary restaurant where Liang Yupeng is staying. He asked a waiter to lead him to a room, this is the room Liang Yupeng rented. Qin knocked on the door but no one came to open it. Brother Liang, are you inside? I am little Qin. Qin asked in low voice. When Qin came out, he ran out while invisible, so no one followed him. But now, he suddenly had a very dangerous feeling. What's going on? Qin's heart suddenly thumped violently. He had not felt such a thrilling intuition in a long time. He used the extinction spirit eye to look around the room, but he didn't find anything. Then, he turned invisible and used the penetration divine ability to pass through the door and enter the room. After entering the room, Qin is immediately alarmed because a very strong formation suddenly opened. Ah! Qin screamed in pain. He did not expect that there would be such a secret array in the room. Once he entered, it was as if he had fallen into a trap and was trapped by the array. Not only could that formation seal the power in his body, but it also released a very strong force to attack him, causing him intense pain all over his body. Who is it? Qin stood in the middle of the room. He could see more than 10 round beads emitting red light floating around him. They were all used to set up formations. A young man wearing a luxurious golden robe suddenly appeared in front of him. The young man's handsome face was filled with coldness as he said, I didn't expect it to be you. Who are you? Qin endured the pain and asked coldly. I am the owner of the 3-star city's Willow Moon Pavilion, Lui Wei Fei. The previous owner of the 2-star city's Willow Moon Pavilion is also me. Now, the owner of the 2-star city, Liu Xuyan, is my sister. Lui Wei Fei laughed coldly. Last night, you were in the limelight at the Willow Moon Pavilion. Why are you here? Qin said coldly. I heard from my sister that you were introduced to Liang Qin by her cousin, Liang Yupeng. Lui Wei Fei laughed sinisterly, so, I waited for you here. Where's Liang Yupeng? Qin cursed Liu Xuyan in his heart. Wolf transformation bedevilment. Qin Yan's facial muscles suddenly twitched because the jade pendant in Lu Wei Gufei's hand is Liang Yupeng's storage jade pendant. You bastard! Qin Yan roared. He wanted to struggle but he could not break free. Liang Yupeng must have already fallen into Lu Wei Gufei's hands. Maybe he is already dead. Lu Wei Gufei kept staring at Liang Yupeng. He must have discovered something. That's why he used this kind of ruthless method. Liang Yupeng should never have tried to steal my business. Originally, I wanted to warn him, but who told this guy to have such a good thing? I was jealous of him, so I snatched it. Lu Wei Gufei shook his head and sighed. Unfortunately, this storage magic tool is too powerful. I can't open it, I can't use it. The jade pendant that he caressed lovingly. Qin Yan gritted his teeth and said angrily, you will definitely regret it. Lu Wei Gufei laughed loudly and said, regret? You have already fallen into my hands, can you make me regret it? Qin Yan closed his eyes and let Ling Yan release her power. He wants to break free from this formation trap. You seem to be called Little Qin, right? Lu Wei Gufei laughed coldly. Xu Yan is very polite to you, so you naively think that she treats you as a friend? Qin Yan suddenly opened his eyes. He is now worried about Liang Qin. Ha ha ha, you don't understand Xu Yan, she is a more ruthless and merciless person than me. Lu Wei Gufei laughed sinisterly. In order to take over the Luyu Pavilion in Two-Star City, she caused the deaths of many people in our clan. Even I am afraid of her and have no choice but to hide far away. Qin Yan gritted his teeth. He knew that Lu Wei Xu Yan is not easy to deal with, and Liang Qin and Yao Sisi did not guard against her at all. I know you are worried about Liang Qin. Lu Wei Gufei suddenly took out a long whip and fiercely whipped Qin Yan's face. He laughed sinisterly. The immortal martial spirit in Liang Qin's body is very special. This is what those old men from the War Immortal Academy said. Xu Yan definitely wants to get it, ha ha ha. Lu Wei Gufei laughed loudly, raised the whip in his hand and continued to whip Qin Yan's face. Let me tell you, Xu Yan obtained the dagger storage artifact from one of her younger brothers. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Qin Yan's body produced a very strong devouring power and sucked Lu Wei Gufei's whip into his body. Ling Yan used all her strength to activate the Nether Sun's devouring power to devour the energy around her. At this moment, Willow Yu Gufei also felt a terrifying devouring force. Through the long whip in his hand, it was constantly extracting the immortal energy in his body. He was startled and immediately let go of his hand. At this time, he also saw that the floating beads had become very unstable and were moving around randomly. Evil guy. Lu Wei Gufei took out a long sword and fiercely stabbed towards Qin Yan's head. However, when the long sword stabbed forward, it was blocked by a supergravity. Lu Wei Gufei can sense the berserk power within Qin Yan's body. He also knows that Qin Yan's current state is on the verge of losing control. Towards such matters, Willow Yu Gufei was extremely cautious. After sheathing his sword, he decisively rushed out of the door and quickly escaped. Qin Yan's expression became sinister, many black tendons burst out from his body and his eyes turned pitch black. Xiao Yun, that guy ran away. Ling Yan suddenly shouted, calm down, Liang Yupeng and Liang Qin still need you to save them. Qin Yan quickly calmed down. He lost control before, and at that time, even Ling Yan could not suppress the power of the Nether Sun. That trap formation has been devoured a lot of energy and now it has become chaotic. Qin Yan and Ling Yan released an incomparably dreadful supergravity together. The large beads floating all around were shaken bit by bit and the formation was broken. Qin Yan gasped for a few breaths and said coldly in his heart, Lu Wei Gufei, Lu Wei Xu Yan, I'm not done with you. He immediately used invisibility technique to conceal himself and then jumped out of the window to prevent Lu Wei Gufei from running back. Lu Wei Gufei's cultivation is extremely high, he is at the 6th level of Golden Immortal Realm. Qin Yan is currently not his match. I must quickly become stronger. After Qin Yan became invisible, he flew in the sky and quickly returned to the War Immortal Academy. He also doesn't know where Liang Qin is going to undergo the trial. He only feels that Lu Wei Xu Yan is in great danger. Go find Yao Daxiong. Ling Yan said. It is night time now. After Qin Yan became invisible, he flew in the sky above the War Immortal Academy. No one noticed him. He rushed to the restricted area where Yao Daxiong is and arrived at the small building. He did not see Yao Daxiong. Not here. Qin Yan is extremely anxious. Xiao Yun, Sister Qin is a disciple favored by the Divine Tree Palace. Even if Lui Shuyan has other intentions towards her, she definitely wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Ling Yan'er said, "You should go find Liang Yupeng now." Qin Yan took out a soul-chasing talisman. It is used to track Liang Yupeng. He has both Liang Qin and Liang Yupeng's soul-chasing talisman. Now that the soul-chasing talisman is reacting, it means that they are still alive. Qin Yan soared into the sky and flew high in the sky, chasing after Liang Yupeng's soul-chasing talisman. Liang Qin and Yao Sisi are together and Yao Sisi has Yao Dashong behind her, so Qin Yan is temporarily relieved. After he calmed down, he believed that Lui Shuyan would not dare to openly attack Liang Qin. Liang Qin is temporarily safe. Liang Yupeng's storage magic tool has been taken, but he might not necessarily be captured. Let's be optimistic. Let's save him first and talk later. Liang Yan'er said. Qin Yan quickly flew out of the two-star city. Liang Yupeng's business is reselling and buying. He often has to run back and forth between several cities. It is very likely that he will be captured outside the city. What exactly is this Liu clan doing? Qin Yan was already on guard against Lui Shuyan before, but he still underestimated her. Xiao Yun, Lui Gufei is biased against his own sister. Maybe he is trying to sow discord? Ling Yan'er said again, "To be honest, I also don't think that Lui Shuyan is a ruthless woman. My intuition can't be wrong." You should be able to sense my intuition. Qin Yan said, "Yun'er, you understand me." I know. But I think that maybe Lui Shuyan is hiding a very strong power, that's why you feel danger. This is indeed an instinctive intuition. Ling Yan'er said. Let's find Liang Yupeng first. In this ancient garden, not having enough strength won't do. I need to quickly increase my cultivation. Qin Yan said. This is a must. Only with hard enough fist can we fight against the major powers here. Ling Yan'er said. After flying out of the two-star city, Qin Yan flew for 4 hours and arrived in the sky above a forest. The soul-chasing talisman's reaction is becoming more and more intense. Liang Yupeng is nearby. Not long after, Qin Yan heard a miserable scream. Isn't this the territory of the Divine Tree Palace? How can someone do whatever they want here? Qin Yan heard Liang Yupeng shout and became alarmed. He increased his speed and flew over. In the dark night, the golden moon's golden light is very bright. The forest below is releasing intense light. Although Qin Yan is very anxious, he knows that he can't be reckless. Before figuring out the situation, he didn't immediately rush in. He slowly descended and arrived in the forest. There is a large open space inside. And Liang Yupeng's entire body is tied up in chains and he is lying on the ground. His upper body's clothes are tattered and filled with shocking scars. There are many tree holes in the surrounding trees. There are people living in these tree holes and there are quite a few of them. This is a lair. It is very likely the lair of Lui Gufei's subordinates. You bunch of bastards. Liang Yupeng furiously shouted. Obediently cooperate with us and open that storage magic tool. We have been torturing you for the past 2 days and are very tired, a middle-aged man with a face full of beard shouted fiercely. Tui. Even if I die, I won't let that lowly bastard Lui Gufei get my storage magic tool. Liang Yupeng loudly cursed. Although he looks handsome, he is not weak at all, he is very unyielding. Suddenly, the bearded man grabbed a wolf eagle flying over and took a letter from its body. Boss said to kill this guy immediately, the bearded middle-aged man said with frown, didn't you say not to kill? Why did you suddenly change your mind? After Qin Yan heard this, he took out the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon, aimed at the middle-aged man and shot an arrow, xiao. The arrow pierced through the bearded middle-aged man's head like a beam of light. Mental power burst out from inside, the bearded middle-aged man was suddenly killed, causing the surrounding people to be extremely shocked. Xiao. Qin Yan immediately shot the remaining few dozen cannon arrows and hit the people surrounding Liang Yupeng. Those cannon arrows are very sturdy, if one's equipment is not strong enough, they will not be able to resist. After Qin Yan killed a group of people nearby, he immediately rushed over and used the floating cloud rod to break the chains binding Liang Yupeng. Xiao Qin. You should not have come. Liang Yupeng's face is filled with guilt. He said with tears, I am sorry, I harmed you. What nonsense are you saying? Qin Yan grabbed Liang Yupeng and wanted to put him into the nine-sun divine soul, but he did not succeed. Because Liang Yupeng is resisting him. At this time, Liang Yupeng loudly roared, his eyes became red and swollen, then they suddenly looked like they are about to burst out. Quickly leave, quickly leave. Liang Yupeng roared, I want to kill. I want to kill you. Liang Yupeng's body suddenly swelled up, he became like a werewolf, his whole body is covered with fur. He tightly hugged Qin Yan, his body overflowed with dense evil devil aura. Qin Yan is greatly alarmed, he now understands why Liang Yupeng said he harmed him. It is because Liang Yupeng's body and soul have been tampered with. Brother Liang, you must restrain yourself. Qin Yan is extremely astonished. He never expected that Lui Gufei would have this kind of trick to turn Liang Yupeng into a werewolf who has lost control. Xiao Qin, wrong, wrong. I can't control. Liang Yupeng burst into a roar, in the blink of an eye, he turned into a werewolf whose entire body is covered with fur. Liang Yupeng tightly hugged Qin Yan, his body erupted with a very terrifying power. His sharp wolf claws unexpectedly pierced into Qin Yan's body. Qin Yan feels that his body is about to be torn apart, he fiercely unleashed suffering divine ability power and injected it into Liang Yupeng's body. At the same time, he released vibration power and shook Liang Yupeng away. Liang Yupeng let out a howl and was forced back several meters. Qin Yan's chest and back have been pierced by the wolf claws. Moreover, a hole has been opened, it is a tragic sight. Qin Yan feels that he has underestimated Lui Gufei. He did not expect that he had already arrived here to ambush him. After Liang Yupeng transformed into a werewolf, he no longer recognizes his own family and friends. Every aspect of him has improved greatly, whether it is in moderation or power, it far exceeds Qin Yan. Even though he has sacred body, Qin Yan is still unable to defend against people who are much stronger than him. After his body was injured, his reaction speed has dropped by a lot, causing him to fall into a dangerous and desperate situation. Hu! Liang Yupeng's body flashed and arrived behind Qin Yan. He once again tightly hugged him. Qin Yan released body-protecting dragon handle and formed a barrier to protect his body as much as possible. Liang Yupeng, who has transformed into a werewolf, opened his mouth and bit towards Qin Yan's head. Qin Yan immediately used the floating cloud rod to block the werewolf's mouth. Just like this, Qin Yan has been locked down by Liang Yupeng and is unable to move. Liang Yupeng is Qin Yan's friend, otherwise Qin Yan would have attacked with all his might or escaped from this place. As long as there is a glimmer of hope to save his friend, Qin Yan will not give up. Yo, very awesome. No wonder Liang Yupeng introduced you to Liang Qin. Lui Gufei, who is standing on a thick tree branch, clapped his hands and said with smile, even a ruthless and arrogant girl like Xu Yan admires you. Shua. 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 Suddenly, a few black shadows dropped down from the sky. They are 3 tall werewolves whose bodies are filled with violent power. They are the same as Liang Yupeng, filled with evil and violent power. Qin Yan is even more furious in his heart because Lui Gufei wants to turn Liang Yupeng into a slave. Lui Gufei has mastered a secret technique that can turn a person into a violent werewolf and then control that werewolf. As long as I capture you, Liang Yupeng will let me obtain that storage magic tool. Lui Gufei suddenly laughed maniacally. He is still playing with the storage jade pendant in his hand. Having a spacious storage magic tool is a symbol of status. If Lui Gufei can obtain it, he will gain the loyalty and recognition of many people and his power will rapidly increase. Go, capture him. After Lui Gufei laughed maniacally, his expression suddenly became ice-cold and calm as he lightly shouted. Those 3 werewolves suddenly pounced, their violent beast power is comparable to 4th or 5th layer golden immortal power. Qin Yan is very clear that he is not a match for those 3 werewolves. He couldn't even handle Liang Yupeng. As the 3 werewolves rushed over, the heaven and earth devil sealing goblet suddenly dropped down and enveloped Qin Yan and Liang Yupeng in his werewolf form. Bang, 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 the 3 werewolves slammed into the heaven and earth devil sealing goblet. Due to the powerful impact, they erupted with great power, causing the surrounding trees to shake violently. Qin Yan is still locked by Liang Yupeng. If he had not released the powerful body-protecting dragon barrier in time, he might have been torn into two by Liang Yupeng. If he wanted to escape by himself, Qin Yan was extremely confident. However, he could not let go of Liang Yupeng. He could not bear to see Liang Yupeng forever being enslaved by Liu Gufei. If he left Liang Yupeng alone, then Liang Yupeng would forever be a werewolf. Looks like you also have a pretty good storage magic treasure. Liu Gufei's eyes were filled with fanaticism as he laughed sinisterly. Great, you've delivered yourself to my doorstep. Liu Gufei is also very envious of Qin Yan's heaven and earth devil sealing goblet. It was able to block the ferocious attacks of 3 werewolves. With one look, one can tell that it is a very good defensive immortal tool. Qin Yan only hates that he is not strong enough, otherwise he would have killed Liu Gufei in anger. Don't worry about me, run. Liang Yupeng suddenly roared. Hearing Liang Yupeng's voice, Qin Yan is even more determined not to give up because Liang Yupeng can still be saved. Roar, Liang Yupeng's body suddenly shook, blood burst out, it is as if he is sinking into a dark abyss, he will become incomparably crazy. Qin Yan also feels that his body-protecting dragon barrier can't hold on any longer. Xiao Qin, quickly get away from Liang Yupeng. If this goes on, you will die. Ling Yuner yelled. Qin Yan used mysterious penetration divine ability and quickly left the heaven and earth devil sealing goblet. The heaven and earth devil sealing goblet is his, it allows him to freely enter and exit. Liang Yupeng is trapped inside the heaven and earth devil sealing goblet, he is constantly hitting the inner wall. His 2 malevolent wolf claws are madly clawing at the inner wall. After Qin Yan arrived outside, the 3 werewolves reacted very quickly and fiercely chased after him. Liu Gufei took out a long sword, his expression became grave because he can see that Qin Yan is not that easy to deal with. He also saw that inside Qin Yan's bloody wound, there are many golden threads connected together, it is something only Sacred Body has. Kill, don't hold back. Liu Gufei suddenly yelled, he is still standing on the tree branch. The 3 werewolves' offensive suddenly became incomparably fierce. Qin Yan used Lightning Lock Sacred Pupil and Transforming Light Sacred Pupil to constantly dodge and stall for time, allowing his chest and back to recover. Liu Gufei is slow to attack because he is very apprehensive. He is worried that when he attacks, Qin Yan will fight him with his life on the line. Now that Qin Yan has fallen into such a desperate situation, if he goes all out and perishes together, it is indeed very dangerous. Liu Gufei is a very calm person. Seeing that the 3 werewolves are unable to attack Qin Yan, he calmly stood on the tree branch and watched. And Qin Yan is also waiting for Liu Gufei to attack, he wants to stake his life on the line. Back in the restaurant room, Liu Gufei's powerful trap formation was unable to trap Qin Yan and he was almost counterattacked by Qin Yan. Therefore, he is now at a loss whether to attack or not. Although there are still many groups of bandits in the forest, they have been ordered by Liu Gufei to stay far away. The main reason is that he is worried that they will be wiped out in one fell swoop. That is the power that he secretly developed for many years. Just now, Qin Yan destroyed many of them, causing him to feel heartache. You can't run. Today, you will definitely die here. Liu Gufei coldly shouted. He is also secretly jealous of Qin Yan. Not to mention that he has many good equipment, he also has Sacred Pupil and Divine Ability, he can wander between the 3 powerful werewolves. Liu Gufei concluded that Qin Yan will not leave just like that, he can also see that Qin Yan wants to save Liang Yupeng. Qin Yan suddenly took out the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron and covered the Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Goblet. He wants to take Liang Yupeng away inside the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron, however, Liu Gufei did not let him succeed. He flew down from the tree branch like lightning and released a very strong golden immortal power. He very quickly sent the Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron flying. Qin Yan cursed in low voice. This Liu Gufei is one of the most difficult to deal with people he has met in many years. His thoughts are meticulous and he is calm when encountering problems. He has always been on guard against all kinds of tricks. Liu Gufei is now standing near the Heaven and Earth Devil Sealing Goblet. He has a sneer on his face as he stared at Qin Yan. I want to see what other tricks you have, use them all. Qin Yan is not far away, he is fighting with the 3 werewolves. He doesn't dare to go too far because he still has hope to save Liang Yupeng. Little Qin, little Qin, those 3 werewolves you are fighting with, I used Luiwei clan's secret technique to transform them. Just like Liang Yupeng, you should have seen how Liang Yupeng turned into a werewolf, right? Luiwei Gufei sinisterly laughed and said, the devastatingly beautiful sister Qin might have already been turned into a female werewolf by Luiwei Shuyan, ha ha ha. Qin Yan immediately gritted his teeth, his heart is filled with endless hatred. He glanced at Liang Yupeng, who was inside the heaven and earth devil sealing goblet. Before, Liang Yupeng was very irritable, but now his bloodshot eyes seemed to contain a trace of emotion. Liang Qin is Liang Yupeng's relative. When Luiwei Gufei mentioned Liang Qin, it seems like Liang Yupeng's heart has been awakened. Brother Liang has recovered? Qin Yan is startled in his heart, then controlled the heaven and earth devil sealing goblet to fly up. Liang Yupeng ferociously pounced towards Luiwei Gufei. Luiwei Gufei did not expect that Liang Yupeng would suddenly go out of his control. Although Liang Yupeng is very powerful after transforming into a werewolf, he is facing Luiwei Gufei. Luiwei Gufei is very clear about the werewolf's strength, he did not expect that Liang Yupeng would suddenly attack him. However, his reaction is very fast and he stabbed with his sword. Qin Yan is secretly happy, he is still fighting with the 3 werewolves, he yelled, Brother Liang, quickly run. Luiwei Gufei said with sneer, no way, you won't be able to run. Qin Yan suddenly sensed that the werewolf on his left is releasing a frantic power. Boom, just as Qin Yan sensed it, the werewolf suddenly pounced on him and his body suddenly exploded. The werewolf's cultivation is very high, the power produced by his sudden self-explosion is very dreadful. Qin Yan, who was originally injured, immediately vomited blood from the shock and his body was sent flying by the energy wave. The other 2 werewolves ferociously chased after Qin Yan. After Qin Yan was sent flying by the explosion, he promptly controlled the heaven and earth devil sealing goblet to descend and cover his body. Liang Yupeng, who has gone berserk, is now also rushing towards Qin Yan. Luiwei Gufei did not chase after him, instead, he rapidly flew backwards. Qin Yan, who was inside the heaven and earth devil sealing goblet, suddenly thought of something. Luiwei Gufei wants the 2 werewolves to explode, kill Liang Yupeng and conveniently destroy his heaven and earth devil sealing goblet. Qin Yan anxiously controlled the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron that was sent flying. Just as the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron covered Liang Yupeng, the 2 werewolves' bodies exploded, an incomparably loud explosion occurred, destroying all the trees in the surroundings, causing a large amount of soil to explode. A frantic aura enveloped a radius of several hundred li. Although Qin Yan is protected by the heaven and earth devil sealing goblet, the vibration wave is too fierce. His injured body was once again ravaged. Little Qin! Liang Yupeng suddenly yelled. Qin Yan's head is already spinning, he only saw Liang Yupeng run out of the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. At the last moment, he controlled the heaven and earth devil sealing goblet and heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron to return to the 9 sun divine soul. Then Liang Yupeng carried them on his shoulder. While he is in a daze, he heard a burst of fighting sound. Liang Yupeng carried him on his back and killed his way out of the encirclement. Luiwei Gufei stood on a thick tree branch and watched the injured Liang Yupeng escape. He clenched his fist and punched the tree trunk with all his might, blasting a huge hole in the thick tree trunk. Young Master Luiwei, why didn't you chase after him? Behind Luiwei Gufei, a handsome youth wearing luxurious golden clothes suddenly flew over. I don't dare. That little Qin has too many things in his hands. Luiwei Gufei said. You are still as cautious as before, maybe he really fainted, that youth said with smile. Let's not talk about this. Young Master Su, why did Divine Tree Palace send you to 2-star City? Luiwei Gufei turned around and looked at young Master Su. Wounded in the soul after Luiwei Gufei heard this, he laughed and said, Young Master Su, you're a step too slow. Young Master Su asked, why do you say that? Did someone beat us to it? Liang Qin and Liu Shuyan's relationship is extremely good. As for my sister, do you think she will let Liang Qin off? Luiwei Gufei sneered. Liu Shuyan? I've heard some things about her. Rumor has it that she's ruthless and will do anything to achieve her goals. I met her once at the Willow Moon Pavilion in the 4-star City. She looked very gentle. Young Master Su said. The rumors are true. I was almost killed by her and had no choice but to give up the Willow Moon Pavilion in the 2-star city. You can only scram to 3-star city's Willow Moon Pavilion. Willow Yu Gufei sighed, although I'm the boss of 3-star city's Willow Moon Pavilion, the shopkeepers there don't listen to me. I'm only the boss in name. Young Master Lu Yu, aren't your methods a little too weak? You can't even intimidate a few shopkeepers? Young Master Su smiled disdainfully. Don't worry about me. I'm afraid you won't be able to complete your mission this time. Shu Yan won't let you have your way. Maybe Liang Qin is already under her control. Lu Gufei said. Young Master Su frowned and sighed, this is going to be difficult. The higher-ups have instructed me to think of a way to bring Liang Qin's immortal martial spirit back. Young Master Lu Yu, do you have any ideas? Why don't you ask Lu Yu Shuyan? I'm willing to trade with her. I don't want to see that woman again. She's too dangerous. Don't be fooled by her gentle appearance, her heart. Oh right, she doesn't seem to have a heart. Willow Yu Gufei shook his head. Young Master Su said, Young Master Lu Yu, are you not going to chase after the two who escaped just now? Aren't you afraid that they will take revenge? Revenge? Willow Yu Gufei chuckled, they want to seek revenge from me? Not to mention them, even if the Liang clan of 1-star city came, they still wouldn't be able to do anything to me. If they want to run, then let them run. Anyway, I will definitely catch them again in the future. You sure are confident. Young Master Su smiled and said, can you do me a favor? Arrange for me to meet Lu Yu Shuyan. She's at the Immortal Warring Academy in 2-star city. These days, she's undergoing a secret trial or something. I don't know exactly where she is. If you want to see her, just wait in 2-star city. After Willow Yu Gufei finished speaking, he soared into the sky and said to young Master Su below, I'm returning to 3-star city. I want to take control of 3-star city's Willow Moon chambers as soon as possible. Liang Yupeng carried Qin Yun on his back as he charged forward. His body gradually returned to human form, but he was still dripping with blood. The burden on his body was immense. Dawn arrived. After Qin Yun was illuminated by the sun, the 9-sun divine soul frantically absorbed the power of the 3 suns to help Qin Yun repair his sacred body. However, Liang Yupeng was still running madly. He muttered, Little Qin, you must be all right. If something happens to you, I will never be able to forgive myself. Brother Liang, I'm fine, I'm just too tired. Qin Yun said in a weak voice, what about you? You're also injured. Are you feeling better? A3. I can endure it. Liang Yupeng is a 3rd-layer golden immortal, his body is also seriously injured. He is relying on his willpower to endure. Liang Yupeng suddenly fell on the ground and can no longer crawl back up. Qin Yun, who was on his back, was thrown on the ground and rolled on the ground. Qin Yun let out a long sigh, he only hopes that he is safe now. Fortunately, he recovered very quickly. In less than half a day, he can stand up. His injuries have also healed. He took out some sacred mysterious silver crystals and began absorbing the sacred power inside them to speed up his recovery. Liang Yupeng is lying on the ground, his body is covered with dried blood, his clothes are in tatters and the blood has congealed and turned pitch black. Qin Yun controlled the sacred power inside the sacred mysterious silver crystals and guided it into Liang Yupeng's body to help him recover. Not long after, Liang Yupeng's body moved and gradually woke up. Qin Yun helped him sit up and leaned on a large tree. He continued guiding the sacred power inside the sacred mysterious silver crystals to help Liang Yupeng heal. Little Qin, it's all my fault, I was careless. Liang Yupeng feels very guilty. Everyone makes mistakes at some point. Qin Yun said. It's all my fault, I trusted Lu Gufei too much and accidentally exposed the matter of the storage jade pendant, causing him to remember me. Liang Yupeng said in low voice, I really hate myself. Qin Yun said, he found out that you were doing business of reselling and buying? He said you stole his business. Liang Yupeng shook his head and said, that's not it, this kind of business is done with ability, no one stole anyone's business. How much do you know about Lu Yu clan? Qin Yun looked at the sky, even in broad daylight, he can still see the golden moon. Lu Yu clan is very strong. Although they are not one of the 3 palaces and 6 sects, they are inextricably linked to them. That's why Liu clan people can do business in various parts of ancient gardens and secretly develop their power. Liang Yupeng said. Qin Yan is very worried about Liang Qin because she is together with Liu Shuyan. He told Liang Yupeng about Liu Shuyan. I also heard about this Liu Shuyan, but I didn't expect Sister Qin to be together with her. If what Liu Gufei said is true, then Sister Qin is in danger. Liang Yupeng is also very worried about Liang Qin. War Immortal Academy's trial is very mysterious, many people don't know where it is. Qin Yan has the soul-chasing talisman, he can track Liang Qin. He took out the soul-chasing talisman to track Liang Qin. Seeing that the talisman has no reaction, he suddenly stood up. Xiao Qin, what's wrong? Liang Yupeng asked. I don't know. Qin Yan saw that the soul-chasing talisman had a reaction before, but now it has no reaction. If Liang Qin is harmed, the soul-chasing talisman will suddenly lose reaction. Or if it exceeds a certain range, it will also lose its perception. However, the soul-chasing talisman has a very wide perception range inside an ancient garden. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuemei were able to track Bingxing from very far away. He tightly grabbed the soul-chasing talisman and gritted his teeth. He really wants to kill the Liu clan people. Liu Shuyan, if Sister Qin dies, I won't let you off. When Qin Yan thought that Liang Qin might be harmed, his mood became incomparably heavy, his expression gradually became gloomy. Liang Yupeng said, Xiao Qin, how about you go back and find Sister Qin first, I can go alone. This is near One-Star City, I can quickly return to Liang family, it will be very safe. Qin Yan is somewhat worried and said, I will send you back to One-Star City. He grabbed Liang Yupeng and soared into the sky. He quickly flew towards One-Star City and arrived at Liang family's villa. On the road, Liang Yupeng also said that he won't tell Liang family about the conflict with Liu clan people. Because Liang family can't afford to offend Liu clan. He is worried that Liang family will go find Liu Gufei to settle the score and then be killed by Liu clan. Qin Yan hastily returned to Two-Star City. When he returned to Two-Star City, it is already very late at night, it is a very lively time. On the way, Qin Yan has been absorbing sacred power from mysterious Saint Silver Crystal to recover, now he has more or less recovered. He hurriedly returned to War Immortal Academy and arrived at that small building. When Qin Yan returned, he saw Yao Sisi and Liu Shuyan wearing white skin-tight clothes, sitting in the hall with heavy expression. Liu Shuyan, where is Sister Qin? Qin Yan's expression suddenly changed, he flashed over and used his fastest speed to grab Liu Shuyan's throat. Xiao Qin, you. What are you doing? Yao Sisi shouted in alarm, Qin Yan's eruption of anger and killing intent caused her to feel fear. Liu Shuyan felt very uncomfortable being grabbed, but she did not resist. Instead, she opened her eyes wide and looked at Qin Yan with a complicated expression. After Qin Yan calmed down, he let go of Liu Shuyan. Yao Sisi is so scared that she doesn't dare to speak. It's my fault. Liu Shuyan pointed at the room and said, Sister Qin is inside. Qin Yan rushed in and saw Liang Qin lying on the bed with a deathly pale face, completely lifeless. He immediately probed Liang Qin's body and sensed that her soul has sunk into a dormant state, it is as if it has been sealed. After carefully probing, Qin Yan's expression became even colder. Because Liang Qin's soul seems to have split into many parts, it is currently being sealed by a seal, the broken soul has not dispersed. Liang Qin's soul has suffered a very serious injury. Moreover, inside her soul, there is a very strange power that is constantly interfering with those souls, preventing them from healing. Liu Shuyan and Yao Sisi also walked in, the two of them silently looked at Qin Yan. How did she become like this? Qin Yan coldly looked at Liu Shuyan, his calm eyes are filled with killing intent. I accidentally injured her. Liu Shuyan lightly sighed and said. A sun-suppressing divine arrow suddenly appeared in Qin Yan's hand and fiercely stabbed at Liu Shuyan's head. Liu Shuyan reacted very quickly, she tilted her head to dodge, she is also extremely shocked in her heart because she can sense Qin Yan's intense killing intent. Were you really careless? As Qin Yan spoke, he continuously stabbed dozens of times. In this narrow and small room, Liu Shuyan nimbly floated around, dodging Qin Yan's fierce arrows. Liu Shuyan's jade-like face is ice-cold, she shouted, Xiao Qin, what exactly is going on with you? I injured her because I had no other choice. Yao Sisi also shouted, Xiao Qin. Sister Qin suddenly went crazy. Sister Shuyan had no choice but to take action to calm her down. Although Sister Qin has become like this, she is only temporarily asleep, she can still wake up in the future. Liu Shuyan, why did Sister Qin suddenly go crazy? Qin thought of devil transformation into werewolf, this is the only possibility. Liu Shuyan only feels that Qin is very dangerous, especially the arrow in Qin hand, she is most afraid. She can only retreat to Yao Sisi's side. Qin saw that Yao Sisi and Liu Shuyan are together, it is not good for him to take action. He shouted, Sisi, stay away from this woman. Xiao Qin, maybe we have some misunderstanding, although Liu Shuyan's face is ice cold, her eyes are filled with complex emotions. Why did Sister Qin go crazy? Qin asked. Because. Liu Shuyan bit her lips and said, I also don't know. Liu Shuyan looked at Yao Sisi and said in low voice, Sisi, go out first. Let me talk to Xiao Qin alone. I won't go out. If you guys fight to the death, what will I do? Yao Sisi also understands Qin's mood. After all, seeing Liang Qin's situation. Qin's eyes are filled with dense killing intent. He looked at Liu Shuyan and shouted, Sister Qin's soul is severely injured, her soul is almost shattered. Moreover, there is a very strange power inside her soul that is preventing it from recovering. Don't tell me you accidentally made it? Liu Shuyan is slightly alarmed and said in low voice, you can see through it? What else do you have to say? Qin is holding the sun-suppressing divine arrow in one hand and the floating cloud staff in the other. Xiao Qin, if I wanted to kill you, you would have died a long time ago. Liu Shuyan's eyes suddenly turned ice-cold, red and purple, flickering with purple-red ripples. In a flash, Liu Shuyan seems to have changed into a completely different person, although her dreamlike beautiful face is still as beautiful as before, it is filled with killing intent. Her body is emitting a faint ice-cold killing intent. She stared at Qin and her voice became emotionless. You finally revealed your true face. Qin said coldly, he is not the least bit afraid. Sisi, go out. Liu Shuyan waved her hand and released a gale, blowing Yao Sisi out of the room. After the room door closed, a powerful barrier suddenly formed and enveloped Qin inside. Even if you don't want to listen to my explanation, you still have to listen. If you want to kill me, wait until I finish explaining, I will naturally fight with you. Liu Shuyan said coldly. Speak. Qin said coldly. Sister Qin was injured by me, I deliberately injured her soul. Liu Shuyan's words caused the muscles on Qin's face to twitch. Liu Shuyan continued, the reason why I injured her is to prevent her from going crazy. If she goes crazy, there will be no hope. Become a werewolf? Qin asked with sneer. Liu Shuyan's expression changed, she narrowed her eyes and said, how do you know about becoming a werewolf? If she goes crazy, she will not become a werewolf, she will become even more ferocious than a werewolf. Did you do it? The sun-suppressing divine arrow in Qin's hand slightly trembled. No. I don't know who it is either. After Liu Shuyan finished speaking, she saw that Qin was about to attack and anxiously said, I admit that it was my Liu clan's method. I don't know if they are targeting me or Sister Qin, so this is my fault. I will definitely find out. Qin said, I don't believe it. Liu Shuyan sneered a few times, if I want to kill you, you will definitely not be able to escape. I didn't kill you because I really didn't want to. Otherwise, if someone else attacked me like this, I wouldn't be able to endure it. Liu Gufei is stronger than you, right? I saved Sister Qin's cousin from under his hands. He lost 3 werewolves and still couldn't hold me back. Qin grunted. Liu Shuyan's eyes flashed with anger, Liu Gufei looked for you? She finally understood that Liu Gufei must have said something to Qin, and also let Qin understand some of the Willow Moon clan's secrets, that's why Qin attacked her so fiercely. He said that you killed many people from the Willow Moon clan in order to become the boss of the 2-star city's Willow Moon Pavilion, right? Asked Qin. Yes. Liu Shuyan didn't deny it. He also said that in order to obtain that short sword storage magic tool, you killed a younger brother, right? Qin said again. Yes. Liu Shuyan also admitted. You are a vicious and merciless person, you will use any means to achieve your goal, right? Qin Yan said again. That's right, this is indeed my true face. Liu Shuyan said, I killed that younger brother because he also wanted to kill me. My Willow Moon clan's internal affairs are this cruel. If you want to live, you have to be ruthless. I kill people so that I won't be killed by others. Qin Yan said, since you are such a person, then it is very normal for you to attack Sister Qin, right? Liu Shuyan looked at Liang Qin who was lying on the bed and said, her storage jade pendant is still on her, I didn't take it. I admit that I am very envious of her having such a good storage magic tool, but I never had the thought of stealing it. I don't believe it. The floating cloud rod in Qin Yan's hand condensed more and more power. Alright, since you think that I harmed Sister Qin, then kill me. Liu Shuyan stood on the spot and closed her eyes. Qin Yan looked at her dreamlike beautiful face and ruthlessly swung the rod. However, it did not land on her head. Instead, it suddenly stopped. However, it still burst out with a very strong berserk aura, causing Liu Shuyan's long hair to dance in the wind. Liu Shuyan's eyelashes trembled, tears rolled down from her eyes. At the same time, her entire body is covered in cold sweat. In that instant just now, she truly felt death approaching. The power of Qin Yan's floating cloud rod is far more terrifying than she imagined. Why didn't you kill me? Liu Shuyan opened her eyes, her purple-red eyes are filled with tears. There is a very strange power inside Sister Qin's soul that is preventing her soul from recovering. What kind of power is that? Qin Yan tried earlier but he was unable to remove that power. If he doesn't remove it, Liang Qin's soul will not be able to recover. Liu Shuyan's purple-red eyes suddenly returned to normal. The sharp and ice-cold killing intent on her body also gradually dissipated. Her beautiful face also became gentle and gentle. She sighed softly and said, that is a special secret technique of my Liu clan. It specifically targets the soul. Even I can't remove it. Qin Yan placed the sun-suppressing divine arrow on her throat. What should I do? I have to go to the Golden Moon. Liu Shuyan looked at Qin Yan with pleading eyes and said, little Qin, believe me, I will definitely wake Sister Qin up. If you kill me, Sister Qin might have to sleep for a very long time. Ling Yuner also said in Qin Yan's mind, little Yun, believe her. This woman was willing to be killed by you just now. She is trying her best to gain your trust, even if she doesn't want her life. Liu Shuyan, you aren't scheming, right? Qin Yan said. I have never schemed against you. Liu Shuyan's eyes are filled with sincerity. She looked at Qin Yan and said, Cici and Sister Qin are the best friends I've met in all these years. I won't harm them. Qin Yan looked at Liang Qin who was lying on the bed and let out a long sigh. Liu Shuyan said, little Qin, tell me about Liu Gufei. She suddenly arrived beside Qin Yan and lightly caressed his body. However, Qin Yan evaded in disgust. You are injured. Although you have recovered well, you must have been seriously injured before. Liu Shuyan bit her lips. That night, after you left, Liu Gufei passed by the Liu Pavilion and came to find me. I only said that you were introduced to her by Sister Qin's cousin. I didn't say much else. Qin Yan said, Liu Gufei told me that you know about Sister Qin's immortal martial spirit. Liu Shuyan walked to the bedside and sat down. She gently caressed Liang Qin's lily-white hand and said with a nod, the elders of the War Immortal Academy did indeed mention it. I also found out by chance. Sister Qin's immortal martial spirit is very special. It can directly absorb the sacred power of sacred Xian silver crystals. But I don't have the slightest bit of disloyalty. Then who did this to Sister Qin? Who wanted to secretly destroy her? Qin Yan said again. Liu Shuyan left the bedside, bit her lips and said with a light sigh, I don't know. I only know that this is aimed at me. The person who did this must be someone from the Liu clan. Why is it aimed at you? Qin Yan thought about it. He also knows that Liu Shuyan has enemies everywhere. Someone from the Liu clan is worried that I will obtain Sister Qin's immortal martial spirit and become even stronger. That's why they want to destroy Sister Qin and not let me succeed. This is all because of me, it is indeed my fault. I harmed Sister Qin. Liu Shuyan said. Qin Yan doesn't completely believe Lu Yushuyan's words because he is still unable to see through this woman's thoughts. Sister Shuyan, little Qin. Open the door, don't hit me anymore. Yao Cici's crying voice came from outside. Lu Yushuyan promptly opened the door and saw Yao Cici's face full of tears. After she saw Lu Yushuyan, she threw herself into Lu Yushuyan's embrace. It's Sister Shuyan's fault, I harmed Sister Qin and also almost harmed you. Lu Yushuyan said with self-blame, Cici, don't blame little Qin, he also suffered very heavy injuries, he was almost killed. You guys don't hit me anymore. Yao Cici also stopped crying and said, it was not easy for me to have good friends like you, I don't want to lose you. I won't. It was also very difficult for me to meet you, I will properly cherish you. Lu Yushuyan gently smiled and wiped the tears from Yao Cici's face. Qin Yan watched from the side and did not say a word. Currently, Lu Yushuyan indeed looks like a gentle big sister, but who would have thought that she has another side? Cici, you go back first. Lu Yushuyan said, during this period of time, you should stay with your grandfather as much as possible, don't run around everywhere. I understand. Yao Cici nodded, looked at Qin Yan and said in low voice, little Qin, you won't continue to hit me, right? Not for now. Qin Yan said. Then I'll be leaving first. Yao Cici was also scared by Qin Yan earlier. As soon as Qin Yan entered, he grabbed Lu Yushuyan's throat and released a very frightening killing intent. After Yao Cici left, Qin Yan closed the door and sat down. Lu Yushuyan said in low voice, little Qin, tell me, what did Luiwei Gufei do to you? First tell me where Luiwei Gufei is and what kind of powers he secretly developed. Qin Yan said. You want to kill him? Lu Yushuyan said anxiously. He almost killed me and Brother Liang, he even stole Brother Liang's storage magic tool. If I don't make him suffer a fate worse than death, I wouldn't be Qin Yan. Qin Yan said coldly, killing him is letting him off lightly. I want him to know the consequences of offending me, Qin Yan. Even in Immortal Desolate, those who offended him would have to pay the price in blood. You. Don't attack him. Lu Yushuyan advised, leave it to me. I am from Liu clan, the clan won't care about the fights between our younger generation. If outsiders attack a member of Liu clan, then Liu clan will intervene. 1607 Chapter 1607 1607 Chapter 1607 Black Xiong Town. Lu Yushuyan can feel Qin Yan's strong determination, but she still shook her head and said, no, you can't fight Luiwei Gufei alone and you can't openly provoke him. Otherwise, the Liu clan will not let you off. You know nothing about the Liu clan's power, don't be too rash. I'm not afraid of the Liu clan. Even if he is a god race, as long as he offends me, I will kill him. Qin Yan's calm tone carried a kind of might as he said, Lu Yushuyan, tell me about Luiwei Gufei, I will teach him a lesson first. I won't say it, I can't let you fight him to the death, that will only harm you. Lu Yushuyan said with slight anger, little Qin, can you listen to me? Sister Qin needs you to take care of her in her current situation. Qin Yan walked into the room. He looked at Liang Qin and said, leave Luiwei Gufei to me. Find out who harmed Sister Qin and then tell me. I will take revenge for her. Lu Yushuyan stomped her feet, bit her lips and said, the person who harmed Sister Qin is targeting me, that is my matter, you are not allowed to interfere. Alright, you go deal with Luiwei Gufei, I won't obstruct you. She also saw how overbearing Qin Yan is, he will not listen to her. Previously, when she met Qin Yan in Luyu Pavilion, he was not like this. She also did not expect that Qin Yan would have another side. Then tell me about Luiwei Gufei, other than the Luyu Pavilion in 3-Star City, what other power does he have? Qin Yan asked. 3-Star City's Luyu Pavilion is not completely under his control, he is only the boss in name, the few shopkeepers there do not listen to him. Lu Yushuyan said, as for his other businesses, I won't tell you. Why? Qin Yan said with a frown. Aren't you very powerful? Go investigate it yourself. Lu Yushuyan spat, her eyes are filled with hidden bitterness, she said with a wronged expression, you treated me like that the moment you came in, you still haven't apologized to me. Thinking about how she was almost injured by Qin Yan, Lu Yushuyan felt slightly angry. Didn't you say that it's all your fault that Sister Qin became like this? Me treating you like this is also your punishment. Qin Yan harumphed. Liu Shuyan puffed up her cheeks and looked at Qin Yan resentfully. Then she sighed helplessly. What's more, I'm still not sure if what you said before is true. Qin Yan sat by the bed and looked at Liang Qin as he curled his lips. You really don't trust me? Then kill me. Liu Shuyan slightly raised her head and said angrily. Qin Yan gently caressed Liang Qin's jade-like face before placing her into the 9-yang divine spirit and handing her over to Momo to take care of. Liu Shuyan saw Qin Yan take Liang Qin away and said in shock, You put him in a storage magic tool? She also knows that Qin Yan has a storage magic tool because Qin Yan just took out the floating cloud staff and sun-suppressing divine arrow, both are very powerful weapons. And she will be safer inside. Qin Yan said. You don't trust me, you're worried that I will harm Sister Qin. Liu Shuyan bit her lips, her face is filled with grievance and she faintly sighed. When Sister Qin wakes up and proves that you have no disloyalty towards her, I will naturally apologize to you. Qin Yan said, I will go investigate Liu Gufei's matter now. Just as Qin Yan was about to leave the room, Liu Shuyan suddenly grabbed Qin Yan's hand. Little Qin, I beg you, don't go. Liu Shuyan's face is filled with pleading, her pair of bright and beautiful eyes flickered with tears. She said softly, I'm really worried that you will anger the entire Liu clan. I don't want to see you surrounded and annihilated by the Liu clan. I beg you, listen to me. Do you think Liu Gufei will let me go? Qin Yan turned his head to look at Liu Shuyan and said, Don't be naive. If I don't go find him, he will definitely come find me. And you, can you really stop him from dealing with me? Liu Shuyan shook her head and said, Give me some time, I'll try and help you deal with him. I once forced him to leave 2-star city's Liu Pavilion, I have a certain degree of confidence. His cultivation is higher than yours and he once had enmity with you. If you don't deal with him, he will come and deal with you. Qin Yan also grasped Liu Shuyan's delicate lily-white hands. Your enemy is not only Liu Gufei, there are also other people from the Liu clan. You must live well and let Sister Qin wake up. Don't cause trouble everywhere. Liu Shuyan wanted to say something but stopped. Do you have the confidence to fight against multiple Liu clan's secret enemies? Qin Yan lightly snorted and said, Liu Shuyan, don't be too arrogant. Focus on finding out who attacked Sister Qin. Leave Liu Gufei to me. With me diverting his attention, he won't be in a hurry to take revenge on you. Liu Shuyan is somewhat angry because Qin Yan's words make it seem like he is helping her. However, she carefully thought about it and realized that Qin Yan's actions are indeed reasonable. But Liu Gufei and the Liu clan are not people you can shake. Liu Shuyan let out a long sigh. I have met many enemies stronger than them but they were all eliminated by me in the end. Qin Yan disdainfully snorted, What Liu Gufei, Liu clan, they are all bullshit. Sooner or later they will be killed by me. He let go of Liu Shuyan's hand and walked out of the room. Liu Shuyan hastily chased after him and said, Don't be in a hurry to go to 3-star city's Liu Pavilion. There are several groups of Liu clan people fighting there. If you go there to cause trouble, you will only anger Liu Gufei. Then where should I go? Qin Yan asked. Go straight out of 2-star city's south gate and you will be able to reach 3-star city. There is a small town between the two cities, there are all kinds of black market businesses there. Liu Gufei and a few high-ranking young masters of Divine Tree Palace have a very big business there. Liu Shuyan pulled Qin Yan to sit down. After Qin Yan sat down, he curled his lips and said, Look at you, couldn't you have told me earlier? You would have told me sooner or later. Why are you so stubborn? I just want you to listen to me for once. Liu Shuyan's beautiful eyes flowed with a kind of charming blur and hidden bitterness, it is very flirtatious. You can't even protect Sister Qin, why should I listen to you? Qin Yan said unhappily. Alright, I was wrong, I will definitely make it up to you. Liu Shuyan has never met such a man, he did not give her any face at all. She is after all the #1 beauty of War Immortal Academy. Even many famous aristocratic families' young masters give her face. But Qin Yan is different, it makes her feel that Qin Yan is a bit blind. Liu Shuyan continued, that small town is called Black Xiong Town. Liu Gufei's biggest business is that lonely flying building. If you want to give him a taste of your power, just go there and cause trouble. Let him know that someone is looking for trouble with him, he might restrain himself a bit. There should be experts guarding the lonely flying building, right? Qin asked. Third or fourth stage golden immortals. Because it's Liu Gufei's business, plus he has good relations with the young masters behind the scenes of Black Xiong Town, he didn't send 2 strong people to guard it. No one dares to make a move against Liu clan people. Liu Shuyan said. Black Xiong Town's hidden boss? Qin said with frown. And it's all the powerful people inside Divine Tree Palace who are protecting them. They do black business and obtain great benefits from it. This kind of thing is very common in ancient gardens. Liu Shuyan said. Alright, I will go to Black Xiong Town now. Qin got up and was about to leave. Liu Shuyan immediately pulled him and said with slight anger, You are still injured, can't you wait for your injuries to heal before going? Why are you in such a hurry? I am almost healed. Qin said. You can't go if you are not completely healed, I will help you heal. Liu Shuyan said, You have the aura of Moon Devil Heavenly Wolf on your body. You were injured by Moon Devil Heavenly Wolf before. If you don't quickly disperse the remnant aura, you will be tracked. Alright, quickly disperse me. Qin also sat down. He can indeed sense that the werewolf's power has left behind a bit of aura in his body. Have you been injured by wolf claws? Where are your injuries? Liu Shuyan asked. Qin took off his black clothes and revealed his muscular body. He said, Front chest and back. Liu Shuyan looked at Qin's chest and lightly pursed her lips. Then she reached out her hand and gently caressed it. Her lily-white hand released a kind of golden light, it is like the light released by the golden moon. Touch faster. Qin urged. I am not touching you, I am helping you heal. Liu Shuyan promptly explained, her face is slightly red. You are a witch, why are you so shy? Qin laughed. Liu Shuyan lightly gritted her teeth, then pinched Qin's chest, causing him to scream loudly. I have endured you for a long time, don't provoke the witch. Liu Shuyan deliberately said very fiercely. Under Liu Shuyan's treatment, Qin indeed recovered very quickly. He wore his clothes and hastily left War Mortal Academy. Liu Shuyan warned him repeatedly, telling him to go to Willow Moon Pavilion to find her after he returns. After Qin left War Mortal Academy, Liu Shuyan also returned to Willow Moon Pavilion. After she returned, she found out that Liu Gufei is waiting for her in a private room. After entering the private room, Liu Shuyan's expression immediately became ice cold, especially when she thought about how Qin was almost killed by Liu Gufei. Her beautiful and enchanting eyes gradually turned purple-red. Shuyan, what happened to you? Liu Gufei abruptly stood up and shouted in alarm. Who cursed Liang Qin? She almost turned into evil Moon Devil Heavenly Wolf. Liu Shuyan said coldly. How should I know? You have provoked many people in Liu clan, it is very normal that they don't want you to obtain Liang Qin's immortal martial spirit. Liu Gufei is also very shocked after hearing this news, it is clear that he does not know about this matter. After Liu Shuyan sat down, she looked at Liu Gufei with hostility in her eyes and said again, What are you doing here? Didn't you say you would never come again? How is Liang Qin? Liu Gufei asked. Disappeared. Liu Shuyan said. You hid it, right? Liu Gufei said with mischievous smile, It seems like you have successfully sealed the wolf transformation devil curse, Liang Qin's immortal martial spirit is definitely still there. Liu Shuyan said in cold voice, I will definitely find out who did this to Liang Qin. What are you investigating? That's not important, you already obtained her immortal martial spirit. Liu Gufei said with a face full of jealousy. Liu Shuyan coldly groaned and said, What business do you have with me? Quickly speak. Young Master Su wants to meet you, he wants to exchange Liang Qin's immortal martial spirit with you. Liu Gufei said, The power behind young Master Su is very strong in Divine Tree Palace, he will not treat you unfairly. Chapter 1608 Gufei Liu Gufei said, That young Master Su is my business friend. If you have a good relationship with him, it will be much more convenient to do business in the Divine Tree Palace's territory in the future. Otherwise, he might make things difficult for you. Liang Qin is really not in my hands, what's the point of him looking for me? Liu Shuyan said coldly, I want to investigate clearly who did this to Liang Qin. She's really not with you? Willow Yugufei was shocked. I heard that you accidentally injured Liang Qin and sent her back to the War Immortal Academy. Yes, then she was taken away. Liu Shuyan said. Who took him away? Liu Weigufei thought of Qin Yun and said in surprise, could it be that little Qin? Liu Shuyan nodded. Willow Yugufei paced back and forth anxiously, cursing in a low voice, I should have gotten rid of this fellow back then. Shuyan, you're really something. How could you let him take Liang Qin away? What can I do in the War Immortal Academy? Do you think War Immortal Academy is like being in the clan? Liu Shuyan said, I heard that in order to deal with Liang Yupeng, you lost 3 Moon Demon Heavenly Wolves. What happened to you? Liu Weigufei waved his hand and said, don't mention it, I suffered heavy losses this time. That little Qin is very capable. He single-handedly charged into my territory, killed dozens of my elites, and rescued Liang Yupeng. Liu Shuyan was also secretly shocked and felt a trace of joy. However, her face was full of mockery as she said, Liu Gufei, you're really weak. I won't let that bastard go. Liu Weigufei gritted his teeth and said, Shuyan, do you know how to find little Qin? Where did this guy come from? He has a lot of powerful things in his hands, especially his storage magic treasure. The space inside is very large. I don't know anything about this person. Liu Shuyan said. Alright, let's not talk about him anymore. Did the War Immortal Academy not care about Liang Qin being taken away by him? Willow Yugufei also wanted to help Prince Su obtain Liang Qin's immortal martial spirit. The War Immortal Academy doesn't care about unconscious students. Liu Shuyan said, don't meddle in other people's business. You should go back and fight for 3-Star City's Willow Moon Pavilion. Humph, that Willow Moon Pavilion will be mine soon. Willow Yugufei laughed complacently, I paid a huge price to invite helpers. Very soon, I will be able to suppress those insolent shopkeepers. Liu Shuyan was moved and said, Liu Gufei, I heard that you secretly raised a group of bandits. Where are they? Why are you asking this? Lanfei asked cautiously. It's nothing. I'm just worried that I might accidentally kill them in the future, so you'd better tell me where they are, lest they provoke me in the future. Liu Shuyan said. She also wants to figure out where those bandits are and then tell Qin Yun so that he can eliminate them. Don't worry, they're not blind. They definitely won't provoke you. Farewell. Liu Weigufei hurriedly left, he could feel Liu Shuyan's killing intent. Liu Shuyan is in the private room, she closed her eyes and let out a long sigh, Sister Qin, the higher-ups of the Divine Tree Palace also have their eyes on your immortal martial spirit and they attach great importance to it. It was daytime when Qin Yun left the city. After dark, he arrived outside Blackxiong Town. Blackxiong Town is a small town. It is very lively at night and there are no barriers or anything like that. There are many shops on the streets of the small town and the things they sell are all illegal goods. Those things were obtained through theft and robbery. They were sold here at a low price and then sold at a high price. It is not through proper channels. Qin Yun lingered outside the small town and did not go in. I don't have any more cannon arrows. I won't be able to refine them in a short period of time. It won't be easy to attack from a distance. Qin Yun used cannon arrows to kill a large group of Lanfei's subordinates. Those cannon arrows are still at that place and it is too late to take them back. Xiao Yun, let's go over first. Those guys don't have storage magic tools, their important things must be stored in that Gufei building. Ling Yun'er said with a smile, in any case, that guy's things were all stolen and robbed. You can do it again. Night is the time when the town is bustling. It is not a good time to make a move. However, Qin Yun entered Blackxiong Town. He is wearing a black robe, a bamboo hat and a black mask. This kind of attire is very common in Blackxiong Town. After all, buying and selling illegal goods is not something that can be seen in public. It is also because this small town has the protection of the upper echelons of the Divine Tree Palace that Blackxiong Town can exist. Otherwise, it would have been flattened by the Divine Tree Palace a long time ago. Those who can do big business in Black Xiong Town are also the family members of the upper echelons of the Divine Tree Palace. After asking around, Qinyan quickly understood the situation of Black Xiong Town. Here, the higher the floor, the stronger the backer. With a glance, he can see more than a dozen buildings that are more than 20 floors tall. The owners of these buildings have very strong backers. In addition, there are some buildings that are around 10 floors or below. In these buildings, there are all kinds of black transactions. Qinyan arrived at Gufei Building. Gufei Building is a bluestone building. It has a total of 15 floors. It is not the highest here, but it is not low either. It means that the owner of Gufei Building is in the middle and upper echelons. And the owners of those buildings that are more than 20 floors tall are all young masters of the upper echelons of the Divine Tree Palace. Qinyan walked into the Gufei Building. The first floor has some weapons for sale. At a glance, they are all high-grade immortal artifacts. These immortal artifacts are all illegal goods that they have bought at low prices. But now, they are openly selling them. They even say that they are from a master teacher and the price is extremely high. He came to the second floor and saw that there are also weapons. There are many people who come to choose weapons. Some people come here to pick up leftovers and then sell them elsewhere. Qinyan guessed that Liang Yupeng had come here to pick up leftovers, which is why he met Liu Gufei. He walked through a few floors and saw that there are low-grade weapons for sale. They are worth about 10 to 20,000 silver crystal coins. And this is also a price that is used to trick people. Further up are all kinds of defensive equipment. They are all displayed one by one. The people who come to choose are also interested. If they feel that the price is right, they will buy it if they like it. Below the 10th floor are low-grade weapons and defensive equipment. Most of them are mid-grade immortal artifacts and there are also some high-grade immortal artifacts. The more floors there are, the more items there are for people to choose from. Black Xiong Town is only so big. If you want to build a building or open a shop here, you have to get the approval of the young masters. Therefore, every inch of land here is worth its weight in gold. If you sell it elsewhere, you will not be protected and you will be captured by the Divine Tree Palace at any time. In other words, Black Xiong Town can openly sell illegal goods or buy illegal goods. It is very convenient. If it is big, you can earn a large amount of silver crystal coins from it. Qinyan wanted to enter the 11th floor but was stopped by someone. Do you have 20,000 silver crystal coins? In front of the 11th floor, a middle-aged man asked coldly. Qinyan carried a bag on his back. He opened the bag and inside were 2 disc-shaped silver crystal coins. This meant that there were 20,000 silver crystal coins. When the middle-aged man saw this, he let Qinyan go up. Qinyan came to the 11th floor. There are many good-looking high-grade immortal artifacts here. There are not many, only about 10 or so in total. Their prices are in the tens of thousands. Qinyan doesn't care about those things. What is worthy of his attention is the row of several meters tall black cabinets on the east wall. He used Extinction Spirit Eye to take a look. The cabinets are very sturdy and can resist prying eyes. On the way up, he didn't see any cabinets on the other floors. Therefore, he guessed that the cabinets store silver crystal coins or sacred profound silver crystals. Exchanging silver crystal coins for sacred profound silver crystals in the black market is a very good business. Gufei Lu must be doing this kind of shady business, just that they don't dare to do it openly. Qinyan glanced at this floor a few times, then continued walking up. Every floor has some items, all of them are relatively valuable immortal artifacts. Especially the highest 2 or 3 floors, there are best quality and keen-grade immortal artifacts. Qinyan is not interested in those immortal artifacts. What he is most interested in are the rows of black cabinets. They seem to be tightly locked. There must be many sacred profound silver crystals and silver crystal coins inside. When he arrived at the 15th floor, he saw a few people carrying a box of sacred profound silver crystals and walking towards the row of black cabinets. He heard a man say, "Liang Yupeng, he ordered so many sacred profound silver crystals from us but didn't come to exchange them. What a bastard." Shoo! Liang Yupeng was. A middle-aged man made a gesture of slitting his neck. What? Really? The young man said with sneer, serves him right, this guy made a lot of money from buying and selling. I heard that the things he bought from us were sold at very high prices in other places. And the cheap things in other places were sold at very high prices here. I heard boss say that he has storage magic tool. The middle-aged man said with mischievous smile, so boss, he must have obtained Liang Yupeng's storage magic tool. Hearing this conversation, Qin felt very annoyed in his heart and walked over. Seeing Qin walk over, those few people's expression became very solemn. What do you want to buy? The middle-aged man asked. He is the manager of this floor. I have 20,000 silver crystal coins. I want to exchange them for sacred profound silver crystals. Qin said. We can give you 30,000 jin of sacred profound silver crystals, the middle-aged man said. 30,000? I have 20,000 silver crystal coins, I should be able to exchange for 40,000 sacred profound silver crystals. Qin said. Our place is very safe, it is different from other black markets. The middle-aged man looked at Qin's bag and saw that Qin's cultivation is not very high. He signaled others with his eyes. Qin immediately understood, if someone with low cultivation came to this place alone, they would most likely be robbed. Clearly this is the unspoken rule of this place. The few people on this floor surrounded Qin in an instant. What do you want? Qin said in cold voice. What do I want? You are truly bold, you delivered yourself to our door to eat, if we don't eat you, we will be letting us down. The middle-aged man laughed loudly and said. The middle-aged man is a third-layer golden immortal. Apart from him, there are 3 first-layer golden immortals and 1 second-layer golden immortal. Chapter 1609, Major matter in small town Qin is surrounded and those people are all holding weapons in their hands. Each and every one of them look fierce and fiendish. With one look, it is clear that they often do this kind of thing. We are not doing business with you because you are not worthy. The middle-aged man laughed and said, you are just providing us with capital to do business, ha ha ha, little rookie, you just stole 20,000 silver crystal coins from your home, right? You don't even know a fart and directly came here to deliver food. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for being stupid, a young man sneered, the long sword in his hand is at the nape of Qin's neck. Qin coldly laughed a few times and said, since this is your way of doing business, then when in Rome, do as the Romans do. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Yun'er released a very strong supergravity that pressed down on the few people surrounding him. The sudden supergravity pressed down on the body is very uncomfortable. Not to mention that the body suddenly became incomparably heavy, everything inside the body feels like it is being squeezed to the point of bursting. The blood in the body is about to burst out of the blood vessels at any time. If the body is not strong enough and there is not enough time to mobilize the immortal power inside the body to resist, most of them will not be able to resist the supergravity. Bang! 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 The bodies of the 3 first-layer golden immortals suddenly exploded from the pressure, their bones broke and shattered. Their internal organs and flesh turned into a mess, blood sprayed everywhere, it is extremely bloody. Because the people in the ancient garden don't have any sacred cultivation technique, their body is only at the immortal level. Facing Qin's full-power supergravity, they are unable to resist at all. Now there is only a third-layer golden immortal and a second-layer golden immortal left. They saw their 3 companions suddenly turn into a pile of bloody meat paste and were extremely shocked. They wanted to shout but just as they opened their mouths, they vomited blood due to the crazy pressure of the supergravity. The second-layer golden immortal also couldn't bear it anymore, his body suddenly cracked and shattered. You like doing business like this, right? Qin took out the sun-suppressing divine arrow, looked at the middle-aged man whose face is filled with fear and said with sneer. Big uncle, spare. The middle-aged man really didn't expect that someone would dare to kill people in Black Xiong Town's lonely flying building. They are Louis Weigufei's subordinates. This is not only a blatant provocation of Black Xiong Town's authority, it is also clear that they are Louis Weigufei's enemy. Go die. Qin said indifferently. The sun-suppressing divine arrow pierced through the middle-aged man's head. There were very few people on this floor. Qin had been rather quiet earlier, so he did not alarm the people downstairs. He walked over and used the sun-suppressing divine arrow to pry open one of the large cabinets. He saw many sacred profound silver crystals inside, all of which had been smelted and suppressed. Each piece was very heavy. There were profound saint silver crystals and silver crystal coins in the row of cabinets. Qin did not pry them open one by one. Instead, he stored all the cabinets into the 9-sun divine soul. He also took all the king-grade celestial weapons on the 15th floor. Although they were of no value to him, he did not want to leave them for Lui Gufei. Qin held the sun-suppressing divine arrow in hand and was about to walk down the stairs when the middle-aged man guarding the stairs suddenly walked up. As soon as the middle-aged man arrived, he saw a thick and long arrow shooting towards him. The head of the middle-aged man guarding the stairs was pierced, and he died on the spot. Qin stored the remnant soul and with a wave of his hand, he retrieved the sun-suppressing divine arrow. If the sun-suppressing divine arrow awakens, its power will be even stronger. Qin really missed the sun-suppressing divine arrow's 10,000 devour ability. After retrieving the sun-suppressing divine arrow, he calmly walked down the 14th floor. There were a few people guarding each floor. Those people's cultivation were at the 2nd or 3rd level of the golden immortal realm. They were not very strong. Because Lui Gufei felt that no one would dare to cause trouble in Black Xiong town, let alone kill his people in the lonely flying building. Anyone who had a little understanding of the Willow Yu clan would not dare to go against the Willow Yu clan's disciples. This is common sense. Qin walked down the stairs, his ice-cold eyes filled with killing intent fiercely looked at the lonely flying building's people. Zizi, one of his eyes quickly shot out a few lightning bolts. It was the lightning chain shot out by the lightning's sacred pupil. The lightning jumped in the hall of this floor and locked the people who were about to rush over. Then, Qin used the light transformation sacred pupil and rushed over like a light beam. He held the floating cloud staff in one hand and the sun-suppressing divine arrow in the other. The divine arrow pierced through the head of a middle-aged man. And the floating cloud staff hit the head of another middle-aged man. The floating cloud staff's unbearable fierce power exploded, blowing up the upper body of the middle-aged man. The supergravity pressed down fiercely, suppressing the other 4 people who were rushing over. The floating cloud staff in Qin's hand suddenly lengthened and swept out, cutting the 4 people's waists into pieces. His method was extremely cruel. The other people who came to do business were shocked and ran away. Qin quickly took away all the big black cabinets on this floor, then used the mysterious penetration divine ability to directly penetrate to the lower floor. The people on the 13th floor also knew. They were all holding weapons in their hands, but they did not expect Qin to directly penetrate through the ceiling. The moment Qin came down, he brought with him a powerful and fierce supergravity, pressuring the people guarding this floor to kneel on the ground. The lower the floor, the weaker the people's cultivation. Qin directly used the supergravity when he landed, crushing those people's bodies into pieces. Bang, 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 they exploded and turned into minced meat. There were more than 10 people doing business on this floor. They were all scared out of their wits. They secretly admired Qin's courage. He actually dared to kill and rob people in Black Xiong town, and he even robbed the lonely flying building. Qin deftly took away the big black cabinets on this floor. Although they were not as heavy as the upper 2 floors, they were still very good. Next was the 12th floor. Qin moved very quickly because he had already alarmed many people. Only the 12th and 11th floor were left with the big black cabinets. The moment Qin came down, he directly used the supergravity to press those people to the ground. Those who did not explode were smashed to pieces by him with his staff. Qin did not show any mercy to the lonely flying building bandits who even robbed their customers. Furthermore, his attacks were extremely fierce, causing many people's scalps to tingle. Soon, the 12th and 11th floor were all robbed by him. At this moment, the people inside the lonely flying building all fled. The people on the top floor were the strongest. Now that they were all robbed, the people on the lower floor would definitely not be able to stop them. Qin used the mysterious penetration divine ability and directly penetrated outside and floated in the air. He held the floating cloud staff tightly in his hand and controlled it to become stronger. He injected fierce and arrogant golden immortal power into it. The floating cloud staff suddenly became thicker and bigger, and it even emitted fierce golden flames. At this time, it was night time. The people nearby could see a person floating in the air, holding a huge staff in his hand, vigorously striking down at the 15-story lonely flying building. Rumble, the fierce flames condensed inside the floating cloud staff suddenly burst out, following the floating cloud staff fiercely smashing down on the lonely flying building. A violent tremor, accompanied by a flame wave, rose high into the sky. The fierce fire spread everywhere, causing many people to scream. The lonely flying building was directly smashed into a burning ruin. At this moment, the entire town was alarmed. Everyone in the town was incomparably shocked. Someone was causing trouble in Black Xiong town, and it was a huge mess. Not only did he rob the lonely flying building, he even directly smashed it. The lonely flying building belonged to Liu Gufei. This was a well-known fact, but now it was smashed by someone. This was not only a slap in the face to Liu Gufei, it was also a slap in the face to the boss behind Black Xiong town and the Liu clan. For many years, such a thing had never happened in Black Xiong town. That was because of the authority of the boss behind Black Xiong town. No one dared to act recklessly here. Now that such a thing had happened, it would cause a huge commotion. The powers in the 1-star city, 2-star city and 3-star city often traveled back and forth from Black Xiong town, so they quickly received the news. Even the big shots in the 4-star city and 5-star city knew about this matter. Because the few big shots behind Black Xiong town had been provoked, this was something that attracted the attention of many old fellows. Xianxia smashed Black Xiong town in front of everyone and then swaggered off. Xianxia wore a mask, so no one knew what he looked like, much less who he was. However, they admired him from the bottom of their hearts because there weren't many people who could do such a thing these days. Moreover, after doing it, he calmly swaggered off. This is such a great haul. Xianxia estimated from the weight of the big black cabinet that he took, the silver crystal coins and Saint Profound silver crystals added up to at least 2 million jin. In fact, because Black Xiong town had been too peaceful for many years, such a thing had never happened before. Therefore, the lonely flying building didn't have any defenses, not even a protective formation or anything like that. The people stationed at the lonely flying building weren't strong either. Because it was too wasteful for those strong people to guard there, they were arranged to do other things. Black Xiong town also promised to provide protection, so all the big bosses were very relieved. Now that such a thing had happened, many bosses became very vigilant. They immediately dispatched experts to guard the place because the promised protection of Black Xiong town was bullshit. 2-star city's Liu Pavilion. After Liu Shuyan heard the news, she anxiously paced back and forth in her room. She frowned and muttered, "Little Qin, this guy. I told him to just cause trouble, but he actually robbed the entire lonely flying building and smashed it to pieces. I don't know how many people he's going to offend this time. He's really reckless." 3-star city's Willow Moon Pavilion. In a private room, Willow Yu's Gufei was having a meal with young Master Su. When he learned that his Gufei pavilion had been smashed to smithereens and his Saint Profound silver crystals and silver crystal coins had all been stolen, he angrily slammed the table and roared, cursing all sorts of profanities. "Damn bastard, don't let me catch you, or else I'll cut you into 1,000 pieces." Liu Gufei cursed, his nose almost crooked from anger. "Young Master Liu, do you know who did this?" Young Master Su asked. "It might be that little Qin." Liu Gufei clenched his fists and roared, "I underestimated this bastard's strength. I didn't expect him to recover so quickly and still be so lawless." Young Master Su coldly said, "I also have a share in Black Xiong town. He dared to mess around in my territory, no one can save him. We have to find him quickly. Liang Qin is in his hands. Shuyan fell out with him because I once told him Shuyan's purpose in getting close to Liang Qin. He definitely won't believe Shuyan anymore." Liu Gufei gritted his teeth, "It'll be very difficult to find him. I heard that Yao Sisi has a good relationship with him." Young Master Su said. "Yao Sisi? Don't you know that her grandfather is Yao Daxiong?" Liu Gufei snorted, "I don't dare to touch her." The bandits' den. At the mention of Yao Daxiong, young Master Su also dispelled the thought of attacking Yao Sisi. It was clear that he knew how powerful Yao Daxiong was. "We don't need to capture Yao Sisi, we can follow her, maybe we'll get something?" Liu Gufei suddenly said, "That little Qin and Yao Sisi have a good relationship, and he seems to know her background. He might go find her." That's fine, as long as he doesn't hurt her. We'll arrange for someone to watch Xiaoxici. Young Master Su nodded. Willow Yugufei stood by the window, looking out at the colorful night sky. He cursed softly, I've lost a few million this time. Damn it, I was just about to settle my half a year's earnings, and now I'm robbed. Young Master Su said, Young Master Lu Yue, you're not the only one who suffered a great loss, our Black Hero Town's reputation is also tarnished. That guy openly provoked Black Hero Town's fourth young master, he'll be in trouble. Oh right, are you sure it was that little Qin who did it? I'm very sure it was him. Other than him, who else would dare to do such a thing? That guy isn't afraid of me at all, he's a fearless character. Lu Weigufei snorted, and he has a very large storage artifact, that's why he could take away so many cabinets. Those black cabinets were all taken away by him? Young Master Su said in surprise. That's right. Lu Weigufei punched the wall, and scolded, where did this bastard come from? Why does he have such a large storage artifact? Young Master Su frowned, could it be a young genius from the 3 palaces and 6 sects? The storage artifact in his hand, isn't the space inside too big? Even my father's generation didn't have such a big storage artifact. Only people of the ancestors' generation would have such a level of storage artifact. Lu Weigufei took out Liang Yupeng's storage jade, and said in surprise, could it be that little Qin gave this to Liang Yupeng? Very likely, I've never seen such an exquisite storage artifact. Where did he get it from? Young Master Su was also envious, looking at the storage artifact in Lu Weigufei's hand. I sent people to the Liang family to find Liang Yupeng. Only by capturing Liang Yupeng can I obtain this storage magic treasure. Lu Weigufei sighed, why is such a good thing fated with me? It's clearly in my hands, but I didn't get it all. Young Master Su suddenly said, Young Master Lu Yu, you mustn't let anyone know about that little Qin. This guy has such a big storage magic treasure in his hands, there must be many people who are interested in him. Right now, only you and I know about him. Willow Yugufei nodded and said, that's right. If others find out about him, they might try to capture him. We can't let this guy fall into the hands of others. You've seen him before. Don't spread his portrait everywhere. Let's work together to catch that guy. Young Master Su warned sternly, don't tell the Willow Moon clan about this. The elders of the Willow Moon clan are all greedy. If they know any clues, they will definitely capture that guy before us. Alright. Lu Weigufei nodded, he also wants to monopolize the things in Qin Yan's hands. Qin Yan returned to the 2-star city and arrived at the top floor of the Willow Moon Pavilion. There is only Lu Yu Shuyan on that floor. Moreover, a defensive formation has been activated. It is very difficult to enter. It's daytime. Lu Yu Shuyan is in her room. She is wearing a white tight suit that is convenient for battle. She is lying on a reclining chair with her eyes closed. Suddenly, she heard a sound and sensed something. She quickly got up and saw Qin Yan in her room, leaning against the door and looking at her. I'm back. The operation went very smoothly. Qin Yan said, when can you wake up Sister Qin? You are truly reckless. Lu Yu Shuyan rebuked, her face is filled with worry. No one knows that I did it. Even if they knew, they wouldn't be able to find me. Qin Yan curled his lips and said, what's so reckless about this? What's more, I made a huge profit. Lu Yu Shuyan stood up and let out a long sigh. She said with a light sigh, I sent people to contact the elders of the clan and ask them to think of a way to help me. However, I might have to pay a price. What price? Qin Yan asked. That's my problem. No matter what price I have to pay, I want Sister Qin to wake up. Lu Yu Shuyan's expression is complicated and revealed a trace of sadness. What price? Qin Yan asked again. Lu Yu Shuyan said faintly, Little Qin, why are you so concerned about me? Qin Yan said, if Sister Qin wakes up and you pay a great price, what if Sister Qin blames me? That's also my problem. Lu Yu Shuyan said in a low voice. Alright, I'm concerned about your safety. Qin Yan said with a stern expression. This is what Ling Yan taught him to say. Lu Yu Shuyan's eyes flickered, she seems to be a bit happy. She said with slight anger, you liar, how could you care about me? You were so fierce to me before, you even choked me and wanted to kill me. Alright, goodbye. Qin turned around and was about to leave. Hey, wait. Liu Shuyan hastily walked over and pulled him. We have nothing to say. Goodbye, I'll come back later. Qin insisted on leaving. You. Can't you stay a bit longer? Liu Shuyan pulled Qin, not letting him go. Qin said, I still have a lot of things to do. I want to go find Brother Liang. Liu Shuyan bit her lower lip. She is extremely charming and said angrily, didn't you want to ask me what price I have to pay? I don't want to know now. Qin said with a smile. Let me tell you, the price I have to pay is to give up this Willow Moon Pavilion. Liu Shuyan puffed up her cheeks and said with a proud expression. Qin curled his lips and said, Isn't it just this lousy Willow Moon Pavilion? What's the big deal, just give it up. You say it so easily, this Willow Moon Pavilion can earn 2 to 3 million silver crystal coins a year. Liu Shuyan said bitterly, this is something that I fought for with great difficulty. There are people in the clan who don't want to see me control Two-Star City's Willow Moon Pavilion, so they thought of all kinds of methods to target me. 2 to 3 million, isn't that too little? I just robbed the Lonely Flying Building and got more than that. How much can the Lonely Flying Building earn in a year? Qin asked. Not a lot, it should be around 5 to 6 million. Liu Shuyan sighed and said, How can it be so easy to rob a gun? Do you think everyone is like you? Qin asked doubtfully, What do you want so many silver crystal coins for? Of course it's to buy things, exchange for resources and develop our power. Liu Shuyan said helplessly, In order to save Sister Qin, I can only give up the Willow Moon Pavilion. Qin thought that he would need to control a lot of silver crystal coins to find a sun soul in the future. This would make it more convenient to do things in this ancient garden. Don't worry, give up this Willow Moon Pavilion and try your best to wake up Sister Qin. As for earning silver crystal coins, it's easy, I'll help you earn them. Qin said. It's not easy at all. I don't have any way to do shady business, I need all kinds of connections. Liu Shuyan shook her head and said, Little Qin, there are big shots in the Divine Tree Palace who are also eyeing Sister Qin's immortal martial spirit. Surnamed Su. Surnamed Su? Alright, I'll remember. I'll make a trip to the Liang family. When I return, I hope to hear good news from you. After Qin finished speaking, he directly used the mysterious penetration divine ability and penetrated upwards and left the room. Seeing Qin casually enter, Liu Shuyan is astonished. She also muttered, In the future, I can't randomly take off my clothes. What if this guy suddenly comes in? The matter of Black Xiong Town's Gu Fei Lu being looted and smashed has caused an uproar in the cities around the Divine Tree Palace. Because Black Xiong Town can't see the light of day, now that someone has caused such a big commotion, the Divine Tree Palace doesn't care. However, Black Xiong Town was originally built with the support of a few of the Divine Tree Palace's upper echelons. Now that they were provoked, they couldn't sit still and sent people to investigate. In Black Xiong Town, everyone is panicking. Even though all the big bosses have sent more people, everyone is still very afraid. At this time, it was also rumored that the robber had a storage magic tool with a large space. This aroused the interest of many seniors. A storage magic tool with a large space is a very popular item in ancient gardens. Even the big shots of the 3 palaces and 6 sects want to have more of them. Qin walked around Two-Star City and felt a lot more at ease because no one knew that he was the one who did it. He quickly left the city and flew towards the Liang family in One-Star City. Xiaoyun, didn't you refine a teleportation talisman? Ling Yin'er asked. N. Qin flew in the air and took out the teleportation talisman. He said, activating this talisman should consume a lot of energy. Have you finished the teleportation point? Ling Yin'er laughed, you should have done it in Liu Shuyan's room. I won't. Qin said. He landed in the forest below and made a teleportation point. Then, he continued rushing towards the Liang family in One-Star City. Qin went to find Liang Yuping to understand the situation. He wanted to ask him if he knew where Liu Gufei's bandit nest is. The overall strength of that bandit nest is not weak. They must be able to offer a lot of silver crystal coins every year. If they were to be annihilated, it would definitely be a great blow to Liu Gufei. The consequences of making an enemy of me are very serious. Liu Gufei, can you bear it? Qin Yan flew in the air, his eyes filled with viciousness. Qin Yan changed his attire. He wore a brown beast-skin robe and had a lot of beard on his face. He dressed himself up as a bearded man, looking like a rough and sturdy hunter. He flew to the vicinity of the Liang family villa and landed on the ground. Then, he walked towards the entrance of the Liang family villa. As he approached, he suddenly sensed many ferocious auras. That kind of aura was very familiar to him. Back when he and Liang Yupeng were in the bandit nest, he had this kind of aura. Liu Gufei's men have come knocking? Qin Yan was secretly alarmed. Then, he concealed himself and flew into the Liang family villa. After entering, he saw dozens of fiendish bandits. They were wearing armor and holding weapons in their hands. Sharpshooter, from the way this group of people dressed, it could be seen that they were bandits. Originally, the Liang family also had some strength. However, that bandit chief said that they were sent by Liu Gufei, and he even had Liu Gufei's keepsake, so the Liang family could only let them search. Willow Moon Gufei used to be the owner of the Willow Moon Pavilion in the 2-star city, and now in the 3-star city. He was a member of the Willow Moon clan, so he was quite famous. The Liang family also knew that Liu Gufei's lonely flying house had been destroyed in Black Hero Town, so it was understandable that they had sent people to investigate. The Liang clan did not dare to anger Liu Gufei, or they would be provoking the Liu clan. Qin Yan watched from the side while invisible. They never expected that Liu Gufei would actually think of sending people to find Liang Yupeng. This bastard Liu Gufei, I must quickly get rid of him. Qin Yan said in his heart. He took out the floating cloud divine needle. If those bandits were to cause trouble here, Qin Yan would definitely take action. More than 10 bandits suddenly caught a few people and came over. The few people who were captured were all young and beautiful women. With one look, one could tell that they were from the Liang family. Big brother, we found a few good-looking ones. A wretched middle-aged man said with a smile. An old man from the Liang clan said furiously, don't cross the line. Even if it means offending the Willow Moon clan, I'll still take your heads. The people of the Liang family were also hot-blooded. This could be seen from Liang Qin and Liang Yupeng. At this moment, the people of the Liang family were crowding over furiously. Your Liang Jiarong has guts, you actually dare to clamor that you want to be enemies with Boss Liu. That bandit leader sensed Liang Jiarong's killing intent and secretly felt fear in his heart. The Liang family's old man snorted coldly and said, hurry up and release our Liang family's people. Don't go overboard. Liang Yupeng is definitely hiding here. Hurry up and call Liang Yupeng out. That bandit leader is only a 3rd-layer golden immortal. On the Liang family's side, there were also 9th heaven golden immortals, so the bandits were still a little afraid. I said, Liang Yupeng is not here. The old man shouted angrily, if you don't let him go, I'll kill you. The Liang family's people all could not tolerate it anymore. Dozens of bandits were surrounded by more than 100 people from the Liang clan. If they were to fight, the bandits would definitely die. Your Liang family has guts. You can do it, just you wait. The bandit leader cursed a few vulgarities before ordering his subordinates to release the women. The group of bandits were all simmering with rage. They were usually tyrannical, and only in 2-star city did they dare not act recklessly. In this 1-star city, they had never encountered such a thing. The group of bandits had left. It looked like they were going back to get reinforcements. Qin Yan originally wanted to ask Liang Yupeng if he knew about the bandit lair under Liu Gufei. But now, he didn't need to ask. As long as he followed these bandits back, he would be able to find a bigger bandit nest. Qin Yan thought to himself, with the character of these bandits, they will definitely not let this matter rest. They will definitely go back and call for help now. Qin Yan quietly followed behind the group of bandits. The group of bandits flew high up in the sky. They were very fast and looked very anxious. Beside the bandit leader, a young man asked in a low voice, Boss, if we go back without finding Liang Yupeng, will we be punished? Let's go back and tell Big Brother and the others that Liang Yupeng is in the Liang family. Let them send more power to us. The bandit leader cursed a few times and said, "You saw it just now. We are not a match for the Liang family at all. Big brother's Gufei Lu has been looted and his losses are not small. If we take down the Liang family, we might be able to recover some blood." The young man laughed sinisterly. "The Liang family's girl is really not bad. She's very tasteful. Ha ha ha. When we go back, we must pretend to be pitiful and say that we were bullied by the Liang family or something. In short, we must let Big Brother and the others know that we have been bullied. We must let them know that the Liang family is very arrogant." The bandit leader laughed. Xianxia was secretly delighted because if he followed them, he would definitely be able to find Luiwei Gufei's bandit lair. Tens of thousands of miles around the gigantic tree was a forest of giant trees. At this moment, Xianxia saw a 1,000-meter-tall mountain in front of him. There are also many caves on that mountain. Xianxia is delighted in his heart because that is the bandit lair of Luiwei Gufei's subordinates. The sky is about to brighten. In the ancient garden, the sky is about to brighten, which means that a night of revelry is over. Generally, people would go to rest or cultivate. When the group of bandits saw the mountain in front of them, they suddenly sped up. "Yuner, make your move." Xianxia took out the sun-suppressing divine arrow and used the light transformation sacred pupil to fly above the group of bandits. Ling Yuner controlled the nether sun and released a supergravity. The supergravity covered a large area, enveloping dozens of bandits. A muffled sound echoed, and incomparably heavy gravity pressed down on the dozens of bandits' bodies. They suddenly dropped down and smashed into the trees below. A large area of trees was crushed by the bandits. As Xianxia swooped down, he used tree totem martial arts. Tree roots turned into claws and emerged from the ground, grabbing the bandits. Under the control of Xianxia's formidable nether moon mental power, the sun-suppressing divine arrow fiercely pierced through several bandits' bodies. Xianxia took out the floating cloud rod and jumped around those bandits. He also summoned the nether realm heavenly lion. Boom boom boom, Xianxia smashed a bandit with one strike. Then in a flash, he appeared next to another bandit and smashed him again. At the same time, he controlled the sun-suppressing divine arrow to kill bandits. In just a few short moments, he killed more than 10 bandits. The nether realm heavenly lion is also very fierce. It is very fast and ruthless when killing bandits. More than 50 bandits were all killed by Xianxia in just a short moment. It seems that the place where I and Brother Liang were trapped last time was not the real bandit lair. Xianxia took out the soul-sealing pearl and absorbed the remnant souls. He looked at the direction of the mountain and said with sneer, "Luiwei Gufei, your bandit lair should have a lot of good things, right? Don't let me down." After absorbing the remnant souls, Xianxia quickly walked through the forest and gradually became invisible. The mountain is very quiet in broad daylight. From time to time, there are more than 10 small teams patrolling around the mountain. Xianxia observed for a while. There are a total of 10 squads flying around the mountain. They did not discover Xianxia in the vicinity. "Xiaoyun, these bandits don't have storage magic tools. The sacred Xian silver crystals and silver crystal coins they stole must be stored somewhere inside," Ling Yin'er said. "I will sneak in and take a look." Xianxia slowly approached. The patrolling people flew past several times but did not sense his approach. The invisible Xianxia quickly entered a cave. There are many light-emitting stones in the cave passage. It is very bright inside but there is no one inside. Xianxia took out a talisman. It is a talisman used to detect sacred Xian silver crystals. It can detect sacred Xian silver crystals based on the sacred power released by the crystals. The reaction of the talisman is not small. It means that there are sacred Xian silver crystals inside. Xianxia is secretly happy. From time to time, he took out the talisman and carefully walked through the complex intertwining passages. He saw many bandits on the road but none of them discovered him. Xianxia can use mysterious penetration divine ability to drill into the stone walls without being discovered. Not long after, he followed the talisman and arrived very deep underground. He used mysterious penetration divine ability to quickly penetrate. Deep underground, there is a large stone room with a row of black cabinets. Inside this stone room, there is a middle-aged man with fierce expression sitting cross-legged in the middle. His eyes are closed and he is cultivating. After Qin Yan arrived at the basement, he immediately sensed a vicious aura. This middle-aged man is clearly a person who has killed countless people. Is this guy in charge of guarding this place? Qin Yan said in his heart. If he wants to take away the black cabinets, he must kill this middle-aged man. Since nothing has happened for many years, the middle-aged man guarding this place is very lax. He did not discover that Qin Yan is hiding in a corner. Qin Yan took out the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon and carefully placed the sun-suppressing divine arrow into the cannon barrel. Originally, 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon has many sockets connected to many storage bottles. Sacred Xian silver crystals and other things can be stored inside the storage bottles and released when the cannon is fired. But inside the ancient garden, those storage bottles are not very useful. Therefore, Qin Yan can only place a 10,000 gene sacred Xian silver crystal into the cannon barrel. 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon has runes that can quickly absorb sacred Xian silver crystal. After absorbing sacred power, it can produce very strong impact power and also pour the sacred power inside the sacred Xian silver crystal into the cannon. Sun-suppressing divine arrow is a divine tool. Although it is in a half-dead state, if it absorbs sacred power, its might will still be very strong. This is the first time Qin Yan is using 10,000 gene of sacred Xian silver crystal to power the cannon. Since there are many sacred Xian silver crystals in the ancient garden, he is willing to use them. Let's go. With a thought, Qin Yan controlled the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon to fire. 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon is a very powerful sacred tool. It can quickly extract the sacred power inside the sacred Xian silver crystal and use it to fire the sun-suppressing divine arrow. Because the impact power is very strong, 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon fiercely trembled. Qin Yan is carrying the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon on his shoulder. Because of the trembling, his shoulder is in severe pain and his bones have cracked. It is easy to imagine how powerful the sun-suppressing divine arrow is. The sun-suppressing divine arrow has been infused with very strong sacred power and shot out like a golden light beam. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through that fierce bandit's body. That bandit is a 5th or 6th level golden immortal. He noticed that there are people here, but he didn't have enough time to react and his body was pierced by the sun-suppressing divine arrow. The sun-suppressing divine arrow is filled with destructive power. It pierced through that bandit's body and continued flying forward. It pierced into a stone wall for several hundred meters. Holy oil! The bandit had seen all kinds of storms, but at this moment, his face was full of fear. When he looked in Qin Yan's direction, Qin Yan also rushed over. Qin Yan did not consume too much energy to use the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon because he did not control the accuracy of the sun-suppressing divine arrow. All he had to do was fire the cannon. He didn't care about anything else and just let it be. Otherwise, it would be a waste of energy. This time, he didn't suffer any damage, but his shoulder was in pain from the impact. After Qin Yan rushed over, he took out the 9th Heaven Mysterious King Saber and chopped at the ferocious bandit, beheading him. Under his control, the sun-suppressing divine arrow flew back from a hole. When Qin Yan grabbed the sun-suppressing divine arrow, he screamed a few times because of the heat. The might of sacred tool and sacred Xian silver crystal is truly terrifying. Qin Yan is extremely happy in his heart. He rushed over and stored all the large cabinets inside the 9 Sun Divine Soul. Back when Yang Kai had robbed the lonely flying building, he had obtained many profound saint silver crystals from those large cabinets, some of which he had refined into discs and some into beads. Those beads weighed thousands of kilograms, and they were the refined kind. Qin Yan inserted 2 fist-sized pearls into the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon and grabbed it with one hand. The 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon was as hot as the sun-suppressing divine arrow. The commotion just now had alerted the nearby bandits. After the stone room's door opened, Qin Yan saw a sturdy old man holding a huge axe in his hand. Qin Yan immediately fired the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon. Boom! What the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon shot out was the sacred profound silver crystal saint energy, so it shot out like a beam of light and pierced through the old man's body. As for Qin Yan, he was also pushed back by the recoil. The 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon's barrel is extremely hot. Qin Yan can only use gravity and mental power to make the cannon float. That old man was at the 5th stage of the Golden Immortal stage. However, when he was struck by the light beam of the sacred mysterious silver crystal, a hole the size of a washbasin appeared on his body. Both his heart and dantian were affected, making it impossible for him to unleash the formidable power of a gold immortal. Xianxia charged over and easily reaped the head with a single slash. As expected of a bandit's nest, the bandits here were all very strong. After Xianxia walked out of the door, he met another cultivator in the 7th level of the golden celestial stage. He had no choice but to activate the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon and fire a shot. In the straight and narrow tunnel, there was no way to dodge the holy power light cannon's bombardment. The lower half of the 7th tier golden immortal's body, from his belly button down, was instantly obliterated by the scorching holy power. One must know that the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon was engraved with 9 dragons and 9 Heavens Lions totems. It could rapidly absorb the saint energy within the saint profound silver crystal and fire it at a faster rate. Although Xianxia was having a good time, he felt his heart ache because each shot cost over 10,000 sacred mystic silver crystals. What made him a little depressed was that the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon was extremely hot at this moment. It was as though it was being heated red, releasing an incomparably scalding power. This won't do, the runes inside will be burnt. I need to cool it down. Xianxia stored the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon. He took out the floating cloud rod, used the mysterious penetration divine ability and arrived at a relatively high cave on the mountain. There are many tunnels inside the mountain, they are all interconnected. After arriving at the top, Xianxia took out a small black bottle. I don't know what the liquid inside has evolved into, no matter what. Let's give it a try. Xianxia released the liquid inside the small bottle inside a tunnel. He obtained the small black bottle at the edge of the Cloud Dragon mountain range. At that time, a large amount of beast oil was released under the beast oil. Now, the small bottle has been fused with the flood dragon blood spring and other formidable energy, causing the beast oil to continuously evolve. The liquid Xianxia poured out looks like a golden and dazzling oil. There are many blood threads inside it. Those blood threads are flickering with red light, it looks like many red lightning bolts. The golden oil has red lightning throbbing inside, it looks very formidable. What the hell is this thing? Xianxia also doesn't understand, but he feels that it can definitely be ignited. He released Nether Sun Flame to ignite it but discovered that he failed. Yuner, what's going on? I can't ignite this liquid. Xianxia shouted. I might need Sacred Flame. Ling Yuner said. Sacred Flame? Xianxia can only take out the extremely hot 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon and fill it with a sacred mysterious silver crystal bead. Under Xianxia's control, the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon slowly absorbed the sacred power from the sacred mysterious silver crystal bead. Through the sacred flame totem carved inside the cannon body, it condensed sacred flame and spewed out flames. After spewing out sacred flame, the mysterious oil was also ignited. Golden and dazzling flame with blood-colored lightning throbbing inside, the temperature is extremely high. The oil continued to rush downwards. Under Xianxia's control, the small black bottle also spewed out more and more oil. It surged violently inside the passage, accompanied by intense sacred flame. In a short while the entire passage inside the mountain was ignited. Xianxia is now at the top of the mountain, he feels like he is in a big furnace, it is extremely hot. Could the liquid inside the small black bottle be sacred oil? Xianxia is astonished. Xiaoyun, quickly run, this mountain is going to melt. Ling Yuner said. Xianxia also sensed that there are many remnant souls here. He promptly took out a few large soul-sealing pearls and used mysterious penetration divine ability to leave the mountain top. And the mountain below is completely red, the bandits inside the mountain are letting out miserable screams. The mountain is also melting and turning into magma. Xianxia controlled the soul-sealing pearls to absorb the remnant souls of the dead bandits. After absorbing enough, he quickly left to avoid Luiwei Gufei bringing people over. His 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon is now on cooldown, he can't use it for the time being. If he encounters a strong expert, he won't be able to kill them. This won't do. 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon still has flaws. Xianxia pondered while flying in the sky. It's fine, 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon can refine 10,000 gene of sacred mysterious silver crystal saint power in one go and release it in one go. It is already very good that it didn't explode. Ling Yuner said with smile. All right. Qin Yan thought about it carefully. 9 Heavens Dragon Lion Cannon is not easy to make. You still need to be strong enough. This way, even if you don't rely on 9 Heavens Dragon Lion Cannon, you can still directly kill powerful enemies. Ling Yuner said. And, after I return, I will go into secluded cultivation and quickly break through. Qin Yan is currently flying towards 2-Star City to find Luiwushuyan. The mountain that has collapsed into lava is still burning with intense sacred flame. The temperature is so high that all the plants around it turned into ashes. Lui Gufei is floating in the sky, his expression is grave and gloomy, his eyes are filled with ruthlessness. He gritted his teeth and said, "Who the hell actually killed all my capable subordinates?" "Could it be that little Qin?" young Master Su asked. "Impossible. Do you feel it? The flame burning below has intense sacred power and also a kind of beast power." Lui Gufei's expression is unsightly. "If that guy had this kind of power, I would have already been killed by him." Young Master Su looked at the flame, his heart is jumping with fear and trepidation. He exclaimed in admiration, "That is sacred flame, was it done by a human? Or a beast?" Lui Gufei only feels that he is extremely unlucky. His Gufei building has been smashed and his subordinate bandit lair has also been wiped out. "This kind of flame can burn everything," young Master Su sighed and said, "the people and things inside should all be burned to ashes, right? That is sacred flame and I don't know how long it will burn for. What kind of thing can actually release such a terrifying flame?" Lui Gufei frowned and said, "This won't do, I have to ask the elders to come and take a look." "I will also go back and call the elders," young Master Su said. "This place is quite close to 2-Star City and 3-Star City." They went together to 3-Star City and called 2 Heaven Immortal Realm Elders. After the 2 Heaven Immortal Realm Elders arrived, their expressions became extremely solemn. "Immediately send people to seal off this area. We want to study everything here," the elder from Luiyue clan said. "This matter must be kept secret." The elder from Su family looked at Lui Gufei and young Master Su and said sternly. The elder from Luiyue clan said to Luiyue, Gufei, although you lost a lot of subordinates and some silver crystal coins, don't worry, the Willow Moon Pavilion in 3-Star City will be yours very soon." Hearing this, Lui Gufei's face revealed a smile and said, "If I can control the Willow Moon Pavilion in 3-Star City, losing a few people is nothing. And, the sacred flame here is of great research value to us. Many thanks for providing it to us." The elder from Luiyue clan nodded his head. On the way back to 2-Star City, Qin Yan stopped to rest and wait for the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion Cannon to cool down. He now knows the power of the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion Cannon. After cooling down, it can fire at least 3 shots. At a critical moment, it will be very useful. After cooling down, a day has passed. He felt relieved and continued to return to 2-Star City. During the day, the Willow Moon Pavilion is still very lively. Just like before, Qin Yan quietly arrived at the top floor of the Willow Moon Pavilion. Luiwushuyan's room is empty, only a faint fragrance remains. Qin Yan sat on the recliner and waited for Luiwushuyan to return. He waited for more than an hour and Luiwushuyan returned. She is wearing a simple blue skirt, her hair is tied up in a ponytail, her attire is simple and refreshing but it still gives people a dreamlike beauty. She opened the room and saw Qin Yan here. She was so scared that she tenderly shouted, "Why are you always appearing and disappearing like a ghost? Moreover, you always come to my room. Can't you just stay in the hall outside?" Luiwushuyan rebuked with hidden bitterness. "I thought you were here, so I directly came." Qin Yan asked, "Don't you need to return to War Immortal Academy?" "War Immortal Academy gathers once a month, I have to go back next month." Luiwushuyan suddenly said with stern expression, "Little Qin, Lui Gufei came to find me just now, he left." Qin Yan's expression changed, his killing intent surged. "He controls 3-Star City's Willow Moon Pavilion." Luiwushuyan hastily walked over, gently stroked Qin Yan's hand and said softly, "You are still not his match, you must calm down." Qin Yan did not say anything, his expression is very solemn. "Battle of Willow Moon Pavilion, when can I get that immortal pill?" Qin Yan's face revealed a gentle smile. Wait for an elder of the Willow Moon clan to come, I will sign a contract with him and hand over the Willow Moon Pavilion to him. Then I will be able to get the immortal pill. Liu Shuyan sat on the bed and looked around the room. Her beautiful eyes are filled with sadness and she faintly sighed. I worked so hard to obtain the 2-star city Willow Moon Pavilion, but in the end, I still can't keep it. She just obtained the Willow Moon Pavilion not long ago, she did not even earn anything and now she has to give it away. Liu Xian's heart is filled with melancholy. Her lonely expression made her look very miserable. She tightly grabbed the edge of the bed, gritted her teeth and lowered her head. Her eyes that are filled with sadness gradually became ice-cold and merciless, filled with callousness and killing intent. It was not easy for me to obtain my share, but now there are people who don't want me to have it. I hate them, I want to kill them all. Liu Xian's voice is filled with endless resentment, her eyes gradually turned purple-red. Qin Yan can feel her unwillingness and anger. Did you spend a lot of effort to control this Willow Moon Pavilion? Qin Yan asked. I stepped on many corpses to reach this step. In these past few years, I spent a lot of effort, but now it's all gone to waste. Liu Shuyan gnashed her teeth, her ice-cold voice seems to have come from the underworld. Qin Yan walked down from the reclining chair and stood beside the window. He indifferently said, "Isn't it just this Willow Moon Pavilion? What's the big deal? This is my everything. Without Willow Moon Pavilion, if I want to obtain large amounts of resources, I can only plunder. I was originally alone in the Willow Moon clan." Liu Shuyan is somewhat angry because this Willow Moon Pavilion is very important to her, but Qin Yan doesn't care about it at all. She snorted and said again, "I originally planned to use Willow Moon Pavilion as a foundation and pass the War Immortal Academy's assessment to become a core disciple of the Divine Tree Palace. Then I would accumulate contribution points and become an important disciple of the Divine Tree Palace, so that I can break away from the cruel competition of the Willow Moon clan." Qin Yan turned around and looked at Liu Shuyan, whose face is filled with determination, and asked, "Have you ever hated Sister Qin? If not for saving her, you wouldn't have sacrificed so much." "I never hated her. The reason why she became like this is because of me. I've said before that she's a rare friend of mine. You should know her character very well. She's a very straightforward woman." Liu Shuyan shook her head and said, "When you are with her, you don't have to worry about being schemed against." Qin Yan said, "Liu Gufei came to find you just now to say that he has taken control of 3-star city's Liu Pavilion?" Liu Shuyan nodded and snorted, "He came to show off to me and mock me." "Other than that, did he say anything else?" asked Qin Yan. "No. Even when I mentioned the matter of the lonely flying building being destroyed, he changed the topic and was unwilling to talk about it." Liu Shuyan's eyes returned to their original state, becoming clear and moving. "I just destroyed one of his bandit lair and obtained around 2 million silver crystal coins and sacred Xian silver crystals." "He didn't tell you?" Qin Yan asked. Liu Shuyan was startled, her delicate body trembled in disbelief as she asked anxiously, "Are you sure that's his bandit lair?" "Of course I'm sure." Qin Yan told Liu Shuyan about his trip to the Liang family. Liu Shuyan lowered her head, her eyeballs moved, she quickly pondered and said in low voice, "He didn't tell me, he definitely doesn't want me to know that his power is weakening. The lonely flying building and the bandit lair have been destroyed, they are the source of Liu Gufei's wealth. He finally took control of Liu Pavilion, very good, very good. I won't let him off." Qin Yan groaned. "You just need to deal with Liu Gufei's business, don't destroy Liu Pavilion, it belongs to Liu clan." Liu Shuyan suddenly stood up, she doesn't doubt Qin Yan's words at all. "So what if it's Liu clan? I, Qin Yan, have never been afraid of any power." Qin Yan said with disdain. "He was immortal King Fu Yun in his past life, he was the sun god in his past life, the king of gods. He has an innate overbearing aura of a king." Liu Shuyan helplessly shook her head and sighed. She sat on the bed dispiritedly and said softly, "Xiao Qin, I have always treated you as a friend, you are also my only male friend. Although I haven't been in contact with you for a long time, I trust you very much. What about you, in your heart, am I considered a friend?" Qin Yan did not immediately answer. He thought for a moment and said, "If Sister Qin did not have that kind of thing happen, you would definitely have become my friend. Then what if Sister Qin wakes up?" Liu Shuyan's beautiful eyes flickered with anticipation. She raised her head and looked at Qin Yun. I've sacrificed so much, I really hope that I can redeem everything. I cherish my friends very much, especially Cece and Sister Qin. Being together with them makes me feel like I'm alive. She grew up in a dark and competitive environment. She has no relatives, so Qin Yun can understand Liu Shuyan. If Sister Qin wakes up and she forgives you, I will forgive you. If you still stop me from dealing with Liu Gufei and stop me from becoming enemies with Liu clan, then you are not worthy to be my friend. Qin Yun's tone is very heavy, he said again, once you find out who did this to Sister Qin, you must tell me. Liu Shuyan lightly snorted and said in a low voice, alright, I'll listen to you. Who told you to be my only male friend? I don't want to lose you. Qin Yun said, I'll come back in 2 days. At that time, Sister Qin will wake up, right? You. What are you going to do? Can you tell me? Liu Shuyan is worried that Qin Yun will go to 3-star city. I plan to properly increase my cultivation. Qin Yun said. Just stay here with me, accompany me. Anyway, it's only 2 days. This Liu Pavilion is my greatest achievement. Before I lose it, I want someone to accompany me here. Liu Shuyan's eyes are filled with pleading. All right. Qin Yun nodded. Little Qin, let me tell you some news. In 7 days, Liu Gufei will be at 3-star city's Liu Pavilion. He will be inviting many disciples from famous sections. He will also invite me. Liu Shuyan said, I think you can sneak in with me and do some small tricks. Qin Yun laughed and said, didn't you forbid me from acting recklessly? Liu Shuyan lightly curled her lips and said with a smile, who told you to be my friend? Moreover, you are so unrestrained. If you want to act recklessly, I can only help you, I have no other choice. 7 days? Qin Yun said with a frown, time is a bit tight. If we do something on that day, it will indeed be a great blow to Liu Gufei. Little Qin, I have mastered a secret technique of the Liu clan, but I need to cultivate it with a man. I have never tried it before. Liu Shuyan said in a low voice, I obtained that secret technique by chance. No one in the Liu clan knows about it. Is it a secret technique to harvest yang to nourish yin? Qin Yun asked. That's not it. Liu Shuyan's jade-like face turned red and she spat softly, Little Qin, don't let your imagination run wild. It is a secret technique that requires a man and a woman to cooperate. My cultivation is high, I can help you quickly increase your cultivation. Qin Yun suddenly thought of the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. Ling Yun'er said with a smile, Little Yun, this woman is so crazy to get close to you. So it turns out that she wants to cultivate the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra with you. She must have waited for a long time to meet a man that she is satisfied with. The experienced Ling Yun'er can already tell that Liu Shuyan has a good impression of Qin Yun. However, Qin Yun himself did not feel it. How can she have the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra? Could it be that the golden moon here is related to the Guanghan Palace in the Immortal Desolate? Qin Yun very much wants to ask Xiaqiru. Liu Shuyan gently pulled Qin Yun's hand and said softly, Little Qin, don't worry. I guarantee that it is not an evil technique. It is truly beneficial for us. You must believe me. I really won't harm you. Is the secret technique you mastered called Sun and Moon Heart Sutra? Qin Yun asked. Ah. You. How did you know? Liu Shuyan is very astonished. Qin Yun laughed and said, this is indeed not an evil technique. It is indeed beneficial for us. Alright, let's begin cultivating. After Liu Shuyan recovered from her astonishment, she sweetly smiled and said, Little Qin, have you cultivated with other women before? That woman must be your wife, right? There are also dozens of women who have cultivated the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra with me. Qin Yun spread out his hands and said, but only one of them is my wife. Oh. Liu Shuyan gently stuck out her tongue and said with smile, you are just as I imagined, you are indeed very popular with girls. Qin Yun took out some sacred Xian silver crystals, absorbed the sacred power inside and began cultivating with Liu Shuyan. This is the first time Liu Shuyan is using the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra, she is very unfamiliar with it. However, Qin Yun is very familiar with it. Under his guidance, Liu Shuyan very quickly entered the state. Lu Shiyan's perception is extremely high, she can quickly grasp the essentials of the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. She is very excited in her heart because cultivating with Qin Yun will allow her to absorb a large amount of sacred power for cultivation. Although her Luyu clan has a secret technique to absorb sacred power, the absorption speed is very slow. And Qin Yun's absorption speed can be said to be like a cow drinking water. Little Qin, did you come here from Immortal Desolate to obtain Sun Soul? Lu Shiyan asked. N. Qin Yun nodded. I will help you. This is also my goal in the future. Lu Shiyan said. 2 days later, someone suddenly came to find Lu Shiyan and interrupted their cultivation. And now Qin Yun has broken through to the second level of Golden Immortal Realm. His Golden Immortal power has become a lot stronger. On the surface of the small divine hammer formed from the heavenly Tao Flame's violent power, there are more Nether Sun totems. It shouldn't be a problem to fight against the 4th or 5th level of Golden Immortal Realm. Qin Yun is very confident because the Golden Immortals in Ancient Gardens are very weak. Lu Shiyan went out for a while and came back with a smile on her face. She said, Little Qin, this is for you. You can rest assured and give it to Sister Qin to eat. She handed over the immortal pill to Qin Yun to save Liang Qin. Qin Yun can see a trace of sadness in her eyes because Luyu Pavilion is about to give up. Shuyan, don't be sad. Let's go. Qin Yun felt a lot more at ease after obtaining the immortal pill. N. Let's go now, take me with you. I don't know where to go. Lu Shiyan smiled, she has also accepted it but her eyes flickered with glistening teardrops. Just as the two of them were about to leave, suddenly, killing intent pervaded the surroundings. Lu Shiyan, it won't be that easy for you to leave Luyu Pavilion, an old man outside sneered and released a very strong heavenly immortal power. Little Qin, quickly leave. Even if I die, I will stop them. Lu Shiyan's expression changed, suddenly killing intent surged out, she is prepared to die in battle. Qin Yun grabbed Lu Shiyan's wrist and took out a teleportation talisman. Dissolve a misunderstanding. Qin Yun and Lu Shiyan are at the peak of a small mountain. There were some small mountains in this forest. The small mountains weren't very tall, not even as tall as some ancient trees. They were all covered by the huge canopy. Lu Shiyan stood on top of a small mountain, looking at the glowing leaves around her, as well as the beautiful luminous flowers and plants at the foot of the mountain. She held a short sword in her hand, preparing to engage in a great battle. We are outside the city, it is very safe. Qin Yun placed the floating cloud pagoda on top of the mountain, then pulled the panicked Lu Shiyan inside. Lu Shiyan does not know how big Qin Yun's storage magic tool is. She knew that Qin Yun took away many of the black cabinets in the lonely flying building and guessed that it is definitely not small. But now, seeing Qin Yun take out a 20-story square stone building, he was even more astonished. Lu Shiyan sat on a chair and looked at the surrounding walls. Qin Yun released Liang Qin from the 9 Sun Divine Soul and let her sit on a chair. Your Willow Moon clan wants to kill you right after making a deal with you? There shouldn't be a problem with the immortal pills he gave me, right? Qin Yun took out a bottle filled with doubts. There's definitely no problem with the immortal pill. They signed a soul contract with me and guaranteed to disperse the strange energy in the soul. Lu Shiyan said. Qin Yun poured out an immortal pill and carefully examined it. Then, he placed it in Liang Qin's mouth and poured some water for her to swallow. Then, he carefully examined the condition of Liang Qin's soul. As expected, the strange energy in Liang Qin's soul was dispersing bit by bit. Lu Shiyan also came over and inspected Liang Qin's soul. She said, when Sister Qin's soul recovers, I will remove the seal on her soul and wake her up. Qin Yun injected his Nether Moon Psyche power to help restore Liang Qin's damaged soul. Lu Yu and Shu Yan also came over to help. She and Qin Yun worked together and after more than 4 hours, they finally saw Liang Qin open her eyes. Shu Yan, little Qin. Liang Qin was very weak, and her eyes were half open. Sister Qin, rest well. You'll be fine. Qin Yun smiled and felt completely relieved. Then, he carried Liang Qin to the second level and let her rest there. Lu Shiyan sat on the first level, she is also very relaxed. Her face is filled with a gentle smile. She was full of curiosity as she walked back and forth on the first floor, looking left and right. This was because this floating cloud pagoda was a very rare thing to her. Seeing Qin Yun come down, Liu Shuyan asked, "Little Qin Yun, what just happened? How did we suddenly come here?" She thought she was going to die in battle. "I used a talisman," Qin said. Fortunately, he did not listen to Ling Yuner. Ling Yuner previously told him to place the teleportation point in Lu Yu and Shuyan's room. "That is something that can travel through space, so powerful," Liu Shuyan exclaimed. Qin Yun nodded and sat down. He said with a solemn expression, "What are your plans for the future?" Lu Yu clan's internal strife was extremely cruel. Liu Shuyan was almost killed. Yao Yao Long of clan is in Lu clan, Yun Yu clan Shuyan as the sect of the clan as Yao Yas, as with there inside as long as by as there as. I don't know what Sister Qin plans to do. Qin Yun looked up and said, "Do you know who did this to Sister Qin? When we went out to train together, there were more than 20 of us. They were all elite students of War Immortal Academy. I suspect it was Qing Yuashan." Liu Shuyan said, "Qing Yuashan and Leng Chaojia must have been in contact with other Liu clan disciples." Although they had a conflict before, Liang Qin was not wary of Qing Yuashan. Only Qing Yuashan had the opportunity to get close to Liang Qin and cause trouble. "Who ordered them?" Qin Yun said coldly. "The person who wanted to kill me is called Liu Siju. He has a son who always wanted to control Two-Star City's Liu Pavilion. Only he can get that kind of immortal pill." Liu Shiyan's jade face suddenly turned frosty. "Liu Siju?" Qin Yun frowned and said, "Why did he want to kill you?" "He already obtained Two-Star City's Liu Pavilion." Liu Shuyan groaned, "Because he was afraid that I would take revenge on his son. So after we made the deal, he directly attacked. If not for Xiaoqin bringing me away, I would have died for sure." She sighed helplessly and said, "Xiaoqin, this is my life. I have been like this since I was young. Liu Siju's family, I won't let them off." Qin Yun said. "They are my enemies, let me deal with them." Liu Shuyan said. "We will use our own abilities to take revenge on them." Qin Yun said. Liu Shuyan doesn't want to fight against Liu clan. Although Liu clan's internal strife is very fierce, once they encounter external enemies, they suddenly become very united. In the ancient garden, no one dares to provoke Liu clan's might, otherwise they will suffer Liu clan's retaliation. She now understands Qin Yun very well. It is very difficult to stop him from doing what he wants to do. Not long after, Liang Qin woke up. Qin Yun and Liu Shuyan came to second floor to see her. After waking up, Liang Qin became very spirited. After she found out about her situation, she cursed in low voice, "That wretched Qing Yuashan, as soon as she approached me, she released a large amount of black light fog. That black light fog all entered my head. It was indeed her." Liu Shuyan's beautiful eyes suddenly became very cold. She said in deep voice, "I won't let her off." Qin Yun now knows that he misunderstood Liu Shuyan. She was indeed not the one who attacked Liang Qin. "Shuyan, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you before," Qin Yun said with a guilty expression. "It's alright, I forgive you." Liu Shuyan suddenly smiled sweetly. "What misunderstanding?" Liang Qin doesn't know about the dispute between Qin Yun and Liu Shuyan. "Don't ask, it's just a small misunderstanding." Liu Shuyan giggled and kissed Liang Qin's face. Qin Yun indeed feels very apologetic in his heart. Liu Shuyan was ruthlessly choked by him back then. She must have suffered great grievance. Thinking about it, he feels very sad. He also discovered that Liu Shuyan is a very contradictory person. She has an incomparably beautiful and gentle side, but also a ruthless and sinister side. "Do you all want to return to War Immortal Academy?" Qin Yun asked. "Of course, we want to become Divine Tree Palace's core disciples." Liang Qin said, "I won't let Qing Yuashan succeed again." Liu Shuyan nodded and said with smile, "Xiaoqin, don't worry. We are still very safe inside War Immortal Academy." Liang Qin said with charming smile, "Xiaoqin, you should also return to War Immortal Academy with us." "All right." Qin Yan also plans to go to War Immortal Academy to discuss things with Yao Daxiong. It is a bustling night. Two-Star City is filled with gorgeous colored lanterns. Liang Qin, Liu Shuyan and Qin Yun are sitting in a very ordinary carriage. They returned to Two-Star City and arrived at War Immortal Academy's entrance. On the road, they heard that Luyu Pavilion has changed owners again. The new owner is Luyu Siju's son, Luyu Shugao. There is also news that Luyu Shugao and Ling Chaojia have become sworn brothers. They are holding a big ceremony in front of Luyu Pavilion's entrance. It is very grand. This is just as Liu Shuyan guessed. The one who attacked Liang Qin was indeed Luyu Siju and also let Qing Yueshan get close to Liang Qin. As a result, Luyu Siju has truly been exchanged with Luyu Siju. Liu Shuyan is filled with anger. Her face is cold the whole way. She wants to immediately kill Qing Yueshan and Ling Chaojia. However, killing other students in War Immortal Academy has very serious consequences. Qin Yan once again returned to War Immortal Academy's small building. As soon as he returned, he immediately went to the underground secret room. He wants to count those big black cabinets and see how many sacred mysterious silver crystals and silver crystal coins there are. After a night of counting, there are a total of 3 million sacred mysterious silver crystals and 7 million silver crystal coins, almost 3 million silver crystal coins. Adding the ones in his hands, he has a total of 3 million silver crystal coins. Liang Qin and Liu Shuyan were suddenly summoned by War Immortal Academy. They don't know why, but it is a very urgent matter. In War Immortal Academy, Qin Yan is not worried that someone will attack them. Moreover, Liu Shuyan is also very strong. It won't be easy for Qing Yueshan and the others to trick them again. After Qin Yan finished counting the things he plundered, he is planning to rest for a while. However, he sensed a very strong aura approaching. He immediately became vigilant. Dong dong dong, someone is knocking on the door. Qin Yan secretly sensed and discovered that the aura is very familiar. It's Yao Daxiong's. He is secretly happy in his heart and hastily opened the door. He originally planned to find Yao Daxiong. He did not expect that Yao Daxiong would come knocking on his door. After opening the door, Qin Yan saw a white-robed old man wearing a conical bamboo hat. Yao Daxiong has a bright smile on his face and said, "Little Mr. Qin, we meet again. Senior Yao, please come in." Qin Yan said with smile. After Yao Daxiong came in, Qin Yan promptly closed the door. Yao Daxiong took off his conical bamboo hat and said, "Little Qin, you guided Cici last time. I can't thank you enough. If not for your guidance, Cici would not have been able to advance by leaps and bounds." "Oh? Is her breakthrough very big?" Qin Yan asked. "Very big." Yao Daxiong nodded and said with smile, "This is all thanks to little Qin's guidance." After Yao Daxiong sat down, he said, "I heard that you encountered some difficulties. You had a small conflict with Ling Chaojia and the others in the Willow Moon Pavilion, right?" Qin Yan nodded and said, "Did Cici say that?" Yao Daxiong nodded and said, "Yes. Don't worry, as long as you are in the War Immortal Academy, they won't dare to do anything to you." "Senior Yao, what is your position in the War Immortal Academy?" Qin Yan asked curiously. "The Dean of the War Immortal Academy is my wife, Cici's grandmother." Yao Daxiong smiled and said, "She is the same as me. She retired from the Divine Tree Palace and came here." Qin Yan's expression suddenly became very solemn and said, "Senior Yao, you should know about the immortal martial spirit in Sister Qin's body, right?" Speaking of Liang Qin's immortal martial spirit, Yao Daxiong's expression changed. He nodded and said, "It seems like you also know. There is someone surnamed Su in the Divine Tree Palace, right?" Qin Yan asked. "He is after Sister Qin's immortal martial spirit." Elite battle platform. It was Lui Shuyan who told Qin Yan about young Master Su. Qin Yan confirmed that there is a higher-up surnamed Su in the Divine Tree Palace and said in a deep voice, "I believe you seniors should know about Sister Qin's immortal martial spirit, right? Is Liang Qin's immortal martial spirit related to you?" Yao Daxiong asked. "Sister Qin is my friend. She was injured because of this." Qin Yan simply told Yao Daxiong about the matter. Yao Daxiong angrily slapped his thigh and said angrily, "Preposterous. They actually dared to do this. If there is evidence, I will definitely punish them. Sister Qin's immortal martial spirit must have been targeted by many people." Qin Yan said again. Don't worry, I will issue a strong voice with the old woman and warn those bastards who have ill intentions towards Liang Qin. Yao Daxiong said. Qin Yin nodded, I hope it will be useful. Yao Daxiong saw that Qin Yin does not believe him and said again, Little Qin, what are you worried about? Are you afraid that I can't handle the Liu clan and that Sugai? He patted Qin Yin's shoulder and said, Don't worry, they are just bragging. In an ancient era's garden, it still depends on who has the hardest fist. My fist is hard enough, I'm not afraid of them. Qin Yin said with a smile, Senior Yao, in an ancient era's garden, how can one's fist be considered hard? Although my wife and I have some conflicts with the Divine Tree Palace and don't plan to enter the Divine Tree in the future, the people of the Divine Tree Palace are very respectful towards us. Yao Daxiong laughed and said, That is because I can fight with my life on the line. Then Senior Yao, can you help me with something? Help me send a letter to the Divine Tree Palace's Guanghan Palace. Qin Yin said, You should have heard that the Guanghan Palace from the Immortal Desolate has been invited to the Divine Tree Palace. I heard. I also want to meet the people from the Immortal Desolate Guanghan Palace, but I heard that it is not easy to meet them because they are under house arrest in the Divine Tree. Yao Daxiong said. What? House arrest? Qin Yan's expression changed, why are they also under house arrest? I don't know, their methods are indeed wrong. But there are several factions within the Divine Tree Palace, the Guanghan Palace's people under house arrest. As for why they did it, no one knows. Yao Daxiong said. Qin Yan is very anxious. He thought that Bing Xing and the others would be treated as distinguished guests, but instead, they were placed under house arrest. Yao Daxiong said, Little Qin, you came from the Immortal Desolate, right? Qin Yan nodded and said, My friends are in the Guanghan Palace. I'm in a hurry to find them. Yao Daxiong said, Don't worry, I heard that the people of Guanghan Palace are very strong. Maybe the news of them being placed under house arrest is used to confuse others. They might want to support a certain faction. This kind of scheming is very annoying. Qin Yan thought about it carefully and felt that it was possible because Bing Xing and the others are a very powerful force. I'll think of a way to help you. Yao Daxiong said again. Oh right Senior, I want to become a student of War Immortal Academy, is there any way? This is Qin Yan's sudden plan because he also wants to enter Divine Tree Palace. Challenge 3 elite students and defeat them one by one to become an elite student. However, you need to pay 300,000 silver crystal coins to challenge. Yao Daxiong said, also, you need to get the approval of the War Immortal Academy's dean. Qin Yan said, that's easy. I'll challenge Cici and the others and make them admit defeat. Isn't that enough? The elite students who lose have to scram from War Immortal Academy. Yao Daxiong said with smile, therefore, those who accept the challenge will not easily admit defeat. Qin Yan said, Can I challenge Leng Chaojie? Of course you can. Do you really plan to do this? Yao Daxiong said, You have 300,000 silver crystal coins? Of course I do. Qin Yan laughed, I want to challenge Leng Chaojie and Qing Yueshan, there shouldn't be any problem right? No problem. Yao Daxiong chuckled and said, Let's go, I'll bring you to the dean. She's very easy to talk to. Qin Yan followed Yao Daxiong to a tall building in the middle of War Immortal Academy and arrived at the top floor. The top floor of the tall building is actually a very large garden, it is like a garden in the sky. In the middle of the garden is an elegant pavilion. And on the balcony of the second floor, there is an old woman with a head full of silver hair. Her eyes are closed and she is standing motionlessly. Her skin is very white and tender. It is only because there are some wrinkles at the corners of her eyes that she looks a bit old. However, she really doesn't look that old. The Dean of War Immortal Academy is called He Shoji. The white robe she is wearing is the same as the one Yao Daxiong is wearing. Shoji, I brought a little friend for you to get to know. He is the one who gave Cici pointers before. He is from Immortal Desolate. Yao Daxiong is downstairs, he smiled and shouted. He Shoji opened her eyes, her face is filled with shock. She hastily jumped down and slowly landed on the ground. Hello Dean. Qin Yan greeted politely. Little Qin, right? This girl Cici has improved very quickly these past few days. She has received your guidance, I am truly grateful. He Shoji said with smile. She is indeed very easy to talk to. Xiaoji, little Qin wants to make an exception and challenge. Enter War Immortal Academy and become an elite student. Yao Daxiong said. Alright. I heard that you came with Liang Qin as a small follower. But with your strength, you should become an elite student. You also have the qualifications. He Xiaoji nodded and said with smile, originally it was 300,000 silver crystal coins but I only took 100,000 from you. Thank you Dean. Qin Yan said with smile. Don't talk nonsense about this matter. It's fine as long as we know. He Xiaoji said with smile. Qin Yan immediately took out 10 disc-shaped silver crystal coins and placed them on the ground. He Xiaoji and Yao Daxiong are secretly shocked because they noticed that Qin Yan has a storage magic tool. Qin Yan knows that these two old men are very good. Even if he exposed his storage magic tool, they wouldn't think about it. Little Qin, don't expose your storage magic tool so easily. For someone like you who comes from Immortal Desolate, if you are targeted by some greedy fellows, they will definitely rob you. Yao Daxiong warned. We will protect you in War Immortal Academy but outside, we won't. You must be careful. He Xiaoji also warned Qin Yan very seriously. I understand. Qin Yan nodded and asked, when can we start the challenge? He Xiaoji looked at the sky and said, the inner courtyard is currently gathering elite students and giving them beast chains. They are preparing to go out to hunt beasts at night. Cancel it. Let them gather at the inner courtyard's elite battle platform. Yao Daxiong said. Little Qin, come with me. He Xiaoji pulled Qin Yan and suddenly soared into the sky, flying towards a large restricted area of War Immortal Academy. That restricted area is normally not allowed to enter. Only when students are gathered could they enter. Qin Yan also saw the elite battle platform. It is very large and completely black. There are many huge formation pillars and formation flags around it. Around the square battle platform, there were many young elites surrounding it. There are quite a lot of elite students. Qin Yan said. Some are core disciples from Divine Tree Palace, some are ordinary students. They have all been gathered here today. He Xiaoji said. The battle platform is several thousand meters wide. Looking from afar, it looks very grand. Because the battle platform itself is several tens of meters high, if you want to watch the battle, you can only float in the air. There is a barrier sealing the battle platform, it is normally not opened. After He Xiaoji arrived, she took out a large flag and vigorously waved it. The battle platform suddenly trembled. The youngsters around the battle platform all shouted in shock. The battle platform has opened, there will definitely be a great battle. What is shocking is that the dean personally came to open it. That's the dean, she brought someone here? What's going on? There is no battle trial right now? Even if it is a battle trial, just use an ordinary battle platform. Is there a need to use an elite battle platform? The opening of the elite battle platform, it must be an important battle. Liang Qin, Liu Shuyan and Yao Sisi are also near the battle platform. Yao Sisi frowned and said in low voice, it's Grandma, who is the person she brought? He looks very familiar. It's little Qin. Liu Shuyan said in a grave voice, why is little Qin here? Moreover, he wants to open the battle platform. At this moment, many people are floating in the air. Qin Yan is standing beside He Xiaoji, his expression is calm. He looked around at the people floating in the air, they are currently looking for Leng Chaojie and Qing Yueshan. He Xiaoji is the dean, her cultivation is extremely high, her strength is very strong. Her voice is filled with majesty as she loudly said, someone wants to challenge 3 elite students and make an exception to enter the inner courtyard and become an elite student. When Leng Chaojie saw Qin Yan, his expression changed. Make an exception to challenge? Liu Shuyan said in surprise, little Qin wants to become an elite student? Everyone is very shocked, they are discussing this matter noisily. They have all heard of the matter of making an exception to challenge, they need to pay 300,000 silver crystal coins and win 3 rounds in a row. When Qin Yan saw Leng Chaojie and Qing Yueshan, he shouted, I want to challenge Leng Chaojie. Everyone immediately cried out in alarm, Leng Chaojie is the #1 handsome man among the elite students. The Leng family's headquarters is in 5-star city, and he is also Liu Shuga's sworn brother. Everyone knows that Xianxia is the strongest among the elite students at the third level of the Golden Immortal stage. He has a transcendent status. To make an exception to challenge, he actually challenged the strongest. Qing Yueshan sneered, this person is just Liang Qin's follower, only at the first level of the Golden Immortal stage. Previously, because he had Lu Yushuyan's help, he was able to extort hundreds of thousands of silver crystal coins from us, but now he actually used it to make an exception to challenge. A fox-like woman beside her also ridiculed, this guy is a jinx, Liang Qin knows him and almost lost her life. Lu Yushuyan has a good relationship with him, but now she lost a Willow Moon Pavilion. We also lost nearly 100,000 silver crystal coins just because we spoke a few words with him. Qin Yan said coldly, cut the crap, Xianxia, quickly come down and accept the challenge. Xianxia laughed out loud a few times, a first-level Golden Immortal dares to be so arrogant in front of me, I will definitely teach you a good lesson today. I will let you reincarnate and start over again. In the War Immortal Academy, Xianxia's popularity is extremely good. Because many people want to curry favor with him, a descendant of an aristocratic family from 5-star city. Furthermore, he is the brother of Willow Moon Pavilion's new boss, so he is even more respected. Shocking killing power. The group of people floating in the air above the elite battle stage are all cheering for Xianxia. Their voices are very loud, making people feel that Xianxia is like a monarch of a generation. Feeling everyone's enthusiastic cheers, Xianxia held his hands behind his back, raised his head and stuck out his chest. His body is filled with arrogance, as if he can command the entire world. Although his handsome face is very calm, he is very proud in his heart. Xianxia knows that the reason why he can have this kind of rallying power is mainly because he just became sworn brothers with Lu Yueshu. He is the sworn brother of Lu Yu Pavilion's boss. Most of the youngsters in War Immortal Academy come from prestigious families and often go to Lu Yu Pavilion. Only Lu Yu Pavilion is worthy of their status. Therefore, they all want to curry favor with Xianxia. This way, when they go to Lu Yu Pavilion in the future, they can brag a bit. Just as Xianxia was about to fly down, Qing Yueshan suddenly said, Brother Jia, let me deal with him. You don't need to waste your energy on this lowly guy. Qing Yueshan is wearing War Immortal Academy's tight white battle clothes, revealing her proud curves. Because her man is in the limelight in War Immortal Academy, her tender and beautiful face is filled with pride. There are two women beside Xianxia, one is Qing Yueshan and the other is that foxy woman. Everyone in War Immortal Academy knows that she is Xianxia's woman and everyone is familiar with her. Among them, Qing Yueshan is the second most beautiful woman in War Immortal Academy and that foxy woman is also in the top 10. Although Xianxia has these two women, everyone thinks that he has the qualifications to have such beauties, so they are not surprised. Qing Yueshan's strength is also very strong. Although the family behind her is not at the top, they have a certain amount of fame. She coldly shouted at Qin Yun, if you make an exception and need to challenge 3 elite students, you can challenge me first. As expected of young Master Lung's woman, always thinking of her man and rushing to fight. She doesn't want her man to fight with those trash. AI, Qing Yueshan is beautiful and sensible, it is really good to have such a woman. Yeah, moreover. She doesn't mind young Master Lung having 3 wives and 4 concubines, everyone was extremely envious and praised Qing Yueshan. This made the fox charming woman very unhappy and jealous, but she didn't dare to say anything. I am challenging Xianxia, whoever I challenge will have to fight me. Qin Yan said, his face is filled with unhappiness because he is anxious to beat Xianxia to the ground. The fact that Xianxia was being praised so highly by others also aroused Qin Yan's urge to defeat Xianxia. Qin Yan said with sneer, Xianxia, if you are a man, then don't talk nonsense. Quickly come down and fight to your heart's content. Just as Xianxia was about to go over, Qing Yueshan acted coquettishly, hugged Xianxia's arm, and said angrily, Brother Jia, let me deal with him. If this guy can't even beat your woman, then what qualifications does he have to fight with you, right? Disgusting. Liang Qin cursed in a low voice. If possible, she also wanted to replace Qin Yun in battle and ruthlessly slap Qing Yueshan. The crowd jeered and someone shouted, Nobody, you don't even dare to challenge young Master Lung's woman, and you want to challenge young Master Lung? How shameful. Throw away your old wood. Qin Yin shouted at that person, if you like to challenge women, go challenge them yourself. I just want to see if Xianxia's woman will still be so loyal and devoted to him after I cripple him. Cripple Xianxia, everyone was startled, then they roared with laughter. Qin is very impatient, he shouted, Xianxia, are you afraid? That's why you are dawdling? Xianxia said coldly, afraid? Why would I be afraid of an arrogant and conceited person like you? You are just Liang Qin's follower, a first-layer golden immortal. Not to mention you, even if your mistress Liang Qin came, I would still be able to beat her up. Qing Yueshan said with sneer, I can defeat Liang Qin, what does this count as? Qin Yan narrowed his eyes and said, Qing Yueshan, I can challenge you first. If you lose, let Xianxia give me 100,000 silver crystal coins, is that okay? No problem. Xianxia said straightforwardly, I believe in Yueshan's strength, she will definitely be able to defeat you easily. Qin Yan said to He Xiaozhi who was beside him, Dean, can I challenge Qing Yueshan first? Sure. He Xiaozhi nodded and said to Qing Yueshan, you can come down. Qing Yueshan flew over and landed on the stage. She looked at Qin Yan with a mocking expression, you are truly a greedy person. You must have been with Liang Qin for too long and learned her bad habits. If you dare speak nonsense about Sister Qin again, I won't forgive you. Qin Yan said coldly. Liang Qin is just a vain person. She saw that Luyu Shuyan is the boss of Luyu Pavilion and went to curry favor with her. But what happened next? She is truly a pitiful woman. Qing Yueshan sneered and deliberately raised her voice very high. When Liang Qin heard this, she exploded in anger. She wished that she could rush over and slap Qing Yueshan's face. He Xiaozhi flew onto the stage and arrived in the air. She waved a large flag and activated the protective barrier. Qin Yan's expression is very gloomy. Qing Yueshan previously tried to kill Liang Qin and almost turned her into some devil wolf. It was also because she succeeded that Ling Chaojia and Lu Yusu could become sworn brothers. Towards a ruthless woman like Qing Yueshan, Qin Yan's killing intent surged up violently. Begin. He Xiaozhi shouted. The first round of the exceptional challenge has begun, everyone is looking forward to the result. They want to see what kind of ability the person who issued the exceptional challenge has to dare to provoke Ling Chaojia like this. As soon as the battle began, Qing Yueshan used her fastest speed to rush towards Qin Yan, however, just as she took a few steps, a gravitational force pressed down on her body. Her steps suddenly became heavy and slow. Then, many tree vines and tree claws suddenly appeared all around her, tightly wrapping around her body. Qin Yan suddenly disappeared from his original position and instantly appeared behind Qing Yueshan. His two fingers gathered together and condensed a fierce golden immortal power. Boom, heaven explosion finger attacked, bringing along a heavenly might Dao aura. It is as if the furious heavenly might transformed into a furious dragon. Bringing along an intense flame, it struck Qing Yueshan's body. Hua, Hu, Qing Yueshan's body scattered in all directions along with a burst of violent muffled sound. On the black elite battle platform, a field of flames floated in the air. Qing Yueshan was killed in one move. The surroundings of the battle platform immediately became deathly silent. Everyone is dumbstruck and looked at each other in dismay. Even He Xiaozhi is alarmed by Qin Yan's power. The nearby War Immortal Academy's elders all opened their eyes wide in astonishment. Only Liang Qin's expression is calm because she has seen Qin Yan's ferocious attack before. That Ma Deting from before was killed in one move. Ling Chaojia is also dumbstruck. He originally felt disdain towards Qin Yan. But now that he saw how terrifying Qin Yan's power is, he felt some fear in his heart. Ling Chaojia, it's your turn. Qin Yan said, before you fight me, first give the 100,000 silver coins to Sister Qin. Ling Chaojia's woman was killed in front of everyone. Because killing is allowed on the elite battle platform, no one can pursue Qin Yan's responsibility here. Ling Chaojia's face is filled with anger. He is not angry because Qing Yueshan was killed but because Qin Yan killed his people and did not give him any face. This made him feel very embarrassed. Liang Qin flew over to Ling Chaojia and demanded 100,000 silver coins. She was almost killed by Ling Chaojia and Qing Yueshan before, so when she saw Qing Yueshan killed by Qin Yan, she felt very relieved. Liang Qin, you will soon see him die in my hands. Ling Chaojia said sinisterly, don't worry, I won't kill him in an instant. I will torture him until he wishes he was dead and then kill him. Liang Qin took the 100,000 silver coins and said, cut the crap, hurry up and go down to fight. Leng Chaojia's face is filled with ruthlessness as he floated down to the elite battle platform. Leng Chaojia, you are very smart. You first let your own woman test my strength. Qin Yan said with a faint smile, but no matter what, you are dead for sure today. The one who will die is you. Leng Chaojia laughed coldly. He Shoji waved the flag and controlled the barrier to release power to protect the elite battle platform. The battle was about to begin. Before the results came out, no one dared to say anything because Qin Yan was not as weak as they had imagined. On the contrary, he was very strong. He killed an elite student like Qing Yueshan in one move. Begin. Leng Chaojia fiercely waved his hand. When he waved his sleeve, a white energy mist rushed out. After the energy mist rushed out, it suddenly dispersed and transformed into a huge wolf head. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped Qin Yan and covered the surrounding 100-meter area. That is Moon Devil Heavenly Wolf Curse. Lu Yushiyan's expression greatly changed. She involuntarily cried out. Leng Chaojia used an external object. Moon Devil Heavenly Wolf Curse is a kind of talisman curse. Lu Yushiyan understands this very well. Liang Qin said anxiously, this is different from the one Qing Yueshan used on me. This is not as powerful as the one Qing Yueshan used on you, but it is very dangerous. It can turn people into werewolves. Lu Yushiyan is very anxious. Leng Chaojia shouted loudly, everyone, quickly look at this guy's true appearance. He is not a human, he is just an evil werewolf. While he was shouting, he suddenly saw a lightning shot out from the white mist. It was shot out by Qin Yan's lightning lock sacred pupil. The lightning flew out and tied up Leng Chaojia. While Leng Chaojia is apprehensive, he sensed someone behind him. Qin Yan is behind him. An unprecedented fear welled up in Leng Chaojia's heart. He can deeply sense Qin Yan's killing intent. Leng Chaojia was just about to concede when his throat was pierced by the piercing mountain-splitting earth finger. A large hole appeared. Go in peace, I won't send you off. Qin Yan arrived in front of Leng Chaojia in a flash and looked at his face, which is filled with fear and despair. Boom, he raised his palm, endless killing intent accompanied by ferocious heavenly might burst out. Heaven-killing palm overflowed with killing intent, the palm landed on Leng Chaojia's body, the berserk killing intent tore Leng Chaojia's body into pieces and exploded. Those fragments emitted flames and scattered all over the elite battle stage. Leng Chaojia is dead, Lu Yushigao's sworn brother has been killed. Leng family's proud young genius has been killed in front of everyone. Qin Yan stood on the elite battle stage, looked at the fox-like woman and said, I will challenge you next. I concede, the fox-like woman screamed in fear, I concede, I concede. I don't want to fight. At the same time, the people around the elite battle stage started discussing this matter. Many people feel that Qin Yan is finished. Reactions from all sides. Qin Yan's exceptional challenge ended very quickly and he successfully succeeded. Although the time was short and the battle was not intense, it brought a different kind of shock to the spectators. During the battle, Qing Yueshan and Leng Chaojia were quickly killed by Qin Yan. The two people who died were both very famous. Especially Leng Chaojia, he was Lu Yushigao's sworn brother, yet he was killed just like that. Qin Yan knew that Leng Chaojia was Lu Yushigao's brother, but he still showed no mercy and directly killed him. It is clear that he is not afraid of Lu Yushigao. Even if Lu Yushigao has no feelings for Leng Chaojia, he will not let it go because Qin Yan is provoking his prestige. Of course, no one knows Qin Yan's real name, they only know that he is called Little Qin. He Shoji is the Dean of War Immortal Academy. She brought Qin Yan here to make an exceptional challenge. Generally speaking, even if one has enough silver crystal coins, without the Dean's approval, they can't challenge. Now everyone knows that although Qin Yan is Liang Qin's follower, he has some ability, otherwise he would not be able to persuade He Shoji. War Immortal Academy's people do not know that Yao Sisi is He Shoji's granddaughter. This is also a very secretive matter. In fact, even those aristocratic families do not know He Shoji's background, they also do not know that He Shoji and Yao Daxiong are husband and wife. To be able to keep this secret, most of them are powerful people with high position in Divine Tree Palace. You are an elite student from now on. He Shoji took out a token and handed it to Qin Yan. she said, this is your identity token. Someone will give you clothes and other things. He Shoji did not mention the tuition to Qin Yun, it is clear that she directly waived it. She knows that Qin Yun's potential is very great. Only she can approach the elite battle stage, so she can feel that Qin Yun's golden immortal power has a strong saint power aura. She can see that Qin Yun is someone with large success saint body. She wants Xiaoxici to follow Qin Yun and learn saint cultivation, so she will take care of Qin Yun. Little Qin, come here. Liang Qin lightly shouted at Qin Yun. Qin Yun immediately flew over. Everyone watched as Qin Yun flew to Liang Qin's side. Liu Shuyan and Yao Cici are all famous beauties of War Immortal Academy. The fact that Qin Yun can mingle with these three beauties is very enviable. That's great, we'll be a team in the future. Liang Qin smiled and said, I've long wanted to pull you along for a trial or something. Liu Shuyan and Yao Cici were also very happy. Because with Qin Yun joining their team, they will be very safe when they go out to train. The other young students of the War Immortal Academy are very curious about Qin Yun's background. They now feel that Qin Yun is more charming than Ling Chaojie. This was because Ling Chaojie had always wanted to get close to Liang Qin and the other beauties, but he had not succeeded. As for Qin Yun, he was able to blend in very well. After that, Qin Yun, Liang Qin, and the other two girls waited here because they had to distribute the Imperial Beast chains to capture immortal beasts. After Qin Yun collected them, he returned to the small building with Liang Qin and company. After returning, Liu Shuyan said to Qin Yun, you are really quick, you killed Ling Chaojie and Qin Yuashan in an instant. That was a great opportunity. If we didn't kill them, wouldn't we be waiting for them to continue to disgust us? Qin Yun said with smile, next is that Liu Shugao. Hearing that Qin Yun wants to attack Liu Shugao, Liu Shuyan's expression changed. Yao Cici and Liang Qin are also somewhat worried. Little Qin, those are people from the Liu clan, you must be careful. Yao Cici said softly. I know. Qin Yun nodded. Liu Shuyan said, Little Qin, let's cultivate together. You must quickly become stronger. The Liu clan has already noticed you. Let's cultivate together, let Cici and sister Qin join us. Qin Yun said with smile, the more people, the better the effect. All right. Liu Shuyan nodded and said with smile. Then she told Yao Cici and Liang Qin about the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. Yao Cici and Liang Qin are very astonished after hearing this. They never thought that there would be such a cultivation technique. After understanding it clearly, Liu Shuyan also began to impart cultivation techniques. She imparted the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra to Liang Qin and Yao Cici and drove Qin Yun outside. Because it is written in the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra that men cannot understand the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra's mnemonic chant. After Yao Cici and Liang Qin mastered the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra, they called Qin Yun back and started cultivating together. Just after a while, Yao Cici and Liang Qin became extremely excited because they can feel that they are improving very quickly. 2-star City's Liu Pavilion, Liu Shugao is at the top floor, he smashed a cup. He cursed angrily, what kind of bullshit little Qin is this, what kind of background does he have? He actually killed Chaojie, he was very loyal to me, he even said that he would give his woman to me to play with. Liu Shugao is a very ordinary-looking youth, his forehead is also very big but his clothes are very luxurious, there is even a storage bag hanging on his waist. Young master, Ling Chaojie has a pretty good woman by his side, do you want to get her? A wretched short middle-aged man said with a mischievous smile. No need, I want him to personally give it to me, that would be more interesting. Moreover, I want him to watch from the side. Liu Shugao cursed, that bastard little Qin, he has 3 beauties by his side, young master, of the 3 beauties by his side, one is Yao Cici, the other is Liu Shuyan, only Liang Qin is someone you can touch. The short middle-aged man warned with a serious expression. Motherfucker, this damned bastard, what kind of method did he use to bewitch these 3 beauties? Liu Shugao kicked a chair in anger, especially Yao Cici, I like her the most, she looks innocent and unaffected but is actually very lively and beautiful. The wretched short middle-aged man said, young master, your sworn brother has been turned into dregs, if you don't do something, others will say that you are a coward. Do you need to say that? I know better than you. Lu Yuxiugao walked back and forth with his hands behind his back and furiously cursed, "That bullshit little Qin, he clearly knew that Ling Chaojia is my sworn brother, yet he still dared to be so heavy-handed. Isn't this equivalent to provoking me? That's right, we must teach him a lesson, otherwise people will think that our Luyu clan's disciples are easy to bully," the wretched middle-aged man said. "Qingyuashan is also dead, what a pity for that vicious and merciless slut. I was waiting for Ling Chaojia to give her to me, I didn't expect her to die." Lu Yuxiugao has a pained expression and loudly cursed, "I want to kill that little Qin and Liang Qin." "Then what should we do next?" the wretched middle-aged man asked. "Send people to spread the news, say that little Qin angered me, once he leaves War Immortal Academy, I will take away his dog life." Lu Yuxiugao said, "I want everyone in the city to know that once he leaves War Immortal Academy, he will die." "I will do it," the wretched middle-aged man immediately left. The news of Ling Chaojia and Qingyuashan being killed quickly spread to Three-Star City. After Lu Guifei, who has already taken complete control of Three-Star City's Luyu Pavilion, learned of this matter, he felt greatly surprised. Now he is frowning and pacing back and forth in the hall. A handsome man hastily walked into the hall. "It is that young Master Su." "Young Master Su, did you hear? That little Qin participated in that exceptional challenge and became an elite student of War Immortal Academy," seeing young Master Su, Lu Guifei anxiously said. "I heard," young Master Su said with cold expression. "I really didn't expect that Lu Shuyan and that little Qin were in cahoots, moreover their relationship is extremely good." Lu Guifei sighed and said. Young Master Su said in surprise, "Didn't you say that Lu Shuyan attacked Liang Qin and that little Qin hated Lu Shuyan? Their relationship should be very bad." Lu Guifei shook his head and said, "It's not like that. The ones who attacked Liang Qin were Lu Siju's group. And Lu Shuyan and Liang Qin's relationship is very good, like sisters. I didn't expect that this vicious woman also has feelings." In order to save Liang Qin, she used Two-Star City's Luyu Pavilion to exchange for an immortal pill. So that's how it is. But no matter what, Liang Qin is mine. I must obtain her immortal martial spirit, young Master Su coldly laughed. "This matter isn't that simple. Yao Daxiong might know about this matter. With his protection, what can we do?" Lu Guifei sighed and said. "They are in War Immortal Academy, we indeed can't do anything, but they can't stay in War Immortal Academy forever." Young Master Su sneered and said, "Once they leave War Immortal Academy, we will secretly attack them. Yao Daxiong won't know a fart." Lu Guifei nodded and said, "That's true, as long as they don't attack Yao Sisi. If other people meet with an accident outside, Yao Daxiong most likely won't care." "Oh right, how are your preparations for the banquet?" Young Master Su's eyes lit up and said with smile, "I thought of a brilliant plan. How about we invite Lu Shuyan, Liang Qin, Yao Sisi, and that little Qin over? Invite them over and then attack them?" Lu Guifei shook his head and said, "You know better than me about Three-Star City's situation. If we kill people here, my Luyu Pavilion won't be able to continue operating." Young Master Su said with smile, "Invite them over and then invite Lu Yuxiugao. How about it? Lu Yuxiugao's sworn brother will be killed, there will definitely be a good show to watch." "Hee, not bad, we can give it a try." Lu Guifei said with smile, "Let's not rush to deal with that little Qin. He is in War Immortal Academy, he won't be able to run away for a while." Very quickly, explosive news spread in Two-Star City. Lu Yuxiugao said that as long as that little Qin leaves War Immortal Academy, he will definitely be killed. This kind of ruthless words caused many people to become excited. Because this Luyu clan's disciple released ruthless words, he will definitely do as he said. This means that Luyu clan's young disciple is provoking War Immortal Academy's authority. Qin Yun is an elite student of War Immortal Academy. Now that he is being threatened, many people are very curious as to how War Immortal Academy will respond. In the garden at the top of a tall building in the middle of War Immortal Academy, Dean He Shoji is watering the flowers in the garden. She shook her head and said with smile, "Old man, this youngster from Immortal Desolate is truly worrisome." Harsh words He Shoji said, "You're saying that Su is after Liang Qinqian's martial spirit?" Yao Daxiong nodded and said seriously, "It was little Qin who told me. When we first discovered Liang Qin's immortal martial spirit, we did not keep it a secret, this is our responsibility. Too many people from War Immortal Academy have been sent in through connections. I have no way of chasing them away. It's all because of those bastards. He Shoji said angrily. The Willow Moon clan should know about Liang Qinxian's martial spirit, I wonder what they will do next. Yao Daxiong's face was also filled with anger, these bastards, they just can't bear to see a genius from a small clan. He Shoji looked at the golden moon in the sky and said, I'm not going to arrange for them to go out for training. It's too dangerous. She looked at Yao Daxiong and said, Geezer, arrange for someone to get in contact with the Liang clan. See if you can bring them along to gain a foothold in Tristar City. It'll be safer there. I've already sent people to do it. Yao Daxiong said. That's good. Liang Qin's immortal martial spirit is very rare. It can make her become very strong. We must nurture her well. He Shoji smiled and said, moreover, she is also Cece's friend. In the future, she will definitely go out with Cece. Yao Daxiong said, that's what I plan to do. Among our descendants, only Cece is more obedient, unlike the other bastards who are all ingrates. Don't talk about those unfilial descendants, it's infuriating. He Shoji snorted. Alright, I won't say it. I'm also very angry. Yao Daxiong waved his hand. Liang Qin and Yao Cece only found out that Qin Yun was already at the second tier of the Golden Immortal Realm after they joined in. He also understood why Qin Yun could easily kill Qing Yueshan and Ling Chaojia. While cultivating, they can sense the formidable sacred body within Qin Yun's body. Qin Yun has a sacred body, so he can absorb a lot of sacred power from sacred mystic silver crystals. The same power inside the sacred mysterious silver crystal very violently entered Qin Yun's body. Then he guided it into other women's bodies and let them refine it through Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. After circulating through the women's bodies, the violent saint energy would become extremely gentle, and it would even increase by several times. Joint cultivation consumed a lot of saint profound silver crystals. Qin Yun had previously cultivated with Lu Yu and Shu Yan for 2 days and had consumed 100,000 kilograms, it consumed more than 10,000 kilograms every day. With the addition of Yao Cece and Liang Qin, they now needed to consume 150,000 kilograms of Saint Profound silver crystals every day. These Saint Profound silver crystals were all paid by Lu Yu Shuyan. After she left the Willow Moon Pavilion, she still had more than 1 million Saint Profound silver crystals. Qin Yun had wanted to pay, but she didn't want it. After 4 days, Yang Kai had consumed 300,000 kilograms of sacred profound silver crystals. Qin Yun also successfully broke through and stepped into the 3rd firmament of the Golden Immortal Realm. After the Golden Immortal power in his body was enhanced, he could now fight against 4th and 5th firmament Golden Immortals. If he were to rely on his equipment, it wouldn't be a problem for him to fight a 6th-tier Golden Immortal. Qin Yun wanted to seek revenge on Lui Weigufei now. Shu Yan, use my sacred Xian silver crystals from now on. Qin Yun said with smile, the one who benefits the most is me, it shouldn't be you. The one who benefited the most is me. Lu Yu Shuyan lightly smiled and said, it is because of our joint cultivation that my saint cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds. If this goes on, I will be able to cultivate sacred body and sacred spirit very soon. Yao Cece stuck out her tongue and said in embarrassment, Xiao Qin, Sister Qin and I are very poor, we didn't provide you with sacred Xian silver crystals, sorry. Liang Qin said with smile, Xiao Qin, I will compensate you in the future. Cultivating to saint is truly awesome, moreover, we even broke through. Lu Yu Shuyan was the first to break through. She, Yao Cece and Liang Qin are now 4th firmament Golden Immortals. Actually, we all benefited a lot, no one owes anyone anything. Whoever has sacred Xian silver crystals can pay. Qin Yun said with smile. Wait until I run out, then I'll use yours. Lu Yu Shuyan gently smiled, Xiao Qin, you are so good, you must be very popular among girls in Immortal Desolate. Liang Qin said with smile, of course, Xiao Qin has seen many beauties. When he saw me for the first time, he looked at me as if I was an ordinary person, he didn't put me, Queen Liang, in his eyes at all. Lu Yu Shuyan giggled, that's right, when he saw me, it made me doubt my life, it made me feel that I am not beautiful enough. Qin Yun suddenly said, Shu Yan, the banquet at Willow Moon Pavilion is about to begin, right? Tomorrow night. Liu Shuyan nodded, stopped smiling, and said in low voice, Xiaoqin, can you not go? We will deal with Liu Gufei together later, this way it will be more stable, okay? No way, that bastard Liu Gufei needs to be taught a lesson. I don't have enough strength to kill him now, but teaching him a lesson is not a problem. Qin Yan very resolutely said. The lesson you taught him is not just a little or two. You destroyed his lonely flying building and his bandit lair. Liu Shuyan said in low voice. She is also very worried about Qin Yan, so she doesn't want him to take risks. Shuyan, it's fine. Qin Yan took out a teleportation talisman and said with smile, I have this. Liu Shuyan said, Cici, Sister Qin, you should go to the dean's place, it will be safer there. Liang Qin and Yao Cici also nodded. Alright, we will go now, be careful. Yao Cici pulled Liang Qin and walked out of the room. Qin Yan and Liu Shuyan are still in the room. Xiao Qin, I will go with you. No matter how dangerous it is, I will accompany you. Liu Shuyan held Qin Yan's hand and said. N. Qin Yan laughed, there is no danger, I will go take a bath first. I also want to take a bath, do you want to go together? Liu Shuyan's dreamlike beautiful face suddenly became filled with moving charm. Her enchanting eyes flickered with a mischievous expression. Qin Yan is startled, if it was any other woman who said this, he would definitely refuse without any hesitation. But now that he is facing Liu Shuyan, he did not have that kind of sudden refusal. He is actually hesitating in his heart, there is even some kind of desire in the depths of his heart. No need, I like to take a bath in peace. Qin Yan refused with smile. Alright, we will have a chance to take a bath together. Liu Shuyan giggled and said. Qin Yan ran out of the room in panic and cursed in his heart, what the hell, I didn't expect this woman to be a female rogue. Sigh, being handsome is really troublesome, always suffering the test of temptation. Ling Yun'er is lying on the ground inside the illusory space, madly pounding the ground. She wrung her wrist and sighed, she coquettishly scolded, idiot, idiot, idiot. Xiao Yun, you damn idiot, why didn't you agree, why didn't you agree, ah, what a beautiful woman. Ling Yun'er is so angry that she beat her chest and stamped her feet, she is filled with resentment. Qin Yan took a bath while listening to Ling Yun'er's nagging. He is also very depressed. He is so pure and has such integrity, why is the Tao spirit he gave birth to so lacking in integrity? In his female rogue list, Ling Yun'er is ranked first. All day long, she instigated him to harm beauties and even talked about many techniques. She is simply an experienced driver with profound skills. After Qin Yan took a bath, he changed into the War Immortal Academy's clothes. It is a set of white clothes. He doesn't care about clothes, so he can do whatever he wants. Liu Shuyan is also wearing the War Immortal Academy's white clothes. After the two of them walked out of the small building, they saw many people surrounding outside. They are all students of the War Immortal Academy. They are here mainly to keep an eye on Qin Yan. Why are you surrounding me? Qin Yan asked, aren't you going to cultivate? Little brother Qin, you haven't gone out for many days. Are you afraid of Liu Sugao? A young man asked. I'm afraid of Liu Sugao? Qin Yan said with frown, why should I be afraid of him? Because he said that as long as you walk out of the War Immortal Academy, you will die a violent death in front of the War Immortal Academy's gate. The young man said again, this is what he said a few days ago. These few days, you don't even dare to go out of this small building? Qin Yan said with smile, I am cultivating, that's why I didn't go out. Everyone knows that Qin Yan and the three great beauties of the War Immortal Academy are living together. They stayed in that small building for several days. This immediately caused people's imagination to run wild. After all, one man and three women living in a small building and not going out for several days, this kind of cultivation is very enviable. Liu Shuyan asked, is it really what Liu Sugao said? Or is it just a rumor? Someone said, Liu Sugao said it himself. He said it many times in the Willow Moon Pavilion, I heard it with my own ears. I also heard it. We all heard him say that Liu Sugao is the new boss of the Willow Moon Pavilion. He often walks around the Willow Moon Pavilion. In the War Immortal Academy, if one didn't go to the Willow Moon Pavilion, it would be really embarrassing to say that they are students of the War Immortal Academy. Therefore, they all heard Lu Yusugao's ruthless words. Qin Yan said with smile, "Then you guys watch carefully, I will go out now. I want to see how I will die." Everyone burst into an uproar, they all became very excited. Before, they really thought that Qin Yan was afraid. But now they saw that Qin Yan is so calm and collected, he doesn't seem to be afraid at all. Qin Yan truly swaggered out. There were originally many people in front of the gate of the War Immortal Academy. Some of them came to stare at Liang Qin and Qin Yan. Qin Yan came out, moreover he is followed by a large group of people. The scene is very grand. Someone in front of the gate of the War Immortal Academy shouted, "That little Qin came out." Qin Yan walked out of the gate of the War Immortal Academy with large strides. Moreover, he took out a chair and placed it in the open space in front of the gate. He sat on the chair, crossed his legs and shouted, "Lu Yusugao, where are you? Didn't you say that if I walked out of the War Immortal Academy, I would die on the spot?" Everyone looked at Qin Yan in shock. This is a blatant provocation to Lu Yusugao. Lu Yushuyan is standing beside Qin Yan. She also took out a chair and sat down gracefully. Her face has a faint smile. That beautiful dreamy face is very pleasing to the eyes, causing people to praise her endlessly. "Lu Yusugao, where are you?" "I came out, why didn't I die?" Qin Yan laughed loudly and said, "Lu Yusugao, Lu Yu Pavilion's boss, you said you would kill me, why are you scared?" Qin Yan shouted a few times but Lu Yusugao still didn't appear. Everyone immediately shook their heads and discussed about Lu Yusugao. After bragging for a few days, the whole city knows about him but now he still hasn't come out. "I am here." Lu Yusugao's angry shout came from the distance. Lu Yusugao can be seen from here. Lu Yusugao is on the roof. How can a dead person snatch? Lu Yueshu is standing on top of the Willow Moon Pavilion. Behind him are two middle-aged men, they are also very powerful golden immortals. Hearing Qin Yan coming over, Lu Yushugao immediately responded, "If you have the guts, come over, I will make sure you won't be able to return." Everyone feels that this is very funny, they can see that Lu Yushugao is very cowardly, he doesn't dare to behave atrociously in front of War Immortal Academy's gate. Lu Yushugao previously boasted that if Qin Yan walked out of War Immortal Academy, he would immediately kill him. And now not only Qin Yan came out, he is also sitting in front of the gate and telling Lu Yushugao to come and kill him. It is fine that Lu Yushugao did not immediately rush to War Immortal Academy's gate, he should have at least sent someone to deal with Qin Yan. But now, he wants Qin Yan to go over. Many people shook their heads, they feel that they have been played by Lu Yushugao. Before, they truly believed that Lu Yushugao would kill Qin Yan, so they stayed here to watch the show. "Shu Yan, let's go," Qin Yan said. Lu Yushuyan doesn't want Qin Yan to go but she lightly nodded and said with smile, there is nothing to be afraid of Lu Yushugao, he is just shouting very arrogantly." Lu Yushugao and Lu Yusiju almost destroyed Liang Qin in order to seize the Willow Moon Pavilion. When Qin Yan thought of this matter, he couldn't tolerate it, his killing intent surged. The people at War Immortal Academy's gate saw Qin Yan and Lu Yushuyan fly over, they all soared into the sky. Originally, they can't just randomly fly over Two-Star City but they don't care about it and directly flew towards Willow Moon Pavilion. They want to see what will happen after Qin Yan and Lu Yushuyan go to Willow Moon Pavilion and meet with Lu Yushugao. Very soon, Qin Yan and Lu Yushuyan landed on the spacious roof of Willow Moon Pavilion. Lu Yushugao is sitting on a very luxurious beast skin chair, in front of him is a table filled with all kinds of delicious food. "I have been watching War Immortal Academy's gate, I just didn't notice you earlier. Since you want to come and court death, I don't feel like going." Lu Yushugao is sitting on the chair, he has an arrogant attitude and said with sneer. In the sky above the Willow Moon Pavilion, there were many people who were watching the show. Qin Yan looked at the two middle-aged men behind Lu Yueshu and said with sneer, "I am here, you want to kill me?" Lu Yushugao waved his hand and the two middle-aged men immediately walked towards Qin Yan. In the blink of an eye, they arrived beside Qin Yan. Lu Yu and Shu Yan quickly took action, releasing a faint pink golden immortal power that turned into two spinning red flowers that shot towards the two middle-aged men. The two middle-aged men were at the 5th stage of the golden celestial stage. They smirked and punched the two red flowers. Lu Yushuyan was also pushed back by the two fist energies. "Little Qin, quickly run." Liu Shuyan said anxiously. Although Qin Yan's shoulders are being pressed down by the two middle-aged men, he is very calm. Although Liu Shuyan was in the fourth stage of the Golden Immortal Realm, she had not cultivated the Saint Soul Sage body. Facing a fifth-stage Golden Immortal middle-aged man, it was hard for her to fight back. Liu Su looked at Qin Yan and laughed, "You are really stupid. Just hide in War Immortal Academy and you can live a little longer. Not only did you run to War Immortal Academy, you also came here to throw away your life. You are really stupid. You told Qin Yuashan to attack Sister Qin, right?" Qin Yan calmly asked. "Oh? So you knew about this?" Liu Shugao laughed, "That's right, it was a plan I discussed with my father." "So what?" The people watching from the sky are secretly shocked. Liu Shugao actually attacked Liang Qin before and it was Qin Yuashan who did it. They recalled how Qin Yan killed Qin Yuashan and Ling Chaojia and suddenly understood why Qin Yan was so ruthless. "Originally, Leng and Qing family wanted to deal with you but they knew I could take you down, so they left it to me." Liu Shugao stood up, his expression is filled with arrogance. "It was you and your father who attacked Sister Qin, I will not let you off." Qin Yan's calm eyes suddenly flashed with killing intent. "I am not in a hurry to kill you because I want you to kneel down and admit your wrongs. After all, you killed my sworn brother and provoked me. You must first apologize to me." Liu Shugao rolled up his sleeves and said again, "After you apologize, I will kill you." Everyone suddenly felt that this Liu Shugao has some skill, he is not as cowardly as they imagined. Qin Yan's body suddenly shook slightly, a supergravity surged out and enveloped the surroundings. The two middle-aged men who were pressing down on Qin Yan's shoulders suddenly felt their bodies sink. Liu Shuyan also felt a gravity but she was not pressed down. Huu, Qin Yan's body fiercely released a vibration power, shaking away the two middle-aged men who wanted to attack ruthlessly. Although Liu Shugao is an arrogant hedonistic young master, he is very afraid of death. Therefore, after sensing danger, he used his equipment to quickly struggle free from Qin Yan's gravity binds and then distanced himself from Qin Yan. Liu Shuyan rushed over, the short sword in her hand stabbed towards a middle-aged man. And Qin Yan also has a sun-suppressing divine arrow in his hand. He turned around and shot an arrow. Liu Shuyan and Qin Yan used the weapons in their hands to pierce the heads of the two fifth-level Golden Immortals at almost the same time. All of this happened too fast, it was only a short span of 2 or 3 seconds. Everyone did not even have time to react, the heads of the two fifth-level Golden Immortals were pierced. They all secretly admire Liu Shugao for being able to escape attack range in such a short period of time. "You can't run." Qin Yan held the sun-suppressing divine arrow that is dripping with blood and quickly rushed towards Liu Shugao. Liu Shuyan followed behind Qin Yan, she is secretly astonished by Qin Yan's strength. His cultivation is not high but he can release a very formidable gravity that can suppress a fifth-level Golden Immortal. Qin Yan can only suppress a fifth-level Golden Immortal for a few seconds. Without Liu Shuyan's help, he can only kill one of them. The other one will definitely dodge far away or counterattack. "Don't behave atrociously in Willow Moon Pavilion," a deep and cold shout came from the distant sky. A red immortal power swept over like a gale, instantly arrived and enveloped the roof of Willow Moon Pavilion, enveloping Qin Yan and Liu Shuyan. "Ah!" Liu Shuyan cried out in pain, released a very formidable golden immortal power, condensed a very large flower and enveloped Qin Yan and herself. Qin Yan can feel his body floating in the air, Liu Shuyan is protecting him, not being injured by the red heavenly immortal power. The old man who suddenly appeared as Liu Siju, Qin Yan remembers that immortal power aura. Liu Shuyan tightly hugged Qin Yan, blood dripped from the corner of her mouth, her face is deathly pale, she muttered, "Xiao Qin, quickly leave, we are not Liu Siju's match." Qin Yan took out a teleportation talisman and was about to leave when he suddenly heard He Shouji's voice. "Liu Siju, you dare to attack my War Immortal Academy student?" Qin Yan also put away the teleportation talisman, the pressure enveloping them also suddenly disappeared. He Shouji's arrival made Liu Shuyan feel a lot more at ease, she put away the pink-red flower she condensed. Liu Siju is a tall and thin old man, on his high forehead, there are 2 bulging things, it is unknown what they are, they look like horns. Liu Siju is a heavenly immortal realm, as for what level, Qin Yan can't sense it, but it seems that he should be around the same level as Hishoji. In this ancient garden, even immortal kings and immortal emperors are suppressed to the 9th level of heavenly immortal realm. After releasing their immortal king power, they are only as strong as the 9th level of heavenly immortal. After Hishoji arrived, she stood in front of Qin Yan and Liu Shuyan. Liu Shugao loudly cursed at Qin Yan, "You killed my subordinate, I will make you accompany him in death." 2 heavenly immortals appeared, everyone retreated a bit. Hishoji angrily rebuked, "Liu Shugao, you were the one who stirred up trouble first, why did you threaten to kill my War Immortal Academy's elite student? Who told him to kill my sworn brother?" Liu Shugao angrily said. Leng Chaojie accepted the challenge, his death is his own death, no one can be blamed. Hishoji coldly looked at Liu Siju and coldly said, "Don't think I don't know that you attacked Liang Qin." Liu Siju snorted, "Dean He, don't slander me." Qin Yan shouted, "Liu Shugao just admitted that it was them father and son who attacked Sister Qin, everyone heard it just now." Liu Siju loudly cursed her stupid son. After obtaining the Luyu Pavilion, he actually did not behave a bit and went to provoke elite students. "So what? We are from Luyu clan, your War Immortal Academy is nothing. What can you do to your people?" Liu Shugao very arrogantly shouted. Hishoji is very angry, if not for the other side being from Luyu clan, she would have already attacked. Liu Siju said, "We will each take a step back in this matter. After all, we are in 2-star city, we have to give city lord some face. It was your son who first threatened my elite students." Hishoji said. Liu Siju touched her son and said in low voice, "Go and negotiate with them, as long as you don't kill them." Liu Shugao shouted at Qin Yan, "You killed my sworn brother Leng Chaojie. He originally promised to give Qing Yueshan to me to play with, but now Qing Yueshan has also been killed by you. If you want to settle this matter, give me Liang Qin." Qin Yan, Liu Shuyan and Hishoji are immediately startled. Liu Shugao's conditions are simply unreasonable, even the spectators are shaking their heads. Everyone now knows that in order to curry favor with Liu Shugao, Leng Chaojie actually wants to give away his own woman. This is also very absurd. Liu Shugao saw that Qin Yan is in a daze and said again, "Also, after you give Liang Qin to me, you must kneel down and apologize to me. Otherwise, I will definitely chase you until you die." Hishoji's expression became gloomy and cold. She can also feel that Luyu clan's people are very arrogant, they don't even put War Immortal Academy in their eyes. "Don't you think this is too excessive?" Hishoji said in cold voice. "Excessive what? Our Luyu clan not killing him is already very polite." Liu Siju said with sneer, "He can save his life by giving us a woman, isn't this a very good deal?" Qin Yan's expression is ice cold, his voice is filled with chilliness as he said, "Sister Qin is a person, not an object. No one has the right to decide who to give her to. Our Luyu clan does." Liu Shugao laughed wildly and said, "If you don't give her to me, I will snatch her, let's see what you can do." "You are a dead person, how are you going to snatch her?" Qin Yan shouted coldly, then opened his eyes and unleashed light transformation sacred pupil. He arrived in front of Liu Shugao with extremely fast speed, the sun-suppressing divine arrow in his hand pierced forward, the fierce heavenly might accompanied by the power of wildfire pierced forward. Liu Shugao's head was pierced by the sun-suppressing divine arrow, it exploded with a trembling sound, Liu Shugao's son's head was hit by the sun-suppressing divine arrow. Time for revenge. When Liu saw her son's head explode, she immediately became incomparably berserk. Her expression was sinister and filled with killing intent as she punched at Qin Yan. Qin Yan knew that Liu Siju would attack, so after he killed Liu Shugao, he immediately dodged and narrowly avoided Liu Siju's punch. Hishoji recovered from her shock and immediately made a move. A lot of soil suddenly appeared and condensed into a very thick vine, binding Liu Siju. "Little Qin, run!" Hishoji shouted. She used all her strength to restrain Liu. "Bastard! I will crush you!" Liu Usi roared at Qin Yan. His body was bound by the earth vines released by Hishoji, and it was difficult for him to break free. Hishoji's earth vine was supported by a powerful Sky Immortal's power, so it would not last long. She had witnessed Qin Yan's decisiveness on the elite battle platform. However, he never expected that Qin Yan would kill Liu Shugao in front of Liu Siju. You attacked Sister Qin, you must die. Qin Yan said in a deep voice. Instead of running away, he gripped the sun-suppressing divine arrow in his hand tightly. His arm swelled up and many black nether sun totems appeared. The heavenly Tao's ferocious power and nether sun totem appeared on Qin Yan's arm and poured into the sun-suppressing divine arrow, releasing a ferocious and crazy might. Die. Qin Yan flashed over and vigorously thrust the divine arrow in his hand. Boom! The sun-suppressing divine arrow pierced into Siju Liuyua's head and exploded with a kind of golden black immortal power. The black immortal power transformed into many mysterious runes. They looked profound, simple and unadorned, as if they were filled with mystery. Liu Siju's head was also smashed. A heavenly immortal from the Willow Moon clan was killed just like that. Liu Siju and Liu Shugao almost killed Liang Qin in order to obtain the Willow Moon Pavilion. Qin Yan had previously said that he would not let them off. He kept his word. Liu Shuyan opened her beautiful eyes wide. She has been stunned since the moment Qin Yan killed Liu Shugao. She originally thought that Qin Yan would immediately escape. She was also prepared to leave with Qin Yan. But unexpectedly, Qin Yan took advantage of the moment when Liu was being suppressed by He Shouji to stab angrily. Above the Willow Moon Pavilion, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling an indescribable fear. Everyone was panic-stricken. They cried out in alarm and scattered in all directions. 2 members of the Willow Moon clan were killed, and one of them was the owner of the Willow Moon Pavilion. Furthermore, they were father and son. This was something that could shake the ancient gardens. Qin Yan originally wanted to keep a low profile and develop. He did not want to be so unrestrained. However, he had no choice. He was forced to do this. In the ancient garden, there were too many tyrants like the Willow Moon clan. He had no choice but to be ruthless. He Shouji looked at the 2 corpses for a long time before she let out a long sigh and sighed. Little Qin, oh, little Qin, you've really caused big trouble. I know, but I'm not afraid. Qin Yan walked over and took away Liu Siju and Liu Shugao's storage bags. Those storage bags did not have blood contract runes, so there was no need to bind them with blood. As long as they snatched it, they would be able to obtain the items inside. Qin Yan took a look. The storage bag space is very small, it is only the size of a box. There are a total of 2 million silver crystal coins. He Shouji and Liu Shuyan looked at each other. They both felt somewhat helpless. They are very clear about how terrifying the Willow Moon clan is. After Qin Yan killed them, he actually calmly went to plunder. Dean, just kick me out of the War Immortal Academy and cut off all relations with me. This way, the Willow Moon clan won't target you. Qin Yan said, I killed them, I don't want to implicate you. Liu Shuyan said in low voice, Dean, I will also leave the War Immortal Academy. I have always been a source of calamity. If not for me, little Qin would not have gotten into this kind of trouble. Liu Siju and his son wanted to obtain her Willow Moon Pavilion. That's why they attacked Liang Qin and also angered Qin Yan. Before, Liu Shuyan said that she would deal with Liu Siju herself. This was a fight within the Willow Moon clan, it would not anger the entire Willow Moon clan. However, she doesn't know when she will be able to fight against the father and son. Qin Yan's 2 attacks just now grasped the best opportunity. He did not hesitate at all and decisively killed the father and son to avenge Liang Qin. Alright, we will take good care of Liang Qin. You don't need to worry about her. He Shouji can only make this decision. Qin Yan looked at Liu Shuyan and said, Shuyan, didn't you plan to enter the Divine Tree Palace? I won't go. Liu Siju's group will definitely not let me off, there will be endless disasters in the future. Liu Shuyan lightly sighed, next, I will properly deal with all kinds of pursuers. The power behind Liu Siju is very strong. They will not let me off. Qin Yan held her hand and said with smile, you should temporarily follow me. Don't be afraid of them. N. Liu Shuyan nodded, she is secretly happy in her heart. She wanted to follow Qin Yan for a long time but she was too embarrassed to say it. He Shouji said, you should return to the War Immortal Academy and greet Cece and Liang Qin. You can still enter the War Immortal Academy to find them in the future. Alright, let's go back now. Qin Yan said. He Shouji flew in front, she is very vigilant, she is worried that Liu clan people will come over. After Qin Yan collected Liu Siju and Liu Shugao's remnant souls, he flew in the sky with Liu Shuyan and followed He Shouji back to the War Immortal Academy. Inside the War Immortal Academy, the news of Qin Yan killing Liu Siju and Liu Shugao has already spread throughout Two-Star City. After Qin Yan and Liu Shuyan returned, they received an invitation. It was sent by Liu Gufei, inviting them to participate in the banquet. Yao Cixi and Liang Qin also received it. They found out that Qin Yan killed Liu Siju and Liu Shugao and did not want Qin Yan to participate because it is too dangerous. They also want to be like Liu Shuyan and temporarily follow Qin Yan. But they also know that they are not strong enough. When they encounter danger, they can't react in time. Qin Yan and Liu Shuyan decided to participate in the banquet, but they did not tell Liang Qin and others, they only said that they are going to hide. Liu Shuyan boarded her ship and brought Qin Yan to Three-Star City. Three-Star City, Liu Pavilion. Liu Gufei is in a small hall with a grave expression. Young Master Su said with a frown, "This little Qin is too reckless. He actually killed Liu Shugao and Liu Siju." Liu Gufei nodded, "He is dead for sure. For so many years, no one has dared to kill a Liu clan member in public. Our Liu clan will not let him off. Originally, I wanted to invite him and Liu Shugao to create a big show. Now that Liu Shugao is dead, that little Qin will definitely hide and avoid the limelight." Young Master Su shook his head and said, "What if he comes?" Liu Gufei said, "This guy destroyed my lonely flying building and dared to cause such a big commotion in Black Xiong Town. He is definitely a guy who is not afraid of heaven or earth." Young Master Su said with smile, "It's even better if he comes, let's take him down. If we fight, can he beat us? This is Three-Star City. If we fight here, the city lord will not let us off." Liu Gufei shook his head and said, "I heard that the city lord of Three-Star City is a retired old man. We'll talk about it when the time comes. We have the advantage in numbers, if that little Qin comes, we can capture him in an instant." Young Master Su said with smile, "If we capture him, we can force Liang Qin to hand over her immortal martial spirit. Tomorrow night's banquet, I hope he can come. No matter what, I will not let him off this time." Liu Gufei tightly clenched his fists. His lonely flying building was destroyed, he has never been able to swallow this grievance. In a forest outside Three-Star City, there are giant trees that are over 100 meters tall. Qin Yan and Liu Shuyan are currently inside a tree hole in one of the giant trees. "Little Qin, your full name is Qin Yan, right?" Liu Shuyan is sitting inside the tree hole, hugging her legs and looking at Qin Yan sitting across from her. "N." Qin Yan said. "Did you also cause a lot of trouble in Immortal Desolate?" Liu Shuyan asked curiously. "Of course, I have too many enemies." Qin Yan said with smile, "They also entered the ancient garden, it's just that I haven't met them yet. Xiao family, as well as Devil Immortal Heavenly Gate, Xian family, Long family, Heavenly Tiger Star and others all hate him very much. I'll call you Xiao Yun. You look younger than me." Liu Shuyan said. "Not necessarily." Qin Yan said with mischievous smile. "Xiao Yun, you have a storage magic tool that can store people. When you leave the ancient garden in the future, can you store me and bring me out?" Liu Shuyan's eyes are filled with yearning as she said, "I want to go to Immortal Desolate." "Alright, I'll bring you out, but I have to obtain Sun Spirit first." Qin Yan still has a pass in his hand, so he doesn't need to store Liu Shuyan in a storage magic tool to bring her out. "Alright." Liu Shuyan very happily smiled and said, "As long as I can go to Immortal Desolate, I don't need to stay here anymore." Qin Yan suddenly said very seriously, "Shuyan, I feel that you are hiding something from me. You are not being honest with me." Liu Shuyan pouted and said softly, "Xiao Yun, there are some things that I really can't tell you, but you have to believe me, I will absolutely not harm you." Qin Yan sighed and said, "Shuyan, where did you get your Sun and Moon Heart Sutra?" Sun and Moon Heart Sutra is not simple, it is impossible for this ancient garden to have it, but Liu Shuyan obtained it. Therefore, Qin Yan feels that Liu Shuyan has concealed a lot of things from him regarding this matter. "Xiao Yun, Sun and Moon Heart Sutra suddenly appeared in my mind, do you believe it?" Liu Shuyan looked at Qin Yan, her eyes are filled with deep affection. "I believe it." Qin Yan said with smile, "Anyway, you and I can cultivate Sun and Moon Heart Sutra together, it means that we trust each other. Wait until I understand my situation, I'll definitely tell you. Liu Shuyan said with light smile, it's really good to know you. When I met you in Liu Pavilion, I could tell with a glance that you are very extraordinary. My eyesight is indeed very good. Night time, Qinyan sat beside the tree hole and looked at the flowers and plants outside. He said, Shuyan, tomorrow night is the banquet, it will definitely be filled with danger. Don't go, wait for me here. Flower and Moon Liu Shuyan's soft and delicate fragrant body leaned on Qinyan's back, causing Qinyan to feel a kind of faint gentle and fragrant warmth, causing him to suddenly feel somewhat blurred. He doesn't know why, but this kind of feeling caused a different kind of emotion to well up in his heart. This kind of strange emotion caused Qinyan to feel somewhat flustered. He had no choice but to struggle free from Liu Shuyan's embrace. Liu Shuyan is somewhat bitter, she lightly sighed, Xiaoyun, I also don't know why I suddenly have this kind of feeling towards you, I can't help it. From the moment I saw you, I was already like this. Don't let your imagination run wild. Qinyan extended his hand and gently caressed her dreamy and absolutely beautiful face. He also has a kind of indescribable feeling in his heart. Liu Shuyan also withdrew that strange emotion. Qinyan suddenly thought of something and said, Shuyan, I saw you use those flowers before, could it be that your immortal martial spirit is flower martial spirit? I have two immortal martial spirits, one is flower martial spirit and the other is moon martial spirit. Liu Shuyan sweetly smiled and then spread out her palms. On each of her palms, there was a small golden moon and a pink-red flower. Flower and moon are both very beautiful, no wonder you give people a very diverse feeling of beauty. Qinyan said with smile. Are you praising me for being beautiful? Thank you. Liu Shuyan sweetly smiled and said. Shuyan, do you know why so many people want to obtain Sister Qin's immortal martial spirit? Qinyan asked again. Because Sister Qin's immortal martial spirit has sacred flame totem. It should be an innate sacred flame totem, so it can allow her to quickly absorb sacred power and later release very strong sacred flame. Liu Shuyan said in low voice, this is also what I heard. She lightly groaned and said, War Immortal Academy's secrecy is too bad, many old guys know about this, Qinyan said with a smile, Sister Qin's sacred flame totem is not innate. It is a sacred flame totem carved by me. Ah. Liu Shuyan is very shocked. Your flower martial spirit can also carve flower totem, I just happen to have mastered flower totem, moreover it is a sacred tear totem. Qinyan said with smile, I can help you carve it, anyways, it is as easy as lifting a finger for me. Of course. Liu Shuyan was very excited. Qinyan took out the floating cloud divine needle and looked at the red splitting flower martial spirit in Liu Shuyan's palm. He said, Shuyan, I will begin. Relax, don't resist me. Liu Shuyan sat cross-legged and slowly breathed deeply, relaxing her body. Qinyan began carving the sacred tear flower totem. This was Xianxia's natural totem rune, it was also at the sacred tear. Liu Shuyan also opened her eyes wide, looking at Qinyan carving totems on her immortal martial spirit, she is both astonished and happy in her heart. Xiaoyun, you are so awesome. Liu Shuyan smiled sweetly. In the middle of the night, Qinyan finished carving. Liu Shuyan is very happy, because of the flower totem, her immortal power can become stronger. Qinyan said again, Shuyan, does your moon martial spirit have a moon totem? No. Xiaoyun, don't tell me you also have a moon totem? Liu Shuyan said in shock, moon totem is very difficult to obtain, even if there is, it is very difficult to carve it. I do. Qinyan said, his moon totem came from Yang Shuriwei. Yang Shuriwei possesses the nether moon martial spirit, moreover, she has mastered moon totem and nether moon totem. Later on, Qinyan gradually felt that Yang Shuriwei is not simple. There is also Yu, she and Yang Shuriwei are twin sisters, they both have a mysterious matter related to the moon. Qinyan began carving the moon totem on Liu Shuyan's moon martial spirit. Shuyan, your moon martial spirit is very similar to the golden moon, it is simply a small golden moon. Qinyan said with smile, is there any connection between them? I don't know. Liu Shuyan shook her head, the only person who knows that I possess the golden moon martial spirit is you, because I trust you. The first time Qin Yan saw Liu Shuyan, he felt that she is very different. Now it seems that her body is indeed hiding a secret related to the golden moon. Qin Yan, who has mastered the Moon Lady inscription spirit, can very quickly carve the moon totem. The moment he finished carving, Liu Shuyan's body suddenly trembled and a golden and formidable energy surged out. It is a strange golden flame. Although it is not hot, it seems like it can melt everything. They were inside the tree hole, but now the tree has suddenly been cut off from the middle. Qin Yan is extremely alarmed. He wanted to approach but discovered that when he touched the golden flame, his hand suddenly became very painful. The clothes on Liu Shuyan's body have also been burned. A faint golden color appeared on her body. Her expression gradually turned ice cold, her eyes turned purple red, as if she has become a different person. Shuyan, what's wrong? Qin Yan asked. Liu Shuyan did not answer. She floated in the air, the golden flame on her body gradually disappeared. She is also not wearing any clothes. Qin Yan looked at that dreamy and beautiful body. There is not the slightest bit of evil in his heart. Because he is very worried about Liu Shuyan. I'm fine. Liu Shuyan's expression suddenly became gentle and beautiful, a trace of shyness appeared on her jade-like face. Qin Yan promptly took out a set of clothes and ran over to help her put them on. You scared me to death, I thought there was something wrong with the moon totem. Qin Yan very anxiously let out a sigh of relief. Then he said with some embarrassment, just now I really didn't mean to look too much, if I offended you, please forgive me. No problem. Liu Shuyan lightly laughed a few times and said, Xiaoyun, you are very good to me. The moon totem that you carved for me was of great help to me. Suddenly, Liu Shuyan's body slowly rose up. Shuyan, you. Where are you going? Qin Yan said in shock. I want to go to Golden Moon to do some things. Liu Shuyan's beautiful face is filled with reluctance. She lightly bit her lower lip and looked at Qin Yan. Liu Shuyan's body is being sucked up by a mysterious power. Qin Yan hastily flew up to pull Liu Shuyan. But after he approached, he was repelled by a very strong power. Xiaoyun, you must not go to Liu Pavilion by yourself. Don't go, alright? Wait for me to come back, I will definitely help you deal with them. Liu Shuyan's beautiful eyes flickered with deep affection. She looked at Qin Yan and her tone is filled with pleading. Shuyan, why did you suddenly float up? Qin Yan suddenly regretted carving the moon totem for Liu Shuyan. He is worried that he will never see her again. Wait for me to come back, I will tell you everything about me. Liu Shuyan's floating speed is getting faster and faster, leaving behind only her gentle and urgent voice. Liu Shuyan transformed into a light beam and rushed towards that mysterious and beautiful golden moon. Qin Yan sighed with melancholy, shook his head and said, what happened to me? Why am I suddenly so sentimental? Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun. Ling Yuner yelled. Yuner, I am fine. Qin Yan said. Ling Yuner said with smile, Xiaoyun, I suspect that your past life knew her. Qin Yan said with frown, she is related to Moon, could it be Sister Kira's other avatar? Because of Xianxia's precedent, Qin Yan doesn't find it strange. It shouldn't be, the matter is definitely not that simple. You carved the moon totem on her, that's why she aroused some kind of power and was sensed by the golden moon. Ling Yuner said. I hope she can truly come back. Qin Yan looked at the golden moon in the sky. He originally planned to let Liu Shuyan accompany him because she can cultivate together with him and also have someone to talk to. But now, Liu Shuyan has flown up to the golden moon. Ling Yuner said, Xiaoyun, check if that girlie Wei is nearby. Qin Yan took out the spirit-chasing talisman. From the reaction of the spirit-chasing talisman, Xiao Wei is not nearby, she has already gone far away from the huge tree. This little girl, what the hell is she doing? Why is she running further and further away? Qin Yan said with frown, where is she going? Xiaoyun, after you come back from Willow Moon Pavilion, find Sister Qin and Cici and cultivate together. Quickly becoming stronger is the king's way. Ling Yuner said. Qin Yan nodded his head and then left for 3-Star City alone. As he flew in the sky, Ling Yuner giggled and said, Xiaoyun, did you see Shuyan's figure just now? It's great, it's simply perfect. Humph, among the beauties around me, which one of them doesn't have perfect figure? Xianxia lightly groaned and said. That little girl Yueme is not. A bit flat. Ling Yin'er tenderly laughed and said, don't talk about her like that, she will get angry. Xianxia curled his lips and said, she deliberately made it flat. You must know, she has mastered transformation technique. If she wants to become big, it's very easy. That's right, Yueme is too against the rules, but I like her very much. Ling Yin'er said with an infatuated expression, wait until I turn into a human and go out, I must be intimate with Yueme. Rogue elf, don't have any ideas about them. Xianxia cursed in low voice. They're all yours, and they're all mine. Ling Yin'er giggled and said, if you don't want it, I want it. Ha ha ha, so many beauties, they are all mine, all mine. Xianxia really wanted to grab Ling Yin'er and beat her up, but he can't do it. Because Ling Yin'er is only a spirit living in his mental world, she is a very illusory existence. At night, Three-Star City's Willow Moon Pavilion is incomparably lively. Lui Weigufei is in the lobby of the first floor, welcoming guests. Three-Star City's Willow Moon Pavilion is very spacious, and it is also in a villa. There are many empty spaces outside the pavilion that are filled with tables and chairs. And those who can enter the first floor of Willow Moon Pavilion are all distinguished guests of Lui Weigufei. Three-Star City Lord has arrived, someone suddenly shouted. Lui Weigufei's expression changed, then he walked out with a smile. The Three-Star City Lord is a tall and sturdy middle-aged man. There is a golden scar on his left and right face. Just like his beard, it looks very comical, but it also leaves a deep impression on people. Lui Weigufei, you are good. You actually didn't invite me to this kind of banquet. The moment the Three-Star City Lord entered, he laughed loudly and said, even if you didn't invite me, I would still come. Lui Weigufei is very surprised in his heart because he heard that the Three-Star City Lord is an old fellow. He never expected that he would be a very spirited middle-aged man. I heard that the City Lord is very busy and rarely appears. You also don't like this kind of occasion. I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to invite you, so I didn't want to disturb you. Lui Weigufei said with a smile, City Lord, you won't blame me, right? Hearing the City Lord's reply, Willow Weigufei was so angry that he wanted to beat someone up. This was because the City Lord had personally come here to watch the show. City Lord, you are the City Lord of this Three-Star City. If someone were to come here and cause trouble, wouldn't you care? Willow Weigufei asked with a smile. That depends on the level. Generally speaking, as long as it's not a fight between two people, I don't care. Three-Star City is so big, and there are all sorts of disputes all day long. How can we care so much? The Three-Star Castellan chuckled and said, little brother Luyu, your Willow Moon clan is so awesome. If someone really comes to cause trouble, you guys will definitely be able to handle it. Willow Weigufei frowned, if someone really comes to cause trouble, how are we going to deal with them? Fight back? Or what? The Three-Star Castellan shook his head and said, I don't know either. In short, you guys can't fight. Whoever made the first move would have broken the rules. I can't just sit by and watch. The corner of Lui Weigufei's eyes twitched slightly. He suddenly felt that this Three-Star City Lord was purposely looking for trouble. City Lord, please take a seat. Lui Weigufei hurriedly pointed out a seat for the Three-Star City Lord. His tone became a little indifferent, and he did not personally bring the Three-Star City Lord over to take a seat. Lui Weigufei called a shopkeeper over and put him in charge of receiving people. Then, he ran to a private room upstairs. Young Master Su and a few of his friends were in that private room. Young Master Luyu, why do you look so pale? Young Master Su chuckled and said, today is the day when you announce to everyone that you are in control of Three-Star City's Willow Moon Pavilion. Why are you so unhappy? Lui Weigufei picked up a bottle of wine, drank 2 mouthfuls, and cursed in a low voice, Three-Star Castellan is here. Young Master Su and the other young masters frowned slightly. Didn't I warn you before not to invite that Three-Star Castellan? How did you manage to invite this guy? Don't look at him just because he's a middle-aged man. He's actually an old man who's tired of living, the kind that goes around stirring up trouble. Young Master Su cursed in a low voice, this bastard has a grudge with my grandfather. Lui Weigufei sat down and slammed the table, cursing, I'd be crazy to invite this old bastard over. He came here on his own. Do I have to throw the 3-star castellan out in front of so many people? How am I supposed to mingle in 3-star city in the future? Young Master Su frowned and asked, do you know why he's here? Willow Yugufei snorted, that old bastard said that he wanted to see if anyone would come to mess up my place. And he also made it clear that he would only watch the show and would not stop it. If we were to fight, then he would arrest us. How did I provoke this old bastard? Why would he do this to me? A red-clothed youth said, young Master Lu Yu, after you completely took over the Willow Moon Pavilion, have you been filial to this city lord? Willow Yugufei was stunned, and shook his head. Young Master Su sighed, young Master Lu Yu, this is your fault. In any case, he was a 3-star castellan. Since he was doing business here, he had to show some respect. You didn't give him any offerings, and you didn't invite him to such a grand banquet. Young Master Su, didn't you tell me not to invite him? Willow Yugufei was dumbfounded. He felt like he had been scammed. I thought you were filial to him before. If you didn't invite him, he wouldn't have said anything. After all, it's normal for an old fellow like him to not like to participate in this kind of lively banquet. Young Master Su shook his head. A tall youth said, young Master Lu Yu, you've been in the 2-star city for so long, don't you even know this kind of rule? When I was in the 2-star city, that city lord was kneeling and licking my boots. Willow Yugufei said, you guys have to help me, don't let that guy cause trouble for me. Young Master Su said with a smile, don't be afraid, my grandfather will also come tonight. With my grandfather here, that old fellow won't be able to cause any trouble. When Xianxia arrived at the 3-star city, he had dressed up meticulously. He wore a set of blue robes, the attire of an inscription master. 3-star city's Willow Moon Pavilion is very famous. Just ask anyone and you'll know where it is. Xianxia quickly arrived outside the 3-star city's Willow Moon Pavilion and stood in front of a villa's entrance. The Willow Moon Pavilion was in the middle of the villa. It was surrounded by mountains and rivers. It was much better than the Willow Moon Pavilion in the 2-star city. To enter the villa's entrance, one needed an invitation. Xianxia had an invitation. This was given to him by Willow Yugufei. After showing the invitation, Xianxia could enter the villa's entrance. Even if he didn't have an invitation, he could still sneak in. To him, this is just a small matter. His invitation is a VIP invitation, so someone will bring him in. The spacious area outside the Willow Moon Pavilion is filled with seats. Nearly half of the seats are occupied. These people are all insignificant. Willow Yugufei's VIP guests are in the lobby of the Willow Moon Pavilion. There are more than 1,000 or 2,000 of them. After Xianxia entered, he saw Willow Yugufei chatting and laughing with a VIP guest. Willow Yugufei noticed someone walking in. When he looked over, the smile on his face suddenly froze. However, it quickly became gentle again. Little Qin, you really came. Where's Shu Yan? And Liang Qin and Yao Sisi, didn't they come? Willow Yugufei deliberately raised his voice so that everyone in the lobby could hear him. The originally noisy lobby suddenly quietened down and everyone looked towards Willow Yugufei. This mysterious little Qin has caused a sensation in several cities of the Divine Tree Palace. Although Lu Yu Siju and Lu Yu Shugao's fame is not great, they are both from the Willow Moon clan. Furthermore, they are in control of the Willow Moon clan. However, they were killed by a young man. Furthermore, Leng Chaojia and Qing Yuashan were also killed by him. The Leng and Qing families originally planned to let Lu Yu Shugao deal with Qin Yun. But now that Lu Yu Shugao has been killed, they all said that they would take revenge on Qin Yun. Qin Yun wished he could immediately kill Willow Yugufei. However, when he entered, he could feel that Willow Yugufei has always been on guard. Furthermore, there are several middle-aged men who are not weak walking over from all directions. It is not easy to make a move. They are all cultivating and it is not convenient for them to come, so I can only come by myself. Qin Yun smiled and said, congratulations brother Willow Yu for smoothly taking control of the Willow Moon Pavilion. Willow Yugufei also wished he could immediately kill Qin Yun because Qin Yun has caused him a great loss. At this moment, young Master Su and a few other young masters also walked down. The 3-star city lord walked over with a smile. Both of his faces had a scar that looked like a beard. Furthermore, he had thick eyebrows and big eyes, so he left a deep impression on others. After he came over, he said with a smile, "This is little Qin. I heard that you caused a huge commotion in the two-star city." Qin Yan said with a smile, "I am indeed Qin Yun. I had no choice but to go to the two-star city because Liu Siju and Liu Shugao were too excessive." The three-star city lord laughed loudly. "The people of the Willow Yu clan are all like this. I am a three-star city lord. I'm warning you. Even if Liu Gufei did something excessive to you, you can't fight here. No one can fight under my nose or I'll beat them up." "I don't fight," Qin Yan said with a smile. "That's good. You give me face and I will also give you face." The three-star city lord chuckled and said, "You dare to come to tonight's banquet, you are truly a man." "Oh right, you didn't come to the banquet empty-handed, did you?" Qin Yan was startled. He had indeed come empty-handed. The three-star city lord laughed and said, "Liu Gufei didn't invite me. I came here on my own, so I don't need to bring a gift." "He invited you, so you have to give him a gift." Liu Gufei cursed the three-star city lord in his heart. This was clearly telling everyone here that he, Liu Gufei, looked down on the three-star city lord. That was why he did not invite him. Qin Yan said, "I brought a gift." As he spoke, he took out 3 square boxes. When everyone saw him suddenly take out 3 boxes, they were secretly alarmed. That's because they were storage magic tools and they didn't look small at all. "What kind of gift is this?" The three-star city lord frowned and said, "Why do I smell blood?" Qin Yan waved his hand and opened the 3 boxes. Inside were 3 human heads. When he saw the 3 heads, Liu Gufei was immediately shocked. He took a few steps back. He recognized those 3 heads, and the surrounding people all gathered around. When they saw the 3 heads, they knew that Qin Yun was here to cause trouble. "I passed by a mountain earlier. That mountain was filled with all kinds of ferocious bandits. Those bandits actually claimed to be Liu Gufei's subordinates." Qin Yan said, "How could Liu Gufei have bandit subordinates?" "That's why I killed 3 of the stronger bandits and brought their heads back." Liu Gufei never knew who killed his bandit lair, but now he knows. It was Qin Yun who killed them. Qin Yun is taking revenge on him. Liu Gufei is very angry in his heart but also somewhat afraid. He now knew that the mysterious young man in front of him was not easy to deal with. The people in the circle had more or less heard that Liu Gufei's bandit nest had been wiped out. They never expected that Qin Yun was the one who did it, and what shocked Liu Gufei the most was that Qin Yun had destroyed his bandit nest and left behind a very strong sacred flame at the scene. This made him think of Liang Qinxian's sacred fire totem. He vaguely felt that Liang Qin's sacred fire totem had a lot to do with Qin Yun. Everyone knew that Qin Yun killed Liu Siju and Liu Shugao because they touched Liang Qin. The 3-star city master's expression was solemn. He knew about the bandit nest. The appearance of the sacred flame there could not be hidden from the old fellows of the Divine Tree Palace. The 3-star city master was also very clear about the investigation of the bandit nest. He knew that it was Liu Gufei's. Qin Yan said with a faint smile, "Oh right, there's also that Gufei Liu. I heard that it was opened by brother Liu, so I went there to pay a visit. But those guys wanted to rob me of my things. At that time, I thought that they must have used brother Liu's name to do all sorts of evil, so I smashed the Gufei Liu." Qin Yan looked at Liu Gufei's ugly and ice-cold expression and said with a smile, "Brother Liu, I helped you punish those despicable people. It's just a slight effort, you don't need to thank me." "Of course." Everyone in the hall was stunned. Elder Su among the young masters of Black Hero Town, only Liu, Gufei, and young master Su knew that it was Qin Yun who destroyed the lonely flying building. The other young masters did not know. As for the 3 youths behind Liu Gufei and Prince Su, they were from Black Hero Town. When they learned that lonely flying building was destroyed by Qin Yun, they were immediately infuriated. "You're the one who stirred up trouble in Black Hero Town?" A red-clothed man said angrily, "The lonely flying building belongs to brother Liu. Not only did you destroy the lonely flying building, you even stole its treasures. You will die here today." Qin Yun looked at the red-cloaked man and asked, "Who do you think you are? Are you brother Liu's lackey or slave? Shut your mouth and don't talk." You. The red-cloaked man is infuriated, he punched Qin Yun. Qin Yun frowned as he powered the Imperial Heaven Art. He condensed his nether moon psyche power and charged at the red-dressed man's head. Ah! The red-clothed man immediately let out a blood-curdling scream. He clutched his head and rolled on the ground. Lu Guifei also wants to punch Qin Yun to death, but he can only secretly clench his teeth and look at Qin Yun with a gloomy expression. What did you do? Young Master Su said angrily, you actually hit Brother Wang. This is 3-Star City. Qin Yun looked at the 3-Star City Lord and said, City Lord, I didn't attack, right? The 3-Star Castellan was startled and said with a smile, no, it was that brat with the surname Wang who made the first move. Fortunately, you guys didn't fight. Originally, he only wanted to see if Qin Yun would really come here to cause trouble. He didn't expect that he would really come. What he was looking forward to had happened, and he was not disappointed at all. Young Master Su said coldly, your name is Qin Yun, right? We won't let you off for causing trouble in Black Xiong Town's lonely flying pavilion. Qin Yun asked, who are you? The 3-Star Castellan at the side whispered, his surname is Su. Oh, it's that little trash who wants to get Sister Qin's immortal martial spirit. I've heard of him, but I didn't expect him to be even worse than I imagined. This kind of thing actually wants to obtain Sister Qin's immortal martial spirit. Qin Yun said with sneer. He wanted to provoke these good-for-nothings on purpose so that they would make a move. Young Master Su was hopping mad, but he didn't make a move. Just now, that young Master Wang had inexplicably fallen to the ground. He didn't dare to act recklessly. Qin Yun, you won't be arrogant for long. What you did in Black Xiong Town offended a few big shots from the Divine Tree Palace. You're about to die, but you're still so arrogant. Young Master Su calmed down and snorted. I was in Black Hero Town's lonely flying tower doing normal business. Those guys wanted to rob me, so I fought back. What's wrong with that? Qin Yun said with a sneer, if the big shot behind Black Xiong Town wants to deal with me, then don't even think about running Black Xiong Town. Everyone was alarmed. Qin Yun was actually clamoring to destroy Black Xiong Town. You're just a braggart. Can a mere golden immortal fight against a heaven immortal from Black Brute Town? Young Master Su laughed heartily and said, forget about going to Black Hero Town, it's hard to say whether you'll be able to live after leaving 3-Star City. The 3-Star City Lord suddenly laughed and said, stop bickering. Today is little brother Luyu's big day. His bandit lair has been poked and the lonely flying tower has been smashed. It's rare for him to take control of Luyu Pavilion, so he should celebrate. Everyone found it funny. The person who poked Lu Guifei's bandit lair was Qin Yun, and the person who smashed the lonely flying tower was also Qin Yun. But now, he appeared in Luyu Pavilion to attend Lu Guifei's banquet. Qin Yun smiled and said, yes, yes, yes. This is brother Luyu's big day. We have to be happy, ha ha ha. Lu Guifei cursed young Master Su in his heart because it was young Master Su who came up with the idea to invite Qin Yun. Now, Qin Yun came up and directly sent 3 people to him. Furthermore, he said that he was the one who smashed the lonely flying tower. So many people were watching and he, Lu Guifei, couldn't kill Qin Yun on the spot. This made his liver hurt. Little brother Qin, you're really a talent. I admire you. Sit with me. The 3-Star City Lord pulled Qin Yun and walked to a table with a smile. In this way, Lu Guifei couldn't chase Qin Yun away. Young Master Su, Lu Guifei and young Master Wang, who had a splitting headache, gritted their teeth as they looked at Qin Yun. Everyone secretly admired Qin Yun. Not to mention that he had just provoked the Luyu clan and the Lin clan, now he had provoked a few prominent young masters. Of course, Qin Yun seemed to have hooked up with the 3-Star City Lord. In other words, Qin Yun was very safe in 3-Star City. Little brother Qin, can you tell me how you destroyed the bandit's lair? That bandit lair is really brother Luyu's, you've caused him to suffer great losses. The 3-Star City Lord laughed happily. Lu Guifei stood not far away and watched. He was so angry that his face was trembling, as if his liver was about to explode. Discussing how to get rid of his bandit lair in front of him was indeed very provocative. Qin Yun said, I used a very powerful thing called holy oil. I poured it into that bandit lair and ignited it. In an instant, that mountain turned into lava. When the 3-Star City Lord heard this, his face was filled with astonishment. Even young Master Su and the others were shocked because they knew that the bandit lair had been ignited by the sacred flames. They just didn't know how the sacred flames appeared. So it was some kind of holy oil. Little brother Qin, back then when you smashed little brother Lu Yu's Gufei Lu, you took away many large black cabinets and stored them in your storage magic treasure. Then is your storage magic treasure very big? The 3-star city lord asked again. Everyone listened attentively. This matter was something that many people were very concerned about. To be able to store so many cabinets in a storage magic treasure, the space inside was definitely not small. My storage magic treasure can store a mountain. Qin Yan said with a faint smile. Hua, this caused everyone present to exclaim in a low voice. Young Master Su, Lu Yu Gufei and the others were also extremely jealous. They wished they could snatch the storage magic treasure. A storage magic treasure that could store a mountain, the space inside was incomparably huge. In fact, Qin Yan's 9-sun divine spirit could store a mountain range, let alone a mountain. Each of the 9 beads of the 9-sun divine spirit had a very spacious space inside. The 3-star city lord asked curiously, "Can I take a look?" Qin Yan shook his head and said, "My storage magic treasure has fused with my flesh and bones. I can't take it out. As long as I die, that storage magic treasure will disappear along with me." Just as Lu Yu Gufei and the others were feeling very angry, an old man suddenly walked in. "Grandfather, you're finally here," young Master Su said happily. He hurriedly walked over and welcomed an old man wearing a light green robe. The old man was slightly short and his face was wrinkled like a bitter gourd. He looked very old but his eyes were filled with vitality, giving off a very sinister and ruthless feeling. "Welcome, Elder Su." Lu Yu Gufei and the other youths hurriedly stepped forward, bowed and shouted. At this moment, many people in the hall also stood up and shouted in unison, "Welcome, Elder Su." Only Qin Yan and the 3-star city lord sat motionlessly. Qin Yan glanced at Elder Su and felt infuriated in his heart. Because it was this Elder Su who had designs on Liang Qinqian's martial spirit. At this moment, young Master Su also looked at Qin Yan and said many things about Qin Yan. Elder Su's old eyes were originally sinister and vicious but at this moment, they were even more sinister and cold. As he looked at Qin Yan, his old eyes flashed with a cold light. When the others present saw his eyes, they all felt their hair stand on end. There was a very strong mental pressure. As for Qin Yan, he was very calm. Just now, he felt a very strong mental pressure but he was not afraid at all. He had the God-level spirit refinement technique, one thought imperial heaven technique, as well as the nether moon mental power. He was not afraid of any mental power damage. The 3-star city lord chuckled and said, "Old Su, I really didn't expect you to come as well. 3 hands, since you're here, how can I not come?" Elder Su walked over and said with a sneer, "If I didn't come, your 3rd hand would reach out to my grandson. What would I do then?" Everyone was shocked. This 3-star city lord actually had such a dark history. The 3-star city lord said with a smile, "Old Su, when did I do the shady business of a 3rd hand? You really know how to joke. Divine Tree Palace's 3-hand immortal monarch, although you have retired, your reputation is still very great," Elder Su said with a sneer. Qin Yan was secretly alarmed. That 3-star city lord actually had the cultivation of an immortal monarch. In the Immortal Desolate, immortals had 3 major stages. For example, the Xian province was the territory of the Immortal Realm, High Immortal Realm and Xian Immortal Realm. And the Earth province was the territory of the Earth Immortal Realm, Tao Immortal Realm and Golden Immortal Realm. The Heaven province was the territory of the Heaven Immortal Realm, Immortal King Realm and Immortal Emperor Realm. Immortal Monarch was a description of a relatively weak immortal king. After some immortals stepped into the Immortal King Realm, they did not dare to call themselves kings, so they modestly called themselves Immortal Monarch. But later on, because of the Sun God Stone, everyone advanced by leaps and bounds. Many immortal monarchs dared to call themselves kings. In the ancient garden, although the strongest one could only release the power of the Heaven Immortal Realm. However, the advancement of cultivation was not restricted, so they also inherited the habit of modestly calling themselves immortal monarchs. The 3-star city lord said with a smile, "Elder Su, you are one of the bosses behind the scenes of Black Xiong Town. The shady business you do is also not clean, it is much more shady than mine. Elder Su is also sitting at the 3-star city lord's table. He glanced at Qin Yun and said disdainfully, looking at your clothes, are you also an inscription master? The robe on Elder Su's body is also the attire of an inscription master. Only after he said this did everyone notice. Qin Yun said, that's right, I am an inscription master, I come from the Immortal Desolate. In the Immortal Desolate, young inscription masters are not rare. An inscription master from the Immortal Desolate, this is Qin Yun's identity, he said it himself. Everyone has always been curious about his background, why he is so daring. After knowing that he came from the Immortal Desolate, they suddenly realized. Because he came from the Immortal Desolate, he can still return to the Immortal Desolate in the future, so he has nothing to be afraid of. Elder Su originally wanted to ridicule Qin Yun, but after hearing that he came from the Immortal Desolate, he also shut his mouth. Pierced through you, Qin Yun now has some understanding of the various major powers of the ancient gardens. Many of the old fellows who know about the ancient gardens are those who are tired of living because they are restricted here and can't leave. Qin Yun can bring people out, so he can use this to rope in a group of very strong seniors. This way, it will be much more convenient for him to do things in the future. The 3-star city lord beside him is worth roping in. Qin Yun suspects that the 3 palaces and 6 sects of the ancient gardens all want to have a good relationship with the people of the Immortal Desolate because the people of the Immortal Desolate have a way to bring them out of the ancient gardens. Elder Su did not speak to Qin Yun anymore. He is worried that he will be embarrassed. He looked at the 3-star city lord and said, 3-hand immortal monarch, you stole one of my storage magic tools. When are you going to return it to me? Stole your storage magic tool? Elder Su, don't talk nonsense. The 3-star city lord's face turned cold as he shouted. The storage bag on your waist is mine. You stole it from me. Elder Su sneered. The people in the lobby were all quietly watching the 2 powerful seniors fight. Lui Weigufei is also secretly happy. He has long been unhappy with the 3-star city lord. If Elder Su can defeat the 3-star city lord here, it will also be very satisfying. Elder Su snorted, 10% of the Divine Tree Palace's storage bags were refined by me. You have been eyeing my storage bag with a large space for a long time. If it wasn't you who stole it, who stole it? When did I steal it from you? The 3-star city lord said in a deep voice, my storage bag was originally a reward from the Divine Tree Palace. What right do you have to say that I stole it? You stole it from me 7 days ago. Elder Su said indifferently, the storage bags of the Divine Tree Palace are basically the same but the space inside is different. The space inside my storage bag is very large. Do you dare to let me take a look? These words caused many people to find it hard to believe. This 3-star castellan had actually stolen Elder Su's storage bag 7 days ago. 3-star city lord, you can't act recklessly just because this city is managed by you. This is not right. Quickly return the storage bag to my grandfather. Young Master Su said. City Lord, this is not right. If you do such a thing, the Divine Tree Palace might revoke your City Lord position. Willow Yugufei also said. Elder Su said with a cold smile, 3-handed celestial monarch, if you don't hand it over, I'm going to report this to the palace master and let him deal with this matter. If things get out of hand, you can forget about being the city master. The 3-star castellan's face was filled with anger as he said, do I need to steal your broken storage bag? You must have kept a close eye on such a precious item. How could I have gotten it? Young Master Su said, that storage bag was with me. I threw it away 7 days ago. Even if you didn't steal it, you must have bought it. Qin Yun suddenly looked at Lui Weigufei and said, speaking of storage Dharma treasures, my friend Liang Yupeng has a storage jade pendant. Later on, that friend of mine was captured by Lui Weigufei. That storage jade pendant was at Lui Weigufei's waist. The storage jade pendant was a very exquisite storage magic treasure. Everyone looked at Lui Weigufei's waist in unison. There was indeed a blue jade pendant hanging on it. You are talking nonsense, this is not a storage jade pendant at all. Lui Weigufei said angrily, this is my ornament, don't try to change the topic. Young Master Su and Elder Su's expression changed. They knew that it was a storage jade pendant. They had studied it before but they were unable to open it. Qin Yan said, City Lord and Elder Su are both here. Let them check if there's any space inside. Isn't that enough? Lu Weigufei said with a sneer, Qin Yan, what if my jade pendant isn't a storage magic treasure? How about you compensate me with one? Alright, if your jade pendant isn't a storage magic treasure after appraisal, I'll compensate you with one. Qin Yan said with a smile, what if it's a storage magic treasure? You are the murderer who robbed my friends. How are you going to repay me? Lu Weigufei snorted and said, how? I picked up this jade pendant. You guys appraise it. As he spoke, he placed the blue jade pendant on the table. The first to check was Elder Su. After he inspected it, he said with a smile, there's no space inside at all. It's just an ordinary jade pendant. After he inspected it, he handed it over to the 3-star city lord. The 3-star city lord also carefully inspected it before shaking his head. Lu Weigufei said coldly, Qin Yan, give me a storage magic treasure. Qin Yan said, wait, I haven't appraised it yet. As he spoke, he picked up the blue jade pendant and quickly broke Liang Yupeng's blood contract. Immediately, he could see the space inside. He pinched the jade pendant and said to the 3-star city lord and Elder Su with a smile, you too, use your mental power to take a look. The 3-star city lord and Elder Su immediately used their mental power to investigate. After they investigated, they were immediately shocked. Because the space inside was very large, it could fit a large house that occupied an acre of land. When Lu Weigufei saw Elder Su's expression, he also released his mental power to investigate. After seeing the space inside, he was immediately shocked. You! How can you open it? Lu Weigufei cried out involuntarily. Because I gave it to Brother Liang, of course I can open it. Qin Yan said with a smile, now you admit that you stole it? The storage jade pendant was personally refined by Qin Yan. It would be a piece of cake for him to break it. The 3-star city lord immediately shouted, Lu Weigufei, don't act recklessly. This is something you stole. You previously said that it wasn't a storage magic treasure. It seems like you can't use it, that's why you said that. Lu Weigufei gritted his teeth and didn't say another word. He never expected that Liang Yupeng's storage magic treasure was actually given to him by Qin Yan. Elder Su also looked at the blue jade pendant in Qin Yan's hand with envy. That storage space was very large, much larger than his. City Lord, you haven't explained the matter of you stealing my grandfather's storage bag. Young Master Su immediately brought the topic back. Elder Su said coldly, 3-hand immortal monarch, if you don't return the storage bag, I'll really report it to the palace master. Qin Yan suddenly said, Elder Su, I've known the city lord for a long time. I previously promised to give him a storage magic treasure. Why would he take a fancy to your tattered storage bag? As he spoke, he took out a golden tiger head belt buckle and handed it to the 3-star city lord. He said, City Lord, this is for you. The 3-star city lord was startled because the belt buckle was very exquisite. He also liked the golden tiger head carved on it. He probed it and found that the space inside was also very large. It was the same as the blue jade pendant from before. The 3-star city lord said with a smile, Brother Qin, thank you very much. He knew that Qin Yan had deliberately lent it to him to help him out of his predicament and was not really giving it to him. Elder Su, take a look at the gift that little brother gave me. What do you think? The 3-star city lord handed over the tiger head belt buckle for Elder Su to inspect. Elder Su, Young Master Su, Lu Weigufei, and the others immediately used their mental power to investigate and immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. It was another storage magic treasure with a large internal space. Their eyes were burning as they looked at Qin Yan. Qin Yan actually had so many storage magic treasures with such a large space in his hands. Furthermore, he was casually giving them away. I already have such a good thing, why would I need to steal your trash? The 3-star city lord laughed heartily. No matter what, I will definitely get the palace master to investigate. Elder Su suffered a great setback and felt very uncomfortable in his heart as he coldly snorted. Lu Weigufei said coldly, Qin Yan, city lord. You guys worked together to swindle our things, hurry up and leave. Don't cause trouble here, otherwise I won't be polite. I'm from the Luyu clan, I'm not afraid of you. Louis Wei had ordered his guests to leave. It could be seen how angry he was. Qin said coldly, Louis Wei, back then you captured my friend brother Liang. I went to save him and was almost beaten to death by you. Fortunately, I successfully rescued him. I smashed your lonely flying building and stabbed your subordinate's bandit lair to teach you a lesson. At this moment, everyone understood why Louis Wei had provoked Qin. It turned out that there was such a thing in the dark. The three-star city lord sneered, the people of the Liu clan have always been like this. They think highly of themselves but they don't know that there is always someone stronger. Little brother Qin, you did well. You should teach this bastard a lesson. Qin suddenly took out the floating cloud rod. What are you doing? Are you going to fight? Louis Wei said angrily, don't think that just because the city lord is protecting you, I'm afraid of you. The three-star city lord said to Qin in a low voice, little brother Qin, don't hit people. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for me. Qin said with a smile, I don't hit people. After he finished speaking, his floating cloud rod suddenly became very thick and then suddenly became very long. The floating cloud rod that had become thicker and longer pierced through the ceiling of the first floor in an instant and even quickly penetrated upwards. In just a few blinks of an eye, the floating cloud rod that was tens of meters thick pierced through the entire Willow Moon Pavilion like a huge square pillar, causing many pieces to fall down. Everyone watched with wide eyes, they were so shocked that they couldn't say a word. Aya, my little rod suddenly lost control. I'm sorry, brother Liu. After Qin finished speaking, the floating cloud rod was suddenly absorbed into his nine-yang divine spirit. Everyone was dumbfounded, this Willow Moon Pavilion that had been built for many years was actually pierced through in an instant, creating a large hole. Qin looked at the three-star city lord and spread out his hands, I didn't fight. It was my rod that grew bigger by itself. It has nothing to do with me. F***CKU. I'm going to chop you up. Louis Wei roared angrily. His eyes were incomparably red and his face was filled with malevolence. Elder Su hurriedly pulled him back and prevented him from attacking Qin. Otherwise, the three-star city lord would find an opportunity to capture Louis Wei. Goodbye. Qin said with a smile and ran away in a flash. In an instant, he disappeared without a trace. I'm going to chase after him. Goodbye. The three-star city lord really went to chase after Qin. The three-star city lord caught up to Qin and brought him to the city lord villa. The two of them chatted and laughed as they drank in a small hall in the villa. Little brother Qin, your storage magic treasure is too good. I can't bear to return it to you. Although the three-star city lord said that, he still took out the tiger head buckle. If you like it, I'll give it to you. Qin said with a smile. The three-star city lord would definitely like a storage magic tool with a large space. After all, it could store a large amount of things at once. This was not something a few storage bags could compare to. However, the three-star city lord refused to accept the tiger head buckle, which surprised Qin. Although the three-star city lord had the title of three-hand immortal monarch, he did not have any bad intentions towards Qin, so Qin was very relieved. Qin said with a smile, City Lord, are you planning to steal it from me? The three-star city lord chuckled and said, I did have such an idea but you are not that kid surnamed Su. It won't be that easy to succeed. Did you really steal Elder Su's storage bag? Qin was somewhat surprised. He thought that the three-star city lord had been wrongly accused. Of course I stole it. That kid young master Su borrowed a big storage bag from his grandfather and showed it off all day in my three-star city. If I didn't steal it from him, I would be letting myself down. The three-star city lord laughed. Qin was also somewhat worried and said, City Lord, you are so strong, I'm really worried that you will attack me. The three-star city lord shook his head and said with a smile, don't be afraid. If I wanted to steal your things, I definitely wouldn't have brought you here. To tell you the truth, old Bear Yao told me to take care of you. In that case, I have to thank Senior Yao. Qin said with a smile and immediately toasted the three-star city lord. I also have to thank the city lord. The three-star city lord said, Little brother Qin, how about this, you sell that tiger head buckle to me. Don't take it out to auction, I'll give you a good price. It could be seen that he really liked the tiger head buckle storage magic tool. No problem, how much do you plan on buying it for? Qin said with a smile. 5 million silver crystal coins. The 3-star city lord said. Qin felt that this price was more suitable, but he did not need silver crystal coins right now, so he said, can you exchange it for 10 million sacred profound silver crystals? No problem. The 3-star city lord said with a smile, little brother Qin, what do you want me to do for you by giving me the tiger head buckle? I want to get rid of Louis Gu Fei and young master Su in the 3-star city. I only hope that you don't interfere. Qin said. Louis Gu Fei and young master Su also knew that Qin had his eyes on them. Therefore, when they went out, they would definitely be very cautious. It would not be easy to wait for them to leave the city. The 3-star city lord was somewhat surprised. Be it killing Louis Gu Fei or young master Su, it would cause a huge commotion, but Qin wanted to kill both of them at the same time. When he thought of what Qin had done before, he felt that it was nothing to fuss about. I can't. When I took over 3-star city, I signed a sole contract to manage this place well. If there is a private fight, as long as I know who did it, I must stop it and punish it. The 3-star city lord shook his head. Qin handed over the tiger head buckle and said, I will sell it to you for 10 million genes of sacred Xian silver crystals. The 3-star castellan smiled and said, all right, I'll bring you to get the sacred profound silver crystal right away. Qin immediately followed the 3-star city lord and arrived at a very tight basement. There, he took out 5 million kilograms of sacred mysterious silver crystals. 5 million kilograms of profound saint silver crystal sounded like a lot, but in reality, it was only 10 square silver crystals. They were all refined into crystals that were 1 meter tall and 1 meter wide. Each of them weighed 1 million kilograms. Qin had snatched several million kilograms before. Now, adding them up, he had about 15 million sacred mysterious silver crystals and 2 to 3 million silver crystal coins. This was enough for him to spend for a long time. City Lord, I should be very safe staying in 3-star city, right? Qin said. Although you broke through Willow Moon Pavilion, I guarantee that they definitely won't dare to do anything to you. The 3-star city lord patted Qin's shoulder and said with a smile, little brother Qin, you can stay here in peace. All right. Qin nodded and followed the 3-star city lord out of the tight basement. The city lord's villa is very spacious and there are not many people here. Qin randomly chose a place and released the floating cloud pagoda. He entered the floating cloud pagoda and arrived at the 20th floor. In the ancient garden, because of the change in the spatial laws, he was temporarily unable to contact the star god. I will refine some storage magic tools first. He wants to refine some storage bottles that can be connected to the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon. This way, as long as he puts a large amount of sacred mysterious silver crystals in the storage bottle, when needed, he can control the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon to absorb the saint power inside the storage bottle. He doesn't need to fill the cannon barrel. Furthermore, he wants to use saint oil to refine some cannonballs and then cannon arrows. These equipment can play a great role in times of crisis. He also plans to refine a teleportation jade pendant. Previously, he only used 500 kilograms of instant void immortal iron to refine instant void sacred pearl. And now, he plans to use 10,000 kilograms to refine a higher grade instant void sacred pearl. Of course, this means that he might need to consume 4 to 500,000 kilograms of sacred mysterious silver crystals. Consuming so many sacred mysterious silver crystals is something he didn't even dare to imagine before. And now, he has 5 million kilograms of sacred mysterious silver crystals. It is enough for the pill transformation heavenly furnace to absorb. If I consume several 100,000 kilograms of sacred mysterious silver crystals in one go, it seems like my 10 million kilograms of sacred mysterious silver crystals will be used up very quickly. Qin is planning the things he wants to refine. Although he has to refine many things, he is very interested in them. It is very safe inside the city master's villa. Qin can refine these things with peace of mind. He first refined teleportation talismans. He refined 5 of them. Then he began refining storage bottles. Each storage bottle consumes 1 instant void sacred pearl. He still has quite a few of them, so he can quickly refine 3 storage bottles. 1 to release cannonballs, 1 to release cannon arrows, 1 to release sacred mysterious silver crystals. And the saint oil is placed in the small black bottle. The small black bottle can be directly connected to the opening of the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion Cannon. Now, what made him somewhat depressed is that the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion Cannon can easily heat up. 9 Heavens Dragon Lion Cannon can absorb the saint oil in the small black bottle and spray out very hot saint flame. Combined with his nether sun flame, the flame has very strong melting power. It is also very good for refining and melting materials. But the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion Cannon cannot be used for long, it will have to cool down. The cannon barrel is too hot, he is worried that it will burn the runes. I can only contact Sister Star God and ask her to make something that can cool down. Xianxia said. You can ask Goddess Rujing, she is ice and snow goddess. Ask her to give you ice and snow goddess totem, won't it produce ice power? Then it will cool down very quickly. Ling Yunar giggled and said. Indeed. Xianxia also recalled that Xian Rujing still owes him ice and snow goddess totem. Xianxia has 4 dragon teeth, he took out one and smelted it, it will be used to refine cannon arrows. A very large dragon tooth is enough for him to refine 1,000 arrows. Dragon teeth are sacred dragon teeth, the arrows refined from them can penetrate some weak sacred tools. Together with arrow totem, the penetrating power is even stronger. Among them, 100 cannon arrows have sacred flame totem inside, moreover, there are saint oil and some sacred mysterious silver crystals inside the arrows. These cannon arrows are called sacred flame cannon arrows by Xianxia. After penetrating an enemy's body, the sacred flame totem can release sacred flame and ignite the saint oil. Finally, he began refining teleportation jade pendant, it is the most difficult and consumes the most. Teleportation talisman can only be used a few times, moreover, it can only be set to 1 teleportation point. The teleportation jade pendant Xianxia is refining now can be used many times. There is also a storage space inside it to store sacred mysterious silver crystals. One can directly absorb sacred power from the sacred mysterious silver crystals and use it as energy. Otherwise, every time he uses teleportation talisman, the consumption will be very large. He tossed and turned for several days and finally managed to finish it. His entire body is extremely tired. To melt that high-quality instant space sacred pearl, he used up a lot of saint oil. And the cannon barrel also cooled down several times. In order to refine the storage jade pendant, he used up more than 1 million sacred mysterious silver crystals. This is several 100,000 gene more than he estimated. This is not the most difficult thing for him, the most difficult thing is to carve space runes and space totem runes, as well as comprehend the best combination of space runes. The better the combination, the lower the consumption, the more points he can set. He spent 7 days to refine the jade pendant, it did not disappoint him, he can set up 10 teleportation points. I should be able to use it in the Immortal Desolate, right? Xianxia also felt that it can be used in the Immortal Desolate, so he spent a lot of effort to refine it. The storage space inside the jade pendant contains 1 million gene of sacred mysterious silver crystals, it is used to activate the teleportation jade pendant. I prepared very well. Even if Black Xiong Town has many heaven immortals protecting it, I can still make those young masters of Black Xiong Town complain to the heavens, hee hee. Xianxia refined so many things, not only for self-defense. He is being watched by the big shots behind Black Xiong Town, those big shots will not let him go, so he can't just sit and wait for death. Xianxia came out of the floating cloud pagoda and went to find the 3-star city lord. In order to refine those things, he stayed in the floating cloud pagoda for more than 10 days. The 3-star city lord is currently strolling around the villa, he is wearing a set of black clothes, the belt around his waist is very luxurious, there is a very domineering golden tiger head buckle in the middle of the belt. In the past few days, he often went out to show off his storage magic tool. City Lord, I pierced through the Willow Moon Pavilion, do they have any follow-up actions? Xianxia asked. The Willow Moon Pavilion has been repaired and the Willow Moon Clan's elders have also spread the word that they will gather the power of the Willow Moon Clan to deal with you. The 3-star city lord said with a smile, you shouldn't be afraid, right? Of course not. Xianxia said with a smile. The Willow Moon Clan has offered 10 million silver crystal coins as a bounty for you. Black Xiong Town has also offered 10 million, the Lin clan has offered 5 million and the Qing clan has offered 3 million. The three-star city lord said. Oh. So little. Qin curled his lips and said, aren't these guys looking down on people too much? The three-star city lord patted Qin shoulder and said with a smile, it's not a little. It's a lot. Oh right, old Bear Yao sent someone to send a message 2 days ago, asking me to bring you to the Yao family. He's waiting for you there. Qin frowned and said, why are we going to the Yao family? Did he tell you? The three-star city lord said, he said that his little granddaughter Yao Cici has some problems with her cultivation. He also said that you taught his little granddaughter to cultivate, so he wants you to go and take a look. All right. Qin nodded and said, but I don't know where the Yao family is. Yao family's evil father Qin boarded the three-star city lord's ship and entered the cabin. He asked, Cici should be in the War Immortal Academy. Why did she run back to the Yao family? A highly respected ancestor of the Yao family just broke through and became an immortal emperor. He wanted to celebrate, so the Yao family's people all went back. The three-star city lord laughed, so what if she broke through? Isn't the immortal power that can be released still limited to the heavenly immortal realm? It's useful to be able to go out in the future. Qin said with a smile. Go out? Who is willing to give us the pass to go out? The three-star city lord sighed, there are many resources in the ancient garden but we can't leave this broken place. When others go out, let them put you in their storage magic tool and bring you out. Qin said. The flying ship quickly flew up. The three-star city lord drank a mouthful of tea and said, it won't work. The storage magic tool of the ancient garden is different from the one in the immortal desolate. After going to the immortal desolate, the storage magic tool of the ancient garden can't be opened. Really? Qin is somewhat surprised. His 9-son divine spirit and a little black bottle can. Someone tried to bring people in from the outside. In the end, those people were placed in storage magic tools and couldn't be taken out. In the end, they could only run out and release them. The three-star city lord shook his head and said with a smile, it's the same to go out from here. Qin did not say that he had the pass and that he could refine many of them himself. He did not tell the three-star city lord because he was worried that if the three-star city lord knew, he would have other ideas and might even make a move against him. Before completely trusting the three-star city lord, Qin did not plan to reveal that he had many passes. The flying ship's speed is very fast as it flew high in the sky. Because it is the three-star city lord's ship, Qin can sit very steadily inside. Where is the Yao family? A 4-star city or a 5-star city? Can I go in? Qin asked. If it's a 4-star city or a 5-star city, forget about you, even I can't go in. The three-star city lord laughed. Ah? Why? Qin asked in shock. The three-star city lord looked middle-aged on the surface but he was the same as Zhao Daxiong and He Shouji, they were all retired old fellows of the Divine Tree Palace. He couldn't even enter the 4-star and 5-star cities. My contribution points have been emptied, and I have made some mistakes in the past. The 3-star castellan let out a long sigh and said, it's all been many years, let's not talk about it. Qin recalled Zhao Daxiong. He seemed to have made a mistake in the past. He said that he would never go to the Divine Tree Palace again. It's that serious. Qin had planned to let the 3-star city lord help him pass the message to Bing Xing but I still have spies in the Divine Tree Palace. I heard that you want to pass a message to the people of the Moon Palace, right? The 3-star city master laughed. Yes, is there a way? Asked Qin. Others don't have a way, but I do. Little brother Qin, don't worry. I will definitely help you contact the people from the Moon Palace and ask if they have any messages for you. The 3-star castellan said confidently. Qin said with a sigh, what happened to the people from the Moon Palace and the Divine Tree Palace? I heard that they were placed under house arrest. The 3-star city lord shook his head and said, I'm not sure about that. In short, the strength of those people from the Moon Palace is pretty good. They went to the Divine Tree Palace and destroyed the balance of the Divine Tree Palace. Now, they are also restricted inside. Qin had also heard that there were many factions within the Divine Tree Palace. Each faction restrained each other. As long as the Moon Palace joined one of the factions, it would break the existing balance. The Yao family was not located in any city. It was located next to a lake on the way from the 3-star city to the 4-star city. There were many tall black trees with thick trunks that were dozens of meters tall. They were close to each other and the treetops seemed to be glued together. They formed a huge circle, forming a wall that was 200 to 300 meters tall. The Yao family had built many houses within the tree wall. Moreover, they had also drawn in many small rivers from the lake. There were mountains and rivers inside. The environment was quite good. The 3-star city lord's ship landed in front of a large door. He did not fly in because it was the Yao family's territory. On the way here, Xianxia also understood the status of the Yao family. In the Divine Tree Palace, there were a total of 9 influential figures and an elder of the Yao family was one of them. In addition, there were people from the Su family and the Lin family. They each occupied a place. What surprised Xianxia was that one of the 9 great elders of the Divine Tree Palace was actually from the Willow Moon clan. As for the palace master of the Divine Tree Palace, he did not have his own power. All he had to do was to maintain the authority of the Divine Tree Palace. When someone invaded the Divine Tree Palace, they had to gather the power of the 9 great elders to resist. Yao Daxiong was already waiting for Xianxia at the door. When he saw Xianxia walk down from the flying ship, he hurriedly rushed over and pulled Xianxia, saying, "Quickly follow me." Before Xianxia could say goodbye to the 3-star city lord, he was pulled into the Yao family by Yao Daxiong. The 3-star city lord controlled the flying ship and flew away. Not long after, Xianxia was brought to a relatively large pavilion by Yao Daxiong and came to the 2nd floor. Yao Cixi was in a training room, sitting cross-legged on the ground. Her delicate and beautiful face was covered in sweat. Her eyebrows were tightly knitted, as if she was very tired. "What's wrong?" Xianxia walked over and asked. "Little Qin, I don't know why, but immortal power can't flow in my body. I can't absorb immortal power into my body either." Yao Cixi said anxiously, "Am I crippled?" Xianxia looked at Yao Daxiong. Yao Daxiong frowned and shook his head, "I don't know what's going on either. According to my investigation, many other kinds of energy have appeared in the large and small meridians in her body, causing serious blockages." "Senior Yao, are you unable to unblock those energies?" As Xianxia spoke, he squatted down and gently grabbed Yao Cixi's wrist. He injected his mental power into her to investigate. "No, I've tried many times but to no avail." Yao Daxiong said, "I don't know what's going on either. I even let our old ancestor try but he can't do it either. He's an immortal emperor." The Yao family's old ancestor had just broken through to immortal emperor, so the Yao family had gathered all the Yao family members to celebrate. Yao Cixi was very worried and whispered, "Little Qin, we can only rely on you." After Xianxia carefully probed, his expression gradually turned grave. He said, "Cixi, did you come into contact with anything before? The energy in your body was not created by you, someone deliberately created it in your body." After Yao Daxiong heard this, his expression suddenly changed. His sharp eyes are filled with swift and fierce killing intent. "Is this true? Someone wants to harm Cixi?" Yao Daxiong said in deep voice. "Yes, someone wants to harm Cixi. That kind of energy is very strange and very powerful, it's definitely not something an ordinary person can create." Xianxia looked at Yao Cixi and seriously asked, "Cixi, think carefully, have you ever come into contact with any bad people? Or something else?" Yao Daxiong's face is filled with killing intent, he paced back and forth in the cultivation room, his heart is filled with endless anger. Yao Cixi thought carefully for a moment, then shook her head and said, "No, I didn't come into contact with anything, I also didn't meet any bad people." Suddenly, a middle-aged man's voice came from outside, "Father, the old ancestor wants you to go over, it's urgent." "All right, I'll go now." Yao Daxiong responded and then let Xianxia continue to stay here, he hurriedly left. Xianxia carefully probed the strange energy in Yao Cixi's body and suddenly gave him a very familiar feeling. "Little Yun, this is very similar to Sister Qin's situation. The difference is that Sister Qin's soul is injured and Cixi's body is injured." Ling Yin'er said, "If you can't help her get rid of it, Cixi will be crippled. It's very different from Sister Qin's strange energy." Qin Yan said in his heart, but the effect is about the same. Ling Yin'er said, Sister Qin's situation is because it involves the soul, you can't act recklessly. And Cece's body is intact, that kind of energy is similar to immortal power, you can try to get it out. Just as Qin Yun was about to give it a try, someone suddenly came in. Father. Yao Cece looked at the handsome middle-aged man who opened the door and shouted softly. Cece, this person is that little Qin, right? The middle-aged man looked at Qin Yun with a smile. Yes, he is little Qin. Yao Cece nodded and then said to Qin Yun with a smile, Little Qin, he is my father, Yao Jinsong. He is very famous. Qin Yun looked at Yao Jinsong and said with a smile, Hello, Uncle Yao. Yao Jinsong's face suddenly sank and said, Qin Yun, I've heard about your matter. You have a bounty of tens of millions now. What is the purpose of a guy like you approaching my family's Cece? Father, what are you talking about? Yao Cece quickly got up. Cece, the sudden situation with your body must be his doing. Yao Jinsong said coldly. Yao Cece quickly stood in front of Qin Yun and said angrily, Father, little Qin was invited by grandfather to help me. You are not allowed to say that about him. He even gave me pointers in my cultivation and allowed me to advance by leaps and bounds. Grandfather also knows that. Yao Jinsong looked at Qin Yun and said with a sneer, Qin Yun, you deliberately guided Cece to cultivate to become a sage and then caused a problem with her body. Finally, you cured her. This way, Cece and my father will trust you even more, right? Qin Yun roughly guessed who did this to Yao Cece. It is very clear that it is Yao Jinsong. However, he still finds it hard to believe that Yao Jinsong actually did this to his daughter. His purpose is very clear, it is to lure Qin Yun over. He previously asked Yao Cece if any bad person had approached her. Yao Cece said no because she never thought that it was her father who did it. Cece, let's wait for your grandfather to come back first. Qin Yun pulled her hand. Let go of Cece's hand, don't touch her. Yao Jinsong said angrily. Yao Jinsong is a celestial immortal, Qin Yun is not his match, he also doesn't dare to act recklessly. Yao Cece is very angry, she delicately shouted, Father, little Qin is not a bad person, why are you like this? What do you know? Yao Jinsong waved his hand and released a wave of energy that pushed Yao Cece to the side. Yao Cece also vomited a mouthful of blood. Evil descendant Qin Yun landed on the ground and felt that his sternum was broken and his heart was about to be smashed. Yao Jinsong was a heaven immortal and his attack was very heavy. Someone defiled Cece, quickly capture this person. Yao Jinsong shouted. A group of people suddenly appeared nearby. The one leading them was a young man with eyes similar to Yao Cece's. That young man also looked similar to Yao Jinsong. He was Yao Cece's big brother, Yao Yunhui. Yao Yunhui and Lu Weigufei knew each other. Now that he suddenly appeared here, Qin Yun immediately understood many things. After Yao Yunhui saw Qin Yun, he rushed over with a sinister expression and started punching and kicking Qin Yun's head. Qin Yun was hit by Yao Jinsong's palm and his body was heavily injured. He was unable to quickly mobilize his power to defend. Yao Yunhui's cultivation was also not low. He was in the 7th or 8th stage of the Golden Immortal Realm. He used all his strength to attack Qin Yun while holding a short saber in his hand. In just a short moment, the ground had been cracked open. Moreover, Qin Yun's body was cracked. He was riddled with wounds and there were many ghastly cracks on his body. Qin Yun was also worried about Yao Cece, so he did not run. Otherwise, he would have run long ago when he saw Yao Jinsong was not right. At this time, he saw Yao Jinsong carrying the unconscious Yao Cece out. Yao Cece was actually knocked out by her evil father. Qin Yun, who was severely injured, was also tied up. Dad, how is Cece? Yao Yunhui walked over and asked anxiously. Fortunately, I came in time and stopped that fellow's atrocity. Sai, your grandfather is really muddle-headed. He actually let a wolf into the house and almost let Cece be defiled. Yao Jinsong said with a face full of resentment. At this time, the people nearby were also cursing the injured Qin Yun and Yao Yunhui continued to beat Qin Yun. Qin Yun did not faint. He was also enduring the incomparable anger in his heart. His blood-filled eyes looked fiercely at Yao Jinsong. He really did not expect that Yao Jinsong would be so ruthless as to attack his own daughter. He immediately understood that Lui Gufei must have colluded with this father and son to frame him. And the Lui clan will definitely give you great benefits. What are you doing? Yao Daxiong came back and shouted angrily. Yao Jinsong and Yao Yunhui were shocked to see Yao Daxiong return. They hadn't expected Yao Daxiong to return so quickly. Grandfather, how could you be so muddle-headed? You brought in a scoundrel like Qin Yun. He almost sullied Cici. Yao Yunhui hastily explained and then punched Qin Yun's face. However, just as his fist was about to land, Yao Daxiong grabbed it. Gotcha! Yao Yunhui's fist was crushed by Yao Daxiong, who let out a miserable howl. Father, what are you doing? It was clearly this brat who wanted to defile Cici. Fortunately, I arrived in time. Otherwise, Cici would be finished. Yao Jinsong said with a face full of fear. Give Cici to me. Yao Daxiong roared, releasing his aura, causing the ground to shake. The entire Yao family was shrouded by his roar, which showed how furious he was at this moment. Yao Daxiong was no fool. When he saw the situation in front of him, he immediately figured out the reason. He immediately thought that the reason why Yao Cici became like that was most likely because his scoundrel descendants colluded with outsiders to do it. Their goal was to lure Qin Yun here. Because Yao Daxiong once told his son that Yao Cici was able to smoothly cultivate and advance by leaps and bounds because of Qin Yun's guidance. After understanding all of this, Yao Daxiong became even more furious. Especially when he saw Qin Yun's seriously injured appearance, he felt incomparably guilty. He secretly cursed himself for being an idiot. He actually believed his own treacherous descendants twice. Yao Jinsong underestimated Yao Daxiong's trust in Qin Yun. He thought that he could deceive Yao Daxiong with just a few words. What Yao Jinsong doesn't know is that Yao Daxiong greatly admires Qin Yun in his heart. Because Yao Daxiong knows that Qin Yun's perception is extremely high and his potential is extremely great. Qin Yun's previous guidance allowed him to gain a lot. What's going on? An indistinct and aged voice came from the distance. Ancestor, this is my family's matter, I can handle it well. Yao Daxiong said. Ancestor, grandfather is senile, he led a wolf into the house and almost caused Cici to be destroyed by this scoundrel. Yao Jinsong also threw caution to the wind and shouted loudly. Unfilial son. Yao Daxiong furiously shouted, shut up. All of you, come over here and explain this matter clearly. The ancestor's tone also became a bit colder. Yao Daxiong looked at his two grandchildren with dense killing intent before snatching Yao Cici away. Yao Cici has fainted and blood is flowing out of the corner of her mouth. Yao Daxiong held Yao Cici with one hand and untied Qin Yun with the other. At the same time, he injected immortal power into Qin Yun to help him heal his injuries. Grandfather, quickly save little Qin, he's going to be beaten to death. Yao Cici suddenly opened her eyes and said in low voice. Cici, I'm fine. Qin Yun, who is severely injured, suppressed the anger in his heart and said softly. Yao Jinsong and Yao Yunhui coldly looked at Qin Yun. They are also somewhat worried because Yao Daxiong is very protective of Qin Yun. Not long after, the group of people arrived at the hall of a large house. At the head of the hall, a calm and composed white-clothed old man is sitting. This old man's eyes are closed and he is holding a sword in his hand. There is no wind inside the hall but the old man's long white beard is slowly fluttering, giving off the feeling of an otherworldly expert. This old man is precisely the Yao family ancestor. Ancestor. Yao Cici forcefully opened her eyes and lightly shouted. Qin Yun and Yao Cici, who are severely injured, are placed on separate chairs. Qin Yun is healing himself but he opened his eyes and looked at Yao Jinsong and Yao Yunhui who are sitting opposite him. His expression looks like he is looking at a dead person, he is looking at this ruthless and sinister father and son pair. Yao family ancestor walked out of his chair and arrived in front of Yao Cici. He released his power and probed Yao Cici's condition. Ancestor, you should already know about that Qin Yun's matter, right? He is the #1 enemy of Liu clan. Moreover, he offended Su family and Ling family, just now. Just now he wanted to kill Cici. Yao Jinsong shouted. No, he did not sully me. You scoundrel, you are lying. Yao Cici shouted with all her strength. A3. Ancestor, look. Cece was bewitched by Qin Yan's evil technique. Yao Yunhui shook his head and sighed. Yao Daxiong said in cold voice, shut up. Don't think that just because you are my descendant, I can't exterminate you. Yao Yunhui and Yao Jinsong also shut their mouths. Yao family ancestor did not say anything, he is silently healing Yao Cece. At this time, more and more Yao family people came in. Yao Jinsong and Yao Yunhui started talking about Qin Yan's matter to Yao family people, saying that Qin Yan wanted to sully Yao Cece. This caused a large group of Yao family people to angrily curse Qin Yan. Qin Yan saw that Yao Cece's complexion is gradually returning to normal, he secretly relaxed a lot. He can see that Yao family ancestor is a very patient person. Yao family ancestor suddenly said, Cece's body has Yao Jinsong's immortal power aura, moreover it is quite a bit. Was she injured by Yao Jinsong? It was that guy who wanted to rape Cece. I arrived in time and in a moment of desperation, I accidentally injured Cece. Yao Jinsong said. Yao Cece is very angry, she really did not expect that her father is such a bad person. Even though she often heard her grandfather talk about it, she never believed it. He is talking nonsense, he wanted to frame Xiaoqin. Yao Cece, who was weak, used all her strength to shout. Cece, you must have been bewitched by his evil technique, that's why you are speaking up for him. Yao Yunhui shook his head and said with sigh, everyone take a look, that Qin Yan's evil technique is very evil, he has bewitched Cece and grandfather. Qin Yan took a deep breath, although his body is injured, the power inside Nether Sun is still there. His 2 fingers suddenly condensed an incomparably frantic power. Everyone sensed the power and just reacted, they saw Qin Yan suddenly raise his hand and point at Yao Yunhui. Boom, an incomparably frantic energy burst out, piercing mountain, splitting earth. Finger landed on one of Yao Yunhui's eyes. Yao Yunhui's eye burst open and blood flowed out. Yao Yunhui's body was sent flying by the impact and crashed into the wall. Qin Yan's arm was originally injured, after using piercing mountain splitting earth finger, the injury became even more serious. Everyone is stunned. Even Yao Daxiong and Yao family ancestor are looking at Qin Yan in shock. No one had expected that a man covered in blood and with many wounds on his body would suddenly attack a very powerful golden immortal. Yao Yunhui covered his eye and screamed miserably. Luckily his cultivation is not bad, otherwise Qin Yan's finger attack would have exploded his head. Kill him. Yao Jinsong saw his son's eye exploded and furiously roared. Qin Yan's body suddenly released a vibration wave, he wants to teleport away. Wait. Yao family ancestor is astonished in his heart, he anxiously yelled, little friend, please wait. I will return your innocence. He can see that Qin Yan wants to leave because he can sense a very weak spatial fluctuation. Qin Yan stopped teleporting and said in cold voice, Yao family ancestor, you can't just talk and not do anything. If you want me to stay, you must do something. Yao family ancestor nodded his head, looked at Yao Jinsong and sent a slap through the air. Boom, Yao Jinsong's face was hit, a burst of loud sound rang out, his entire face has been smashed into pieces. Daxiong, keeping these treacherous and evil children alive is a scourge, do as you see fit. Yao family ancestor indifferently said. Yao Daxiong is startled, he also doesn't know why Yao family ancestor wants to keep Qin Yan and even injure Yao Jinsong. Ancestor. Father. Are you being bewitched? Yao Jinsong is panicking, his face is filled with fear. Yao Jinsong, Cece's head was hit by your palm power, moreover it was hit twice, you hit Cece's head twice, don't tell me this is also a mistake? Yao family ancestor said in cold voice, you are framing little friend Qin, I can see it with one look. Yao family people find this hard to believe. Yao Daxiong rushed over, slapped Yao Jinsong a few times and furiously said, unfilial son, what did you do to Cece? Why can't her immortal power circulate? Yao Daxiong is extremely furious, he really wants to kill this unfilial son Yao Jinsong with one palm strike but he can't. Because if Yao Jinsong dies, Yao Cece will be crippled forever. Yao Jinsong is the only person who can communicate with Lui Gufei, maybe he has an immortal pill that can expel the strange power. Yao family ancestor is helpless against the strange power inside Yao Cece's body, Yao Daxiong is also helpless. That is why he is very worried. Yao Jinsong saw that Yao Daxiong doesn't dare to continue attacking. He laughed loudly and said, "Old bastard, I knew you wouldn't dare. Cici, this little slut, was raised by you, you naturally won't cripple her." Ha ha ha. Yao family people present heard Yao Daxiong's words and became incomparably furious. Everyone knows that Yao Cici is a very good and lively little girl, she is very loved by the elders. But this Yao Jinsong is actually so ruthless towards Yao Cici, this is but his daughter. I will definitely kill you. Yao Daxiong's body is trembling in anger, smoke is coming out of his head. No matter what, I am still your son, you want to kill me? Yao Jinsong said with sneer, if you have the guts, then come. Yao Daxiong tightly clenched his fist, condensed a very strong immortal power but did not burst out. Yao Yunhui, who had one eye blown off, was also very pleased with himself at this moment. He covered his other eye and sneered, old bastard, if you want to help that little slut recover, you'll have to pay a huge price. Speak, what do you want in order to help Cici recover? Yao Daxiong said in deep voice. Yao family ancestor and other Yao family people did not say anything because this is Yao Daxiong's family matter. Moreover, it is useless for them to say anything. Yao Yunhui pointed at Qin Yun and said in cold voice, first chop off his arm, otherwise there is no need to talk. The injured Qin Yun is lying on a chair. Yao family ancestor has been pouring very strong immortal power into him, so his injuries are recovering very quickly. Moreover, he is sacred body, so his recovery is very good. Only on the surface he looks like he is riddled with scars. Yao Cici, who was at the side, was furious. Her father and brother kept calling her a little slut, and in order to deal with Qin Yun, they even plotted against her. Grandfather, you must not attack Xiao Qin. Even if I die, don't agree to any of those two bastards' requests. Yao Cici said resolutely. She suddenly pulled out a dagger from her waist and threw it at Yao Jinsong. Big villain, go to hell. This caused many members of the Yao clan to exclaim softly. Little slut, you're rebelling. Yao Jinsong opened the dagger with one palm and said with a sneer, I am your father after all. You actually want to kill your father? I don't have a father like you. Yao Cici shouted. Little slut, you are not father's biological son. You are a bastard. You are lucky to be born in the Yao family. Yao Yunhui coldly snorted. If this was true, then Yao Cici wasn't a member of the Yao family. After Qin Yun's injuries recovered a little, his arm suddenly trembled. Everyone felt a very berserk immortal power aura explode out. Qin Yun suddenly raised his arm and used exploding heaven finger to attack Yao Yunhui's head. Boom, he attacked again, catching everyone off guard. Yao Yunhui and Yao Jinsong are certain that no one would dare to attack them, so they are very proud of themselves. However, Qin Yun attacked again. Moreover, this time his immortal power is much stronger than before. Yao Yunhui's head was hit and immediately split open, flames splashed out. One finger exploded Yao Yunhui's head, it turned into sparks that flew everywhere. This scene caused everyone to feel very shocked. Even Yao Daxiong did not expect that Qin Yun would still be able to attack. Qin Yun was injured by Yao Yunhui. As long as there is an opportunity, he will not miss it. Yao Jinsong looked at his dead son and immediately roared in fury, Qin Yun, I will chop you into pieces. Impudent. Yao Daxiong's palm attacked Yao Jinsong's chest. Yao Jinsong vomited blood from the attack, the immortal power condensed on his body also dissipated. You guys, good, that little slut, don't even think about recovering. Yao Jinsong looked malevolently at Qin Yun and Yao Cici and shouted. I don't care. Yao Cici's expression is cold, she shouted, Grandfather, get rid of him. It's not that Yao Daxiong can't do it but he is worried that Yao Cici won't be able to recover. He looked at the Yao family ancestor. The Yao family ancestor said indifferently, Yao Jinsong sold his own daughter for benefits. Moreover, he has no respect for his elders, he even sold out his own father. This kind of person will definitely sell out the entire Yao family for his own selfishness in the future. He can't be left alive. Qin Yun said, I can cure Cici. Really? Yao Daxiong is somewhat happy. Qin Yun nodded, I was about to dispel the strange power but I was injured by Yao Jinsong. Yao Jinsong panicked and shouted, Father, don't listen to him. Only the Luyu clan's immortal pill can dispel the strange power. He can't do it. Liang Qin was also attacked by the Luyu clan, and in the end, she could only be dealt with by the immortal pill. Qin Yan said, Sister Qin's soul was invaded by the strange power and her soul was severely damaged. Cece's meridians were only invaded by the strange power. Her meridians are still intact, completely different from Sister Qin's situation. Moreover, these two kinds of strange power are completely different. Xiao Qin, I believe you. Yao Cece said. I also believe you. Yao Daxiong suddenly took out a saber and chopped down on Yao Jinsong. Yao Jinsong is in despair and fear. He let out a miserable scream and was torn apart by the saber energy that is filled with violent thunder. Yao Daxiong's face is filled with joy. Yao family people also cheered. The Yao family ancestor waved his hand at the other Yao family people and said in a clear voice, after you finish cleaning up here, you can go back. The Yao family people did not say anything regarding this matter. Because Yao Jinsong and Yao Yunhui's actions are too excessive. They colluded with outsiders and used their own people to threaten their own family members. If they were placed in any big family, they would be killed. Follow me, the Yao family ancestor supported Qin Yun and walked into the house. Yao Daxiong also carried Yao Cece and followed in. Qin Yun arrived at a very comfortable and bright cultivation room and is receiving treatment from the Yao family ancestor. And Yao Cece is also a lot better now. She is only unable to circulate immortal power, other aspects are very normal. Xiao Qin, I am really sorry, I made you suffer such heavy injuries. Yao Daxiong said very guiltily. Xiao Qin clearly came to help me but was seriously injured by those two bastards. Moreover, they deliberately used that strange power devil curse on me. Yao Cece said in a very sad manner. Cece, do you know how they used that kind of strange power on you? Qin Yan asked, you must be careful in the future, Luyu clan's method is really hard to guard against. Yao Yunhui gave me something to eat, it might have been done at that time. Yao Cece cursed in low voice, too hateful. Yao family ancestor said in deep voice, Luyu clan is too excessive. They actually used this kind of despicable method, moreover they used it in my Yao family. Yao Daxiong asked, Old ancestor, who was behind that Luyu Gufei? The person behind Luyu Gufei should be Elder Luyu's faction. Elder Luyu planted by Luyu clan in Divine Tree Palace is like a poisonous thorn, moreover, she often opposes our Yao family. Yao family ancestor said. Qin Yan recovered very quickly. Yao Daxiong and Yao family ancestor also know that he has cultivated very strong sacred body and they are very envious. Xiao Qin, did you want to teleport away before? Yao family ancestor asked with smile. Qin Yan can see that this Yao family ancestor is very good, otherwise he would not have been able to destroy Yao Yunhui's eyes. Yao family ancestor could have stopped him but he did not. I have teleportation talisman. Qin Yan said with smile, I want to teleport away. Yao Daxiong and Yao family ancestor are very amazed, they looked at each other in dismay. You. How many teleportation talismans do you have? If you have more, can you sell them? Yao family ancestor said with smile. I don't have many, only a few. If senior wants, I can sell 2 for 1 million sacred Xian silver crystals. Qin Yan said. Alright. Yao family ancestor is very excited. I also want one. Yao Daxiong said with smile. Qin Yan took out 2 teleportation talismans and explained how to use them. Then he collected 1 million sacred Xian silver crystals. This is simply an explosive profit. Teleportation talismans are very rare things in ancient gardens, they only exist in legends. Soon after, Qin Yan helped Yao Cece expel the strange power. He used Nether Sun's devouring ability and guided the strange power into his own Nether Sun to refine and expel it very quickly. Xiao Qin, if you have any cooperation in the future, you must come find us. Yao family ancestor said with smile, we will surely have a very happy cooperation. Qin Yan thought for a while and said, I can get an ancient garden pass, do you want to go to Immortal Desolate? Of course. Yao Daxiong and Yao family ancestor are very excited. They believe Qin Yan's words very much because Qin Yan has a large space storage magic tool, as well as a teleportation talisman. they are all things related to space. I need to contact Guanghan Palace's people. Qin Yin said again. Alright, I will help you pass the message. But it will take a bit of time. Yao family ancestor said again. Qin Yin took out a communication talisman, handed it over to Yao family ancestor and said, just give this talisman to Guanghan Palace's Bing Xing. Alright. Yao family ancestor said with smile, then about the matter of the pass, rest assured, you will definitely be able to afford it. I can even give it to 2 seniors, but the premise is that I need to contact my friends from Guanghan Palace, I need their help. Qin Yin said. Alright. Yao family ancestor just became a mortal emperor but is restricted, so he wants to go to Immortal Desolate to take a stroll. Cici, you go back to War Immortal Academy first, I will go find you and Sister Qin later. Qin Yin held a teleportation jade pendant and said expressionlessly, I want to go back to 3-Star City and give Liu Gufei a pleasant surprise. Yao Cici nodded. Qin Yin also suddenly disappeared and teleported away. Make a swift attack. Qin Yin had previously set up a teleportation point in the 3-Star City Lord's villa. After he teleported back, the 3-Star Castellan had yet to return. The sky was bright and the streets were deserted. Even the bustling Willow Moon Pavilion didn't have many people. It's great that the City Lord is not here. The reason why Qin Yin was in a hurry to return was because he wanted to get rid of Liu Gufei as much as possible before the 3-Star City Lord returned. If the 3-Star City Lord was here, because he had signed a soul contract, he had to look after 3-Star City. If he knew that Qin Yin was killing people here, he would definitely take action. Qin Yin used invisibility and flew above the desolate market. He muttered in his heart, it's broad daylight, is Liu Gufei in the Willow Moon Pavilion? If Willow Gufei wasn't in the Willow Moon Pavilion, then he could only destroy the Willow Moon Pavilion and not kill Willow Gufei. What reassured him was that when he neared Willow Moon Pavilion, he could sense Willow Gufei's aura. That guy is actually on the roof. Qin Yin looked at the balcony of Willow Moon Pavilion. Willow Gufei and a few young masters are chatting and laughing together. Even in broad daylight, Liu Gufei is so happy. Furthermore, he did not go to rest. This made Qin Yin very curious about what he was so happy about. After Qin Yin quietly approached, he heard Liu Gufei say with a smile, this time I will definitely be able to capture Qin Yin. Are you sure that Qin Yin went to Yao family? Young Master Wang asked. Of course I'm sure. Someone saw the 3-handed City Lord's ship fly out. The informant in the City Lord's villa told me that Qin Yin boarded that ship and is definitely going to the Yao family. Liu Gufei said with certainty. If that's the case, then that's great. Yao Jinsong and Yao Yunhui will definitely not disappoint us. Young Master Su said with a smile. Playing dirty with me, Qin Yin is still too inexperienced. Liu Gufei laughed loudly and said, it won't be long before we can go to Yao family and capture Qin Yin. By the way, how much damage did the crafty power curse you gave Yao Yunhui do to Yao Cici? Young Master Su asked. The damage is huge. Even if she eats my elixir, it will take at least 10 years for the strange force to be completely removed. Hee. Yao Cici will definitely be crippled for at least 10 years. Willow Gufei laughed as he drank his tea. He immediately took out the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon and loaded the sun-suppressing divine arrows into the cannon barrel. Bastard, trying to play dirty with me? You've never died before, right? Qin Yin activated the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon storage bottle and released the Saint Mysterious Silver Crystals. Saint Power. What infuriated Qin Yin the most was Liu Gufei implicating Yao Cici. The barrel of the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon had become very hot after absorbing a large amount of holy power. The holy energy poured into the sun-suppressing arrow, creating a very strong thrust, causing the sun-suppressing arrow to explode and fly out. The sun-suppressing divine arrow shot out like a beam of light, instantly hitting Willow Gufei. Solitary Willow reacted very quickly. He knew that something was shooting at him, but he was still shot in the abdomen. His body was penetrated, and a large hole appeared in his abdomen. Under Qin Yin's control, the sun-suppressing divine arrow flew back. Someone come! Liu Gufei anxiously shouted. Qin Yin held the floating cloud rod in his hand and floated above the Willow Moon Pavilion. He ruthlessly smashed the thick square-shaped rod down. Rumble, the floating cloud rod erupted with fierce and berserk golden immortal power. In the blink of an eye, the top few floors of the Willow Moon Pavilion were destroyed. The people in the Willow Moon Pavilion all fled. As for those few young masters, they were all on the roof earlier. When they saw Solitary Willow Yu being hit by the arrow, they immediately fled without saying a word. Solitary Willow Yu, who was hit by the arrow, did not have anyone to help him escape. He was directly smashed by the huge rod. Even though he is a 6th-level golden immortal, his body was smashed by the floating cloud rod and he found it hard to resist. Solitary Willow Yu did not die. He is currently in the ruins of the top floor of the Willow Moon Pavilion. He is shocked and terrified. He originally thought that Qin Yun went to the Yao family, so he did not take any precautions. Qin Yun's sudden appearance here caught him by surprise. Solitary Willow Yu is very puzzled because the 3-star City Lord's ship has not returned yet, but Qin Yun has. Solitary Willow Yu, in order to obtain Brother Liang's storage jade pendant, you captured him and beat him up. I went to save him and you almost killed me. Later, you even attacked Cici. Qin Yun raised the huge floating cloud rod and smashed it down once again. Rumble, the huge floating cloud rod smashed down as if it was breaking dry weeds and smashed rotten wood. It even erupted with a vibrating power. The fierce might is world-shaking. The entire Willow Moon Pavilion was hit by the rod and immediately shattered. A large amount of debris flew everywhere. And after Solitary Willow Yu's body was directly hit, it split open and vomited blood. Qin Yun used his powerful mental power to lock onto Solitary Willow Yu, who was struggling at death's door. He quickly swooped down and the floating cloud rod that had shrunk down fiercely stabbed at Solitary Willow Yu's head. Bang! The floating cloud rod shook and the Heavenly Dao's ferocious power erupted. The surging immortal power swept up a gale and scattered a large amount of debris in all directions. Willow Yu Gufei was torn into pieces and died a horrible death. After Qin Yun stored Solitary Willow Yu's remnant soul into the soul-sealing pearl, he sensed several powerful heavenly immortal energy rushing over. He used invisibility technique and immediately concealed his entire body's aura. Then he flashed into the thick smoke. Such a huge commotion shook the entire quiet 3-star city. The people who were resting were awakened by the commotion and ran out one after another. Very quickly, the news of Willow Moon Pavilion being destroyed and Solitary Willow Yu's death spread throughout the entire city. In broad daylight, the entire 3-star city is in an incomparably bustling state. Someone from the Willow Yu clan was killed again and even the Willow Moon Pavilion was destroyed. And this was all done by Qin Yun. Young Master Su and the other young masters floated in the air and looked down at the ruins of the Willow Moon Pavilion. They all felt a lingering fear. Just now, they escaped very quickly. If they were any slower, they would have been killed. The few heavenly immortals of the Willow Yu clan were in the vicinity of the Willow Moon Pavilion's villa earlier. However, by the time they arrived, it was already too late. Qin Yun had already killed Solitary Willow Yu and escaped. Young Master Su cursed in a low voice, "This damned Qin Yun, he really comes and goes like a ghost. This time, he has completely angered the entire Willow Yu clan." Everyone looked around the ruins of the Willow Moon Pavilion. The Willow Moon Pavilion was a very luxurious restaurant. It was very famous and no one had ever dared to cause trouble in the Willow Moon Pavilion. But now, not only did someone cause trouble, he even destroyed the Willow Moon Pavilion and killed the boss. Just as young Master Su was about to fly away, a golden light suddenly flew over from afar. It was a long arrow, sacred fire cannon arrow refined by Qin Yun. Qin Yun only hid nearby and did not go far. Young Master Su wanted to snatch Liang Qin's immortal martial spirit. How could Qin Yun let him go? The sacred fire cannon arrow flew over and the incomparably sharp arrowhead pierced through young Master Su's body. The sacred oil inside the arrow was ignited and in an instant, it was ignited with sacred fire. Ah! Young Master Su only let out a miserable scream before his body was burned into a ball of flame and fell to the ground. Everyone was alarmed. Young Master Su, who was not weak, was actually killed in front of everyone's eyes from afar. The person who killed young Master Su. Obviously, it was Qin Yun. Another group of influential figures died. They were quite famous and they were also killed by Qin Yun. The other young masters were scared out of their wits and immediately fled in all directions in panic. The heaven immortals present followed the trajectory of the arrow to chase after Qin Yun. Qin Yun had already flown away and was flying towards Blackxiong town. 4 hours later, the three-star city lord returned. When he found out that Qin Yun had destroyed the Willow Moon Pavilion and killed Lui Gufei and young Master Su, he was quite shocked. This guy is really too reckless. How did he come back early? Wasn't he at the Yao family? The three-star city lord was very puzzled. Because he was not in the city at that time, he did not take action. It was none of his business. Lui Gufei and young Master Su were killed, causing the Su family and the Willow Moon clan to be furious. They all increased the bounty. They all offered 50 million silver crystal coins to capture Qin Yun. At night, the three-star city lord paced back and forth in the hall with a serious expression. Because such a big thing had happened in his three-star city and he could not do anything about it. One had to know that everyone in the city knew about his relationship with Qin Yun. Late at night, Yao Daxiong suddenly came. When the three-star city lord saw Yao Daxiong, he hurriedly walked up and asked, "Old Bear Yao, what exactly happened? Isn't Qin Yun at your Yao family?" "It's a long story, I'll tell you slowly." After Yao Daxiong sat down, he began to talk about Yao Cici's death. The three-star city lord was also very angry when he heard this. He cursed in a low voice, "That bastard Lui Gufei, he really deserves to die. He actually dared to attack that little girl Cici. That's why little brother Qin was in a hurry to come back. But he only said that he wanted to teach Lui Gufei a lesson. I didn't expect that he would directly smash the Willow Moon Pavilion, kill Lui Gufei and even kill young Master Su." Yao Daxiong was also very shocked when he found out about what Qin Yun had done in Three-Star City. "How did he get back before me? You haven't said it yet." The three-star city lord was very puzzled. "I set off very early. He stayed in your Yao family for so long, it's impossible for him to run ahead of me so quickly. He has a teleportation talisman and came back in the blink of an eye." Yao Daxiong chuckled and said, "He sold me one." As he spoke, he took it out and showed it off. The three-star city lord's face was filled with jealousy as he said uncomfortably, "I want one too." "How many silver crystal coins did you buy it for?" 1 million Saint Profound silver crystals for two, one for me and one for the old ancestor." Yao Daxiong said happily, "You don't have it, right? Little brother Qin is really something. Why didn't you tell me that you had such a good thing?" The three-star city lord curled his lips and said, "Who asked you to have 3 hands? He was afraid that you would set your sights on him." As Yao Daxiong spoke, he looked at his tiger head buckle and said, "He already sold you a storage magic treasure with a large space, are you still not satisfied? Old Bear Yao, the next time you see him, ask him to sell me a teleportation talisman." The three-star city lord laughed. "Sacred flame burning black hero." The three-star city lord spread out his hands and said, "That's easy. I just need to not see him. You can be the middleman." "Alright, I'll talk about it when I see him." Yao Daxiong said, "Oh right, did you succeed in sending the letter to the people from Guanghan Palace last time?" "No." Speaking of this matter, the three-star city lord's face was gloomy. He shook his head and said, "My friends in the Divine Tree Palace are unable to get close to the people from Guanghan Palace and no one knows where they are hidden." Yao Daxiong frowned and said, "It's really strange. Our Yao family doesn't know where the people from Guanghan Palace are hidden." The three-star city lord said, "It was the palace master who invited the people of Guanghan Palace to the Divine Tree. Many of the secret rooms in the Divine Tree are controlled by the palace master. We can't go to the highest area." "Did the palace master hide them?" "This is difficult, the palace master rarely shows his face." Yao Daxiong sighed. "Let's do our best." The three-star city lord patted Yao Daxiong's shoulder. Suddenly, someone shouted from outside, "City Lord, Elder Su and Elder Lu, you seek an audience." The three-star city lord said, "Invite them in." Not long after, Elder Su and Elder Lu arrived. They were both elders of the Divine Tree Palace. They had high positions and were also very strong. Now that something like this had happened, the first thing they did was to look for the three-star city lord. When they arrived and saw Yao Daxiong here, their expressions changed. Elder Su said angrily, 3 hands, what kind of city lord are you? You actually allowed others to kill people indiscriminately in the city. Hey, I didn't condone it. I just happened to go out at that time. The 3-star city lord stood up and said angrily, the reason why this happened was all because of you. What does it have to do with us? It was clearly Qin Yun who did it. Elder Su said angrily, I lost a grandson. Elder Su, you were the first to have designs on Liang Qinshan's martial spirit, right? I warned you before, the consequences of having designs on that immortal martial spirit are very serious. Yao Daxiong sneered and said, as for Liu Gufei, even if Qin Yun didn't kill him, I would have killed him. Yao Daxiong stood up, his tone furious as he spoke about how Liu Gufei had acted against Yao Sisi, leaving Elder Liu speechless. Liu Gufei colluded with a traitor of my Yao clan to harm my little granddaughter. I will make this matter public. Yao Daxiong said angrily to Elder Liu, your Liu clan, don't be so arrogant. Don't think you're invincible in the ancient garden. The 3-star city master sneered, Willow Moon clan, you should reflect on your actions. From the moment Liu, Su Gao, and the others were killed, it was you who provoked them first. Qin Yun is a very easy person to get along with. Look at him, he even gave me a very exquisite storage magic treasure. While mocking Elder Liu and Elder Su, he did not forget to flaunt his storage Dharma treasure, which made Elder Liu and Elder Su furious. I don't care if our Liu clanspeople are in the wrong or not. In short, Qin Yun killed our Liu clanspeople and destroyed our Liu pavilion. The one in the wrong is him. Elder Liu finished speaking and left in anger. Elder Su had nothing else to say. He could only angrily leave the city master villa. When Yao Daxiong saw the 2 elders leave, he said with a sneer, these 2 still don't know how powerful Qin Yun is. Old Yao Xiong, that little brother Qin is really strange. He single-handedly did so many great things. Even I admire him. The 3-star city master said. Isn't that so? This is simply a strange person. Yao Daxiong said, I think the main thing is that the equipment in his hands is very strong. The 3-star city master nodded and said, that long and short stick in his hand is really too powerful. Furthermore, it can hide inside. Yao Daxiong said with a frown, I suspect that little brother Qin might be a very brilliant inscription master. Teleportation talisman, storage magic treasure and the powerful equipment in his hands were all refined by him. I think so too. The 3-star city master revealed a look of shock and said, looks like we have to think of a way to investigate little brother Qin's background. He must be an awesome person in the Immortal Desolate. There are many people from the Immortal Desolate who have been invited by the people of the 3 palaces and 6 sects. If we go and inquire, we should be able to find out. Yao Daxiong said with a smile. Leave it to me to investigate. There are often large ships from other sects coming and going from the 3-star city. I'll ask them to help me investigate, the 3-star city master said with a smile. Qin Yun succeeded in the 3-star city and felt incomparably happy. He finally got rid of Liu Gufei and young Master Su, the 2 fellows who were thinking about Liang Qin. Especially Liu Gufei, Qin Yun hated him the most. The current Qin Yun is fearless because the people in the ancient garden are not as powerful as he imagined. Especially in terms of equipment, they are relatively backward. As long as he doesn't encounter a very strong expert or those powerful traps and formations, no one can do anything to him. I wonder how Sister Bingxing and the others are doing. Qin Yun is very worried because he feels that the matter of Bingxing and the others being invited to the Divine Tree Palace is not simple. The 3-star city master and Yao Daxiong have not made any progress for so many days. Ling Yun'er said, Xiao Yun, I feel that there are people inside the Divine Tree Palace who want Sister Bingxing and the others to help with something. Furthermore, they want to do it secretly. Qin Yun's goal is the Sun Spirit. He doesn't know how to find the Sun Spirit and the only possibility is to wait for Lui Shuyan to come down. After Lui Shuyan's moon martial spirit was carved with the moon totem, she flew up to the mysterious golden moon. If she could come down, she might be able to find out something. Many legends in the ancient garden are related to the mysterious golden moon. And the most popular legend is about the golden moon and the sun spirit. Even if I know where the sun spirit is, it won't be easy to obtain it. So I'll have to become stronger first. Qin Yin flew towards Black Xiong town. Black Xiong Town had placed a bounty on him and they even treated him as their #1 enemy. Therefore, the few big shots behind Black Xiong Town and the few young masters are Qin Yan's targets. Therefore, he must do something in Black Xiong Town to intimidate his enemies. These guys are used to being arrogant and no one dares to provoke them here. If I suddenly go and torment them now, they won't know how to deal with me. Qin Yan sneered in his heart. Black Xiong Town is just ahead. The sky is about to brighten. After Qin Yan entered Black Xiong Town, he strolled on the streets. News of the 3-star city has yet to reach here, so the defense here is very lax. After he killed Liu Ge, he immediately flew to Black Xiong Town. Although there are others rushing over, their speed is not as fast as his. This Black Xiong Town actually dares to place a bounty on me. It's fine if they place a bounty on me, but the silver crystal coins are so low. Qin Yan is currently standing on the top floor of a tall building. In Black Xiong Town, the taller the building, the higher the status of the boss. The building that Qin Yan is in is the tallest one. The boss is definitely one of those young masters. He took out the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon, stood in the middle of the building and shot down. Boom, what he shot out was a cannonball refined from holy oil. The cannonball turned into a huge fireball that was incomparably hot. With an impact force, it charged down from the top, piercing through dozens of floors to the bottom, where it burned with intense flames. Qin Yan also landed from that hole. When he landed, he would go through every floor. He released his powerful mind power and took everything he saw. He took away many big cabinets in a short time. What annoyed him is that the big cabinets are very light, which means there are not many sacred Xian silver crystals and silver crystal coins in them. There are also old men at the Heaven Celestial stage in the building, but they don't see Qin Yan. Qin Yan landed from that hole, took away many big cabinets, and left smoothly. At this time, all the Heaven Celestial stage powerhouses in Black Xiong Town are alarmed. Because in a short time, a building has been robbed. Qin Yan immediately went to another building and found that there is an old man at the Heaven Celestial stage guarding the top floor. Qin Yan, who is invisible, took out the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon and shot at that building. The holy oil fire cannonball is shot out. The scorching flames can quickly burn through the walls and fall into the building. Boom, under the control of Qin Yan's mind power, the cannonball suddenly exploded. The holy oil inside the cannonball is completely ignited. The fierce golden holy fire is burning, and there is red lightning, which is the power of the flood dragon blood. I don't want to rob, I will just destroy your stupid building. Qin Yan sneered in his heart. The holy oil cannonball shot by the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon doesn't need to absorb the holy power of the sacred Xian silver crystals, so the cannon barrel won't heat up quickly, so he can fire many cannonballs in a row. The sky is getting darker and darker. Black Xiong Town is in a mess. Many people are running away. They all know that Qin Yan is here. Black Xiong Town has put a bounty on Qin Yan's head. Now that Qin Yan is here to seek revenge, Black Xiong Town can't do anything about it. Boom. Boom. Boom, in the dark night, Black Xiong Town is constantly rumbling. Sometimes, there is a fire that rises to the sky, illuminating the sky. Inside Black Xiong Town, many buildings were blasted apart. Golden sacred flames raged and spread throughout Black Xiong Town. In a short period of time, more than 10 buildings are exploding. The fire is spreading rapidly, burning a large number of buildings. And those old men of the Heaven Celestial stage are like headless flies, they don't know where Qin Yan is. Along with the sound of explosions, the buildings are cracked by the golden fire. Black Xiong Town is completely covered by the holy fire. Black Xiong Town is covered by the holy fire. The people who were originally in Black Xiong Town are now floating in the sky outside, feeling the terrifying holy fire and exclaiming. At this time, some people from the 3-star city arrived. They came to pass on the news that Willow Moon Pavilion has been destroyed. But after arriving, they heard even more shocking news. Black Xiong Town has been destroyed, and it was done by Qin Yan. Qin Yan tried to use the cannonballs to attack those old men of the Heaven Celestial stage, but he didn't succeed. After all, the Heaven Celestial stage is very strong. The old men of the Heaven Celestial stage are now very vigilant. Even if he used the cannonballs and a large number of sacred Xian silver crystals, it would be difficult to kill them. Qin Yan doesn't want to waste resources. After destroying and burning Black Xiong Town, he shouted from afar, "Black Xiong Town looks down on me, Qin Yan. I will only offer a bounty of 10 million silver crystal coins. This is the price for looking down on me." After saying that, Qin Yan quickly retreated and flew to the two-star city. He wants to go to the War Immortal Academy to find Liang Qin and Yao Sisi. And the people near Black Xiong Town are suddenly boiling. Sun Spirit Clue's Black Dauntless Town had been destroyed by a single person. The celestial immortals guarding Black Dauntless Town were helpless. They could only watch helplessly as Black Dauntless Town was destroyed. All kinds of sensational events have happened one after another. The 5 cities around the Heaven Supporting Tree are all discussing this matter. 4-star cities and 5-star cities are not worried that Qin Yan will go there and cause trouble because there are restrictions on entering these cities. Luyu clan and Divine Tree Palace elders are the most furious because Qin Yan has affected their interests and brought them great losses. Especially Luyu clan, their clansmen have been killed in public one after another and they still haven't captured Qin Yan. It can be said that they have lost all their prestige. War Immortal Academy, Yao Sisi and Liang Qin are inside a cultivation room. Their jade palms are tightly pressed together and a piece of sacred mysterious silver crystal is placed behind them. They are absorbing the sacred power inside the sacred mysterious silver crystal and cultivating together. Sun and Moon Heart Sutra can not only be cultivated with men, it can also be cultivated with women, but it is not as fast as with men. After cultivating for a period of time, they also stopped. Progress is very fast. I wonder how little Qin and Sister Shuyan are doing now. Especially little Qin, he always does such scary things. Yao Sisi said very worriedly. Don't worry about little Qin, he will be fine. Liang Qin said with smile, we should quickly become stronger, only then can we stand out and smoothly become core disciples of Divine Tree Palace. Then we can obtain even more contribution points. Yao Sisi slightly nodded and said, Sister Qin, little Qin has helped us a lot and let us step onto the path of Saint Cultivation. We can't let him down. Of course. Liang Qin said with smile. The sacred power inside the sacred mysterious silver crystals on their backs has been completely absorbed and turned into ordinary crystals. After exchanging for sacred mysterious silver crystals, they were just about to cultivate when they sensed an aura fluctuation. They are currently in the sky garden of Din He Shoji, inside the cultivation room of the pavilion in the garden. This place is very safe, but now they sensed someone entering the cultivation room. Because Liang Qin's immortal martial spirit has sacred fire totem, she knows her situation and is very vigilant. Heh. Qin Yan suddenly appeared and said with a smile, not bad, you know I'm approaching. Little Qin. Liang Qin and Yao Sisi cried out in surprise. Their beautiful faces were filled with joy. Qin Yan came here quietly. Even He Shoji did not know that he was here. I'm here. Let's cultivate together. Qin Yan said with a smile. Where's Sister Shuyan? Yao Sisi asked. Shuyan. She went to Golden Moon. I don't know how she is now. Qin Yan said with frown. He was secretly annoyed that he did not give Liu Shuyan a communication talisman, otherwise, they might have been able to contact each other. He went to the Golden Moon? Liang Qin was surprised. She should be fine. Qin Yan is very worried about Liu and Shuyan. Because Liu Shuyan gave him a very special feeling, this feeling is hard to describe. Liang Qin said, let's quickly cultivate together. Become stronger, with formidable power, everything will be fine. Yao Sisi said with smile, little Qin, you destroyed Black Xiong Town and still so easily cultivated together with us. You are truly something. Liang Qin also said with charming smile, those guys must have been jumping up and down everywhere to find you. Qin Yan laughed and said to Yao Sisi, Sisi, what kind of immortal martial spirit do you have? Me? Earth martial spirit. Yao Sisi pouted and mumbled, a very poor martial spirit. Not bad, I will help you modify it. Qin Yan took out the floating cloud divine needle and said with smile, I will help you carve totem runes. Ah? Carve totem runes? Yao Sisi opened her mouth in amazement and looked at Liang Qin. Cici, my sacred fire totem was made by little Qin. Liang Qin said with smile, quickly cooperate with little Qin, let him help you. Yao Cici is very excited and happy, she immediately released her immortal martial spirit. Qin Yan carved flower totem and tree totem on it and then let Liang Qin teach her how to use them. Then Qin Yan took out a large piece of sacred Xian silver crystal and began cultivating together with the two women. With Qin Yan joining them, Yao Cici and Liang Qin are very happy because this will allow them to cultivate even faster. Liu Gufei was killed, Liu Pavilion was destroyed, young Master Su was also killed by Qin Yan, and then Black Xiong Town was burned down. This series of events caused all the major powers to increase the bounty on Qin Yan. The person behind Black Xiong Town has already increased the bounty to 100 million silver crystal coins. Liu clan also offered 100 million. Su family offered 50 million, they all know that this is useless because Qin Yan is not that easy to capture. At most, it will only give Qin Yan some pressure. Now, many powerful celestial immortals want to obtain this bounty, they all used their connections to find Qin Yan. Many people guessed that Qin Yan is in War Immortal Academy. Therefore, War Immortal Academy students are very diligent during this period of time, searching everywhere for traces of Qin Yan. Everyone's guess is very accurate, Qin Yan is in War Immortal Academy and he is cultivating with the two beauties. A large group of people outside are working hard to search for Qin Yan everywhere. But he is cultivating leisurely. If those people knew about this, they would definitely curse his mother in anger. Qin Yan has caused so many troubles, but he is still very safe, mainly because he is very capable, not to mention making friends with powerful people. Moreover, teleportation talismans are heaven-defying things that can allow him to escape in times of danger. Because he has caused so many troubles, Qin Yan planned to cultivate for a period of time, this will also allow things to calm down. At the same time, he can also wait for news from the Yao family and the three-star city lord, they are helping to contact the people from Moon Palace. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. Qin Yan's cultivation is very smooth, he is already in the 6th level of the Golden Immortal Realm. What makes him a little distressed is that the consumption of sacred Xian silver crystals is too much, nearly 10 million sacred Xian silver crystals in a month. Because he can quickly break through, He Xiaoji helped Yao Cici produce a lot of sacred Xian silver crystals, 5 million genes. Qin Yan can already feel the shortage of sacred Xian silver crystals. Originally, he thought that with more than 10 million, it would be enough for him to use for a long time. However, as he cultivated, he realized that in the process of sacred cultivation, he needed to absorb a lot of sacred power. Just as he was thinking about how to get more sacred Xian silver crystals, his communication talisman suddenly vibrated. He, who was in the secret room, immediately stopped cultivating, told Yao Cici and Liang Qin to wait, then took out the communication talisman. Back then, he entrusted the Yao family to think of a way to give another communication talisman to Bingxing. Now that the communication talisman has a reaction, it means that they have already done it. Qin Yan poured his mind into the communication talisman and felt that the consumption of mental power is relatively large. Using communication talisman in an ancient garden consumes a lot of mental power. Xiaoyun. Bingxing's voice came, I heard about what happened outside, are you safe now? Of course I'm safe. Qin Yan immediately replied, what about you? I heard that you were placed under house arrest, what happened? We're fine. We're at the top of this divine tree with the divine tree palace master. She's a very good old granny. Bingxing said, by cultivating here, we can absorb a lot of Golden Moon's power. That kind of power is very beneficial to the disciples of our Guanghan Palace. That's good. Qin Yan finally felt relieved and asked, what's going on with the Golden Moon? It's a long story. Xiaoyun, the divine tree palace master has clues about the Sun Soul. She wants to use clues to exchange with you. Bingxing said. How do we exchange? Qin Yan knew that the boss of the 3 palaces and 6 sects definitely knew clues about the Sun Soul. She wants 100 passes. Bingxing said, during this period of time I had Ling Long, Feng Jin and Ilan refine many passes. You only need to carve runes on them. Alright, exchange with her. Qin Yan nodded. He also wanted to find the Sun Soul as soon as possible. I'll have Ling Long and the Divine Tree Palace Master look for you. Where are you? Bingxing asked. Just let them come to the War Immortal Academy to find the dean. Qin said with a smile, Sister Bingxing, I knew you wouldn't disappoint me. Thank you. You're welcome. Bingxing's cold voice carried a hint of gentleness as she warned, you have to be careful. If you need help, contact me at any time. Qin has been in the ancient garden for so long, he finally came into contact with clues about the Sun Soul. This was also achieved with the help of Bingxing and the others. Got it. Qin nodded and said, Sister Bingxing, you must take advantage of this opportunity to fish for some sacred Xian silver crystals. Bingxing said with a smile, don't worry, we took advantage of this opportunity to exchange a lot. It's just that it's a bit troublesome and not easy to bring back. I can refine storage magic tools. I'll teach Sister Linglong and have her bring them back to you. Qin said. That's great, however, can the storage magic tools you refined still be used in the Immortal Desolate? Bingxing is somewhat worried about this. No problem. Qin is very confident because it is a complete set of runes given to him by the space god. It is common in the Immortal Desolate and Ancient Garden. After ending the contact, Qin's face was full of smiles. Little Qin, what are you so happy about? Liang Qin asked. Good thing. With the help of the Yao family, I finally contacted my friends from the Guanghan Palace. Qin said with a smile. That's great. Yao Sisi said with a smile. Qin was able to contact Bingxing and even obtained clues about the Sun Soul. This made his mood extremely good. He did not cultivate and waited outside for Jian Linglong and the Divine Tree Palace Master to arrive. Qin, who was standing on the top of a tall building in the War Immortal Academy, waited from day to night. Suddenly, he saw a large white light ship that is several tens of meters long flying over from the distance. Xianxia is in the garden at the top of the building. Qin told her that the Divine Tree Palace Master would come, so she is also waiting here. Liang Qin and Yao Sisi are very shocked because the Divine Tree Palace Master, who rarely shows his face, actually personally came to see Qin. 1632 Chapter 1632 Divine Tree Palace Master. That large ship emitting white light is flying in the night sky, it is very dazzling. It must be known that one cannot fly above 2-star cities, let alone War Immortal Academy. Now that a ship emitting white light is flying towards the top of the Dean's building, it immediately attracted many people's attention. Because Qin has a bounty on his head and some people guessed that Qin is inside War Immortal Academy, many spies in the vicinity are keeping an eye on War Immortal Academy. If there is even the slightest movement of grass in the wind, it will immediately alarm many spies. An old granny wearing white gown walked down from the large ship while leaning on a long staff. That long staff looks like it was casually cut out from a tree branch. Beside her is an extremely beautiful tall woman. She has a fair goose-egg-shaped face, long braid hanging down to her chest. She is very beautiful and moving, her eyes are filled with gentleness. This woman is Jian Linglong. She is very tall, taller than the old granny by a lot. She is about the same height as the tall and big Qin. Jian Linglong is also wearing a simple and unadorned white dress and a thick white gown. After she saw Qin, her beautiful eyes flickered with tenderness and she gently smiled at Qin. Palace Master, you actually came in person, is the matter very important? Xianxia walked over with smile to welcome Divine Tree Palace Master. It can be seen that Xianxia and Divine Tree Palace Master's relationship is very good. Liang Qin and Yao Sisi also hastily walked over and saluted Divine Tree Palace Master. Their hard work in War Immortal Academy is to enter Divine Tree Palace's upper echelon in the future and become an influential person in Divine Tree Palace. And Divine Tree Palace Master is a person they revere very much. Greetings Divine Tree Palace Master, I am Qin. Qin walked over with smile and said. Divine Tree Palace Master's face is filled with gentle and benevolent smile. He greeted Qin and others while chuckling. He does not have that kind of high and mighty attitude, he gives people a kind of amiable feeling. Xianxia welcomed Divine Tree Palace Master and Jian Linglong into a hall. On the way, Jian Linglong asked Qin some things. Liang Qin and Yao Sisi already knew that Qin knows Guanghan Palace's people. When they saw Jian Linglong, they guessed that she is a disciple of Guanghan Palace. Jian Linglong's beauty caused them to exclaim endlessly in admiration in their hearts. She indeed has a kind of charm that stands out from the masses, every frown and smile is very moving. Moreover, Jian Linglong's cultivation is also extremely high, she is a very powerful woman. Qin Yun had previously heard from Bing Xing that they could obtain great benefits from cultivating on top of the towering tree, allowing their cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. And now that he sees Jian Linglong, he can feel that she is a lot stronger than before. Little Qin, Bing Xing should have told you about that matter before, right? Let's talk in secret. Palatial Master Divine Tree went straight to the point and discussed business. Soon after, He Xiaoji arranged a secret room for Qin Yun, Jian Linglong and Divine Tree Palace Master to discuss in secret. In the secret chamber, Qin Yun sat down and asked, Divine Tree Palace Master, I can give you 100 passes but you have to guarantee that the Sun Soul clues you provide are useful. That's not a problem. I guarantee that my clues will let you know where the Sun Soul is, but I can't guarantee that you will be able to obtain it. That will depend on your own ability. The Divine Tree Palace Master laughed. As long as I know where the Sun Soul is, it's fine. Qin Yun nodded and said. Also, that clue can only let you find half of the Sun Soul. The Sun Soul is divided into 2 parts. I don't know where the other part is. Divine Tree Palace Master added. Qin Yun heard this kind of legend before. He did not expect it to be true. That mysterious Sun Soul is actually divided into 2 parts. Qin Yun said, I can't give you the pass immediately. It will take 3 days. Oh? You don't have the pass? Why do you need 3 days? Divine Tree Palace Master said doubtfully, I heard that you have a storage magic tool with a very large space. Divine Tree Palace Master also heard about the big trouble Qin Yun caused before. Because the pass is very important, I sealed it in a box. I need some time to open that box. Qin Yun explained. 3 days? All right. Divine Tree Palace Master nodded and said. Maybe it won't take 3 days. Sister Linglong, help me. Qin Yun said to Jian Linglong. Jian Linglong nodded her head. All right, I won't disturb you. I'll go out for a walk, chat with Xiaoji and reminisce about old times. Divine Tree Palace Master said with smile. Jian Linglong sent off Divine Tree Palace Master and then closed the secret room's door. Sister Linglong, where is the pass you refined? You don't seem to have a storage magic tool, right? Qin Yun said. Regarding the matter of refining the pass, Jian Linglong and others also kept it a secret. They did not let Divine Tree Palace Master know. Jian Linglong took off her outer clothes. She is only wearing a light pink undergarment and a pair of shorts, revealing a pair of perfect slender snow-white legs, as well as jade-white and beautiful fragrant shoulders and collarbone. Qin Yun is somewhat amazed, he appreciates the tall and graceful beauty before him. It's on my clothes, quickly take it off. Jian Linglong charmingly pouted and said, What are you looking at? You have seen so many beauties, I can't confuse you, right? You don't say, my soul was almost taken away by you. Sister Linglong, you really don't regard me as an outsider. Qin Yun said with smile. My little brother sect master, why should I regard you as an outsider? We are all on the same side. Jian Linglong giggled and said. She extended her hand and gently caressed Qin Yun's handsome face, as if she is flirting with Qin Yun. Sister Linglong, since we are on the same side, don't tease me. Qin Yun gently grabbed her lily-white hand and said with smile. Jian Linglong charmingly chuckled. Then, she opened the 2 white robes. Indeed, there are many command plates inside. Qin Yun took out the Gemini treasure mirror, then pinched the teleportation jade pendant and let it release very strong spatial power. The teleportation jade pendant is a very high-quality instant space sacred iron, the spatial power it released is very strong. This Gemini treasure mirror is very useful. Jian Linglong said with envy. Later I will look for Sister Kong and Yan Yan, let them make more Gemini heavenly rune, then I can refine Gemini treasure mirror for you. Qin Yun said with smile. It seems like they have also been pulled into inscription gate by Yuemei. Jian Linglong said with smile. That's good. Qin Yun made the Gemini treasure mirror carve runes faster and faster. As his cultivation increases, his mental power becomes stronger and stronger, the blood spirit power he can release becomes stronger and stronger. Therefore, he can make the Gemini treasure mirror even faster. In less than half a day, more than 200 entry tokens have been completed. Xianxia asked for 50, he also has several dozens in his hand. Jian Linglong still has nearly 200. After giving them to the 100 Divine Tree Palace Masters, they still have many more, they can exchange them for even more resources. Didn't you say it would take 3 days? Jian Linglong said with smile. I lied to her because I want to spend the rest of the time alone with Sister Linglong. Xianxia said with mischievous smile, Sister Linglong, quickly wear your clothes. Jian Linglong pursed her lips and smiled, Xiaoyun, you want to spend time alone with me, don't tell me you want me to help you refine some things? Then I won't wear clothes, it will be very hot. She is still wearing underwear and shorts, she is indeed not acting like an outsider, this is what she learned from Lan Fengjin. Lan Fengjin is even more revealing than her. Sister Linglong, I can refine storage magic tool here, I don't know if you can learn it in 3 days or not. Xianxia said. Of course I can, don't look down on me. Jian Linglong lightly stuck out her tongue and said with smile, don't look down on me. You can refine one for me to see and then give me the runes you need. Materials are also very important. Xianxia took out the pill transformation heavenly furnace and put in instant space immortal iron. Then he began explaining the key points of refining storage magic tool. He took out more than 10 instant space sacred pearls and gave them to Jian Linglong. Then he gave her a set of space runes and space totem runes. Then he instructed Jian Linglong to refine a storage jade pendant on the spot. Jian Linglong's talent in inscription and tool refining is very high. Back then she was a young and promising inscription master in the Jian family. This way, Xianxia's instruction is very easy. Jian Linglong wrapped her braid around her slender snow-white jade neck. She took the forging hammer and began forging very violently. Because she is using sacred flame, the temperature of the flame is very high. It is so hot that she is drenched in fragrant sweat. She wanted to take off her clothes several times but because Xianxia is here, she did not. Xianxia is refining a storage bottle on the side. He filled it with sacred oil and asked Jian Linglong to take it back to refine. 2 days later, Jian Linglong successfully refined a red storage jade pendant. The space inside is exactly the same as the one Xianxia refined. This made her feel very accomplished. As expected of my inscription gates sect master. Even in this kind of wretched place, you can still break through the bindings of space. Jian Linglong praised with smile. She still has not tried to refine teleportation talisman but Xianxia already explained the essentials. To her, it is a very simple matter. Xianxia wiped the sweat off her jade-like face and said with smile, you are sweating so much, quickly go wash yourself. After speaking, he took out a very large bathtub and placed it in the middle of the secret room. Then he filled it with water and turned around. Let's go together. Jian Linglong said with smile. Her body was suddenly enveloped by white light. After she took off her clothes, she walked into the jade tub and sat down. Xianxia is somewhat bashful and did not plan to go down. However, Jian Linglong dragged him down and even asked him to condense some water to wash himself. Jian Linglong is also a very noisy woman, she played around with Xianxia in all kinds of ways. After Xianxia finished washing, he struggled free, changed his clothes and said with smile, Sister Linglong, remember to help me get some instant space immortal iron, I don't have much left. Got it. Jian Linglong came out of the bathtub and asked Xianxia to take out some clothes for her to wear. There are indeed many women's clothes inside Xianxia's 9-sun divine soul. They were left behind by Shui Tianzi and Zi Qingqing. Although they are a bit short, Jian Linglong can barely wear them. Jian Linglong changed into a purple dress and said with smile, these are definitely Qingqing's clothes, I remember the fragrance on her body. You women's nose is really sensitive. Xianxia curled his lips and said. He suddenly missed Zi Qingqing, that sister steamed bun, as well as Shui Tianzi, that naturally charming water fairy. He put away the bathtub and tidied up the place. Then he asked Jian Linglong to call in Divine Tree Palace Master. Blossoming Opportunity Xianxia said with a smile, Divine Tree Palace Master, can you give me the clue to the Sun Soul now? All right. The Divine Tree Palace Master had clues to the Sun Soul. She did not look for it herself, most likely because it was very difficult to obtain the Sun Soul. Or perhaps, after she gave the clue to Qin Yun, she would look for it herself. But no matter what, as long as there was a clue, Qin Yun did not mind someone looking for it at the same time. After signing the soul contract, the Divine Tree Palace Master handed Qin Yun a stone and said, "Hold this stone tightly. The stone will emit light according to your heartbeat and guide you to find the other half of the Sun Soul." "Divine Tree Palace Master, aren't you going to look for it yourself?" Qin Yun asked. "Of course I'll go too. Actually, the sect masters of the 3 palaces and 6 sects all have this kind of stone. It's just that the whereabouts of the half-sun soul are erratic and have not been able to stabilize," the Divine Tree Palace Master said with a smile. Qin Yun sighed inwardly. The whereabouts of the Sun Soul was indeed not something he could enjoy alone. The Divine Tree Palace Master said in a low voice, "Little Qin, I heard that you have a teleportation talisman in your hands, right? Are you selling it?" Qin Yun said with a frown, "About this. I only have 2 left, I want to keep them for myself." Actually, he still had a lot of them. He deliberately said this to raise the price of the teleportation talisman. The Divine Tree Palace Master used a broken stone to exchange for 100 of his passes. He suddenly felt that he had suffered a loss. "Then how much are you planning to sell it for?" the Divine Tree Palace Master asked. She heard that Yao Daxiong and the Yao family's patriarch had them, but she did not know the exact price. Because he Shoji had said that Qin Yun had given them to Yao Daxiong and the others. Qin Yun said, "I use teleportation talismans to give to people. The seniors of the Yao family helped me before, so I gave them to them. Then is there anything you need my help with? You have a lot of trouble right now, I can help you," the Divine Tree Palace Master said. "Palace Master, if you help me a lot, I'll give you both talismans," Qin Yun said with a smile. "Tell me about it," the Divine Tree Palace Master said. "If it's something like exterminating the Willow Moon clan, then I won't be able to do it. It's also very difficult for me to do it. You should know that." Qin Yun nodded and said, "I know, I won't let you destroy them. I just want you to give me a special permit to allow me and my people to freely enter and exit 4-star cities and 5-star cities." "No problem, that's easy." "Anything else?" the Divine Tree Palace Lord said straightforwardly. Qin Yun knew that the strict restrictions on entering a 4- or 5-star city were nothing in front of the Divine Tree Palatial Lord. "Also, I'm a bit short on money. I need 5 million kilograms of profound Saint Silver crystal and 100,000 instant space immortal iron." After Qin Yun finished speaking, he immediately took out a blue crystal flower and said with a smile, "Divine Tree Palace Master, this storage magic tool is for you, I almost forgot." The Divine Tree Palace Master took the beautiful blue crystal flower. After seeing the space inside, his face was full of joy. He smiled and said, "Don't say 10 million, I'll even give you 20 million. It's a deal." Qin Yun took out 2 teleportation talismans and handed them over to the Divine Tree Palace Master. Then he told her how to use them. The Divine Tree Palace Master took out 20 very large cubic crystals. One of them is 1,000,000 kilograms of profound Saint Silver crystal. Qin Yun accepted them one by one. As for the 100,000 kilograms of instant space immortal iron, she will deliver it here later. It was even easier to enter the 4- and 5-star cities. She directly gave Qin Yun a very special wooden token. It is called Divine Tree Token. It is said that as long as one holds this token, they can walk unhindered in the important cities of the Divine Tree Palace. Qin Yun and the Divine Tree Palace Master are chatting and laughing as they walked out of the secret room. Jian Linglong wants to go back and refine those things with Lan Fengjin and Xiang Yalan. And Qin Yun can go to 5-star cities in the future, it means that he can get close to the Divine Tree. The Divine Tree Palace Master and Jian Linglong boarded the large ship and flew towards the heaven-supporting tree. Soon after, Qin Yun said to He Shoji with smile, "Dean, help me thank Senior Yao and the others. Give this to them." Qin Yun took out 10 entry tokens and handed them over to He Shoji. He Shoji very excitedly received the 10 entry tokens. This is something that can allow them to leave the ancient Era's garden. It is also something that many experts in the ancient era's garden yearn for even in their dreams. Yao Cixi and Liang Qin from the side know that these are ancient era's garden entry tokens. They are very astonished that Qin Yan has so many. Qin Yan said, Dean, if your Yao family wants to leave the ancient era's garden, you will need a large number of entry tokens. I don't have that many. I know. He Shouji sighed, if we can leave with 10 people, we will be very satisfied. I have a way to let all of you leave. Qin Yan said, I have a kind of storage magic tool that can carry people out. Even if you go to Immortal Desolate, you can use it. You can use that kind of storage magic treasure to bring him out. Ah? This kind of storage magic tool is very expensive. He Shouji said anxiously. Actually, I am an inscription master. Those storage magic tools were refined by me. They are indeed very expensive. The main thing is that I need a lot of materials to refine them. I don't have that many materials. Also, I need a large amount of sacred Xian silver crystals. If you need them, you can give me the materials and I will help you refine them. Then you can give me a bit of compensation. Qin Yan said again. There are a lot of sacred Xian silver crystals in the ancient era's garden. Qin Yan wants to take advantage of this opportunity to fish some more. It will be very helpful to his cultivation and tool refining in the future. Sacred Xian silver crystals? That's easy. I will discuss it with old ancestor and the others. He Shouji said with smile. She can guess that Qin Yan must have given many entry tokens and storage magic tools to the Divine Tree Palace Master in exchange for a large amount of resources. Qin Yan said, then I will stay here for a few days and wait for your good news. Soon after, he pulled Liang Qin and Yao Cixi into the cultivation room to cultivate. He Shouji is also very excited now. She immediately went to find Yao Daxiong to discuss this matter. Yao Daxiong is also in the forbidden area of the War Immortal Academy. When he saw the light flashing on top of He Shouji's building, he immediately flew over. Because that is the signal He Shouji sent him, saying that there is an urgent matter. Yao Daxiong arrived at the top of the building and chatted with He Shouji in her room. According to the information three hands have gathered, Little Qin is an incredible person in the Immortal Desolate. Yao Daxiong said with emotion. Ah? Is that so? How incredible? He Shouji promptly asked. He is a very powerful inscription mysterious sect. In short, he is a very awesome inscription master. The reason why many people can enter the Immortal Desolate is because they bought entry tokens from him. Yao Daxiong said. It must be known that people who entered the ancient era's garden from the Immortal Desolate are very clear about how powerful Qin Yan is. Therefore, as long as they ask people who entered from the Immortal Desolate, they would immediately know about this matter. 3-star city lords also inquired about this matter. Soon after, Yao Daxiong also told them about Qin Yan's various world-shaking deeds in the Immortal Desolate, causing He Shouji to exclaim in shock again and again. He Shouji and Yao Daxiong looked at the 10 entry tokens on the table and sank into deep emotion. We are really lucky. Yao Daxiong said with smile, no matter how many sacred mysterious silver crystals Little Qin wants, we will give them to him. We will try our best to exchange for 10 storage magic treasures that can carry people out. That way, we will be able to bring our Yao family out. He Shouji nodded and said, this way, our Yao family won't have to stay in the Divine Tree Palace all day and do some bullshit things. I am already sick of it. Yao Daxiong said with smile, it is also thanks to that little girl Cixi getting in touch with her. Otherwise, we would have missed this kind of opportunity. That's right, she is worthy of being our granddaughter. Quickly go back and tell the old ancestor and the others. This requires a large amount of sacred mysterious silver crystals, we can't make the decision. He Shouji said. I will go back now. You stay here and protect Little Qin. Yao Daxiong immediately set off. Qin Yan is in the cultivation room, he gave Yao Cixi and Liang Qin each an entry token. To him, the passage token could be refined at any time. It was not some rare thing. He also promised Liang Qin that he will sell entry tokens and storage magic treasures to the Liang family. At that time, he will be able to make a fortune. Qin Yan is currently at the 6th level of the Golden Immortal stage. He feels that he is not strong enough. If he were to fight for the Sun Soul, he would need to have the strength of a heavenly immortal to be able to deal with everything. Cultivating together with Liang Qin and Yao Sisi would allow Qin Yan to quickly increase his cultivation, so he treated these two girls very well. After cultivating for a day, Qin Yan took out the stone and held it tightly in his hand. He sensed the location of the Sun Soul. What made him depressed was that he knew the location of the Sun Soul, but its location was erratic. Sometimes it was in the east, sometimes it was in the west. The east, west, north and south directions changed back and forth. Sometimes it would change every few moments and sometimes it would change every 4 to 6 hours. He suddenly understood why the people in the ancient gardens were unable to find the Sun Soul even after so many years. It was because it was indeed very difficult to find. The Divine Tree Palace Master had said before that the half of the Sun Soul would sometimes not move for an entire day, so there was still a chance. Now, he was getting closer and closer to obtaining the half of the Sun Soul. However, Qin Yan was very calm because he needed to increase his cultivation and become stronger. This won't do, I have to quickly find that little girl Yu Mei and capture her to cultivate with me. Qin Yan was currently at the 6th level of the Golden Immortal stage. Even with Liang Qin and Yao Sisi accompanying him in his cultivation, his speed of improvement was still very slow. The amount of sacred mysterious silver crystals consumed was the same, but if there was another woman who joined in to cultivate the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra, the increase would be even greater. At night, the light emitted by the towering tree in the distance suddenly changed greatly. The leaves on the tree suddenly emitted a blue glow and there were also many pink dots of light interspersed between the leaves. It's blooming. Yao Sisi shouted happily, "Little Qin, the divine book is blooming. It's about to bear fruit." Liang Qin also looked at the divine tree in the distance and exclaimed, "When the divine tree blooms, the pollen that falls down can allow one to advance by leaps and bounds." Yao Sisi sighed with some melancholy, "What a pity, only in the 4 and 5-star cities can we feel this kind of benefit." "I'll take you to the 5-star city," Qin Yan said. He had to quickly increase his cultivation. The stage of the divine trees blossoming and bearing fruit was very fast. It might only take 10 days or so to complete. End of chapter 1633. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.